The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and there was no cloud in the sky. Daekian, Qingzhou, Feiyun City. A carriage drove slowly past the extremely thick city wall and looked through the open city gate. There are clusters of gray buildings in the city, with different types of buildings in terraces. Ancient red houses and pavilions rise one after another, and courtyards with cornices and corners can be seen everywhere. Following a loud noise, the ear-splitting thunder spread from far to near, starting from the dark horizon. Suddenly there was thunder and strong winds. La la la, dense rain seemed to pour down from the sky. Su Guang wore a bamboo hat on his head and carried an empty bamboo basket on his back. He stood under the eaves of a house in the alley, looking at the gloomy sky and feeling unhappy. It is raining again. He is about 1.7 meters tall, with a dark complexion, a young and delicate appearance, and green down on his chin. But before he could finish his emotion, he saw a few people running from a distance, seeming to come here to take shelter from the rain. It was raining like a curtain, and it wasn't until Su Guang got closer that he could see the faces of several people clearly, and his expression became increasingly ugly. "You brat again, you dare to come to our territory." Su Guang pursed his lips, paused and smiled apologetically. "It turns out to be Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger is going this way. It's windy and the rain can't get in here." The burly man at the head glanced at Su Guang, sneered, and then slowly walked closer. The person behind him pushed Su Guang away, letting Brother Hu stand where the rain would not drift in. "I told you before that if you want to sell fish here again, you have to pay a fee. Did you turn a deaf ear to my words?" Su Guang had a bitter look on his face, gritted his teeth in pain, and took out the 10 small coins he had brought to the city to sell fish today. "Oh, it's so refreshing. It seems like you've made a lot of money." Brother Hu sneered, and then said, "It's just not enough. The boss has spoken. Starting from this month, everyone in this area will have to pay 30% more." 30%? Su Guang's eyes showed helplessness, so he had to bend down and take out 3 small coins from his trouser legs. "Ha ha ha, it's so refreshing. You kid can make a fortune." Brother Hu is joking. "If there is a way to get rich, it will all be thanks to Brother Hu." "That's right, don't worry, I won't take your money in vain. In Dongjiaofang, we, the Black Water Gang, will protect you and you won't be bullied." Brother Hu was very satisfied with Su Guang's attitude and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Tiger, for taking care of me." Su Guang lowered his eyebrows and stood half-body in the rain. His eyes were calm, as if he had already accepted the rules of this world. He didn't dare to show any resentment or express any dissatisfaction, he just kept his thoughts completely in his heart. The rain finally subsided. Su Guang walked through the streets and bought 3 kilograms of chestnuts, 5 kilograms of bran and a handful of salt in a grain store. He also bought some medicine at a familiar medical clinic next door. In addition, he had been blackmailed by Brother Hu before. "Yes, I spent the 36 knives I earned today cleanly," stepping on the muddy ground and walking towards the city gate. The heavy rain just now came very quickly, the ground was extremely muddy, and there were not many pedestrians on the street. Su Guang lowered his head and glanced at the livestock excrement that had been trampled into mud on the roadside and still smelled bad, and he couldn't help but speed up his pace. We walked quickly, passed through the gate of the extremely heavy city wall, walked quickly across the stone bridge, and walked another 3 to 5 miles before we saw a small village. Finally, Su Guang stopped at the entrance of the village. This was his only home in the world. The dilapidated earthen walls are of different heights. The top of the wall is filled with all kinds of debris and rubbish. There is a small vegetable patch at the door, and an elegiac couplet is hung on the door. Su Guang opened the door and walked in. He moved the farm tools behind the door and said, "Mom, I'm back." In the corner of the room, a thin, old-looking woman was washing clothes. After hearing Su Guang's words, she quickly stood up and said, "Brother Guang is back? It rained just now, can you still sell fish?" Su Guang took off the bamboo basket behind his back and responded, "I'm lucky today. When I entered the city, a wealthy family held a wedding ceremony, and all the fish in the bamboo basket were given to that family. This is the medicine I bought for you." Su's mother paused with her hand in the air, her eyes slightly red. "Your father?" Su Guang was silent. Su's father's old injury recurred the night before yesterday and he died suddenly in the middle of the night. Nearly 8 years have passed since he came to this world and awakened his memories. Su Guang still has a vague feeling. Fortunately, he does not enjoy the treatment of the protagonist. He has both parents and an older sister and younger sister at home. The eldest sister is married and the third sister is here. He disappeared in the first year of his time travel. It's not that he didn't think about looking for his third sister, but his connections and those in his family were just like that. After 7 years, he found nothing, but he is not worried. As long as San Mei is still alive, he will definitely be able to find her in a while. In this life, it may be because his family is poor and his status is too low. The family is very harmonious. His parents and eldest sister are very kind to him, and they keep all the good things for him. In addition, he is getting older, so he can barely get by. He was also a little helpless. Why didn't he travel back in time to a wealthy family, living a life where food came to his mouth, clothes came to his hands, and when he got older, there were still people collecting semen regularly? The world is helpless, reincarnation and time travel are beyond his control. Su's mother packed up the things Su Guang brought back and said hesitantly, "Brother Guang, you are 17 after the Chinese New Year, and you have reached the age of getting married. In the past few years, there have been wars and chaos. There have been terrible disasters in the Central Plains. There are too many refugees, and there may be chaos at some point. I sat in front of your father's coffin all night yesterday, planning to ask someone to go across the river to find a match for you. This would not only provide for the Su family, but also give your father peace of mind." Su Guan was silent. "Mom, I don't want to be so anxious yet." "You're not in a hurry, I'm in a hurry." "Your father, hey, you don't have to worry about it, just listen to me on this matter." After a pause, Su's mother continued, "These are not peaceful times. You kill fish at the stall and come back early. People are outside and you should be more tolerant in everything. As long as people are alive, it will be better than anything else." "I know." Su Guan nodded. He looked a little strange. Tolerant. He has endured for 8 years. He has been taught by others to be conceited since the beginning. If those people hadn't seen that he was young and had a brother-in-law who was an errand in the city, he would have been a withered bone in the grave by now, right? However, soon, he probably won't have to endure it anymore. "Listen to me, the Ergi you always played with in the front alley was just paid a few days ago and was dragged into the alley and robbed on the street. His legs were broken when he was seen." Su's mother noticed Su Guan's expression and quickly spoke a lesson. "Those people on the other side of the river are restless and always want to cross the river to rob. Not to mention ordinary people like us, but also the gangs in the surrounding towns. Many leaders have changed in the past few days. Don't take it seriously." Su Guan nodded repeatedly with a serious look on his face. Su's mother finally let him go and turned around to cook. Su Guang returned to the dark room alone, smelling the moist smell in the air, his eyes numb. In the void that only he could see, there was a panel that only he could see. Current search keyword power of blood. Related terms: awakening, safety. Setting range: 30 miles around Feiyun City. Searching: 99%. When he came to this world, he did not have nothing to rely on, but this reliance fell into silence during an irrational attempt 8 years ago. It was a search engine, a plugin that Su Guang made in his previous life to play a game, commonly known as plugin. At that time, in order to prevent being detected by the game company, what he did was not too outrageous. The function was very simple. Enter what you want to know, add some terms, and the plugin will run for search. 8 years ago, he just recalled the memory of his previous life. At that time, his father returned from fighting with the Neo Shanwei of Feiyun City, and he saw a 3-meter-tall giant. The man who was revered as the giant spirit general caused a huge blow to his young mind. Is he really a human being? Later, after listening to his father's explanation, he realized that the man was a foreigner who had awakened his bloodline. The so-called aliens, according to Su Guang's explanation and his own understanding, can be roughly explained as that the power of the ancient ancestors is hidden in the blood of the human race in this world. Some people are gifted and can be awakened easily. Some people have mediocre talents and may never be able to awaken in their lifetime. That giant spirit general is a stranger who has awakened the power of his bloodline. His status has also jumped from the lowest slave to a high-ranking nobleman. Perhaps it won't be long before his martial arts cultivation level rises a little more. Can be accepted by the imperial court as a divine citizen. Dakian belonged to a less standard feudal dynasty, with autocratic monarchy and feudalism coexisting, and strict political laws. People were divided into 5 classes: divine people, noble people, ordinary people, common people, and slaves. Su Guang's family belongs to the common people. Just like the unliberated caste system in India in previous lives, this class is not even allowed to do business. In the past few years, it is not that he has not thought about using the foresight of his previous life to make money and improve his life, but if he wants to do this, he must fill the appetites of gangs everywhere in the city like he does today. Even if his brother-in-law is a warrior, what those people are afraid of is the brother-in-law's family is not the brother-in-law's. The eldest sister was not liked by anyone in his family. In order to prevent the eldest sister from being uncomfortable, Su Guang could only rely on himself. No matter how capable he is, it doesn't matter. His origin determines his status. Without force, he is nothing, just a small commoner in Feiyun City. As long as they have money and are targeted by people from a higher class, they will have everything taken away from them. 8 years ago, Su Guang had just awakened the wisdom of his previous life. When he saw the giant spirit general, he thought about awakening the power of blood, so he tried to use a search device to search for a way to awaken the power of blood. This search lasted 8 years. This is also the real reason why he has no way to find his third sister and treat his father even though he has such a perverted thing as a search device. 8 years have passed, and Su Guang has had great expectations for it. His hopes gradually turned into disappointment, and now he has almost turned into indifference. But a few days ago, the progress bar that had not moved for a long time jumped again. Until today, it has jumped 10 times in a row. Maybe the search results will be available tomorrow. Brother Guang, it's time to eat. Su Guang's mother's voice woke him up, and he walked out of the yard in silence. There were several bowls and chopsticks on the table, and Su Guang was the only one. Brother Guang, eat quickly. Your sister brought more meat from the city today, so eat quickly. Su's mother put the only piece of meat the size of a finger into Su Guang's bowl and looked at him kindly. This heavy love made Su Guang a little unbearable, so he had to bury his head in the rice filled with chestnuts and said in a low voice, "Next time, ask my sister not to come out to deliver meat. It's not safe," and her father-in-law didn't like her. If her brother-in-law hadn't been protecting her in the past few years, and her sister had given birth to Xiaoan, she wouldn't have known how miserable her life would have been. Su's mother snorted coldly, "How hard can life be? The Wang family is a respectable people. Such a large chamber of commerce can afford her food and clothing, but I heard that they let her practice martial arts." Su Guang was silent. The idea of favoring sons over daughters is particularly obvious in this world. After the eldest sister got married, because her husband's family lived in the city, in Su's mother's mind, the eldest sister went to enjoy happiness. No matter what she did, as long as it was for Su Guang, it was she deserves it. Okay, go to bed as soon as you finish eating. You won't be hungry again. The price of food has increased again. I'll eat less in the future. That night, Su Guang tossed and turned and couldn't sleep because he felt that news would appear on the search panel today. I tossed around in a daze until midnight. I called up the panel from time to time to check. I don't know how many times I checked it, but finally changes appeared on the panel. Search results are as follows. 1. Su Guang can choose to swallow a pound of stones every day for 3 consecutive years to awaken the power of blood, stone skin. Note, if the body is not strong enough, he may die from stomach distension. 2. Su Guang can awaken the power of bloodline, the blood eye, by swallowing the ancient sky eye. The current location of the ancient sky eye is as follows. 3. After Su Guang obtains the power of blood and blood eyes, he takes the essence and blood from the whole body of another person and infuses his own body. There is a chance that he will obtain the corresponding supernatural power of the other person, and there is a chance that it will be a weakened version. The injection method is as follows. Note, the current number of search results is displayed as 3. Su Guang had a strange look on his face. The search engine seemed to be more powerful than he imagined, and it actually gave 3 items. And the third item, the power of the bloodline awakened by the ancient sky eye, seems to be beyond his imagination. He doesn't know much about foreigners, and he doesn't know if there is a way to deprive others of their bloodline power, but he thinks that even if there is, it must be from those top families or wealthy families. Only for super sex, right? Su Guang got out of bed and began to follow the searcher's instructions to find the so-called ancient eye. He also didn't expect that the so-called ancient eye was actually in his home, right under his nose. If it weren't for the search device, he would never have imagined that the relic sent back from his father's old friend in the southern battlefield some time ago would actually contain a treasure. Su Guang was speechless as he carefully took out the pulp-covered walnuts from his father's tomb. The searcher not only had a location, but also specific instructions for using it. Su Guang, who was well aware of the gloom of this world, did not hesitate to crack the walnut into pieces, take out the red heart and swallow it in one gulp. Boom! It was like a nuclear bomb exploded next to Su Guang's ears, and then there was endless blood. He obviously didn't open his eyes, but it was like he saw it, tumbling in his mind. What followed was a pain he would never forget. It was as if someone had opened his head and stuffed something in. This kind of pain made Su Guang's physical instinct want to faint, but his brain felt extremely clear. Ling Qi may not be in such pain, at least Ling Qi is a physical body, and the feedback to the brain nerves is somewhat relaxed. This is Ling Kai's direct effect on the brain nerves. Su Guang curled up on the bed, biting the bedside tightly and saying nothing. Su's father was newly buried and Su's mother finally fell asleep. Su Guang didn't want to disturb her. After an unknown amount of time, Su Guang's consciousness fell into confusion, and the pain disappeared like a tide, as if it had never existed. Su Guang opened his eyes in disbelief, his eyes filled with surprise. Then he stood up and couldn't wait to check his own changes. Limbs, torso. There is no change at all, only the forehead. At some point, a thin line of blood appeared on his forehead between his eyebrows. Blessed in his soul, he understood that this was the power of his bloodline that he had gained through suffering the blood eyes. But before he could continue his research, fatigue came over him and he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Guang got up and washed up. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. His ears and eyes were sharp, and his body was strong. I don't know how many times better than my previous state. In front of his father's memorial tablet, there was a sound of sobbing. Su Guang knew that the eldest sister was back. The eldest sister married the third and sixth young master of the Wang family of the Huya Chamber of Commerce in the city. Her brother-in-law was a lover, but his status in the clan was low, otherwise his family would not have allowed him to marry a commoner's daughter. Su's father was buried a few days ago. Many people from the village came, but neither the brother-in-law nor the eldest sister came. They were banned by the Wang family. Su Guang also understood that the unwillingness to come over for such red and white matters could only mean that the Wang family really looked down on their own family and was sending a message to everyone that they would never leave. Su's mother and her eldest sister Su Chun hugged each other and cried in front of their father's tomb. The family was poor, and even by ban only had two sides to it. Thinking of his father's suffering for so many years, Su Guang only felt that there was a long-suppressed anger in his heart, which was constantly eroding his whole body, and his heart was suffering. Su's father's illness is, strictly speaking, an injury. 5 years ago, Su's father was busy in the fields. The eldest daughter of the Han family in the inner city went out and led people and horses on the farmland. Su's father and many other villagers stepped forward to stop Su's father. Miss Han whipped Su's father aside. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. From then on, Su's father could no longer get out of bed. The family's savings and the 5 acres of fertile land granted by the court after returning from serving as soldiers were all used up to recuperate Su's father. The Han family in the inner city. He is a well-known person in Feiyun City. It is rumored that he has a close relationship with the city guard. It would be too difficult to seek revenge from the eldest lady of the Han family. After 8 years of searching, the discovery was finally revealed. Su Guang was excited, but his father died and he was filled with depression. The searcher fell into silence for the past few years, and the search ended only after my father's death. It must be said that it is somewhat ironic. I have endured it for several years, and now it's time to embark on the path of cultivation, develop the power of my bloodline, and then, avenge my father. Eat the meal prepared by mother. Su Guang continued to go to the town to kill fish, and he needed to draw blood with his sword. It is also used to collect fish blood so that his blood eyes can grow. Generally speaking, the power of bloodline changes with the improvement of cultivation. With his current power as an ordinary person, the blood eye has only one ability, which is to collect the blood of living creatures and turn it into his own blood essence. Essence and blood, this term sounds very lofty, and it should only be used after embarking on the path of spiritual practice. According to the fantasy novels in the previous life, essence and blood are like the origin of the practitioner, very important, but there are with the blood-eyed vision in hand, in the future, he may be able to claim unlimited blood essence. For him, unlimited blood essence is a bit useless at this stage. After all, he is not even a warrior. However, after becoming a stranger, his physical fitness will increase rapidly. He can already clearly feel that his strength and physical fitness have become stronger. When he went to bed last night, he still had some cramps in his legs. He must be growing taller again. Thinking of the search engine, he immediately opened the panel. Current search keyword Su Chu's whereabouts. Related terms safety, life, and death. Setting range Dakian. Searching 10%. Seeing the progress bar, Su Guang breathed a sigh of relief. It would take 10 days to search for the whereabouts of the third sister, which was not too long. It's just that the time for martial arts training has to be postponed again, but he didn't regret it. His father's sudden death had already made him regret it. He didn't want something to happen to his third sister. When he was a child, his eldest sister was a few years older. He had the best relationship with his third sister, and they could still hear their former voices and smiles. He was not searching randomly or recklessly, but recalled that in order to avoid cheat detection, when he made the searcher, he entered a key command into it, and the search results were related to the character level. Su Chu has been missing for 7 years. He is too young to practice martial arts. His level should not be appropriate, so the search should not take too long. He mechanically waved the kitchen knife in his hand, raising and lowering the knife, and he quickly processed the fish one by one. Brother Guang's method of handling fish is even more amazing. He handles it really cleanly. Nia-san, who came to fetch fish from the fish stall's backyard, looked at Su Guang's technique with surprise in his eyes and a rather envious tone. After all, Su Guang was the brother-in-law of the third and sixth master of the Wang family. To find him such a craft, he would never be hungry in a famine year. I guess in a few days, when Brother Guang is more efficient, the employer will raise wages, right? Su Guang just smiled, no longer as enthusiastic as before. Niu-san didn't care. After all, his father had just left, so it was inevitable that he would be in a bad mood. There were no more people buying fish in the afternoon. Su Guang stretched and thought of the recent changes in the city, so he put the fish-killing knife behind his back. Uncle Wang, the streets are not peaceful now. I went home and took the fish knife with me. I will bring it back tomorrow. Okay. Inside the room, the fish stall owner responded. It was now mid-afternoon, which was still the hottest time of the day. Because the street was not peaceful, Su Guang decided to go home now. As they passed the reed marsh and stone bridge, a slight noise could be heard. There were women's cries and slaps, which turned into whines. This damn weather is awesome. Su Guang cursed secretly and hurriedly walked home. Things are getting more and more chaotic these days, which is actually inevitable. The 3 states of the Central Plains were hit by disasters, and a large number of refugees fled. At least millions of refugees piled up across the Wei River. Yes, millions. This world is much bigger than the previous life. As far as Su Guang knows, in just one state of Qingzhou, there are tens of millions of ordinary people, hundreds of millions of common people, and tens of millions of slaves. Those who can escape to the hinterland of Qingzhou and the Weishui area are already a minority among the refugees. Millions of refugees piled up south of the Wei River would inevitably have a huge impact on Feiyun City. Su Guang did not believe that there were no warriors among the people on the opposite side. The storm is about to come and the wind is filling the building. When Su Guang passes the stone bridge on his way to get off work every day, he can see corpses floating in the water. From time to time, he can also see some men pushing wheelbarrows to transport corpses and abandon them in the river. The small river flowing from the mountains not far away and crossing Feiyun City has now become a place similar to a mass grave. Su Guang did not go home directly, but walked to the grain store outside the city. The power of his bloodline has awakened, and he has continued to transform his body in the past few days. His appetite has greatly increased, and in just half a month, the price of food has tripled. Seeing that the chaos is getting more and more, he wants to buy more food. With refugees everywhere, food prices have inevitably risen too much. Su Guang earns 6 knives for killing fish every day, but now the price of a pound of grain is 4 knives. Su Guang never went to the city again. He just killed fish at the fish stall and collected fish blood. The method of converting fish blood into essence blood is very simple. He only needs to put part of his body in the blood. After a while, the color of the fish blood will fade away. He doesn't know the principle, and he can't see the palm of his hand. The change. He didn't know whether the quality of the fish blood was too low or the conversion efficiency was too low. After killing the fish for 3 days, he never felt the changes in the blood eyes, nor did he produce blood essence. Come back after killing the fish at noon. Su Chun took his nephew Wang Wen back to his parents' home. Wang Wen is 6 years old this year. He is very cute and has a tiger-like head. He is very affectionate to his uncle Su Guang. Earlier, Su Guang had been playing with Wang Wen on the pier. Later, when he went to work, he would always bring some fish to soak for his nephew. In the strict Wang family, this was an inferior thing that Wang Wen could not touch at all. Su Guang touched Wang Wen's head and looked curiously at his sister who was coming from the house to give a gift to his mother. Sister, what's wrong? Why did you come back suddenly? Su Chun looked at Su Guang with a smile and said rather aggressively, What, I can't come back yet? Su Guang waved his hands repeatedly. Su Chun was the eldest, maybe because he was always taken care of by Su Chun when he was a boy. He was beaten a lot when he was a child. Sister, what are you talking about? You are from my Su family. You can come back whenever you want. Su Chun glanced sideways at him. That's pretty much it. It's good to come back this time, Xiao Guang. I want to ask you, how have you practiced in killing fish at the fish stall in the past few years? After 5 years of killing fish, my heart is as cold as the fish knife in my hand. That's fine. Killing fish is not a good job, but slaughtering big animals is a good job. I've been wandering around the city for a long time these days and found a good job for you. Su Guang was a little surprised. What's the errand? The Cheng family hunted a heterogeneous yellow pig in the woods. They wanted to domesticate it, but there was no progress these days, so they thought of finding someone to kill it. Your brother-in-law and I spent a long time before taking on this job. Are you ready? Su Chun said quite proudly. Su Guang's expression was slightly stagnant. Killing a pig? From killing fish to killing pigs, the span is quite big. And when I went to the Cheng family, they were still killing yellow pigs of a different species. However, with the awakening of the power of blood in the past few days, his strength has increased several times. It should not be difficult to kill a pig. And, if he could embezzle some pig blood, he might be able to condense blood essence for himself. Sister, you are really like this. Su Guangxiao smiled and gave a thumbs up, feeling extremely moved. My sister really has some Voldemort temperament, which means my brother-in-law does not have a high status in the family. Otherwise, the status of women these days is very low. The status of the brother-in-law and his family is quite low in the family. Needless to say, the status of the eldest sister. Being able to kill aliens for others must have taken a lot of effort from the sister and brother-in-law. Su Chun smiled proudly. That's natural. If your brother-in-law and I hadn't tortured the second young master of the Cheng family for several days, this job would never have been in your hands. Even half a pound of exotic pork would make your brother-in-law greedy. But your brother-in-law has a way to practice. The Wan family has always looked down on you, so you go to the Chang family and show off by killing the pig this time. Ever since the eldest lady of the Chang family came to power, she has been very indifferent to class. If you perform well, you may not be able to obtain the method of practice. Hearing this, Su Guang felt more and more warmth flowing through his heart. When will you be there? Su Chun glanced at the sky and said, the date we made with the Chang family is 3 days later. Tomorrow we will go to the city together. We will stay with your brother-in-law for a day first. I will take you to the Chang family the next day. Su Guang knew that Wang Wen was here and would definitely not enter the city today, so he didn't say anything more and took Wang Wen to play in the yard. Su Chun cooked the dinner in the evening. The transformation of bloodline power was still going on in the past few days. Su Guang ate a lot. Wang Wen kept shouting at the table, "Uncle is a loser." Su Guang was helpless. He did not tell his mother that he had become a stranger. His mother usually liked to show off, but now that his father had just left, in order to express his thoughts that the Su family was not yet in decline, his mother might tell him, "After a few days when my mother's mood becomes more stable, I can tell her that by then, the whereabouts of the third sister should also be known." Night. Su Guang and Wang Wen slept together. Wang Wen was not as squeamish as the young masters in the city. No matter the food or accommodation, there was no noise. Anyway, as long as his uncle was around, he would be quiet. After finally coaxing Wang Wen to sleep, Su Guang suddenly felt soreness all over his body in a daze, followed by a sore and itchy feeling in his throat. Su Guang got up quickly, rushed to the hospital and started coughing until he spit out a pool of black blood from his throat, and the itching feeling finally disappeared. Su Chun helped Su Guang's mother out of the main room, and when she saw Su Guang's appearance, she quickly stepped forward to show concern. "Mom, just go to bed quickly. I picked up a lot of dust when I went out to play today." "It's okay." After coaxing his old mother back, Su Guang looked at the worried look on his eldest sister Su Chun's face, and Su Guang shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Su Chun didn't ask any more questions. Her younger brother was already old and her father had passed away. Only Su Guang was left in the Su family to be able to establish a family. She could no longer control everything as she did when she was a child. "If you have nothing to do, go back to sleep. I'll go look after your mother." Kindness. Su Guang also felt the changes in himself at this moment, and he indeed deserved to be reborn. According to the classification of martial arts cultivation realm, even if he has not entered the first step of self-cultivation, he has already taken half a step. The power of blood is a magical power. The human body has endless wonders. Although the power of blood grows with the realm, it will also push back the realm because of the power of blood. Blood eyes, I wonder where it ranks among those bloodline powers? Early the next morning, the chirping voice of my nephew Wang Wen came from home. He was noisy and cheering, as if he didn't know the sorrow at home. Su's mother knew that Su Guang was going to the city after killing fish, so she made a rich breakfast. The dish is radish with bean dregs, boiled cabbage, and a lot of salt. The rice is chestnut rice mixed with bran. The eldest sister came back secretly to pay homage to Su's father, but she didn't bring any meat with her. Under normal circumstances, the Su family had no chance to eat meat, or in other words, they were not qualified to eat meat. Class distinctions are vividly displayed in this world. The eldest sister coaxed her mother all night, and she finally didn't feel so decadent when she woke up, and she looked much more energetic. Su Guang was very pleased. He was not very good at talking, and he was also an otaku in his previous life. Otherwise, he would not have made a plug-in for his own use at home just to play games. After dinner, the eldest sister Su Chun went to wash the dishes, while Su Guang went to work with a fish knife on his back. Walk through the village lanes, cross the stone bridge, and walk on the country roads. The rows of farmland are neatly manicured, with not a single weed except for the crops. There are some farmers in the distance who are ready to leave work. When we arrived at the fish stall, the fishermen on Weishui River had already delivered their first batch of catch. The owner of the fish stall is named Wang Dashan, who is from the same family as his brother-in-law. He is a fair and fat middle-aged man. He is an ordinary citizen. Erlang came so early today. Su Guang smiled shyly. "Uncle Dashan, I have something to do. I want to go to the city to stay for a few days." Wang Dashan waved his hand and said, "If you have something to do, just get busy first. Fish are cheap these days and you can't sell much." Su Guang quickly expressed his gratitude. Wang Dashan was a nice person. Although he did it for his brother-in-law's sake at first, over the years, Su Guang also trusted him. "Don't run so fast when you go to work, your face will look dirty," Wang Dashan said casually and walked behind the fish stall. Su Guang's expression was stagnant. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener did. The power of his bloodline is not obvious on the outside. When the blood eye is closed, it is just a red line, but if you look closely, you can still see the difference. In the past few days, he had been blackening his face with slag to hide it. "I'm going to Cheng's house to kill a pig tomorrow. At least I need to clean it up. I can't use the method of wiping slag on my face again. He thought for a while and asked his clerk Nia-san for a white cloth to wrap around his forehead. Brother Guang. Nia-san hesitated. People cannot be resurrected after death. We common people can only look forward in this life and have no chance to look back. Su Guang knew that he had misunderstood, but did not explain. Wang Dasan was right. There were far fewer people buying fish today, and Su Guang could go back before noon. He couldn't bring the fish knife back if he didn't come tomorrow, so he looked for a brick and a wooden stick behind the fish stall. After walking across the stone bridge, I suddenly saw 3 figures walking away into the distance at the entrance of the alley where my home was, talking and laughing. The leading man looked tall, burly, and powerful. His body was covered with tattoos and he was standing there shirtless. Su Guang squinted his eyes and recognized the man. This person's name is Ma-san, a well-known gangster in the town, and the 2 people behind him should be Ma-san's followers. Ma-san has no fortifications and does not engage in farming, but he lives a good life in the town. He goes to the wine shop to drink every other day and the food is good all year round. Otherwise, he would not be so tall and burly. Su Guang once heard that this person had some relationship with the gang in the city, that is, a human trafficker. The reason why Su Guang narrowed his eyes was because this man once asked to marry his eldest sister, but after Su Chun married his brother-in-law, he disappeared. At least in their village, Ma-san never appeared again. Now that he has appeared again, it is obvious that he has found a new supporter. At least he is not afraid of the 3rd bedroom of the Wang family. What a trouble! After finally returning home, Su Guang heard his nephew Wang Wen crying, and his eldest sister looked very ugly. Su Guang knew in his heart that it was probably related to Ma-san. Brother Guang is back, let's set off quickly. Su Chun's voice was a little anxious. Su Guang asked softly, what happened? Su Chun didn't want to say anything at first, but instead looked at the white cloth wrapped around Su Guang's forehead with some strangeness. What are you doing with a white cloth wrapped around your head? What's wrong with Xiaoan? Did Ma-san come here? Su Guang pointed out directly. Su Chun sighed and said, then Ma-san somehow got mixed up with your brother-in-law, and he also found out about your brother-in-law's separation. Su Guang understood. My brother-in-law's biological mother was just a slave girl, and she was not favored at home. The eldest son of the 3rd room had always regarded my brother-in-law as a thorn in his side. If it weren't for my brother-in-law's talent in martial arts, it should have been separated years ago. Now that the old story of the family separation is being brought up again, it is probably because of the cultivation of the eldest son that he has caught up with his brother-in-law. Ma-san is really a ghost. Su Guang is actually not optimistic about his eldest sister's marriage, but over the years, his brother-in-law has sincerely treated him, and he has recognized it in his heart. Now, sister, we are going to the city for several days this time, so please bring your mother with you. I have some savings from killing and selling fish over the years. Then you can help my mother and I find a small courtyard to rent. Su Chun stopped talking. She looked at Su's mother and knew that Su's mother probably didn't want to live with her son-in-law, so she nodded. Of course, she said nothing about Su Guang's savings. With this little money, she could still make the decision. After finally persuading Su's mother, the 4 of them carried a few bags on their backs. Su Guang carried a bamboo basket behind him and held Wang Wen in front of him, and walked toward the city. Su Guang didn't want to meet Ma-san, but the more he didn't want it, the easier it was to happen. All the way forward, before crossing the stone bridge, we were met by 3 people. It was now noon, there were not many people in the village, and there was not a single person in sight. Ma-san didn't pay much attention to Su Guang. He just looked at Su Chun with a lustful look and opened his arms to stop a few people. Hey, isn't this the 6th young master? Why, after marrying into the city, she doesn't even recognize our fellow villagers. For those who don't know, I thought the Wang family is now headed by the 6th young master. Ma-san is quite a descendant of the Zhongshan Lang, and he is very successful. He said it with an arrogant meaning and angrily. His eyes were greedy and possessive. Su Chun is naturally beautiful, and she has not done any heavy work in the city in recent years. She looks a little more charming than in previous years. Ma-san has a fierce look and is covered in tattoos. When Wang Wen saw him, he couldn't help but start crying again. Su Guang patted Wang Wen on the head, looked at Ma-san with disgust, and was about to speak. Su Chun had already said, "Get out of here, you and I are fellow villagers. The Wang family is not the head of my Liaolang family, but it is also not the head of your wild master. Get out of here, you should know what my Liaolang family does." Hey, Madam Su, you are still as feisty as ever, which is really admirable. Okay, I wanted to catch up with you, but it seems you really don't have the intention, so let's talk to Xiao Guang in a few days. Ma-san still said half-heartedly. Su Chun's heart tightened. Su Guang had already spoken. Brother Ma-san, do you want to treat me to a drink? I have never had a drink in my life. By the way, Brother Ma-san, I heard that you practiced martial arts in the city a few years ago. I don't know what kind of boxing you practiced. Can you? He had a sincere face and bright eyes. He put down Wang Wen as he spoke and approached Ma San with some yearning. Ma San felt reassured by Su Guang's success and chuckled, yeah, phew. At some point, Su Guang was already standing one step in front of him. Can you be invulnerable? In Su Guang's hand, half of the rusty hatchet sank into Ma San's kidney, and blood spurted out on the spot. As expected, Ma San had practiced boxing. Even if he suffered such severe injuries, he could still fight back with fists. Su Guang didn't care. He pulled out the hatchet in his hand and stabbed it down. His face was cold and bland, with a sense of pleasure. The complicated expression on his handsome face formed a picture of madness, which made Ma San's two younger brothers dare not approach him. He has suppressed and tolerated it for too long. Ma San finally panicked. Are you all dead? Su Guangda shouted. I don't know whether they will die or not. I only know that as a common citizen, if you insult or molest an ordinary citizen's wife in the street, you should be punished with death. Ma San's eyes widened, and his burly body finally became weak, and he collapsed on the ground as limply as a rag. The blood is still flowing. A series of changes stunned everyone present. Ma San's two followers seemed to be stupid. Ma San went to kidnap people across the river some time ago, and many of his younger brothers died. They had not been with Ma San long, and they had never seen such a fierce person. One second he was greeting you with a smile, and the next second he drew his sword coldly and cruelly. Su Guang stared at the two of them coldly, his eyes fierce, like a tiger about to hunt. The last string in their hearts was broken. He almost rolled and crawled and ran backwards. Stop! Take Ma San away, Su Guang said. The two of them paused and then lifted up Ma San's body. Su Guang looked at the backs of the two men with murderous intent in his eyes. It was noon and there was no one on the roadside, but he was not sure he could kill them both at the same time. When the two of them were far away, Su Chun broke the calm and said, Brother Guang, you. Su Guang looked at Wang and asked, Xiaoan, are you afraid? Wang Wen was a little surprised. He was too young, and Su Guang was still stained with Ma San's blood. He didn't know how to answer for a while. What surprised Su Guang was that Su's mother, who originally thought she would ask questions, turned out to be the calmest. Brother Guang, are you sure the person is dead? Su Guang nodded. He stabbed dozens of times, all aimed at the internal organs. It was difficult to save even one rotten organ. With so many internal organs, even the medical conditions in his previous life could not save him. Su's mother felt relieved. Are you okay? Has Ma San really practiced boxing? Su Guang felt the pain in his shoulders and back, smiled and shook his head. That Ma San is just relying on his ruthlessness. He has never practiced martial arts. Su Chun wanted to say something, but Su's mother looked at her and she didn't dare to say anything. Su Guang changed his clothes and the group continued to set off. But they became very silent on the road, including Wang Wen, who had been making trouble before. Su Guang didn't regret killing Ma San in public. Maybe he was a little impulsive. But he is not the protagonist, and he does not have the fate of a lonely star. He has a mother, 3 eldest sisters, and a nephew behind him. Outsiders have already bullied him. Maybe if it were him a few days ago, he would have endured it. But he is a stranger now. He is already suffering from the pain of not being able to avenge his father. How can he see someone insulting his relatives in front of him again? What's more, if he doesn't kill Ma San today, his family will be destroyed and everyone will die tomorrow. And what will he do if he destroys the 9 tribes of Ma San? For some reason, perhaps because he had been used to seeing corpses over the years and had life on his hands, he didn't feel any discomfort after killing Ma San. He only felt excited inside. It even feels a bit pity. It's a pity that in front of my mother and eldest sister, I couldn't control her blood very well, so it was wasted. Uncle, did that person die just now? After the murder, Su Guang had an air of inaccessibility, and Wang Wen was not held in his arms. Su Guang chuckled lightly. He is dead, but my uncle didn't kill him casually. That man just insulted your mother, Xiao Wen. Do you think he should die? At first, he didn't think that his 6-year-old nephew could make a judgment on this issue. It's just that I'm still young and can't kill him. Wang Wen bit his finger and looked at Su Guang anxiously. Su Guang laughed suddenly. Ha ha ha, then wait until Xiaoan grows up before protecting his mother. My uncle is here now. Su Chun pulled Wang away and asked, don't ruin the child by teaching him randomly. She had never thought that her younger brother, who had been smart since childhood but had become tired, would have such courage one day. My brother-in-law's home is not far from the inner city, but far away from the Wang family's ancestral land. This is a property he purchased himself. The yard is not too big, there are 5 rooms in total. Brother-in-law Wang Ming is still at the yamen at the moment, and there is only one maid in the house. Madam, you are back. Su Chun nodded indifferently. Xiao Wen is sleepy. Xiao Cai, please take Xiao Wen to bed first. Then he turned to Su Guang and said, Brother Guang, your brother-in-law will be on duty later. I'll ask him to take you to find a house. You and your mother can go and rest too. Su Guang came to a familiar hut and sat down alone, thinking silently. Ma-san has been able to manage human trafficking for so many years. There must be someone behind it. Although he doesn't know whether he will take revenge, he must take precautions early. Thinking of the Chang family where he was going tomorrow, a thought flashed through Su Guang's mind. Maybe before the search engine cools down, I can take a look at how much Miss Chang values talents. If it's to sell yourself, forget it. If it's to finance or invest in the future, for example, as long as the conditions are not harsh, you can give it a try. The master's sect can be regarded as a background. Then there will be a reason for my mother to stay in the city. The area is protected by my brother-in-law, and the safety is guaranteed. I just don't know if the eldest lady of the Chang family is an angel investor. Because the Blood Eyes have the ability to deprive blood of the power, he is worried that others may also use such means, so he will not dare to reveal the identity of the stranger for a while. What if there is such a method in Feiyun City? He is a wild alien from the common people class, and his strength is low, no less than a humanoid treasure. Su Guang leaned against the bed, feeling the changes in his body. The transformation of the power of blood was still continuing. He could feel his muscles squirming all the time, his internal organs often felt warm, and there was an itching feeling in his bones. At least so far, everything is changing for the better. Afternoon. A young man wearing official clothes walked into a dental shop with a handsome young man. I wonder why there are magpies chirping. It turns out that Lord Wang is here. Ya Ziai was very enthusiastic. Wang Ming was not surprised and just said casually, "Is there any rental yard nearby?" "Yes, it's not far away. Come with me, you two." After walking about a street, the two came to a courtyard. It seemed that no one had lived in the courtyard for a long time. It was overgrown with weeds, but the setting was good, and there was an ancient well in the middle. Su Guang and his brother-in-law Wang Ming walked around and took a closer look. The yard was not big, about 100 square meters, and there were only 3 rooms, but it was enough for Su Guang and his son to live in. "What do you think, Erlang?" Su Guang nodded, not bothering to choose anymore. "This is it." Then he looked at Na Yazi, who originally lived in this courtyard. Yazi hesitated. Wang Ming immediately cursed, "My brother-in-law is asking you a question. Do you want to go to the prison for tea?" Quite arrogant and domineering. Su Guang was already used to this. His brother-in-law had such an arrogant temper and did not know how to restrain himself, otherwise he would not be resented by the eldest son of the third house. After thinking about it, I realized that I couldn't hide it, so I gritted my teeth and said, "The original owner's family was wiped out." Su Guang didn't care about this, but Wang Ming was furious and felt that Yaziai was dishonest. However, he was stopped by Su Guang, and the teeth were much cheaper. Su Guang wanted to pay, but his brother-in-law Wang Ming refused no matter what. It was probably his eldest sister's instruction. After settling the house, the two of them didn't stay long. Su's mother definitely didn't want to live in her son-in-law's house, so the family went out to clean it. In the courtyard, Wang Ming and Su Guang sat opposite each other. "Erlang, I finally asked you to move into the city. Don't leave from now on. The Yamen will recruit some jailers in a while. I will give you my meat these days to take good care of your health first. When the time comes, brother-in-law will find a way to send you in. Haven't you always wanted to practice martial arts?" When the time comes, he becomes a jailer, and when he enters the Yamen, he also has the opportunity to come into contact with the practice of spiritual practice. Wang Ming's words surprised Su Chun, who knew the price. Although she was half Voldemort, she couldn't bear to sacrifice her husband's future just to give Su Guang a chance to practice cultivation. Seeing the couple's expressions, Su Guang didn't know that the price paid in these few words was beyond his imagination, so he waved his hand quickly. "Brother-in-law, you can't be like this. Those who know it say you married my sister, but those who don't know think you married me. There are many prescriptions for martial arts training. Didn't my sister say that the eldest lady of the Chang family values talents and does not care about class? Maybe I will be valued by the eldest lady of the Chang family." Wang Ming smiled, and Su Chun said from the side, "That's right, my brother Guang is a talented person with amazing loyalty. The eldest lady of the Chang family will definitely take him seriously." As she spoke, she stared at Wang Ming with her eyes. Wang Ming smiled bitterly. Today, Su Guang killed Ma-san in the street in order to prevent Su Chun from being humiliated. He was moved in his heart. He already admired Su Guang very much, but now he even more so. A person who can draw a sword and move forward when his family members are insulted must be a person who knows how to repay kindness. "Brother Guang, what you said makes sense. I am taking the liberty of being my brother-in-law." Su Guang didn't want to continue talking to the two of them, so he changed the topic and talked about the power of alien blood. "My brother-in-law is on duty at the Yamen. Do you know how many strangers there are in Feiyun City? What kind of blood power is there? How does it compare to the giant spirit general who passed by 8 years ago?" Wang Ming's expression was subtle, with a bit of envy and yearning. Among the warriors in the same realm, foreigners were invincible. Even some people with strong blood could be defeated by one move in the same realm. The power of blood is so powerful. Feiyun City is said to be big, but the number of strangers reported to the Yamen is only 32. As for the strength, a smile appeared on Wang Ming's face. That general giant spirit is a 5th grade general registered in the imperial court. The fact that the imperial court does not despise his origin shows that he is strong. Naturally, no one in Feiyun City can compare with him. Su Guang nodded. It seemed that the identity of the stranger was more important than he thought. Have you ever heard, brother-in-law, that the blood of a different person might be taken away by others? Wang Ming was stunned and immediately shook his head. Blood is destined by nature. I have never heard of anyone being able to take away the power of another person's blood. Su Guang's expression moved slightly, but he still felt a little uneasy. He never dared to be arrogant. Since he had such an ability, others in the world might also have it. After all, uniqueness was always an adjective prefix, not a noun. When everything is on track in the future, use the search engine to search for it. If it is really not there, you will reveal the identity of the stranger. Okay, stop talking. Let mom and brother Guang rest early. We have to go to Cheng's house early tomorrow morning. The next morning, Su Guang got up early as usual and was weeding the yard with a hoe. This yard had not been inhabited for many years. Yesterday, he only cleaned the house and the yard had not yet been tidied up. Su's mother also woke up, maybe because she moved to a new home. Her mood was no longer as dull as the previous few days, and she was discussing with Su Guang how to use the yard. The yard is not small. You can grow some vegetables then. Yesterday, I heard from your eldest sister that you can make money by growing flowers in the city. The sun shines over there, so you can grow some flowers. Su Guang listened one by one. Su Chun brought food from home. After Su Guang finished eating, he asked him to clean up and prepare to go to Cheng's house. The Cheng family is in the medicinal materials business. They have a large business and are somewhat stronger than the Wang family. What we went to today was not the home of the head of the Cheng family, but the manor of the eldest lady and the second young master of the Cheng family. It was already buzzing with people, and everyone in the manor was looking forward to it. Alien species can be understood as aliens among beasts. There are too many people in Feiyun City, and not everyone has seen alien species. Today, the Cheng family slaughtered the alien yellow pig in public, which naturally attracted everyone to watch. Su Guang followed Su Chun and was now standing in a courtyard. Su Chun looked unhappy, while Su Guang had a calm expression. In the end, the person who slaughtered the heterogeneous yellow pig was not him, but a famous butcher in the city. Su Guang was not surprised by this, and Su Chun was certainly very angry. Okay, sister, since you're here, just follow the Cheng family's arrangements. Anyway, I have half a pound of exotic pork. Suddenly, there was a noise from the crowd outside, and there seemed to be some movement in the middle. The crowd was running with the people in the middle. Soon, Su Guang saw something surrounded by the crowd. Only dozens of people were seen, carrying a fat yellow pig that was more than 3 meters long and hanging upside down with 4 hooves touching the sky. Its body was covered with chains as thick as a child's arm, but it was still ferocious and untamable, struggling hard, and was heading towards this coming from the side yard. Is this an alien species? Su Guang's eyes were curious. Who captured such a huge existence? Is it a little bigger than the rhinoceros in the previous life? Kill the pig, kill the pig. A middle-aged man with a sharp voice and 2 strands of beard squeezed out of the crowd and shouted loudly toward the courtyard where Su Guang was. Su Guang smiled at Su Chun, and followed today's surgeon to the stone platform that had been arranged. The chief surgeon was an old butcher. As he walked, he gave instructions to the apprentices behind him. Prepare hot water and prepare buckets in advance. Don't waste pig blood. Everything was going well at first, but when the butcher stood in front of the yellow pig with a butcher's knife in his hand, the yellow pig suddenly struggled away, and several iron chains on its body broke. In an instant, the crowd surged back, wishing they had 2 more legs. Su Chun was shocked on the high platform and looked at the eldest lady of the Cheng family standing in front of him, Aunt Li Ener. Wang Ming's father had a sister who was the concubine of the second son of the Cheng family, so Su Chun had to call Cheng Li Ener aunt. Cheng Li Ener waved his hand and was about to let others take action when he suddenly froze. At the edge of the stone platform, when the yellow pig began to struggle violently and broke the iron chain, even the butcher who had been slaughtering for many years had already retreated, but behind him, Su Guang, who did not look tall, did not retreat. Enter. Su Guang's expression was slightly excited. The alien yellow pig looked ferocious, but it was being restrained at this moment, which was a good opportunity. An opportunity to understand the strength of alien species in this world and be valued by the eldest lady of the Cheng family. As he moved forward, he snatched the butcher's knife from the butcher's hand, and then accelerated his pace to increase his momentum. Prick! An extremely raw force bounced the butcher's knife away, as if it was pierced into several piles of cowhide. Su Guang's expression changed slightly, this defensive power, but his face became more and more excited. If such a mutant was intact, he would definitely not have the slightest chance, but now, he can test with impunity. At least until the yellow pig breaks free completely. The butcher knife was recovered and stabbed again. This time, the target he stabbed was under the yellow pig's head, which is where the pig should be stabbed. The yellow pig seemed to be aware of the crisis and struggled even harder. But Su Guang's sword was quick, accurate, and ruthless. The yellow pig struggled, and when the iron chain on its head collapsed, Su Guang freed his hand and punched the pig's head hard. Boom! When Chang Lianer brought people here, he happened to see this scene. A young man with a white cloth wrapped around his forehead and a handsome face stabbed the pig's neck with a knife in one hand, made a fist in the other hand, and hammered the pig's head continuously. Who invited this person? Su Chun was worried about Su Guang and pushed his way to the crowd. Brother Guang, are you okay? Su Guang twisted the butcher's knife to make the pig's blood flow faster. He turned around and smiled harmlessly. It's okay. Who is this? Chang Lianer looked at Su Guang and asked. Brother Su Guang, the second oldest, has a lot of strength. Su Chun saw the yellow pig's movement getting smaller and smaller, and responded with a smile. Chang Lianer was thoughtful. Su Chun looked at Su Guang speechlessly, with a look of disgust on his face. Why do you want so much pig blood? You might as well order more meat. Su Guang held the bucket in one hand and said with a smile, I think pig blood is a good thing. The yellow pig was killed by Su Guang, and it was quite clean. Chang Lianer offered to give Su Guang a pound of pork, but Su Guang offered 10 pounds of blood, and Chang Lianer agreed. Su Chun just said it casually. After all, this was Su Guang's reward, so she wouldn't say anything more. By the way, what do you think of what Chang Lianer said? Su Chun said again. Not surprisingly, Su Guang's performance and courage made Chang Lianer think highly of him, and he told Su Chun something. There is an eccentric old master in the city who teaches real secret medicine and martial arts, but does not accept disciples. Chang Lianer made an agreement with Su Chun that he could give Su Guang a letter and let Su Guang go to the martial arts gym to practice martial arts, but he needed to. After Su Guang became successful in his studies, he helped the Chang family for 2 years as a guest. 2 years later, Su Guang's decision to go or stay is entirely up to him. It can't be called working hard, it can only be said that everyone gets what they need. Although what Chang Lianer did was just write a letter to Su Guang, a letter that would give him a chance to become a practitioner. Su Guang is not repelled by this. He has always put himself in the position of an ordinary person. After 8 years of experience, he has never regarded the search engine as his only way to survive in this world. Hearing Su Chun's question, Su Guang smiled and said, let's go then. I don't know how many years will pass when I succeed in my studies. Maybe the Chang family will not look down on me by then. Su Chun patted him on the shoulder and said, fuck you, keep talking. She has always had great confidence in Su Guang. The two of them were walking on the street talking and laughing, when they suddenly saw a group of unruly gangsters coming out of the alley, cursing. After a while, 2 emaciated middle-aged men came out of the alley pushing a cart dripping with blood, with a corpse on top of it. Both fell silent. Is the city so chaotic now? Su Guang sighed. Su Chun quickened his pace. Those people across the river are like crazy now. Among the 3 armies in the city, Feiyun guards and Handao guards have gone to guard the water to station themselves. Your brother-in-law's patrols can't control so much. Su Guang sighed and said no more. Night. Su Guang was sitting in the room, one hand reaching into the wooden bucket filled with pig blood, and looking at everything with concentration. There was obviously no change in the palm, but the color of the pig blood in the bucket continued to fade. After about half an hour, it almost turned into the color of water. He then stretched out his palm and observed it carefully, feeling that it was magical. However, after a bucket of pig blood was poured down, he finally felt the changes coming from the blood eyes. In the dark, he seemed to be able to feel a drop of dark red blood between his eyebrows. It was a strange feeling. I just don't know what the blood does. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. It was late at night again. Su Guang opened the panel with anticipation. There was news from third sister today, and he was both looking forward to it and feeling anxious at the same time. Search results are as follows. 1. 7 years ago, in Feiyun City, Su Chu was abducted by Qian Cheng of the Ya Gang. Afterwards, because of his outstanding appearance, he moved around many times and finally left Feiyun City. 2 or 5 years ago, in Anyang City, Su Chu killed his adoptive father and was hunted down. Later he met Mu Yorong, was rescued by him, and followed him to Suzhou. 3. 1 year ago, in Linzi City, Su Chu entered the Sansa Taoist Academy as the maid of the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Note, the current number of search results is displayed as 3. Su Guang looked excited. Sure enough, Su Chu was still alive and seemed to be doing well. The eldest daughter of the Mu family could lead people across the state, so the Mu family was quite powerful. In this case, there is no need to worry too much. I just don't know if the eldest daughter of the Mu family is good to the third sister. He turned on the searcher and prepared to search for Wuzu's martial arts secrets near Feiyun City. But after entering the keyword, he suddenly paused. Has the function of the search engine grown, such as, he himself knows more, which is equivalent to the core of the search engine becoming more powerful? Will the search speed become faster? He had a vague guess in his mind that tomorrow Master Zhao would go to the place where he would teach his disciples, and he could search for it after he learned the technique. It only takes one night. But searchers cannot be wasted. Current search keyword valuable things. Related terms, ownerless, suitable. Setting range, 30 miles around Feiyun City. Searching, 0%. I heard that practicing martial arts is very expensive, and my savings over the years are barely enough to pay Master Zhao 1 month's tuition, so I have to make preparations early. In the early morning, Su Guang walked around the city and arrived in front of a compound near the inner city. There is a plaque hanging at the door of the compound, which reads, Shenxian Zhao. Boom, boom, boom. Su Guang stepped forward and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, a young man in his 20s wearing a gray and black shorts opened the door and gave Su Guang a rather dissatisfied look. What for? The eldest lady of the Cheng family recommended me to come here to practice martial arts. The man looked Su Guang up and down. Have you brought enough money? Enough. The door opened and Su Guang followed the young man and walked in. When Master Zhao came over today, there were a lot of people in the yard, about a dozen shirtless men and 5 women in tights. Both men and women looked quite burly. On the steps under the eaves, a thin old man was sitting on a recliner, holding a bowl of ginseng tea and giving instructions to the disciples with a leisurely expression. The Cheng family girl asked you to come here. Did you bring enough money? Su Guang looked respectful, and quickly reached out from his arms to take out the 100 large sword coins that he had prepared. The large sword coins were expensive, and 1 coin could be exchanged for about 100 small sword coins. These were basically all the money Su Guang had saved over the years. That's enough. Cheng Yeda should have told you that I teach martial arts here. I don't accept the rich or the poor. I don't teach anyone with poor qualifications. Please come forward and let me see your qualifications. This old man Zhao has a weird temper. Those 3 rules have driven away many people who come to be his disciples. The rich will not be accepted, and the young masters from rich families will not be accepted. The poor will not be accepted, and the poor who cannot afford the tuition will not be accepted. The first 2 are enough. He will not give personal guidance to people who are just starting out but have poor qualifications. Su Guang stepped forward respectfully. He didn't know whether his qualifications were good or bad. Old man Zhao stood up. He was short and thin and looked like a funny monkey, but he had a strange aura around him, giving people the feeling that if he attacked, he would be killed. Su Guang heard his brother-in-law say that this was the result of warriors practicing their steps and coordinating their bodies for many years. The old man circled Su Guang's body and said casually, "Be patient." He suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed on an acupuncture point under Su Guang's armpit. It hurts. Su Guang felt itchy and raised his arms to half height unconsciously. It's neither good nor bad. Old man Zhao commented, the body and bones are pretty good, better than some senior brothers who have practiced the body nurturing sutra, but the essence and blood that can be cultivated by your body can probably make you walk. When it comes to bone forging, it's pretty good. Su Guang's expression was subtle, and he felt relieved. It seemed that old man Zhao didn't realize that he was a stranger, essence and blood. Old man Zhao looked at him as if he really didn't understand anything. I haven't had any disciples from the common people for several years. I'm in a good mood today. Let me tell you something. Do you know what martial arts is? It wasn't until he saw Su Guang's confused face and curiosity in his eyes that old man Zhao continued, the first thing to do in martial arts practice is to maintain a good body, and then there is skin polishing. This level is not difficult, as long as once your body is well and you are willing to endure hardships, you will be able to achieve it sooner or later if you have martial arts secrets and secret medicine formulas. The next step is to forge the bones. At this level, the external conditions are still important, but more importantly, the qi and blood need to be condensed into essence and blood in the body. The more essence and blood that can be condensed in the body, the more you can carry the qi and blood in the body. Strengthen bones. If there is insufficient blood and essence, the cultivation speed is not fast enough. After a few years, when one gets older, the energy and blood will decline, making it more difficult to transport and refine the bones. The later training in dirty work has nothing to do with you. Old man Zhao's explanation made Su Guang's heart beat faster. Essence and blood. This thing is almost unlimited. Doesn't it mean that my practice will be smooth sailing in the future? After old man Zhao finished speaking, he finished drinking the tea in the teacup in his hand and shouted, "Little man, go to your shop to get some snacks." When a senior brother who was practicing martial arts not far away heard this, he quickly stood up, put on his clothes, and rushed out. Su Guang was a little surprised. Master Zhao has a weird temper and seems to have a high status in the minds of these disciples. The little man ran fast and didn't seem to complain at all. Although your master is usually strict, at critical moments, these disciples are still very filial to their master. This is called respecting the master. Your background is lower than that of your senior brothers, and you can't study for the imperial examination. If you practice hard, joining the army in the future is also a good way. Old man Zhao said seriously. Thank you for your concern, master. Old man Zhao waved his hand and handed over the teacup in his hand. My disciples all practice my kung fu, golden willow kung fu. Do you know the mystery of this kung fu? Su Guang always felt that his master was showing off to him, but he was still very cooperative and said with a look of admiration, I just heard from Miss Cheng that the golden Lu Gong is mysterious and magical. As for how mysterious it is, please ask the master to clarify. This kind of admiring look made old man Zhao feel more and more useful. Our golden willow kung fu is an authentic Taoist kung fu. It is zhongzheng and peaceful. It relies on watermilling skills. After practicing it, your body will be like a golden willow floating, light and like the wind. You have a good foundation. I think you will be able to finish the chapter on health maintenance soon. Zaya C, go to my room and get some secret medicine for your junior brother. The senior brother named Zaya C responded and quickly came out of the room with 2 packs of herbs in his hands. Old man Zhao raised his head and gestured to hand it to Su Guang. This is my secret medicine. The white one is for internal use, once every 3 days. The black one is for external use. Sprinkle it in the water when bathing. Su Guang was excited as he held 2 bags of herbs. The martial arts in this world are somewhat similar to those hard skills in the previous life. Even if you are lucky enough to get the skills, forcibly practicing them will only damage your body and require the use of secret medicine. This secret medicine is a secret not passed down by the master, and it is also the true core of a skill. Thank you, master. The tuition fees charged by old man Zhao are so expensive, so he doesn't know how much the raw materials of the secret medicine are worth. Junior brother, come with me, I will take you to practice and maintain your health. The man called Zayasi said. Su Guang glanced at the man. He was tall and tall, more than 2 meters tall. He looked very powerful. Junior brother, if you want to practice kung fu, you must take good care of yourself. You are a little thin now, so you need to find a way to make up for your food. After a pause, he pointed to a man of medium height not far away. That person's name is Su Sanduo. We have a lot of butcher shops at home. You can buy some meat from him later and make up for it. Su Guang nodded seriously. Thank you, senior brother. My name is Su Guang. Don't you know your senior brother's name? My name is Zhao Yang, and I am your 4th senior brother. Zhao Yang smiled. Actually, this state of health is the best to practice. The only secret is to eat more and move more. The health chapter of Jinlia Gong mainly uses some movements to activate some meridians to prepare for the subsequent skin resurfacing. Zhao Yang said honestly. Su Guang was speechless, but he understood something. Kung Fu cannot be practiced casually. It does not mean that he can practice the skin grinding chapter of Golden Willow Gong now that he is in a state of health. He still needs to adapt. Every martial arts technique is interlinked. After practicing until around the afternoon, old man Zhao took the fishing rod and left. Those disciples who had been waiting to be taught by him personally did not stay long when they saw him leaving, including Zhao Yang. Of course, some people said hello to Su Guang before leaving, while others simply ignored him. Su Guang was not surprised. During the chat with Zhao Yang, he learned that these brothers and sisters were ordinary people, but they were all members of small families. But it is much higher than Su Guang's status as a commoner. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, it is a shame to study with Su Guang. Su Guang hid the 2 packets of secret medicine given by his master in his clothes, cleaned the yard, and left with Zhao Yang. He has not come into contact with Su Sanduo. After all, he is still in the process of bloodline transformation. He can be satisfied by eating more food. The most important thing is that it is cheap. After paying his tuition, he is now completely pauper. The 3rd search was faster than Su Guang imagined because of the addition of appropriate keywords. It will take about 3 days for him to get the search results, which should solve his current financial dilemma. Su Guang returned home and had dinner with Su's mother. The eldest sister took Wang Wen to accompany her mother in the house. He came to the courtyard to practice alone. After practicing, he takes the secret medicine, boils water, fills the barrel, sprinkles the secret medicine for external use, and soaks his whole body in it. An unprecedented comfortable feeling emerged, causing him to moan unconsciously. There was an extremely numb feeling on the skin of the armpits, legs and waist. These are the key parts of Jinlia Gong that need to be practiced. From this day on, Su Guang's life fell into a pattern. The transformation of the power of blood is still continuing, and the progress of his practice of the Golden Willow Kung Health chapter is also rapid. In just 3 days, he could clearly feel that his current strength had reached an extremely astonishing level. He could easily lift a water tank filled with water that was half the height of his family, weighing about 600 kilograms. Rise. He didn't know if other cultivation realms had such power as him. Most of the nutrients are not actually obtained through food intake, but from the essence and blood in his blood eyes. When he exercises, the essence and blood in his blood eyes will tremble unconsciously, adding some energy to his body. In 3 days, my blood essence and blood decreased without even realizing it. It made him look forward to the future of blood eyes more and more. He didn't know whether blood eyes could develop new powers in the future. Those characters with 3 eyes in previous lives were not ordinary people. Yang Jian, Wen Zhong, the 3rd day after becoming a disciple. Su Guan opened the panel. The previous search also yielded results. Search results are as follows. 1. 15 miles east of Feiyun City, enter the Two Arms Mountain, and then 18 miles southeast, there is a cave in which the Orion's private money is hidden. The specific location is as follows. 2. Number 23, West Lane, Pingganfang, Feiyun City, treasures buried at the bottom of the well, the specific location is as follows. 3. 20 miles west of Feiyun City, I saw an abandoned temple with gold and silver hidden in the belly of the broken statue. The specific location is as follows. Note, the current number of search results is displayed as 3. Su Guan frowned slightly. Master Zhao went to the Immortal Academy to teach his disciples in person every 5 days. He didn't want to miss it. Now that there were only 2 days left, he could only go and get the nearest treasure. Number 23, Pingganfang West Lane, is not far from where he lives now, about 2 streets away. The searcher cannot be stopped. After thinking for a while, Su Guan entered what he wanted to know into the search engine. Current search keyword: how to speed up the awakening of stone skin. Related terms: appropriate, safe. Setting range: 50 miles around Feiyun City. Searching: 0%. He didn't want to swallow stones every day. If he swallowed the stone lion on the opposite door, he would eat it. Considering the scarcity of blood power, he expanded the scope. At night, Su Guan was wearing black clothes and walking through the streets. Feiyun City at night is full of evil. But only 300 to 500 meters away, he saw gangsters breaking into someone's home, dragging their daughter away, and the parents crying. I also saw beggars starving to death in the alleys, with no one to collect their bodies, and the smell was emitting. Su Guan was already numb. He just glanced at these things and stopped paying attention to them. There was no need to worry about common things. Fortunately, courtyard number 23 of West Lane was uninhabited, and Su Guan quickly climbed over the wall. Silent night, bright moon. The young man stood in the courtyard, frowning and looking at the wellhead that exuded a strange aura, his eyes slightly fluctuating. For some reason, he could always feel an extremely dangerous energy emanating from the well, and there was something dangerous in the well. Su Guan had the urge to turn around and leave, but after much thought, he decided to give it a try. According to the location of the search device, the so-called treasure was only 2 meters above the ground, and there should be a hidden compartment in the well. After thinking for a while, he went into the house, caught a mouse and threw it into the well with a rope. About 5 minutes later, Su Guan lifted the mouse up. The huge mouse squeaked and struggled, adding a different kind of vividness to the silent night. Feel wrong? Su Guan put the mouse down again. He did this 3 times, and after making sure that the mouse was okay, he tied the hemp rope around his waist, tied the other end to the mouth of the well, and slowly went down the well. About 2 meters away, he saw the hollowed-out secret compartment with a rotten black package inside, revealing some oxidized silver inside. Everything went so smoothly, Su Guan chuckled, scaring himself. It was really scary. But when he looked unconsciously at the bottom of the well with the small fire stick in his hand, his whole body couldn't help but trembled, his pupils quickly dilated, and his breathing became somewhat disordered. This is an ancient well. The wellhead is 7 or 8 meters from the bottom. At this moment, the water in the well has long been exhausted, and there are only some small puddles covered with mud. But in the mud, a black giant beast was dormant silently. The pitch-black scales were as big as a palm, and shone with a cold light under the light of the fire. It seems, sleeping? Su Guan couldn't help but curse secretly, tightened the rope, and slowly pulled himself up. Until he reached the ground, his heart was still beating fast. It was definitely a giant beast that was bigger than he imagined, and the aura on it was also somewhat familiar. It was no different from the exotic yellow pig he had slaughtered a few days ago. This is a alien species. Fortunately, I didn't find myself traveling quickly. I no longer avoid the gangsters wandering in the night. Until he returned home and lay on the bed, Su Guan felt that the air around him was so sweet. He recalled the horn of the giant beast he saw in the well. It looked like a crocodile, with scales the size of a palm, and its complete body size was at least 10 meters tall. I don't know if anyone knows that such a giant beast is hidden in the city. What concerned Su Guan most was that the beast was huge and must have a large appetite. Where did it get its food? Is someone feeding him? Or, that ancient well is connected to the underground river? He shook his head and dispelled the doubts in his mind. These had nothing to do with him. He was just a common man. If the sky fell, it would be those high-ranking gentlemen who would hold it up. Only then did he have the time to look at today's harvest, which was 5 ingots of official silver in the Tenliang standard, and a letter whose handwriting had long been blurred. 50 taels of silver, converted into knives, is 52,000 knives, or 520 big knives, which is enough for him to pay 5 months of tuition. I will go to the Immortal Academy the day after tomorrow and try to get in touch with senior brother Su Sanduo. Practicing martial arts requires keeping up with nutrition. Su Guan plans to buy more meat to give to his brother-in-law. The eldest sister has deprived his brother-in-law of a lot of training resources to replenish his body over the years. This is all a favor. As the days passed, Su Guan's practice was carried out in an orderly manner. He would start practicing the movements in the bodybuilding chapter at dawn every day until he was exhausted. It is worth mentioning that after knowing that essence and blood are useful for spiritual practice, he contacted the butcher with whom he killed pigs last time at Cheng's house and followed him to kill pigs, but requested that after each pig killing, more pigs should be left behind. Blood to yourself. The reason was that someone in the family had given birth and lost a lot of blood, and wanted to eat more blood from big animals to replenish his body. The butcher firmly believes in this. The principle of eating what you eat is also true in this world. After spending a lot of money, Su Guang's body filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, his bones became stronger, and his height grew by 3 centimeters, and he had completely settled down in the city. Su's mother spent all day at home tending the vegetable garden in the courtyard, and Su Chun occasionally brought wine when over. Su Guang also tried to secretly inquire about the whereabouts of the man named Qian Cheng from the Yagang who abducted the third sister. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Fairyland. Su Guang had a white cloth wrapped around his forehead and stood in front of Master Zhao with a respectful expression. You have to work harder than I thought. In just half a month, you have completed the practice of health maintenance and met the requirements of skin grinding. From today on, I will teach you the essentials of skin grinding. Master Zhao pinched his throat and said with a leisurely expression, You should know the pain of microdermabrasion, right? The so-called microdermabrasion involves not only the skin, but also the flesh. Perhaps those fellow apprentices had experienced the pain of microdermabrasion, and they showed unprecedented enthusiasm for Su Guang, the junior fellow who was about to undergo microdermabrasion. They couldn't wait to see Su Guang crying for his father and mother in the pain of skin removal. Sure enough, Leza people are everywhere. Su Guang finally chose to let Su Sanduo, who looked eager, become his temporary coach. Su Sanduo smiled evilly, and immediately took out a large vat from the side, and directed Su Guang to fill the vat with sand. Jump in! Jump in? Su Guang was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a normal step in skin resurfacing. Seeing Su Guang jumping in obediently, Su Sanduo laughed and said, Junior brother, be patient. The purpose of skin resurfacing is to compare who can endure hardship. Su Guang didn't say a word, Su Sanduo didn't say anything, and started turning the sand directly. He was extremely strong and turned the sand very fast, and a lot of heat was bound to be generated in the process. This kind of heat made Su Guang sweat profusely after just a while, but Su Sanduo ignored it and continued. Sweat soaked Su Guang's body, and he finally made some sand wet, and Su Sanduo opened it, just like spreading salt on the wound. The severe pain and heat made Su Guang a little unbearable. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Su Sanduo was also a little surprised. Unknowingly, more than an hour passed. Su Sanduo felt a little tired and shouted, Fourth senior brother, come and help me. Zhao Yang's burly body came over and looked at Su Guang, who was covered in sand with some emotion. Under the wear and tear of sand and sweat, his skin had begun to fester, revealing blood-red flesh. Are you still going on, junior brother? Su Guang's consciousness was a little blurry, and the blood in his blood eyes was vibrating rapidly, injecting a trace of energy into his already overstretched body. Old man Zhao once said that the longer you persist in microdermabrasion for the first time, the more potential you can unleash deep within your body. Zhao Yang admired his junior brother's fierceness. There are very few people who can do this. Afternoon. Su Guang walked out of the sand tank tremblingly and was supported by Su Sanduo. 3 whole hours. It was a bit scary, but Su Sanduo felt both admiration and envy. With the younger brother's will, his skin sharpening speed will far exceed theirs. Old man Zhao just glanced at it, his eyes still unwavering, but he brought the secret medicine, which was much larger than before. This is the secret medicine of the Golden Lu Gong dermabrasion realm. It can only be used externally, once a day. Su Guang's voice trembled slightly. Thank you, master. Don't worry, thank you. The secret medicine of the dermabrasion realm is more expensive, so your tuition will also go up. It's 20 taels of silver per month. Su Guang nodded slowly, as it should be. The services you enjoy are different, and the prices are naturally different. Old man Zhao was very satisfied with Su Guang's progress and threw a book over. This is the rubbing book of Jin Liu Gong. You can practice it yourself. The turmoil in the city became more and more obvious, and the refugees refused to retreat. In order to appease the refugees, Feiyun City united with the 3 surrounding cities and once again dispatched food to appease the refugees. And where does the food come from? Naturally, it comes from the reserves of the big families in the city. As a result, large families do not want to suffer losses, so food prices will naturally rise, and more people cannot afford food. Even during the day, robberies were common on the streets. Almost all the officials at the yamen came out to patrol, including the jailers guarding the cells. In troubled times since ancient times, there has never been a shortage of careerists and conspirators. Just like what Su Guang saw when he returned home again. It was a dark alley, with a group of thin and poor people surrounding a man in yellow. These people seemed to be plotting some secret that could not be heard. Su Guang was just passing by and didn't want to attract the attention of those people, so he only listened to a few words. Today's unkindness has caused floods to fall from the sky, flooding 76 cities in 3 continents of the Central Plains. These have nothing to do with Su Guang. He usually avoids people when he sees them, never takes the initiative to make enemies with others, and gives in to verbal disputes on the street. Su Guang's life was extremely fulfilling. He got up early every morning to go to the fairy monastery to practice skin microdermabrasion with Su Sanduo. In the afternoon, he went to help Su Sanduo's family kill pigs and steal pig blood. At night, he went home to take a medicinal bath and studied Jin Liu Gong. I took the time to put on makeup and go outside the city, and retrieved the gold and silver from the ruined temple. It was not considered safe. On the road, he happened to meet a pair of refugees from across the river. With Su Guang's current physical fitness and the butcher knife in his hand, it was not difficult to kill them. It was also his first time to test how much blood essence an ordinary person's blood could condense. When an ordinary person dies, the blood in his body can be equivalent to that of 3 pigs. About 10 people can help him condense a drop of blood essence. With nearly 100 taels of silver hidden in the statue, everything seemed to be on the right track. Time flies so fast, and more than 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. It's a gloomy night, in the fairy courtyard. Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang looked cautiously and looked at Su Guang nervously. "Junior brother, are you sure you want to start the fire training today? Do you want to think about it again? In the past, it took me 3 years to get to the first fire training. Although the 4th senior brother is strong, he was afraid of pain, and it took him 5 years to work on it. You are still young." Su Guang squatted on the ground, ignited the flames of a pile of firewood on the ground, and said softly, "Don't think about it, I think it's okay." His voice was not loud, but his firmness was undeniable. Su Sanduo looked admiring. He had never seen a young man so ruthless. Su Guang has been pestering him and Zhao Yang these days, and he is really scared. When the rest of the brothers were practicing, they only went into the vat to polish their skin every 5 days when old man Zhao came, while Su Guang had to go into the vat almost every day, as if he was really risking his life. Jin Liu Gong microdermabrasion pays attention to step by step. At first, you use human power to grind the hot sand until it is enough to bear. Then you add small stones into it. The stones gradually become larger. When you can bear the stones as big as your fist, you can proceed to the final step of fire training, which is also a real practice. The success of microdermabrasion. As for fire refining, no matter what kind of skill you have practiced, the realm of microdermabrasion is basically divided into different categories. Being able to survive in the hot sand and stones without damaging the skin and still maintaining the normal state is the realm of accomplished microdermabrasion. This realm can be achieved in among some small families in Feiyun City. He can be called a good hand. When Su Guang saw that the heat was almost done, he jumped directly into the large vat suspended in the air. With a firm look in his eyes, he shouted in a low voice, "Put in the sand and gravel." Zhao Yang hesitated. Su Sanduo has already picked up the shovel. The two of them stopped when the sand and gravel buried Su Guang, leaving only one head exposed. Fire refinement does not require anyone to turn the sand, it only needs someone to wait. If the person in the vat can't stand it anymore, just rescue him in time. Everything fell into silence, except for the occasional popping sound from the fire. Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang stood in the distance, holding the pigs taken from Su Sanduo's house into the water. Junior brother is really smart. My old man has been killing pigs for almost 20 years. He never knew that pigs can be made so delicious when they are in the water. It's really good. These days, because Su Guang is pestering the two of them, the 3 of them get together all the time, and their relationship becomes much closer. Zhao Yang ate absent-mindedly. Although he was born as a commoner, he had never seen his father since he was a child. His family was extremely poor. Before entering the family, he even sold himself to the Lu family to raise enough money for tuition. He and Su Guang had something in common with poor people. Do you think junior brother can really do it? Fire grinding, it's too painful. I think he is still a little too hasty. Su Sanduo stuffed a piece of pig intestines into his mouth, patted his butt and stood up. "Fourth, you and I both know the pain of skin grinding. If you are worried about others, that's all. With my junior brother's temperament, you are really worried. It's superfluous. Okay, keep your heart in your stomach. When my junior brother is done with the skin grinding, I'll treat you to a drink and we'll find a way to make a lot of money. In the large vat, Su Guang could only feel the extreme heat. The heat conductivity of the sand is extremely strong, and the heat almost engulfed Su Guang. He twisted his body unconsciously, which caused the sand and gravel to roll. Every time he moved, he was hurting himself. Su Guang gritted his teeth and persisted. After 8 years, he felt relieved. He doesn't have the protagonist's fate, nor does he have the protagonist's good luck. He has no money, no power, and no background. The only one he can rely on is himself. He didn't want to take a breath, he just wanted to prove that he had a breath in his chest, a breath of disbelief in fate. He had worked hard for 8 years. He was not trying to prove how great he could become. He just wanted to prevent the scene where his father died in front of his eyes a few months ago from happening again. The 3 drops of blood accumulated in the blood eyes were constantly trembling, and the broken skin on the body recovered again after being broken, and then was destroyed by the rolling sand and gravel. Over and over again, over and over again. Su Guang's consciousness gradually blurred, leaving only the breath in his chest. The essence and blood were consumed violently, and unconsciously, the Jinlia Gong that he had memorized so well emerged in his heart. He closed his eyes and imagined that he turned into a piece of golden willow, the sand and gravel turned into a strong wind, and the golden willow moved with the wind, but remained unscathed. The wind is strong, and the leaves of the golden willow are rolling and stretching. It rained heavily, and the golden willow borrowed strength from the raindrops. Day after day, year after year. Su Guang unknowingly fell into some kind of sleepy cultivation state. The essence and blood are consumed faster. Boom! Zhao Yang and Su Sanduo, who were chatting, immediately looked seriously. I saw the big tank driven by 2 people using 8 pieces of wood exploded with a bang, and a figure in ragged clothes stepped on the wooden frame and landed smoothly. The 2 of them looked around and saw that Su Guang's skin was blood red, and he didn't look at all embarrassed. Junior brother, you. Su Sanduo was speechless. The skin is tempered by fire and is not damaged. Is this the ultimate achievement of microdermabrasion? The first time you were refined by fire, you were immediately successful? How can this be? Is it possible that there are so many hidden potentials in junior brother's body? Such a character must be able to awaken the power of blood. The younger brother seems to be just an ordinary person. Su Guang stood there, an unprecedented feeling of power welling up in his heart. This was a kind of all-round power, a kind of rebirth and strength. He seemed to have remembered something, and ignored the 2 of them. He hurriedly came to the table where the 2 were eating braised pork, took out the carving knife, stretched out his arm, and made a slight cut. A feeling like being cut on cowhide emerged, similar to the feeling of slaughtering the exotic yellow pig that day. Is this dermabrasion? The skin can not only resist sharp weapons, but also create a certain buffer against heavy weapons. This is definitely a masterpiece of skin resurfacing. When the 2 people behind them saw this scene, they couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Junior brother, your first time of fire training, did you achieve great results by polishing your skin? Su Guang just smiled and said, no one stipulates that skin resurfacing requires multiple rounds of fire, right? In fact, the only requirement for successful skin polishing is to be undamaged in the fire vat. As for how many times it has been done before, there is no statistics at all. Some people have continued to lay the foundation, and only 2 or 3 times of fire refining have achieved successful skin polishing. But Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang knew that although Su Guang entered the tank frequently, his foundation was not deep in their eyes. Su Guang smiled. Su Sanduo brought a lot of braised pork. It was night, and the 3 of them ate a lot. There was still some left, which Su Guang and Zhao Yang took home equally. Early the next morning, Su Guang was sitting in his room, the white cloth wrapped around his forehead had been removed, his face was solemn and a little surprised. He has successfully polished his skin, and his blood eyes have also undergone some changes. Observing from the mirror, he could clearly feel that his face had become extremely majestic, especially the unopened bloody eye, as if it contained a wild and invincible beast that could appear at any time to devour anyone. Interesting, is this considered eye power? Su Guang chuckled in his heart, but he was quite satisfied with Shui Yan's ability. Think about it, if a white cloth is suddenly lifted during a battle, the enemy will first be cowardly when facing him. In a life-and-death battle, being cowardly means being irresponsible for one's own life. Get up and go to Su's mother's room to take out the urinal and serve Su's mother to eat. This braised pork is good. I see you brought back a lot. I will send some to sister you later. Su's mother chewed what Su Guang brought back with a smile on her face. In the past few months, Su Guang's earning ability has been recognized, and his family has no worries about food and clothing. According to Su Guang's 2 senior brothers who came over a few days ago, Su Guang's cultivation progress is also very good. In Su's mother's mind, this was a sign that her son was promising. Of course she was satisfied. Old people are always like this. As long as the younger generation in the family is successful, they will have support in their hearts and there will be more smiles on their faces. Sue's mother has always been reluctant to go to her son-in-law's house. According to her old man's words, she has her son here, so what is it like to go to her son-in-law's house all day long? Su Chun tried to persuade him several times but to no avail, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Su Guang took the braised pork to his brother-in-law Wang Ming's house. Wang Wen was studying at home. When he saw Su Guang, he rushed out regardless of the obstruction of his maid Xiaoki. "Uncle, you are here, do you want to take me out to play?" Su Guang raised the package in his hand and said, "When you finish your homework today, Uncle will bring you delicious food." Wang Wen took a look and saw that the braised pig was in the water again. He couldn't help but curled his lips and said, "Why is it like this again?" After a pause, his mouth curled up and he said, "Uncle, I want to eat fish." He missed the days when Su Guang brought him fish to play with. Su Guang's expression froze, and the dead memories began to attack him. Eating fish seems to be a secret code, right? Wang Wen, have you finished your homework? Su Chun's roar finally made Wang Wen shrink back angrily. Su Guang didn't mind and smiled, but he didn't stop Su Chun from teaching his son a lesson, even though he didn't think this kind of high-pressure education was good for his children. "Brother Guang, you are here. Come here, I want to tell you something." Su Guang hurried over. These days, Su's mother relied largely on Su Chun to take care of her. "Sister, tell me. In a few days, your brother-in-law Xiumyu will ask him to take you out for a walk. Now that you are a practitioner, it's time to ask him to introduce you to some contacts." Su Chun whispered, with a strange color flashing in his eyes. Su Guang didn't notice this and just nodded. He didn't like to refute the eldest sister's words. "Then let's make an agreement. I heard that you have made a lot of money these days. Seeing that the weather is getting colder, I will ask you to make some clothes for you later." "Okay, eldest sister, you can arrange it." While the two were talking, brother-in-law Wang Ming, dressed in military uniform, walked in from outside. The door was open, and Su Guang could clearly feel an ominous aura before Wang Ming entered the door. However, when he stepped through the door, the ominous aura suddenly disappeared. Su Guang knew that his brother-in-law did not want to bring violence into the family. "Erlang, did you know that someone brought me wine today? You came here after smelling it." Wang Ming spoke loudly, his voice was high and somewhat arrogant. Su Guang smiled. "Su Chun didn't want to, what are you talking about? Brother Guang is here to bring us food." Wang Ming smiled coquettishly. After approaching Su Guang, he suddenly frowned and asked with some confusion, "Erlang, how far have you reached in your practice?" Somehow, he actually felt pressure from Su Guang. He is now in the bone forging realm. Su Guang's expression was slightly stagnant, and he was a little surprised. Is his brother-in-law so sensitive? He didn't answer, looked at Su Chun and asked as he walked towards the house. "Brother-in-law, how is the matter I asked you to inquire about some time ago? Is there anyone named Qian Cheng in the Yagang?" As a member of the Yamen and in charge of the streets, Wang Ming had a lot of dealings with people from all walks of life, so he always had more information than Su Guang. In addition to Wang Ming, Su Guang also entrusted his senior brother Su Sanduo, who was also well informed. "The Ya Gang you are talking about is not the same as the current Ya Zi. The Ya Gang did something big 5 years ago and was wiped out. The current Ya Gang was just re-established by another group of people who were engaged in human trafficking. In order for people to know what they do, just continue to call them Yabang." Wang Ming shook his head and said, then he seemed to remember something and said again, "By the way, Erlang, have you offended anyone during this time? I heard someone on the street asking about your whereabouts." Su Guang frowned slightly, asking himself, "I have been very honest during this period. Since I started practicing martial arts, I have been working on the line almost all day long, and rarely interacted with people. Offending people is out of the question. Brother-in-law, do you know who is asking about me?" Wang Ming shook his head. "I asked someone to ask, but there is no news yet." When he met Wang Ming, he didn't know, and Su Guang didn't ask any more questions. With his low profile in the past few years, most of the people he offended were unscrupulous people. With his current strength, he was not afraid of such a person. However, Wang Ming's words reminded him that he should not lose the habit of carrying a knife when going out in the future. "You don't have to worry. Are you still going to suffer in your brother-in-law's territory?" Wang Ming was in a good mood. His brother-in-law has become very promising since he started practicing martial arts. Not only did he practice well, but he also improved the conditions at home. Although he was willing to have Su Chun help the Su family secretly these years, he was still very happy that Su Guang could help him in return. "Come on, stand up and let my brother-in-law see how you've been practicing during this time." Su Guang waved his hands repeatedly. "Brother-in-law, I have been polishing the basics during this period, including moves, attacks, steps, etc., but I haven't practiced well. How come there is so much bullshit? Martial arts practitioners, bitches, stand up." Wang Ming's voice was a little rough. Su Guang had no choice but to put up a posture and said a little worriedly, "Brother-in-law, I have successfully polished my skin, please be careful." Wang Ming didn't really believe it. He claimed to be the #1 genius in the Wang family. He didn't even know how long it took him to do skin resurfacing back then. How long has Su Guangke been practicing? Wang Ming thought about this, stretched out his left hand and hooked it slightly. Come on, call me. Su Guang no longer hesitated, immediately clenched his fist and attacked Wang Ming's face. Golden Willow Kung Fu is not just a simple training technique, it also has matching Golden Willow footwork, Wild Wind Fist and Heavy Rain Sword techniques. After awakening the power of Su Guang's bloodline, his strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. He didn't like light weapons like swords very much. What he practiced most in the past was the Golden Willow footwork and the Gale Fist. The most important thing is that he doesn't have a sword either. This punch is exactly the demonic wind slam gate in the Guangfang boxing technique. Wang Ming moved and easily avoided Su Guang's punch, and then he saw his palm shot out, showing a mixture of virtuality and reality, and constantly changing in the air. A series of dizzying changes made Su Guang a little unsure of how to deal with it. Although he had killed people, he had killed only ordinary people. At most, they were guys like Ma-san who had practiced boxing but had no achievements. Wang Ming is different. He is from the Yamen. Although Feiyun City has been generally peaceful in recent years, there are undercurrents surging secretly. Gangs are fighting and killing. Wang Ming himself is already used to killing and has extremely rich combat experience. Su Guang did not dare to look down on his brother-in-law. He clenched his fists and danced wildly in the air, like a strong wind and rain. The violent wind boxing technique is named after this. But Wang Ming's right palm suddenly stretched out from among the dense fist shadows, and struck Su Guang with a palm. Su Guang couldn't help but take a few steps back, but he also grabbed Wang Ming's palm and punched it hard. Wang Ming did not dodge and raised his left palm to meet the punch. Snap! The two of them took a few steps back almost at the same time. You have practiced the Guangfang fist so well, but who taught you to only follow what is recorded in the boxing manual when fighting against others? Wang Ming rubbed his palms and couldn't help scolding him, and said again with a smile on his face, "You boy, you are so good. It took more than 3 months to achieve great results. You are really strong. Once the skin grinding realm comes into contact in battle, it will give people a special feeling." Wang Ming can clearly feel that his palm power has an obvious sluggishness from the palm that hit Su Guang's chest. Wang Ming was truly happy for his brother-in-law. He could feel that if Su Guang's combat awareness was honed, he would not be easily at a disadvantage even when faced with some warriors who were beginning to forge their bones. Although he is from the Wang family, he has had very few resources since he was a child. After marrying Su Chun, he and Su Guang were always together for a period of time. Even entering the Yamen was suggested by Su Guang. What is the end of the universe? Joining the Yamen was the first time in his life that he asked the Wang family for it, and it was only from that time that he really had the opportunity to come into contact with martial arts. My brother-in-law can get better and achieve something, and he is really happy. Su Guang didn't think much about it. He just sighed in his heart that talking about war on paper and working behind closed doors were really not suitable for martial arts practice. Brother-in-law, you are so powerful. Even strangers in the same realm as you are no match for you, right? When Wang Ming heard this, the smile on his face became even bigger. He never denied that he was a superficial person. He just liked to hear people say compliments and also liked to show his holiness in front of others. You can't say that. Erlang, you haven't been practicing for a long time and you don't know the ways of a warrior's battle. You've achieved great success, so I'll explain it to you. Do you know what is the most important thing in the battle between warriors? Wang Ming didn't have the habit of selling things off, so he returned without waiting for Su Guang to ask. The Yamen concluded that the most important things are foundation, external force, will and eyesight. Among them, foundation is the most important, accounting for more than 50%, including personal physical fitness, strong qi and blood, and extraordinary power. These are all very important. Importantly, physical fitness varies from person to person. For example, if you are doing skin resurfacing, some people are stronger and some are faster. Individuals are different. Secondly, there is qi and blood, which is the most critical thing above bone forging. The improvement of the related realm can be understood as endurance. Finally, let's talk about the power of blood. Some of these things are ridiculously strong. One punch can be enough to deal with the same situation. For example, the giant spirit general is said to have fought 1 against 100 when he was in the bone forging state. He is a real hundreds of people were killed, and some were difficult to describe. For example, a few years ago in Feiyun City, there were people who had awakened their bloodline and farted like poison, which could make people feel seriously uncomfortable. The bloodline is too mysterious, and the gap between strength and weakness is too big, but even the powerful bloodline power of the giant spirit general has weaknesses. Its speed is not fast. If he faces several masters who are proficient in speed, it may cause him trouble, and there is another characteristic of the power of blood. The more powerful the power of blood, the more different its external appearance will be from ordinary people. When you face it in the future, you can make some judgments based on its appearance. As for external force, it is easier to understand. Armored weapons are all considered external force, and the dirty tricks used by some people, such as poisoning and hidden weapons, are also included in it. Su Guang frowned. He noticed that what Wang Ming said was capable of causing trouble. However, it is also conceivable that the giant spirit general is huge, his energy and blood must be extremely powerful, and his strength is also great. When he is powerful, it means that he can wear thicker and more defensive armor, which can cause trouble for him. It's not easy anymore. Wang Ming continued to say, whether it is foundation or external force, if you want to exert its strongest power, you must rely on yourself. The court calls it will. Those with a strong will be the best, whether in practice or in a life and death struggle. The stronger side. Then, what is vision? Su Guang was a little curious. He was a little confused about vision. Wang Ming laughed loudly. Visual power can be understood as experience, precognition, or sixth sense. For example, when I am sparring with you, I can see the violent wind boxing technique you use at a glance, and the body instinctively gives out changes in moves, and by the way, I can predict your next step. It is also called the sixth sense, but it is aimed at some special people, such as the blind and the deaf. They fight by instinct, or some mysterious things, which I cannot explain clearly. When Su Guang heard this, he understood. He stood there thinking, fighting is really a complicated matter. After I have mastered skin grinding, and with the blood eyes, I will soon be able to step into bone forging. It seems that I have to put sparring and sharpening combat experience into my daily routine. Su Guang has never been careless about being responsible for his own life. Dang Ji raised his head and said, "Brother-in-law, when have you been on duty lately? I come to you every day to discuss and learn from each other, which can be regarded as sharpening combat experience." Wang Ming did not refuse, and immediately said, "Okay, if there is a chance later, I will introduce you to some friends from the Yamen. It doesn't make much sense to always compete with the same person." "Thank you, brother-in-law. What can a family be thankful for?" Wang Ming had a straight face. Hearing this, Su Guang had nothing to say. When he got the windfall, he thought of giving some to his brother-in-law. After all, the salary from the Yamen was not much. Just thinking about his eldest sister Su Chun's temper gave him a headache. I can only use the name of senior brother Su Sanduo's family to say that I can buy cheap meat and send more meat as a way of repaying my brother-in-law's family. However, there is only a long time to come, and he is not in a hurry if he wants to repay. Night. Su Guang returned home, waited for his mother to go to bed, and opened the panel. In the past 3 months, he has used the search engine twice. In addition to the method of accelerating the awakening of stone skin with the power of blood, he plans to search for skin resurfacing techniques once before and after he completes the resurfacing, just to confirm. The guess in my mind is whether my own realm is also linked to the difficulty of the search engine. Regarding the use of the search device, he actually didn't have a good plan. Of course, he wanted to directly search for an invincible method to avenge his father and fulfill his filial piety to his mother. But based on his previous urine behavior, the progress bar must be longer than his life. Therefore, he is very cautious about using the search engine now. At least the 8-year-old progress bar will not appear for the first time. Su Guang is very open-minded. The key to the current search is his own strength. He is not in a hurry to find information about his enemies in the past. And if the test shows that the length of the progress bar is related to his realm, then there will be no need to worry. Of course, what worried him the most was that he accidentally found some big secret and directly set a lifelong progress bar. Judging from his own situation, the blood eyes were the most helpful, so the first thing he searched for was a way to speed up the awakening of his bloodline. The method of accelerating the awakening of bloodline power took 2.5 months, which was considered a somewhat complicated problem. Search results are as follows. 1. Under the Wei River, there is a cave open to the water. There is a flower of black water inside. Picking it and swallowing it can awaken the stone skin. There is a chance of strengthening the stone skin. There is a chance of being poisoned by the black water. The location of the underwater cave is as follows. Note, there is no harm in the cave, but you are very likely to be attacked by underwater animals when entering the cave. 2. In the Two Arms Mountain, strange stones are scattered all over. Some strange stones are contaminated with the blood of strange beasts and undergo transformation. Swallowing more than half a kilogram at a time can awaken the power of blood within 3 days. The distribution of strange stones is as follows. Note, there are no strange beasts where the strange stone is, but there are strange beasts in the Two Arms Mountain. 3. The ancestral home of the Lei family in Feiyun City enshrines a good fortune pill, which can be awakened after swallowing. The specific location of the ancestral home is as follows. Note, the ancestral home of the Lei family is abandoned, but some people still know about it. During the search, there is a chance that the Lei family will find it. This is about how to accelerate the awakening of the power of blood. The 3 methods of accelerating awakening are now complete. Su Guang feels that he has some power to protect himself, so he plans to put it on the agenda. Su Guang directly ruled out the first option. The Wei River was too terrifying. The river was even more turbulent than the Yellow River in his previous life. Su Guang didn't think he could reach the underwater cave safely. The second step is to go to the Two Arms Mountain to look for strange stones, or to steal the fortune pill from the Lei family's ancestral home. Both of these, no matter which one they are actually extremely dangerous. The Two Arm Mountain is majestic and vast. It is the largest mountain range in Qingzhou, spanning the entire Qingzhou, and the outermost part even spreads to Yuzhou. The mountain range is cut from the middle by Wei River, like two arms surrounding Qingzhou, so it is named Liang Arm Mountain. Arm Mountain. Growing up, Su Guang had heard countless legendary stories about the Two Arms Mountain. It was rumored that there were hordes of strange beasts in the mountain, endless treasures, and elixirs everywhere. It was more than 20 miles deep into the mountain, which was already considered a dangerous place. Su Guang didn't think that he could explore the Two-Armed Mountain just because he had the power to grind skin. There were so many weird things in the mountain. Compared to the weird and dangerous conditions in the Two-Armed Mountain, the people who lived in the ancestral home of the Lei family were human beings after all. In the past few days, Su Guang also inquired about the Lei family from Su Sanduo. The Lei family was a big family in the inner city of Feiyun City in the past. It was considered to be the top one. It was almost as famous as the three major families in the inner city today. A long time ago, the family grew stronger and moved the whole family to Suiyang City, a famous city in Qingzhou. I just didn't know it. What happened? A few months ago, the Lei family sent people back to Feiyun City again, but it was far less grand than before. However, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and there are still not many people in the outer city who dare to provoke the Lei family. Su Guang's eyes were unpredictable. Since the search results showed that the good fortune pill was an ownerless thing in the Lei family's ancestral home, it meant that no one knew about the wonderful use of the good fortune pill. Maybe he could try it. He was thinking about it, but he was not in a hurry. Nanshanfang. Located due south of Feiyun City, there are shops and sellers everywhere. This is a gathering area for common people and slaves. The streets are filled with a large number of shops opened by ordinary people. However, the city issued an order some time ago to collect disaster relief food from various shops. Food prices were too high, causing a large number of shops to close. The streets are inevitably a little deserted, with only a few tattooed gangsters. Su Guang walked along the street with his head lowered, wearing a black linen suit and a series of disguises on his face. When he lowered his head and was about to cross a smelly ditch, his eyes narrowed slightly and he saw a thin figure walking out of the alley. This was a woman holding a child in her arms. Her face was covered with dirt and her age could not be seen. There were obvious tear stains on the woman's face, as if she had just cried for a long time. She knelt down and placed the baby in her arms next to the smelly ditch. "Ah, Bao, you hurt your waist and you won't be able to stand up anymore. Your father asked me to kill you and exchange the baby with someone from outside the city." His tone was gentle, but he said words that made Su Guang's hair stand on end. "There is water here. If you can survive, don't come back again. Don't blame mother." The child was unconscious, but there seemed to be water droplets passing through the corners of his eyes. Su Guang stood aside and watched this scene quietly. It has never been a legend to exchange children for food. When the woman turned around and saw Su Guang, she turned and left in a hurry without saying a word. Su Guang didn't feel any sympathy that he shouldn't have. He was also a commoner and had an old mother to support at home. He couldn't afford to raise a child of unknown origin now. Then he strode away. The child is still unconscious. Su Guang walked faster this time. In the alleys where common people lived, he saw people with numb faces from time to time. After walking out of the last alley, I glanced at the address on the search engine and finally saw the still huge ancestral home of the Lei family. Somewhat dilapidated, but still brilliant, the old red color on the top of the building is full of a sense of history. Su Guang found a big tree, looked around, then carefully jumped up, and stood on the tree to carefully observe the situation in the ancestral house. He didn't feel at ease until he was sure that there was no one else in the ancestral home except an elderly man. Wait until midnight to act. At this time, in the southeast of the Lei family's ancestral home, stood a tall and strong man wearing a bamboo hat. He looked greedily in the direction of the Lei family's ancestral home. In the evening, he took action, climbing over the wall quickly and skillfully. Then he took out a letter from his arms, which was full of words. Although he had already memorized it by heart, the Lei family's century-old savings was right in front of him, so he still instinctively wanted to take it out to confirm. The ancestral residence of the Lei family is the size of 3 courtyards, with complex pavilions and 7 or 8 buildings that look dim in the dusk. When he came to an inverted house, he put his ear against the wall and carefully listened to the sounds inside to make sure that the housekeeper was inside. He carefully took out a hollow bamboo tube from his arms, carefully poured some powder into it, picked out the window paper, aimed the bamboo tube at the small opening and blew it in. After a while, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from the room. The target was getting closer, and the man's face showed obvious excitement. He spent a huge sum of money to buy this medicinal powder called spring flower poison. As long as it is inhaled into the body, it is not difficult to kill. Over the years, he relied on this poison powder to kill countless enemies in Suiyang City. With his martial arts skills and such a sharp poison, it would not be difficult to kill someone. The man walked towards the ancestral hall with relaxed and natural steps, seemingly not caring about the ancestors of the Lei family at all. It seems that the Lei family has no respect for the past century. In fact, he had this confidence. As a person from the capital of Suiyang City, when he came to this small Feiyun city, there were not many people in the outer city that he could fear. With him alone and with the help of spring flower poison, it is not difficult to kill a small gang. Su Guan didn't know this. After confirming the situation in his ancestral home in the afternoon, he began to rest and recharge his batteries in order to prepare for entering the ancestral home at night to steal the good fortune pill. Chewing the braised meat with big mouthfuls, taking a sip of water from time to time. Wait until the feeling of satisfaction reaches your stomach. The autumn wind was bleak, and there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street. Even the gangsters who always liked to gather at night felt the chill and didn't come out much. Su Guang immediately jumped down from the tree, ran quickly, and climbed over the wall from the place he saw during the day. He was very purposeful, but before looking for the good fortune pill, he needed to see where the housekeeper was now. He didn't want to be seen, but when he walked to the back seat room, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a dangerous aura in the air. A strange fragrance came from the back of the room. It was very fragrant and gave people a feeling of spring. The essence and blood in Su Guang's eyes trembled, dispelling the images that appeared in Su Guang's mind. Poisonous. He held his breath, carefully approached the window, dug out a small hole, and his eyes suddenly shrank. The old man who was guarding the house fell to the ground without knowing whether he was alive or dead. It could be seen that he fell to the ground very hastily, the back of his head had been smashed, and a large pool of blood flowed on the ground. Someone has sneaked in. This thought flashed through Su Guang's mind, and his expression immediately turned ugly. It shouldn't be someone from the Lei family. Who could it be? His eyes were slightly cold, remembering that his brother-in-law had said before that he had fought to a bloody head for resources in the Yamen, and that was still a force. If it were outside, some resources would be enough for people to kill people and steal goods. What's more, this resource is a good fortune pill that can awaken the power of blood. Su Guang touched the short blade on his waist and the large bag of lime powder in the bag on his back. Fortunately, I was worried about the worst outcome before coming and made a series of preparations. That person probably hasn't noticed him yet, so he shouldn't be afraid of a sneak attack. The most important thing is that the man used a lot of poison to kill a housekeeper. He shouldn't be very strong. Moreover, he was hiding and the other party was hiding. If there was nothing he could do, it shouldn't be difficult to escape. His steps became steadier, and he walked more carefully step by step. A gust of cold wind hit him, and Su Guang shrank. Then his expression changed, and he smelled a fragrance similar to the smell of the previous house. He suddenly raised his head and saw the flickering light of fire in the ancestral hall. That man was also in the ancestral hall. Su Guang held his breath and walked along the corner to the back of the ancestral hall. He put his ear against the wall and listened to what was going on inside. He is bound to get the good fortune pill. The man in the ancestral hall looked annoyed, with a ferocious look in his eyes. How dare that old man from the Lei family lie to me? There is nothing in the ancestral hall. He has obviously been tortured to the point of losing his mind, yet he still dares to lie to me. Recalling everything that happened in Suiyang City in the past, the Lei family offended the state capital and was secretly exterminated by people sent by the state capital. As a jailer, he participated in the torture of the Lei family's savings. The old man from the Lei family even told him that when he was 6 years old, he watched the widow take a bath and had thoughts about his granddaughter. How dare he hide it? A look of ferocity slowly appeared on his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I want your Lei family to be extinct." After speaking, he pushed down all the spiritual tablets in front of him, threw the fire seal in, turned around, and walked out. Suddenly he felt something, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is also a little mouse. He was already irritated when he couldn't find the treasure, so killing a little mouse would relieve his anger. "Let me see where you are, little mouse. Grandpa is here." Su Guang squatted in the corner, with anger rising in his heart. He just wanted to wait for him to leave the treasure hunt. This person, not only did they covet his treasure, they actually wanted to kill him. Then stop living. When the man walked to the door carelessly, a gust of wind blew. Puff! A handful of white ash was thrown towards him. The man's heart tightened and he was caught off guard. He closed his eyes tightly and was almost blinded. Thoughts were running through his mind. Could it be that he was the person from the state capital who came with him? Do they doubt themselves? However, as a martial arts practitioner, he was strong-willed after experiencing the skin grinding. He put aside his distracting thoughts in just a moment. Before the white ash could enter his eyes, he swept his arms continuously and used strong wind to blow away the white ash. Phew! A butcher's knife suddenly poked out from somewhere in the white ashes and pierced into his palm. The tough skin of the dermabrasion realm offset a lot of damage to him, and the butcher knife only penetrated his palm without piercing it. He was so cruel that he raised his right leg and transformed into a whip that swept across Su Guang's position. Unexpectedly, the palm of his hand was suddenly empty, and the man actually dropped the butcher's knife, and his right leg touched a blade again. The man's face was solemn, and his experience in hundreds of battles made him instinctively lower his legs and feet. Reach forward. Su Guang squinted his eyes, immediately raised his foot and stepped down hard. Ah! Su Guang's power is so powerful. Although it is not as good as the giant spirit general who is also a stranger, it is far beyond the ordinary skin-grinding achievements. The man screamed, his feet almost lost feeling, as if they were broken. He quickly retracted it, kicked out his other leg quickly, and flew into the air. Bang bang bang. A series of fatal blows, like a gust of wind and rain. Jin Liagong is not afraid of this kind of violent beating method. Su Guang's figure is swaying, and Jin Liu's footwork is like a butterfly in a flower arrangement in the white dust, avoiding the solace of his feet. But I didn't expect that the man's legs would actually change in the air, with a mixture of virtual and real, which was several times more powerful than what his brother-in-law Wang Ming had performed in the past few days. Caught off guard, Su Guang was kicked in the chest and Dang Dang took 3 steps back. The white dust dispersed, and Su Guang's figure disappeared. The man looked down at his feet that had been crushed somewhat, with a gloomy look on his face. He's not those people, he's just a little thief, and he's so insidious. Trampling on the solace of feet and using white lime are all despicable means. He just wanted to wait for the white dust to disperse and then use the power of thunder to kill the opponent, but he did not expect that the opponent actually ran away. The key is that from beginning to end, he didn't see clearly who was attacking him. The man walked down the steps of the ancestral hall with a cautious look on his face. Su Guang's whole body was pressed tightly against the pillar, his legs were strong, and his whole body was sticking to the roof like a bat. He glanced at the location of the creation pill on the searcher, and felt slightly relieved. Although the man just now was not killed, the good fortune pill was still there, which was okay. Didn't anyone tell you not to be too smart? At the same time, a strong wind came from the direction of the scalp. Su Guang was suddenly startled, and let go of his hands like a reflex, and his whole body fell freely. In midair, his body twisted at an incredible angle. He clenched a fist with one hand, and blasted out a violent wind fist. Boom! Su Guang's body fell backwards like a kite with its string cut off. A member of the Lei family? You can have such strength just by grinding your skin, but your boxing skills are too bad, and the people who train them are also bad, so you will die. The man's face was gloomy, and the knife in his palm got stuck on the pillar when he just slashed Su Guang. However, he punched Su Guang and knew Su Guang's depth, so he was not in a hurry to get the long knife stuck high on the pillar. He moved his steps, took 3 steps forward, and raised his intact right leg again, a mixture of virtuality and reality. Puff! In just a moment, Su Guang's fist suddenly opened, and white ash was thrown towards his face. The man's face froze, full of sinisterness. It's really so sinister. But unknowingly, a faint fragrance slowly rose. Jin Liubu moved silently. Su Guang ignored it, and suddenly rushed towards the man with the most lethal move of Guangfeng fist, Shifang, a posture of wanting to die with him. The man held the wind in his palms, like a blender, blowing away countless white ash, making the fragrance even worse. Su Guang's figure suddenly dwarfed, and he bumped into him hard with his shoulder. Boom! The man slapped Su Guang on the heart, and Su Guang's shoulder also hit the target, but the force was not fully felt. Click! The man covered his crotch and yelled. If he hadn't narrowly avoided it just now, he would have been hit by Su Guang and exterminated his descendants. You despicable villain! If you have the guts, don't use dirty tricks to challenge me one-on-one. He was furious. Both palms seemed to be desperate, and they kept blasting towards Su Guang. Su Guang shrunk and endured 3 palms forcefully. A stream of blood immediately overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The figure suddenly jumped up and disappeared in the white dust. The man had a gloomy look on his face and stood there, closing his eyes and carefully sensing Su Guang's position. Su Guang rolled out and rolled 5 or 6 meters on the ground, covering his chest with his hands. The opponent's level was much higher than his, and at least 1/3 of the bone forging was completed. If he hadn't made a sneak attack in advance and injured his left foot, it would have been extremely difficult for him to dodge his final killing move. But this aroused the hostility in Su Guang's heart. You hiding villain, come out if you can. Do you feel that you are weak and have difficulty breathing? Come out and I will give you a chance. Su Guang's heart moved, and when he smelled the fragrance, he held his breath. However, the confrontation just now was too fierce, and the poisonous gas inevitably entered his body, but he did not notice the symptoms. It seems, he was not poisoned. What's going on? I'm using the spring flower poison to kill your chi and blood. You're just grinding your skin. The strength of your chi and blood is limited. You can hold on for at most half an hour. Come out obediently. I won't kill you. Qi and blood? Su Guang noticed something and sensed the blood eye. Sure enough, the essence and blood in it became a little weaker again. If I come out, won't you kill me? Hearing Su Guang's answer, the man was pleasantly surprised and said, of course, I keep my word. You should be from the Lei family, right? As long as you take me to get the treasure from the ancestral house, I will let you go. After a moment of silence, the man heard words that made him ecstatic. Good. The white dust slowly dispersed, and Su Guang's figure emerged. Come here. The man was overjoyed. Su Guang moved forward slowly, and suddenly, his pace accelerated by 3 points. He stepped hard on the man's intact right foot. You! Step on my foot again. The man suddenly struck out with a palm. Su Guang was well prepared and cleverly avoided it. At the same time, Bai Hui reappeared, stabbing the man in the waist with the butcher's knife in his hand. Go aside and wait patiently. The man was yelling and furious. He was really strong. Even if his legs are injured, he can always catch up with Su Guang, but after catching up, he will always face Bai Hui and Su Guang's butcher knife. An unpleasant feeling arose in the man's heart. Who are you? How come you have the antidote for my spring flowers? Who gave it to you? As he chased him all the way, he suffered more and more wounds, lost more and more blood, and suffered a serious loss of energy and blood. A desire to retreat arose in his heart, and he wanted to leave right now. But Su Guang was cautious and fought with him several times from time to time. He noticed that the man's strength was getting weaker and weaker. So in turn, Su Guang pressed forward step by step. In order to resist the spring flower poison, he consumed too much. He finally consumed 2 drops of the blood essence he had accumulated. He just wanted to kill the man and take his blood. Unknowingly, the two of them had chased around the ancestral hall twice. The man was panting like an ox, but Su Guang's face remained unchanged, and the blood in his bloody eyes continued to flow with warm currents. After another quarter of an hour, the man lay completely on the ground, and Su Guang stood under the tree in the distance, watching quietly. Boom! A stone flew towards him, and the man suddenly raised his leg and kicked the stone away. Su Guang was silent in his heart. He is indeed pretending to be dead. Who are you? Who asked you to kill me? The man asked loudly. He had just come to Feiyun City with a mission the day before yesterday and had never offended anyone. How could someone specially attack him when he came to Lei's house? Su Guang rushed out and punched out suddenly, but suddenly opened it halfway. The man subconsciously closed his eyes and raised his hands. But Su Guang's lime has long been used up, and what's left is his butcher's knife. The man reacted and was about to resist, but Su Guang suddenly removed the white cloth on his forehead with one hand, and a wisp of red line was on his forehead. Like an eye, he slowly opened a slit, and a fierce, noble, and majestic aura appeared in front of him. Emerge. For a moment, the man couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Phew! This was the first time Su Guang's butcher's knife pierced his vitals, but it was also the last time. The man's palms were dancing in the air like crazy, feeling the power in his body getting smaller and smaller. He looked unwilling to accept it. After studying and practicing hard for so many years, he finally fell into the hands of a young boy. You, what is this? The question was about the eyes between Su Guang's eyebrows. Su Guang had already stepped back, letting the blood flow like a fountain, and said in an indifferent tone, "Those who are dying know that there are so many people who can't be reincarnated." You! Boom! With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, everything became quiet. With no expression on his face, Su Guang raised his butcher's knife and stabbed the man's vital parts several times to confirm that he was dead. Then he stretched out his 2 arms, placed them on the man's aorta, and began to absorb the blood. It's too dangerous in Feiyun City now. I just went out to hunt for a treasure and encountered such a powerful enemy. I don't know who this person is. In troubled times, it is really dangerous. While Su Guang was sucking blood, he used his feet to take off the man's clothes. After a while, Su Guang looked solemn as he looked at the man's body that was somewhat shriveled due to all the blood drain from his body. The reaction speed of warriors is too fast, and lime rarely enters people's eyes. The main function is actually to confuse the sight. However, the lime powder is slightly heavy and falls too fast. In fact, it is not as good as flour. Su Guang's eyes lit up. The extremely fine flour floats in the air for a longer time than lime. The most important thing is that when it encounters a confined space like an ancestral hall, it can create a dust explosion. Uncanny ideas popped up in his mind, which he would never have thought of before fighting the man. Sure enough, fighting is the best master for a warrior. He pulled the man clean, put the things aside, and looked at the body with a sincere expression. You are my master. The master is kind-hearted and spends his life teaching me lessons. The disciple will die for the master. After saying that, he pushed the body into the tree hole, blocked it with rocks, took the loot and left quickly. The location of the searcher showed that it was not difficult to find the good fortune pill from the ancestral hall. Su Guang squatted on the ground, pried open the 6th brick, and smashed it with force. There is a flat box in the tiles. Su Guang felt happy, packed up his things and left the place quickly. The master suffered such a misfortune here, and the Lei family ancestral temple is not a good place. On the way back, he passed by the smelly ditch again. The child had disappeared. He didn't know whether he left by himself or was taken away by someone. When Su Guang returned home, he saw that the kerosene lamp in Su's mother's house was still on, and a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. There was a noise from Su's mother's house. Is Brother Guang back? Have you eaten? Mom, aren't you asleep yet? Didn't I tell you that I might come back later tonight? There was a noise in the house, and Su Guang said quickly, Mom, it's cold outside. Don't come out. I'm going to sleep too. I'll prepare something delicious for you tomorrow. Su's mother stopped talking. When the light from the kerosene lamp disappeared, Su Guang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. There had been a fierce battle before, and his clothes were torn a lot and stained with blood. He didn't want Su's mother to worry. He quickly walked into the house, changed his clothes, and stuffed the torn clothes under the bed. I went to the yard to clean myself again. In the house on the other side, Su's mother sighed quietly when she noticed the movement in the yard. After everything was done, Su Guang began to check today's harvest. There are 5 drops of essence and blood in the blood eyes. Qingzhou Universal Banknote 500 taels. A confession. A small packet of medicinal powder that exudes a delicate fragrance. A book called Tiger Sword. A token with complex materials and full weight. Finally, the most critical goal this time is the creation pill that can awaken the power of bloodline in advance. What caught his attention was the confession, which was made by an elder of the Lei family. This aroused his curiosity. Could it be that the Lei family was not doing well in Suiyang City? According to the confession, the Lei family has word of mouth that there is a treasure hidden in the ancestral hall of the ancestral home that can reshape a person, and that is why the mysterious man came here. It seems that even the Lei family themselves do not know the existence of good fortune pill. It is worth noting that the confession mentioned a force in Suiyang City, the state capital, and the Lei family seem to have offended the state capital. The only puzzling thing is that since the mysterious man is from the state capital, why can he appear in Feiyun City? Is it possible that people who work in the state capital can still take time off? He didn't quite believe it. The most likely possibility is that many people from the state capital came to Feiyun City together, and this person took the opportunity to come to the Lei family's ancestral home to pick up something. A trace of worry arose in his heart. Now that he had killed a member of the other party, he didn't know whether he had offended the state capital. You have to be more careful from now on. I hope that the head of the state, like the sole emperor, can send his subordinates to level up for him. However, since it is speculated that people from the state capital entered Feiyun City secretly, they should have no time to take care of themselves for the time being. What's more, with the war now in chaos, who knows who he killed? The token should be the token of the state capital. As for the packet of medicinal powder, the so-called spring flower poison, Su Guang was also a little surprised. After consuming 2 drops of the essence and blood in his blood eyes, he no longer had any symptoms. That poison targets qi and blood. It's good luck. If it were other types of poison, I don't know what price I would have to pay if I wanted to kill the other person. The main meridians running between Tiger Sword and Golden Willow Gong are too different, and the energy spent on practicing them is too much and not worth it. After counting the loot, Su Guang turned his attention to the flat box, which contained the coveted fortune pill. Su Guang opened the box roughly and saw the exciting good fortune pill. It didn't look magical or mysterious, it was just a dark pill that looked like it was produced in a small workshop. He hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it in one gulp. A strange feeling arose from the skin, tingling and numbing, as if all kinds of wonderful changes were taking place. In places where he couldn't see, wisps of qi were born on the skin and flesh. In the darkness, his originally bronze skin turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood vessels and veins on it were clearly visible. Su Guang also fell into a strange state. The third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and everything was so clearly visible in the darkness. When he lowered his head, he could see his blood vessels, bones under his skin, and even his internal organs. Like perspective, the blood eyes once again underwent strange changes. He gains the ability to see inside as in the novel. After an unknown amount of time, a rooster crows. Su Guang escapes from that wonderful state of inner vision and opens his eyes. He immediately checked his own changes. Awakening the power of blood would have an impact on the outside. Although he knew that this was the price he had to pay for becoming strong, he did not want to completely turn into a monster. His skin became smooth and delicate, crystal clear, like jade, even shining with gleaming light, and on top of the skin, a layer of wonderful cuticle was formed, like a stone-like cuticle. The muscle lines have also become flawless, like ancient Roman sculptures. The muscles are sharp and angular, giving people a sense of extremely huge strength. The strength has been strengthened a lot, at least by more than 50%. The speed should not change, or even decrease slightly, but the defense. Su Guang took out the butcher's knife from the pillow and slashed his arm with a little force. Damn! If the defense power of an ordinary warrior with great skin grinding skills is regarded as 1, then my defense power is at least 3 or above. Not only that, Su Guang closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. He stood up suddenly, and a roar came from his body, as if something was flowing inside. Next moment, strange changes occurred on his body. His jade-white skin seemed to be swelling with blood, dense gray-black spots appeared, and his defense and strength doubled. A very powerful feeling. Su Guang was very satisfied and lifted the petrified state of his stone skin. By the way, why don't I use a search engine to search for myself and present my current status in the form of a panel? I feel that if I search myself, the search speed should be very fast. If it is successful, perhaps more data can be collected and consolidated in the future. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. It should be interesting to fight an information war in the world of spiritual practice. He opened the panel, and the search page was the same as the one he used to search for the dermabrasion technique last time when he had not yet completed the dermabrasion. Now more than half a month has passed, and the progress has reached 70%. It should be completed in a few days. Su Guang is not in a hurry. Although data is important, the most important thing is his own strength. After the dermabrasion is completed, it is time to forge the bones. The so-called bone forging is to mobilize the energy and blood in the body to flush the bones through exercise. Su Guang took out the golden Lu Gong and studied the bone forging chapter carefully. As the days passed, Su Guang once again entered into hard practice and began to practice in the realm of bone forging. He had to admit old man Zhao's assessment that his qualifications were not ideal. He had been practicing the bone forging chapter for the past few days, but the progress was not satisfactory to him. Until today, he has been unable to get started and actually start the bone forging. He was a little irritated. He originally thought that after he practiced Zhang, he would try to enter the inner city to look for an opportunity to avenge his father. He had waited for too long, but now he suddenly entered a difficult situation in his practice, which made him feel uncomfortable. In the immortal courtyard, Su Guang respectfully served tea to old man Zhao, his eyes full of hope. "Master, I have been polishing my skin for a few days. I just want to forge my bones, but it seems to be far away. May I ask, Master, where is the difference?" Su Guang would not ask for help from a search engine for such knowledge that could be obtained for free. Old man Zhao held the tea and took a slow sip. He was a little surprised that Su Guang was able to complete the microdermabrasion in 3 months, but he was not too surprised. Microdermabrasion is a process that requires a lot of knowledge. The disciple's family had endless amounts of exotic animal meat to eat, and he once saw a genius who completed skin resurfacing in 10 days. The key to the speed of skin resurfacing is healthcare. This is why many children from big families rarely start martial arts training when they are minors. After all, body maintenance is a long process. The better the foundation, the faster the skin resurfacing. The most important qualifications for a warrior are meridians and bones. Your bones can only be said to be average, and your meridians are even inferior. For example, other people's meridians are like big rivers, while yours is just a small stream at most, and your energy and blood through the flow of meridians, no matter how much chi and blood you have, but the flow rate is too slow, the bone forging speed will naturally be slow. Su Guang was silent, and after understanding what qualifications actually meant, he continued to ask, "May I ask, Master, can the meridians be widened?" Old man Zhao shook his head slightly. "I haven't heard of it, at least, I haven't heard of it in Feiyun City or even Qingzhou." After a pause, he looked serious. Martial arts training is not a trivial matter after all. Don't test randomly. It's a good thing to want to make progress, but don't be too ambitious. Su Guang looked respectful and said, "Thank you, Master, for your teaching. I know what I am doing." After leaving Master Zhao, Su Guang stood in the yard and frowned. After getting along with him these days, he had some understanding of the origins of old man Zhao. Dirty, he almost stood at the top of Feiyun City. If so, even if the search engine could search for it, it would still take a lot of time. What he was most afraid of was that he would break through before he could find a way. After all, according to what Master Zhao said, a breakthrough requires an opportunity. He couldn't help but feel anxious. I don't know if there are any bloodline powers in the meridians among the strangers. If so, Su Guang thought about another function of his blood eyes, which is to seize the power of other people's blood. Old man Zhao glanced at him and said, "If you really want to enter the bone forging realm quickly, there is actually nothing you can do. You may have a chance by competing with others. Otherwise, I advise you to practice honestly and don't aim too high." Su Guang looked respectful and said, "Thank you, Master, for your advice." "Junior brother, what did you say to the Master just now?" Su Sanduo came to Su Guang sneakily, slapped Su Guang with his elbow, and asked in a low voice, "Hey, why do you seem to have turned a lot whiter?" Su Sanduo seemed to have discovered a blind spot. Su Guang shook his head and did not answer the question of turning white. "Some things related to cultivation, senior brother. How did you enter the bone forging realm?" Su Sanduo understood and smiled. Why rush? At this stage, I heard the elders in the family say that it is time to eat and drink. Maybe it will fall into place when it comes. I also got married at this stage. I think, if you have time to think about this, you might as well make some money and ask your brother-in-law to help you find some good girls. Su Guang was speechless. Both Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang were married a long time ago, especially Su Sanduo, who was only 5 years older than him, but had 3 wives and 4 children. It has to be said that no matter in which world they are, rich people are happy. Forget it, I'm still young. According to Earth calculations, he is 17 years old this year, not even an adult yet, let alone getting married. Su Sanduo gave a bad smile. That's because you haven't tasted it. The master will leave later, and my brother will take you to have fun? Su Guang still shook his head. Seeing his persistence, Su Sanduo didn't invite him again. After all, he was not in short supply. The girls in the brothel were really not as good looking as his 3 wives at home. By the way, junior brother, are you short of money recently? My second uncle discovered a group of wild boars in the Two Arms Mountain a few days ago and plans to take people there to hunt them. You are also skinned now. Are you interested? I will share one with you when the time comes. Your 4th senior brother will also go. Hunting these days is not something that can be done casually. First of all, you have to be qualified as a hunter. Secondly, you have to be able to pay the high mountain entry tax. Finally, you have to be prepared to pay the hunter tax at the cost of having half of the prey taken when you leave the mountain. In this way, every time you go into the mountains, you have to hunt desperately, otherwise you will never be able to return to your roots. It is actually not difficult to solve this dilemma. As long as you find a noble citizen and put it in his name, you can be exempted from the mountain tax and only need to pay half when you leave the mountain. Su Guang is very interested in going into the mountains. The last time he searched for windfalls, there was still money left in the mountains. It's just that he feels that his current strength may be enough to enter the mountains, but it is simply not enough in terms of martial arts moves or even weapons. So he declined politely. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. It's just that my brother-in-law helped me a few days ago. I have a mother at home who needs support. It's not easy to follow my senior brother into the mountains for the time being. If there is such an opportunity next time, I will definitely not miss it. When Su Sanduo heard this, he didn't say much. He was free and easy by nature, and he just thought of this way to help his junior brothers who were living in poverty. Since the younger junior brother didn't want to, he wouldn't be angry. Okay, you two, what secret is this hidden here? Are you afraid that we will hear it? The person who spoke was a woman with a graceful figure. The practice of Jinlia Gong was vividly reflected in her figure. She looked like a weak willow supporting the wind, and her waist was graceful and graceful. This girl's name is Su Su. She is considered to be the most charming girl in the Immortal Academy. She is not from a famous family, but she is quite capable and is favored by many brothers in the academy. Originally, he was polite to Su Guang, who was from a commoner and poor family, but he became enthusiastic after learning that Su Guang had successfully achieved microdermabrasion a few days ago. Before Su Guang and Su Sanduo could reply, they heard someone talking around them. What's the secret, junior brother Su? Are you now so mixed up with such low-class people? It's really an insult to your Su family's face. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Old man Zhao has a weird temper, and the disciples he accepts are not very controlled, but they are just free range. Since the last time school started, Su Su had deliberately approached Su Guang. Some of the senior brothers who liked Su Su were secretly dissatisfied and looked down upon Su Guang. It's just a matter of skin polishing. Is it possible that you still want to eat swan meat? Su Guang had always been silent, and when faced with senior brother Wang's taunts, he rarely responded, which made the people around him look down on him even more. Even if you are successful in microdermabrasion, you are still so useless. How can you achieve success in the future? Senior brother Wang is right, senior brother Su, I'm also a little curious. Su Guang is from an ordinary background and has mediocre qualifications, but you don't care about his origin. A woman also started to taunt him. These people have been working under Mr. Zhao for several years and have formed various small circles. Su Guang heard Su Sanduo say more than once that Su Su, Han Wan, and the senior brother Wang who spoke belonged to different circles. He came to Shengxianyuan to practice martial arts and had no interest in joining the circle. Moreover, even if he wants to hang out, people still look down on him. Even the 4th senior brother Zhao Yang, who has been training his bones for 3 years, is still secretly looked down upon by them. Su Sanduo always paid attention to being kind to others in the hospital. He was ridiculed by several people, but he didn't want to break his face, so he didn't know how to answer for a while. We are all brothers from the same discipline, everyone. Old Zhao shouted in the distance, are you all so free? Go back if you don't practice martial arts. What do you think of my yard? Everyone dispersed suddenly, which could be regarded as relieving Su Sanduo. Junior brother, don't take what those people say to heart, just treat it like a fart. Su Guang was a little surprised by Su Sanduo's comfort, and Su Guang was a little moved. Don't worry, senior brother, I was scolded much worse than this in my early years. Ha ha ha, you are a free and easy person. Su Guang just shook his head. It was because these people were just mocking and did not threaten the lives of him and his family. Ma-san who threatened him, the grass on his grave must be very tall now, right? In the evening, the search results for the masterless dermabrasion technique also came out. It takes about 20 days. Search results are as follows. 1. 20 miles east of Feiyun City, there is a skin scaling technique hidden in the ancestral temple of Qinjia village, which contains secret medicine making methods. 2. Number 21, Pingganfang East Street, Feiyun City, the abandoned house contains a skin scaling technique, including the secret medicine making method. 3. 16 miles east of Feiyun City, there is a mass grave behind the puddle. A dead person has tattooed the bone forging layered technique on his back, which contains the secret medicine making method. Note, this person has been dead for half a month. The body may be rotten and cannot be identified. Note, the current number of search results is displayed as 3. Su Guang just glanced at it and closed the panel. He was not very interested in these techniques. If he had time in the future, he could take them and have a look, but it was not worth going out of the city for these. This is just an experiment to test whether his strength and level will affect the search time of the searcher. But don't rush the second search for now. First try whether the searcher can create a panel. Current search keywords: Su Guang's character panel. Related words: attributes, skills, combat power. Current search range: Su Guang. Searching, 1%. Sure enough, it was very fast. Just after searching, the progress bar jumped. In this case, maybe we can succeed tomorrow morning. In the early morning, Su Guang couldn't wait to open the search engine. Search results are as follows. Name: Su Guang. Bloodline talents: blood eyes, evaluation, stone skin, evaluation. Physique, 3.5, will, 2.6. Kung Fu, Golden Willow Kung Fu, bone forging 0%. Skills: Golden Willow footwork, 30% of the first glimpse of the door, Guangfang fist, 10% of the first glimpse of the door. Combat strength evaluation, heroic level. Note, the current number of search results is displayed as 1. Interestingly, Su Guang looked at the data on the panel with a strange look. For some reason, at the moment when the panel appeared, Su Guang did not have any absurd emotions at all, but felt extremely friendly. This is something that truly belongs to fellow Earthlings. Everything is very simple and clear. It can be regarded as a clear understanding of what Su Guang has mastered now. What interests him the most is the final combat strength evaluation. The searcher divides the combat power of people in the dermabrasion realm into ordinary level, elite level, and hero level. This is a data that combines the character's bloodline, talent, skills, and other aspects, and finally summarizes it into a clear data. Su Guang is quite satisfied with his combat evaluation in the last column. His skill proficiency is so low, yet he has such combat power. He is indeed worthy of the power of 2 bloodlines. In the game, I can be considered a boss with thick HP and high defense. It's just that the attack power may be a bit off. He knew that a large part of his combat power came from the power of the 2 bloodlines, especially the Blood Eyes, whose ability to store blood essence allowed him to show endurance that almost surpassed the bone forging realm. As for the evaluation after the power of blood, it is probably because the search time is too short and the searcher cannot accurately evaluate the power of blood, so it can only display a few question marks. It would be great if I could see other people's combat power evaluations at a glance in the future. His bloody eyes twitched slightly, as if conveying some kind of message, and he seemed to understand something in a daze. It's hard to say that this ability to see through other people's combat capabilities at a glance must fall on the bloody eyes. Blood combined with technology? Cyberpunk? The power of the bloodline awakened by the ancient Sky Eye is indeed extraordinary. After thinking for a while, the search engine continued to run, continued to search for skin resurfacing techniques, and continued the previous test. For the current level of practice, he did not use the search engine because he felt it was not worth it. Maybe he would find a breakthrough opportunity before the search results came out. Su's mother made steamed buns with cabbage filling today. They tasted good. Su Guang started practicing martial arts after eating. Since practicing martial arts, he has never been lazy. This is the only thing he can live on. At noon, my brother-in-law Wang Ming, whom I had not seen for a while, came over. Erlang, why haven't you been to my place these days? Your eldest sister is still talking about you. Su Guang touched his head and said, I'm practicing martial arts. Wang Ming glared at him, if you want to enter the bone forging industry, you need an opportunity. You can't rush it. By the way, do you still remember what your eldest sister told you a few days ago? Su Guang looked confused. Wang Ming patted him hard. Your eldest sister said, let me introduce you to some friends. Su Guang suddenly realized that the eldest sister seemed to have said this. Take care of things properly tomorrow, don't embarrass your sister. Just as he was talking, Wang Ming suddenly showed a look of doubt on his face. "You boy, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you seem to have turned a lot whiter? What's going on?" Su Guang hesitated for a long time and finally said, "Maybe it's because of the success of skin grinding." He thought about it and decided to hide the fact that he was a stranger. Wang Ming didn't think much about it, and just said casually, "Okay, why didn't my skin turn white when I polished it?" His low murmur was heard by Su Guang, who was quite speechless. Wang Ming came and went in a hurry, and he finally took a break. Naturally, he wanted to get closer to his wife and children, so he brought the news to Su's mother. He also said hello to Su's mother and asked Su Guangdao, "When you go tomorrow, remember to wear the new clothes your eldest sister bought you last time." What made Su Guang a little confused was that Su's mother seemed to be very close to her brother-in-law this time. Although they were close before, there was an indescribable sense of alienation. This time, Wang Ming almost enjoyed Su Guang's treatment. Su Guang didn't think much about it. He just thought that after his mother moved to the city, he felt that his sister-in-law was a good wife, and that the eldest sister was close to him, so he loved the house more. It wasn't until his brother-in-law left that Su Guang remembered something. The last time he went to his brother-in-law's house, he seemed to have said that someone was investigating him. He asked quickly, "Ma San's younger brother, there is a man named Ma Wu who is looking for you. I have inquired about it." After that day, he did not show up again. Don't worry, in this world, people who are gangsters are very precarious. There is no telling when he will die on the street. Wang Ming comforted. Su Guang nodded and wrote down Ma Wu's name. If he could encounter him, he would strike first. Feiyun City has strict rules. An inner city gate is built between the inner city and the outer city, which is slightly thicker than the city wall. Its defensive power is even more amazing. The inner city is known as the real core of Feiyun City. This is the most prosperous place in Feiyun City. On the streets here, you can't see any garbage left or gang members covered with tattoos. Everywhere you look, you can see the smiling faces of small businessmen and hawkers, and the young ladies are traveling in beautiful clothes. After Su Guang and his brother-in-law paid a tale of silver and crossed the inner city wall, this is what Su Guang saw. Thinking of the current situation in the outer city, I inexplicably remembered an ancient poem. The merchant girl did not know the hatred of the country's subjugation, but she still sang the flowers in the backyard across the river. Are inner cities really that safe? The inner city is different from our outer city. There are only 3 cities here, namely Handaifang, Fianfang and Xianhefang. What we are going to this time is Fianfang. You haven't been here for so many years. Inner city, right? Brother-in-law will take you to have a good look. The street is bustling with traffic and buzzing with people, and the shops on both sides are bustling with lights and feasting. They use the latest and best silks and satins to decorate their door plagues. Wang Ming's explanation came at the right time. There was the sound of water flowing in front of him. It was a canal, and the bow of the boat was floating on it, full of the smell of alcohol. Without Wang Ming's explanation, Su Guang knew what it was doing. It was early in the morning, and a disheveled man came out of a flower boat with 2 equally disheveled women in his arms. He looked at the bustling street with a smile on his face. Then a large amount of money was thrown into the street, and the crowd became chaotic. They scrambled to pick up the money dropped by the noble master with a look of fanaticism on their faces. Su Guang watched this scene silently, his eyes unwavering. After a while, Wang Ming led Su Guang into a place that looked like a restaurant. The interior decoration was not luxurious, but it was full of a unique atmosphere. Dots of red silk fell to the ground, and there were wires writing people's names on them. The lobby is open, and you can see the scene on the 3rd floor at a glance. There is a huge plaque hanging above it, which reads, "Where true love rises from the vast sea, beautiful women from thousands of miles away come to sleep." Su Guang's eyes became more and more strange. Is this a place to make connections? Why does it look like an ancient dating agency? Wang Ming was quite excited, and when someone saw him, he came over. "Hey, brother Wang, aren't you already married? How come you still have time to come to Kangmang Tower?" "This is my brother-in-law, Lao Fang. Let my brother take a look at the list of girls in the building who are interested in getting married recently." Wang Ming's words are even more to the point of Stonehammer. This is the person who took him on a blind date. Su Guang showed a bit of embarrassment on his face, but thinking of his mother's ardent hope, he resisted the urge to turn around and leave. After chatting with the young man surnamed Fang for a while, they only praised Su Guang for his talent and so on. Su Guang felt a little bored. Wang Ming finally pulled Su Guang to sit down by the window. He finally revealed his purpose today. "Erlang, your mother-in-law and your eldest sister are very worried about your marriage. You are now the mainstay of the Su family and you have reached the age to get married. You didn't practice before. Your mother-in-law plans to spend some money to find you a runaway girl, but now Erlang, you are also a warrior. How can you marry those shabby women again? This place is called Kangmang Tower. Many girls from big families in the outer city will come here to look for their right husbands when they are of marriageable age. You should visit more." His tone was mysterious, as if he was giving Su Guang a hint. Su Guang was silent for a moment and nodded. He was not too repulsive, but mentally he always felt that he was not old enough. A blind date is not about having fun on a flower boat. Everyone comes very early and deliberately distinguishes themselves from the flower boat. People come in from time to time, including young men in rich clothes and jade pendants, as well as young and mature people. Of course, there are also women who come in. There are girls who look like ladies with gauze faces, and there are women practicing martial arts who are dressed in elegant clothes, showing off their slender figures. People have class everywhere. Those with ordinary backgrounds will sit in the lobby on the first floor. Those with profound backgrounds will have the opportunity to go to the second or even third floor. This kind of blind date meeting has a process and a host, who is the young man named Fang that Wang Ming saw when he entered the door. After seeing that the people had almost arrived, Wang Ming hurriedly walked out. He was already married, so he could not feel sorry for Su Chun, but before leaving, he asked Su Guang to have a good blind date. This empty hall was almost filled with all kinds of people. Whether the men were practicing martial arts or studying before, they were like birds seeking mates at this moment, showing off their charms unscrupulously. Su Guang sat on the table in the corner of the window, speechless. He actually saw several acquaintances, several senior brothers from Shengxian Yuan, and the little senior brother who sold pastries at home. Of course, there are also familiar women, such as senior sisters Su Su and Han Wan. Su Guang lowered his head. This blind date seemed a bit high-end. Hula la, as if something happened in the field, many men raised their heads one after another, and then their faces showed intoxication. On the attic on the second floor, there were also a group of boys and girls standing. At this moment, there was a large open space in front of them, and there stood a woman. The woman is not masked, but at a young age, she already has a charming appearance. She has a pretty face without makeup, her facial features are as delicate as an immortal's, her light brown eyes are as bright as a pool of spring water, and she has endless charm as she gazes at her. The light blue palace dress cannot hide her proud figure, but instead adds a bit of fatal temptation. Both the people below and the people above stretched their necks to see the fairy. Su Guang just glanced at the woman's appearance, and then quickly moved his gaze without any pause. Although his heart is moved, the important thing is to know himself. Beauty's reputation as a troublemaker is not unfounded. In the past, Li Zikan robbed Chen Yuanyuan, and Wu Sangui desperately introduced the Qing army. There are always people who lose their minds in order to show off in front of beauties, especially now that there are a group of hot-blooded young people who are easily attracted to others. Sure enough, just because of the woman's appearance, the hall smelled of gunpowder, and all it took was a small flame. Fortunately, Fang Huo arrived in time and finally started this huge blind date normally. Su Guang sat alone in front of the window and did not approach the women. Of course, he also pricked up his ears and listened to the discussions of the people around him. Is that the new direct disciple accepted by the master of the Handao sect? He is truly a gift from heaven in man. A man holding a folding fan said with admiration as he shook the folding fan. It is rumored that this woman is from Jizhu. She was originally the daughter of a wealthy family in Jizhu. However, Jizhu suffered a disaster and her family had an old relationship with Handao clan, so she came to Feiyun City. I don't know what kind of person he is, who can attract the love of such a proud girl. Haha, what do you like? I heard that this person is loved by the master of Handao sect. He came to Kangmang Tower just to gain some knowledge. Listening to the gossip, Su Guang also observed his classmates from time to time. Zhao Yang also rarely wore a smart outfit. He was tall and conspicuous in the crowd, but he held a folding fan in his hand, which was arty and nondescript. On the other hand, the little brother Lu, although he is short in stature, has obviously been carefully dressed, with long sleeves and long clothes, and a white scarf to tie his hair, and he actually has the temperament of a nobleman. Senior brother Zhao, how are you? Is there any woman you like? Zhao Yang had an embarrassed look on his face and was speechless. Senior brother Lu had a flash of contempt in his eyes. He was a son of the common people and was not worthy of much use. There were many people who came with senior brother Lu, but they forgot about Zhao Yang for a while and started chatting among themselves. Now that food prices in the outer city have risen sharply, and those refugees are becoming more and more rampant, it is incredible that the inner city can still maintain such a prosperous scene. No wonder everyone wants to enter the inner city. Haha, not everyone can enter the inner city casually. Without the documents of the three armed forces, it is very difficult to enter the city. Okay, this is not what we're here to talk about today. Brothers, let me take a step first. Someone seemed to have found the target, holding a pot of wine in his hand, waving the folding fan, and walked towards the target. Su Guang had to admit that this was not only a good place for blind dates, but also a good place to make connections. For example, at this moment, the first guest came to his table. I see that brother has been sitting here for a long time. I wonder if he has made an appointment with a beautiful woman. A man wearing a green robe, with a face as red as a date, and a beard approached and asked. This person's appearance really surprised Su Guang. He smiled, stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. I'm alone. If, like Su, I don't have a beautiful woman to meet with, I can just sit by myself. Ha ha ha, brothers are quite right, but this Yin is an unscrupulous person with a sharp eye and a discerning eye. A certain Guan Shan, a Guan of connections, a mountain of mountains. Dare I ask my brother's name? The man in green robe complained. When Su Guan heard this, he immediately understood that this guy had failed on a blind date and wanted to find someone to drink with. Now, he was the only one left in the hall, and he had a white cloth wrapped around his forehead. He looked like a frustrated person, but he would I regard myself as a fellow sufferer. Su Guan, the Su who studies in Su, the one who advertises widely. Su Guan said with some meaning. Good name, Brother Su explained it better. Su Guan smiled. It's just a name, Brother Guan is a compliment, but I see Brother Guan as a hero, but these noble ladies don't understand Brother Guan's kindness. When Guan Shan heard this, he drank more and more happily. That's true. Coming here is not as fun as going on a flower boat. Brother Su, you have an extraordinary temperament. I wonder where you can find a job. Su Guan waved his hands hurriedly, with a bit of a bitter look on his face. There is no way to talk about a high position. Now I am temporarily living in the outer city, learning kung fu from a master and living at home. Natting the old man? Guan Shan thought about the word, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Brother Su, what you said is really interesting. A certain person is serving in Han Dao Guard. After my brother has completed his studies, if you have the intention of joining the army, you can come to Guan. Cold Blade Guard? Su Guan's heart froze. Because of the extraordinary existence of martial arts and the huge land area, Dakian's local management is far inferior to those centralized feudal states in previous generations. For local affairs, Dakian adopts many systems. Some states implement the enfeoffment system, and some the state is governed by the clans of the state and clan. This kind of combined governance covers all aspects, from military to political affairs to civil affairs. In Feiyun City, the three forces of city guards, Handao sect, and Xianyi sect jointly govern Feiyun City. Taking the military as an example, the city guards represented the imperial court and formed the Feiyun Guard, while the Han Dao sect and the Crane sect also formed an army, which was recognized by the imperial court, namely the Han Dao Guard and the Crane army. Brother Guan is actually a high disciple of Han Dao clan. Su is disrespectful. Guan Shan was very easygoing. He picked up the wine glass and drank it. Everyone who is a good disciple or not is just for the purpose of building Feiyun City. Brother Guan is righteous. The two of them drank, and Su Guan really regarded this blind date as a brotherhood. Only, sir, my lady would like to invite you to come and sit for a while. A soft and waxy voice suddenly sounded. Su Guan looked up and saw Guan Shan looking at him with resentment. Aren't you a frustrated person? Su Guan didn't know why. He really didn't recognize the maid in front of him. Who is your young lady? The maid shook her head. You will know when the young master comes. Okay, I understand. Brother Su, go quickly. Don't let the beauty down. Guan Shan blinked and advised from the side. Su Guan laughed dumbly. This red-faced man was actually an interesting person. Su Guan followed the maid and walked towards the table of the mysterious lady. No one noticed that he was motionless before, but when he stood up, he was noticed by others, including Su and Han Wan. Junior sister Su, do you think that's Su Guan? Su tilted her head while chatting with a noble man, with some doubts on her face. Didn't you say that Su Guan was born as a commoner, so why did he enter the inner city and come to Kangmang Tower? Who knows, but after seeing him, I actually felt that the level of the blind date held by Kangmang Tower was a bit low. Han Wan said. Su casually replied, I don't know what the relationship background of our junior brother Su Guan is, otherwise he wouldn't be looked at differently by senior brother Su Sanduo. He can achieve great results by skin polishing in 3 months, which is a bit weird. Han Wan chuckled lightly. I think it was senior brother Su Sanduo who wanted to win people's hearts. Su Sanduo probably gave me the resources for skin polishing. To win people's hearts is to invest. The earlier the investment, the better the effect. Su Guan was born in a poor family and had a bad personality. The more reserved a person is, the more they value kindness. Our senior brother Su Sanduo is very capable. Whether it is Zhao Yang or Su Guan, I guess they are all soldiers he raised for himself in advance. The two of them were talking in a low voice, but the noble master heard him. Who is Su Guan you two talking about? He's just a lowly person who can't stand the eyes of a young master. He just learned boxing with us because of some chance. Han Wan said casually. Oh, that's it. But what Miss Han said is right. This kind of soldier who nourishes the dead relies on kindness, but kindness alone cannot keep people. There must be means. You, junior brother Su Guan, have relatives at home. Are you there? Mr. Ren said softly. Although it was a question, his tone was unusually sure. So Su and Han Wan suddenly realized that they both came from small families. They listened to young Master Ren's words and combined with some of the practices of their elders, they understood. Senior brother Su is really good at it. Next time we meet, I can ask him for advice. It would be good if I could recruit a few loyal guards. But Su had a different view. She was very accurate in judging people, while Su Sanduo didn't seem to have so much thought. Su Guang didn't know that the two were discussing him, so he just followed the maid to a corner where a woman stood. She has a graceful figure, especially her buttocks, which are extremely straight. She looks a bit coquettish, but her face is childlike. The contrast between her figure and face gives her a different kind of charm. Su Guang just glanced at it and didn't look any further. He didn't think that the woman in front of him was interested in him. Su Guang? The woman's voice sounded like a clear spring, crisp and sweet. Su Guang nodded silently. I wonder who the girl is. Wang Yu looked at Su Guang's appearance with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Su Guang's appearance was completely different from the shabby appearance of common people she had seen before. Wang Yu. Someone from the Wang family? Su Guang's heart condensed slightly, and he finally understood why Wang Yu wanted to see him. It was probably because of his brother-in-law Wang Ming. I wonder if Miss Wang Yu is here to find Su. Wang Yu looked at Su Guang carefully for a long time, then glanced at Su Guang's forehead rather impolitely. What does the white cloth on your forehead mean? Su Guang was stunned and said, my father died this year. Su just misses the gadgets made by my father. Wang Yu nodded, seeming to be thinking about something. Su Guang was a little irritated. He felt that this huge blind date was a waste of his martial arts training time. The bone forging has been unable to be opened for a long time, and he is very pressed for time. Are you anxious? Wang Yu asked. Su Guang shook his head. Forget it, I've seen you before, but that's it, just tell my clan brother that he doesn't like me. Wang Yu said in a rather commanding tone. She was from the eldest family, and Wang Ming's mother was her wet nurse in her early years, so she owed Wang Ming a favor. Meeting Su Guang on this blind date was a repayment of Wang Ming's favor. Su Guang nodded indifferently, feeling nothing in his heart. Not everyone had a miserable childhood like his brother-in-law, and could see someone with muddy legs who came from outside the city. He has seen a lot of people's hearts in more than 8 years. Wang Yu was very satisfied with Su Guang's attitude, and then said, you should know the reason for meeting you today. Before things happen, the favor I owe to my clan brother will still be with you. She ordered the little maid and took out a box from the side. There is a 50-year-old ginseng inside. The market price is upwards of 1,000 taels of silver. You can take it away. When you go back, tell the clan brother that we have cleared up everything. Su Guang shook his head. You're welcome, Miss Wang. The human relationship between you and your brother-in-law is just for your own interactions and has nothing to do with me. This ginseng makes my conscience uneasy. When Wang Yu heard this, she glanced at Su Guang in surprise, but did not embarrass Su Guang. Su Guang has a very high status in Wang Ming's heart. She is here to repay the favor, not to enmity with Wang Ming. But Su Guang's attitude still made her feel a little dissatisfied, like a beauty who was always being chased and suddenly rejected. After saying goodbye to Wang Yu, Su Guang looked around and saw that there were men entangled around the women present. He didn't bother to look more, so he took his things and turned around to leave. I found my brother-in-law outside. Wang Ming was bragging with others. He was a little surprised to see Su Guang, with a bad smile on his face. How's it going? How was your chat with my clan girl? My clan girl likes a handsome young man. Have you exchanged tokens or something? Su Guang didn't know how to answer. He knew that his mother, eldest sister, and brother-in-law were all paying attention to this blind date. Not that far. Wang Ming's smile became even wider. Hasn't it reached that point? Is that a play? Okay, he is indeed my brother-in-law, Wang Ming. His voice was loud and attracted many people's attention. Su Guang's scalp was numb, and he dragged Wang Ming away. In his previous life, he had no father or mother and no one urged him to get married. After time travel, he knew the horror of urging marriage. He could feel how his mother would urge him if he didn't get married in the future. It's just a matter of getting married. Who should I look for? His childhood playmate in the village outside the city flashed in his mind. Area? Or Zion? Forget it. Walking out of the inner city, the smell of garbage and livestock manure on the streets of the outer city made Su Guang feel a little uncomfortable. He turned to look at the towering city wall. The difference between them was so huge. Just as he was thinking about it, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the street. It was accompanied by shouts and the sound of whips waving. There is an urgent military report outside the city, and all the people waiting here should get out of the way. There is an urgent military report outside the city, and all the people waiting here should get out of the way. A soldier wearing black armor and riding a tall horse galloped down the street. In order to avoid him, people on the street turned on their backs and children cried. The soldier looked anxious. Su Guang observed carefully. His dark armor was stained with dark flesh and blood residue. Wang Ming also pulled Su Guang out of the way. No matter what time, he could not offend the soldiers, especially those who could wear armor, most of whom were the elite in the city. He frowned and said with a stern expression, "It's from Fei Wei. Something happened outside the city." Su Guang glanced at his brother-in-law and knew that he was from the Yamen. If there was an incident outside the city, there would inevitably be trouble in the city. These were the things that his brother-in-law and the others had to take care of. "Brother-in-law, you go to the Yamen and have a look. I'm going home first." "Okay, if I come back tonight, I'll tell you what happened." When he returned home, his eldest sister was also there. After finally getting rid of the inquiries from Su's mother and eldest sister, Su Guang was a little overwhelmed. The matter of getting married may really have to be put on the agenda. What Su's mother said is somewhat true. The Su family has no offspring, and he is the directly responsible person. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and the progress of Su Guang's bone forging chapter was still at 0%, but he was no longer as anxious as before and had found the direction. The blood eye now has a new inner vision function. After pondering at home these days, he found that with the power of Stone Skin's bloodline, he could slightly interfere with the flow of qi and blood. He thought that he would be able to start forging bones in a few days. Little bit of good news. In addition, his previous test results also came out. The result was as he imagined. The more he knew and the higher his level, the more powerful the searcher would be and the faster it would run. In this case, countless thoughts flashed through Su Guang's mind. His brother-in-law had gone to the Yamen that day and never came back. The eldest sister had been here several times in the past 2 days. Although she didn't say it, her expression was inevitably worried about her brother-in-law. Now that the search engine has been cooled down, let's explore the changes outside the city and determine the safety of my brother-in-law. Just as Su Guang was planning, there was a sound outside the door. It turned out to be my brother-in-law who was back. He looked haggard and pale, and his eldest sister and mother quickly started cooking. Wang Ning came to Su Guang's room. "Brother-in-law, what have you been doing these days? Something big has happened." Wang Ning whispered, "There is a plague across the Wei River, and the refugees have started to make trouble again. Feiyun guards and Hondao guards have killed countless people in the past few days, and heads are rolling in the Wei River. It's all turned red." Su Guang's expression changed slightly and he was silent. "Too many people died. Brother-in-law, have you gone out of town?" Wang Ning nodded silently. "There was a war on the banks of the Wei River, and the food supply was insufficient. The Yamen asked us to recruit servants from the surrounding villages. Servants are humanoid baggage vehicles specially designed to serve the army. Is the situation so tense?" Su Guang was a little surprised. The 3 armies in the city were carefully cultivated by the 3 major forces, and they also had elite armors made by the Qingzhou Arms Bureau. How could it be so difficult to suppress some refugees? Wang Ning nodded and said with an ugly expression, "Among those refugees, there were a few strangers who called themselves Huangtian sect. The leader called himself Master Huangtian. They said, today's unkindness will bring floods from the sky. They spread rumors and didn't know how to use them. What kind of evil magic was used to make those refugees as strong as cattle and fearless of death? Even if they were pierced by spears, they were still fierce and ferocious." Listening to Wang Ning's words, Su Guang suddenly remembered something. When he went home once before, he seemed to have heard the saying, "If you are unkind today, floods will come from the sky." His expression suddenly changed. If that were the case, the Huangtian sect's people would have already begun to arrange their arrangements in the city and would launch their attack at any time. "Brother-in-law, do you still want to go out?" "I won't leave the city for the time being. The city has been very chaotic recently. There are always ambitious people." Su Guang nodded and said no more. The family had a meal in the afternoon, which finally dispelled the gloom that Wang Ning had been away from home for several days. Although Su's mother didn't say it, it was obvious that she still cared about her son-in-law. Soon, news spread that the refugees from across the street had formed the Huangtian sect, and people in the city were panicked for a while. The originally small number of pedestrians became increasingly rare, and those who could stay at home never went out. There were even some people with little wealth who began to count their belongings, with the intention of escaping Feiyun City as a family. Food prices are getting higher and higher, and food has become commercially available but priceless, which has also affected Su Guang's family. Su Guang took a look at the food stored at home. There were only 20 or 30 kilograms left in total. Because of Su Sanduo, there was a lot of meat, and there was still nearly 50 kilograms. But the chaos outside the city didn't know how long it would last, so he planned to go out and buy some food. An hour later, Su Guang stood in front of a closed grain store, his eyes inexplicable. This was the 5th grain store he had visited today, but there was still no food. After his brother-in-law brought the news, he began to wander around the large and small grain stores in Feiyun City, but there was nothing for sale at all. He was quite speechless. It was not that he didn't want to buy more grain before. After the city's grain requisition some time ago, all shops in the city required household registration to buy grain. He had already bought all the grain he could buy. In this case, it can only be done. Search keywords: unobtrusive food daily necessities. Related terms: convenient, appropriate, and substantial. Search range: Fiiyun City Pinyin Square. Searching: 0%. First, search for some food, and then inquire about the news. If Wei Shui cannot hold on anymore, he can only take his family and leave Fiiyun City as soon as possible. He had an idea in mind, but he wasn't overly worried. And in his heart, he did not feel that Fiiyun City would definitely fall. Although the Huangtian sect held millions of refugees hostage, Fiiyun City was a big city after all, and the surrounding cities would not stand idly by. He didn't want to leave his hometown unless he had to, and his mother didn't want to come either. Su Guang put away his grain bag and walked towards the Immortal Academy. Today is the day when Old Man Zhao starts his classes. Although he has the confidence to strengthen his bones, it is still beneficial to listen to his master's teachings. After asking for advice from Old Man Zhao all morning, Old Man Zhao knew everything except showing off. Su Guang benefited a lot and some of his ideas were opened up. He felt that after practicing for 2 more days, he could try to draw qi and blood into his bones and conduct real exercises. Bone forging practice. It's just past noon, but now it's early winter, everything is bleak, and the trees in the yard have long lost their lushness. There was only the shouting of everyone in the courtyard. But at this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Su Guang was directed by Old Man Zhao to open the door. I saw a few figures standing outside the door. The leader was an old man, followed by several young people in their 20s and 30s, including the leader, the old man. All of them were strong and well-dressed, and their clothes were thin. They looked like practitioners. Son. Su Guang was a little puzzled. How many of them are there? New here? No wonder you have to meet me. I am Chang Shan. These few behind you are my disciples. Is Mr. Zhao here? The leader, the old man, said unruly. Are you here to see Mr. Zhao? Su Guang was a little surprised. He only knew that Old Man Zhao had deep connections in Fiiyun City and had connections with many families, but he didn't know his identity. He apologized and quickly reported the news to Old Man Zhao. Before he could open the door, Chang Shen pushed the door open and barged in. Old Man Zhao, are you alive? Chang Shen spoke very rudely. Old Zhao stood up and glared at Chang Shan. You're not even dead. I'm far from dead. The two spoke unceremoniously, but also left room for conversation. Su Sanduo whispered to the side, why is this old man here again? Senior brother, do you know this person? Su Guang asked in a low voice. Well, Fiiyun City is exclusive. People like our master are not allowed to create forces when they come to Fiiyun City. Later, I thought of cooperating with the families in the city to create this kind of academy-like courtyard that is not considered a force. This person, Master Chang, is an old enemy of our master. Su Guang nodded silently. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Old Zhao is very old, so it is normal to have 3 or 5 enemies. Chang Shen came prepared this time. He brought his disciples to compete with Old Man Zhao's disciples. Su Guang squinted his eyes and heard Su Sanduo say that since the defeat of Chang Shan's disciples a few years ago, he had not come much. Coming today, he was obviously confident. Curious in his heart, he quietly looked at the disciples behind Chang Shan. Like ordinary warriors, he looks very strong and has different heights. It seems that there is nothing mysterious about it. Suddenly, he looked at the young man closest to Chang Shan. This man was dark and thin, and looked somewhat similar to him before. He also seemed to come from a poor background. Inexplicably, he felt that Chang Shan's confidence was this person. Old Man Zhao, let your eldest disciple come out and spar with my little disciple. Old Man Zhao narrowed his eyes, glanced at the disciples behind Chang Shan, and snorted coldly, I haven't seen you for several years. Old Ghost Chang, you are still so useless. You only dare to knock on the door when you know that Zhang Wu is not around. Chang Shan was furious when he heard this. You fart, who knows if Zhang Wu is here or not. He was very dissatisfied. He had finally cultivated a satisfactory disciple in the past few years. He just wanted to defeat Zhang Wu to avenge the past few years, but he did not expect that Zhang Wu would no longer be there. He was a little confused for a while. If he hit anyone randomly, it would not show his majesty. Old Man Zhao had a sneer on his face. Since he is your little disciple, let my little disciple play with him. It doesn't hurt the harmony. Su Guang, just play with him. Su Guang was speechless for a moment, but in front of everyone, he still took a step forward, clasped his hands and said, please enlighten me. Chang Shan became more and more angry and looked at Su Guang angrily. Su Guang was a few years younger than Pang Hong. He originally wanted to defeat the superior, but now it has turned into bullying the smaller. Pang Hong, the dark and skinny young man behind him, had a look of cruelty on his face and took a step forward. Then I'll give you some tips. He has always been ruthless in doing things. In his opinion, it doesn't matter if Old Man Zhao doesn't want to call out Zhang Wu. As long as he kills Su Guang in front of him, Old Man Zhao will naturally call out his proud disciple. Chang Shen shouted coldly, "Old man Zhao, since Zhang Wu is not here, I will wait for a while before coming back." It's impossible for Zhang Wu not to come back, right? After all, he felt that it was a bit of a loss to let Su Guang compete with Pang Hong. As a disciple of his, he had the qualifications of a master. How could he fight with an unknown person like Su Guang? After he finished speaking, he led the people out angrily. When Pang Hong heard Chang Shan's instructions, a haze flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at Su Guang without refuting. Just when passing by Su Guang, he whispered, "You are lucky." Old man Zhao didn't move and let them leave. Su Guang breathed a sigh of relief and quietly retreated behind everyone. If old man Zhao hadn't called them by name, he really didn't want to come out. Pang Hong's aura was long, his steps were powerful, and his cultivation level was much better than his own. He was no less generous than the man he met at the Lei family's ancestral home. If he couldn't use all his means, he would probably not be his opponent. Pang Hong is actually a disciple of Chang Shan. It is rumored that he is a stranger. How could he not join the two major sects in the inner city but become a disciple of Chang Shan? Su Su looked puzzled and whispered to Han Wan next to her. Han Wan was stunned. A foreigner? Su Su, you said that Pang Hong is a foreigner. Su Su nodded affirmatively. Su Guang stood behind the two women. Hearing this, his heart moved. Stranger. He has not yet tried using blood eyes to seize the power of other people's blood. After all, he is just a young man with a pure nature. He was not a desperado in his previous life, and he did not have such ruthless thoughts. She didn't know what Pang Hong's blood power was, but she was inexplicably looking forward to the day when he threatened to kill her. I hope he will keep his word, otherwise it would be really bad to kill him just because of one word. After all, he's still not ruthless enough. Monthly ticket recommendation ticket. Bang bang bang. A crisp sound rang out in the small courtyard. Su Guang was naked and punched the sandbag in front of him one after another, with a determined look on his face. The fists moved faster and harder, until they reached a certain limit. He suddenly stopped and stood there, looking inward at the flow of his own energy and blood. Wisps of energy and blood slowly flowed into the bones of his hands. In the inner vision, he could clearly see every change in his body, from blood vessels, tendons, to bones. Everything was clear. I saw that the originally pale bones were slowly coated with a layer of blood due to the injection of qi and blood. Without searching for his own attributes, he knew he had broken through the bone forging. The difficulty of bone forging is the opportunity to enter bone forging. Now that the opportunity has been found, in the future, all you need to do is to follow the steps and forge all the bones in the body into blood bones. It's really not easy. Su Guang sighed in his heart. When he closed his inner vision and prepared to enter the house, he saw Su's mother sitting on the steps in front of the house with a worried look on her face. "Brother Guang, do you have to endure so much hardship to practice martial arts?" "Mom, this is something that must be experienced when practicing martial arts. Not only me, but also my brother-in-law. When Xiaoan gets older, he will have to do this too." "Hey, Mom, I don't want you to be so powerful. It'll be good if you can live in peace and stability. In the future, you can marry a daughter-in-law and have a few children, and your family will be safe and sound," Su's mother said nonchalantly. Su Guang didn't feel upset. He felt that he was practicing martial arts for the purpose of Su's mother's words. "It's okay. If Mom can't hear such loud noises in the future, I'll go to the master's yard to practice. Whatever you want, as long as you can quickly marry a wife and give me a grandson as soon as possible." Su Guang couldn't help but feel numb when he heard that he was urging marriage again, but he didn't dare to deal with it, lest Su's mother would get lost in thinking and find a woman he had never seen before as his wife. "Don't worry, Mother, I will work hard. I will go out and find someone to introduce you to me." Su Guang went out, avoiding the twos and threes of pedestrians on the street, and couldn't help but wrap up his clothes. The city became even more chaotic. Many corpses on the street had no one to deal with. They were randomly thrown into the alleys and allowed to rot and stink. Fortunately, it is winter now, so the smell is not serious. Su Guang picked up a corpse in his alley with a look of disgust on his face. It was a beggar. He didn't know whether he froze to death or how he died. He just wanted to throw it away. When I saw Su Sanduo, it was already half an hour later. It was in the slaughtering yard of his family, and Zhao Yong was also there. "Junior brother, you are here." Su Guang nodded as a greeting, looked at Su Sanduo who looked a little sad, and asked, "Senior brother, why are you so frowning?" They had become familiar with each other over the past few months, and Su Sanduo immediately complained, "There has been a wind outside the city recently, and the animals for slaughter have no source. The blood and meat you want are not available." When Su Guang heard this, he couldn't help but frowned. His main source of blood essence was to buy it from the Su family slaughterhouse. Now that the Su family had no livestock, it meant that he had no place to collect blood essence. "Senior brother, what do you think?" Su Sanduo glanced at Su Guang and sighed, "My father meant to stop, but my second uncle said that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, and he intended to form a hunting team to go hunting in the mountains. Even if you pay 50%, the remaining meat can be sold at a good price in Feiyun City today. Su Guang was silent for a while. He needed essence and blood. After the bone forging began, the consumption of essence and blood was several times more intense than before. Even if nothing happened to Su's butcher shop, the animal's blood was barely enough for his supply. He still had a long way to go to improve quickly. A little bit. Sooner or later, he would have to go into the mountains to hunt those alien species. But before that, if you can accumulate some experience with the Su family, it will be easier to work alone in the future. Although there is a search engine, Su Guang decided to focus on stability. Okay, senior brother Su, if your family decides to form a hunting team, I hope to join it. Su Sanduo looked happy. He had invited Su Guang every time because he wanted to hunt tiger brothers in previous hunting trips, but Su Guang never agreed. Unexpectedly, he agreed this time. Why do you suddenly want to go into the mountains? Su Guang smiled, with an honest look on his face. Senior brother said it right before, you have to rely on chance to get into bone forging. I'm thinking of following my senior brother to gain experience. When Su Sanduo heard this, he immediately laughed and said, good brother, I agree. As long as my family forms a hunting team, I will definitely call you and fourth senior brother. Just as he watched Su Sanduo leave, his bloody eyes covered by white cloth opened a crack, and then a message appeared. Su Sanduo, person, combat power, weak to the bone forging realm, ordinary level. Su Guang's heart moved, and he was overjoyed. He had previously imagined the ability to combine the blood eyes with the searcher to check other people's combat power levels. Unexpectedly, as he entered the bone forging process, he developed the blood eyes himself. With this thing, your safety is once again guaranteed. After making an appointment with Su Sanduo, Su Guang returned home. It was approaching the afternoon, and Su Guang's mother was not there. Su Guang's expression changed slightly. After moving to the city, Su's mother didn't go out much because of the unstable world. She always directed Su Guang to go shopping. Why aren't you at home? Su Guang hurriedly went out to look for her, and after questioning several people, they all said they had not seen his mother. Did you go to your brother-in-law's house? Su Guang hurried to Wang Ming's house, and the news he learned made him a little uneasy. Brother Guang, is mom going out? Looking at Su Chun, who was chasing after him with a worried look on his face, Su Guang shook his head and said in a deep voice, no, I'm just out for a walk. But when he got home, Su's mother was already back. Su Guang couldn't help but ask, Mom, what have you been doing? Didn't I tell you that it's not safe outside, so don't run around alone? Su's mother glared at him. Why, do you have to report to you when your mother goes out? It's okay if you're not at home all day long. If you can give me a grandchild, will your mother go out? Su Guang had a headache. What was wrong with me at this time? Mom, just tell me, what are you doing? Otherwise, I will stay at home to watch over you from now on. Our rations will be provided by my eldest sister and brother-in-law. Su's mother looked at Su Guang angrily. She was angry that Su Guang would not get married, but she was obviously not willing to let her live under the financial support of her son-in-law. Today in the hospital, I heard someone discussing outside. A miracle doctor has come to the city and can make a magical talisman water. After drinking it, you will be immune to all diseases. You have been practicing martial arts all day long and you haven't even gotten married yet. I want to ask for a bowl for you, you heartless thing, but you still care about me. Su Guang had a headache more and more. I have been poisoned by feudal superstition. He tried his best to persuade her, but looking at his mother's look, he might not listen to her for a while. Mom, don't worry, I already have a goal. If something happens to you, I will never get married in this life. When Su's mother heard this, she looked a little anxious. Really or not? If it's true, then I'll listen to you. Seeing that Su's mother was obsessed with her daughter-in-law, Su Guang made up his mind to find a wife. Although he doesn't like this method, he just feels a little inappropriate. At night, Su Guang opened the search engine again. Current search results are as follows. 1. The three major families in the inner city of Feiyun City, Han, Lu, and Chen, have established a black market. Lu Sun, a bone-forging warrior, is responsible for buying and selling grain. There are 30,000 kilograms of grain in total. The current location is as follows. 2. The Blue Sky Gang of Feiyun City wants to resell food on the black market, and the bone-forging warrior Chen Sandeo is taking care of it. There are 500 kilograms of food in total. The current location is as follows. 3. There is a boxer named Cheng Shan in Feiyun City, who has 300 loads of food stored in him. The current hidden location is as follows. Note, the current number of results in the search engine is displayed as 3. The running speed is getting faster and faster, and this search only took 5 days. If there are 3 options, the first one's background is too deep and cannot be chosen, and the third one, Cheng Shan's strength, is too strong and cannot be chosen. Su Guang felt very satisfied with the only second option. He was an evil force and was not afraid of retaliation. It was really good. Then he remembered what he promised his mother and opened the search engine. Search keywords: someone suitable to become Su Guang's wife. Related words: good conduct, love brain. Range: 30 miles around Feiyun City. Searching: 0%. Regarding his wife, Su Guang actually thought about a lot of related words, such as big breasts and wide buttocks, childlike face and big breasts, charming city, etc. But unfortunately, the search engine is rigid and can only add 2 related words at present. Su Guang can only add keywords suitable for Su Guang in the keyword column, hoping that the people found by the search engine will match his XP. Now that my wife's affairs have been settled, it's time to get down to business. Go, have fun and eat black. Get food. Monthly ticket recommendation ticket. The black market appeared in Feiyun City a long time ago. Originally, it was just a gathering of some warriors to sell some stolen goods of unknown origin. As warriors of unknown origin and warriors from big families traded shady things, over time, more and more people gathered, and a black market was formed. However, due to the disasters in the Central Plains in recent years, food prices have soared, and the black market, which was originally only used for warrior business, has begun to open to ordinary people. Su Guang knew the location of the black market a long time ago, but he had never entered it. In the West Long Street of Nanchange, Su Guang passed a locust tree and then turned into an alley. The lights illuminated the dark alley like a ghost alley. At the entrance, a bearded man was guarding the entrance with an expressionless face. You need to pay a small knife coin to enter, and you need to pay another large knife coin to enter the depths. After entering, fighting is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, you will be responsible for the consequences. Su Guang was dressed in black and his face was wrapped in cloth, with only 2 eyes exposed. This was just a normal dress in the black market, and he silently paid the money. It was like visiting the black market for the first time, casually watching in the silent alley. This is the outskirts, and the items sold here are all ordinary things. The most common things are roosters, eggs, and various grains and seasonings. The price is actually settled in silver taels. Just 1 hen costs 3 coins of silver, which is equivalent to 30 swords. Coins are incredibly expensive. Most of the stall owners don't look kind. They are mostly gangsters with fleshy faces and tattoos on their arms. Most of the people in the alley were silent and would not show their voices when speaking. It was just 2 people talking quietly, which was full of a strange atmosphere. Su Guang observed silently that most of the people who came here, whether they were sellers or buyers, had status outside. The prices of things in the black market were too high. Ordinary people's family savings could not afford the food on the black market. Looking down at the location of the grain displayed on the search device, Su Guang walked toward his goal. The location was in the middle of the alley. Su Guang didn't know whether the location of the black market stall had any special significance. He only knew that it was not easy for him to get started in this location. While he was observing, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Su Guang instinctively clenched his fist to fight back. "Little brother, I see you have been looking here for a long time. Are you a practicing practitioner?" Su Guang was silent, turned around, and saw a sneaky, tall man leaning against the wall, like a thief. "I have a martial arts secret book here, which is made with secret medicine. Do you want it?" Su Guang sneered and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly thought of something. "How much?" The man was overjoyed. 30 taels of silver. Su Guang frowned. He would not believe a word of the secret book that this person bought. The emphasis on martial arts secret books in this era was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. This kind of secret book was probably obtained by this person through murder and swindling. The original owner of such a secret book must have done a lot of tricks in it, such as various code words, deliberately omitting some important actions, and the so-called secret medicine making. So be cruel. Simply change the medicinal material, and the secret medicine becomes poison. This is all very possible. Even if the master teaches his disciples, it is usually like old man Zhao. The techniques can be taught casually, but the secret medicine making method cannot be dictated to the disciples until he dies. If you foolishly buy the secrets that the people in front of you are selling and follow them and practice them, you won't even know how you're going to die. He stopped this person, but remembered that when he asked his brother-in-law if he wanted to buy exercises on the black market a few years ago, his brother-in-law once said that many exercises on the black market were deliberately sold because if they wanted to crack the code, they needed to let them know. People try. It's the same as making an elixir and finding someone to test the medicine. The reason why I called this person was to establish his character. 30 taels of silver? This is too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Su Guang touched his head and asked in a simple and honest tone. The man looked Su Guang up and down and thought, maybe this is a baby. "Brother, I think you have a good face, so I think it's cheaper for you, 25 taels. Su Guang shook his head. My family just gave me 20 taels of silver, and they still want me to buy food. 20 taels. That's not possible. then I won't buy it. Okay, if it wasn't for his kindness, I really wouldn't sell the 20 taels to you, the man said as if he was at a loss. Su Guang's exposed eyes had a simple and honest smile. Brother, you are a good person. Good guy. Ha ha. In the black market, people pay with one hand and deliver the goods with the other, and Su Guang is a child without any deception. Su Guang got the secret book with a gleam in his eyes. Lanchin Gang, I am such a big fat sheep. After a while, he came to the Lanchin Gang stall, his eyes wandering, showing shyness, and asked in a low voice, do they sell food here? The person sitting in front of the stall was of course not Chen Sandeo, but a dark-skinned man. He also covered his face and glanced at Su Guang coldly. How much do you want? Su Guang leaned a little closer and whispered, 500 catties. Ha! You want so much? Do you know what we sell? What is the price of 500 catties? Su Guang nodded. Brother, don't worry. I bought the 30-tael secret book just now without blinking. How expensive can 500 kilograms of grain be? The stall owner smiled a bit. Was he a fool? The rice I sell here is all new, extremely refined japonica rice and finely ground pure white flour specially for the nobles in the city. They are shipped from the Shening sect in Basen County and are extremely precious. 500 kilograms of such fine grain, according to the current market price, will cost 200 taels of silver. Do you have it? When Su Guang heard this, he suddenly looked embarrassed. I don't have it, but brother, if you believe me, you can bring food to my house. My family is rich. After a pause, as if he was worried that the man wouldn't trust him, he said in an extremely mysterious manner, don't look at me because I'm not well dressed. I only found out yesterday that my father picked up a lot of gold when he was young. Follow me to my house and I'll put it in my hands. Money for you. But I don't believe it in my heart. The Shening sect sells fake goods on the black market. They just find a gimmick to deceive those silly young masters from rich families. This is a fool. After hearing this, the man confirmed again. It was my first time to come to the black market. I bought tips randomly, and I casually told others about my savings. I was like a big fool. While thinking about it, he looked at Su Guang with greed in his eyes. Su Guang seemed to be aware of the malice, and immediately showed his vigilance. Brother, let's agree in advance that at most 2 people will follow me home to get the money, otherwise, I will go to another store to buy it. There is caution, but not much. But this is enough for the man to let go of the few wariness he has in his heart. There are also smart people in the house of a fool. Okay, wait until I find my elder brother, and we will go with you. Su Guang suddenly smiled honestly and said, okay. Half an hour later, in order not to attract attention, Su Guang and the Lanchin Gang moved 500 kilograms of grain out 3 times. Su Guang was holding a sack, and the 2 people behind him were holding 2 each, but they looked bigger than Su Guang is much more relaxed. Chen Sandeo, person, combat power, bone forging realm ordinary level. Slightly stronger than Su Sanduo, but only at the ordinary level. As for Su Guang, after his realm improved, his combat power also changed. Su Guang, combat power, bone forging realm elite level. Okay, little brother, the 500 kilograms of grain are right here. Lead the way. Su Guang stretched out a hand and showed a thumbs up. Brother, be bright. Little brother, I haven't asked you yet. I guess this is your first time in the black market, right? Why did you come out alone? Su Guang looked sad. My father was injured and couldn't get up from his bed. Chen Sandeo and the black-faced man looked at each other and confirmed again that this was a fat sheep. Seeing that it was so difficult to carry 100 kilograms of grain bags, he was not an expert at all. But think about it, if you were really a practicing practitioner, you wouldn't buy the secret book. How far away, little brother? Chen Sandeo followed behind and asked. He found that the road Su Guang took seemed to be getting more and more remote, and there were fewer and fewer people. Come on, we're in front. Passing a corner, Chen Sandeo suddenly discovered that Su Guang in front of him was missing. What about the boy? Just as he was wondering, the man with the black face was about to turn, and a cloud of white mist flew out in front of him, which was flour. Call! A huge grain bag flew out from the side, and the 100-kilogram grain bag hit a person, enough to break a person's ribs. The one Su Guang hit was the black-faced man. Ouch! It was just a moment, but the black-faced man who was in the realm of skin scaling was instantly hit to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Immediately in the white mist, Su Guang suddenly rose up, his feet were erratic, and his fists were like a heavy rain. After all, Chen Sandeo was skilled in bone forging. The moment he sensed something was wrong, he was ready to fight. He subconsciously ducked his body to avoid Su Guang's punch, and at the same time stretched out his foot to sweep across Su Guang's lower body. What a sweeper! Well done, Su Guangda is happy. Lifting 1 foot high, black spots appeared on the lower part that was covered by clothes. The first thing he strengthened his bones was his feet. Step on your toes. Boom! Click! Chen Sandeo couldn't help but scream. He could feel that his toes were broken. 10 fingers connected to the heart, even the toes, the pain can be imagined. You, who are you? I, Chen Sandeo, ask myself that I have not offended my brothers, so why did I set up a trap to kill our brothers? Su Guang said nothing, strictly remembering the principle of killing you while you are sick, and punched out again. Chen Sandeo curled up his right foot, listened to the sound of breaking through the air, and judged Su Guang's position. A cold light bloomed between his fists, and he punched Su Guang hard. Boom! With an explosion, Su Guang shook his body and stabilized his body, but Chen Sandeo took several steps back. He narrowed his eyes. This man has so much combat experience. He deserves to be a low-level gangster. If it weren't for a sneak attack, he would have to go through a hard fight to win. Chen Sandeo was even more frightened. He could feel that the boy opposite was also forging his bones, but the strength was too much, right? Who are you? As he asked, he pricked up his ears, trying to hear Su Guang's location. The next moment, Su Guang suddenly screamed strangely, "I'll fight." Then Jin Liubu moved quickly, but his figure appeared in another position. "I'll fight. I'll fight." The alley was filled with Su Guang's strange screams, and when the white mist dispersed, he started screaming again. Su Guang knew the principle of quick victory. When Chen Sandeo couldn't stand Su Guang's teasing, he made a full-strength attack. Su Guang suddenly took a step forward, his steps were misaligned with his, and his arm hooked Chen Sandeo like a long snake. Sudden strength. The other hand took out the hatchet from his waist and slashed it fiercely, like a dragonfly touching water. And a dagger appeared in Chen Sandeo's hand. The two of them made a tacit understanding of their choice, deciding life and death with one move. Phew! Damn! The hatchet cut open Su Guang's belly, and the dagger cut across Su Guang's clothes, but left a white mark on his skin, and even made the sound of gold and iron intertwining. Chen Sandeo's mouth was bleeding, and he was covering the bleeding wound on his neck. He looked in disbelief and looked at the gray spots on Su Guang's fair belly. Weird person. He never dreamed that the fisherman would be a strange person. Monthly ticket recommendation ticket. Su Guang killed the dark-faced man beside him with one blow, squatted down, inserted one hand into Chen Sandeo's stomach, and felt the warmth of the organs in his stomach, which was somewhat comfortable. Actually, I didn't mean to kill anyone. It was you who wanted to rob my house. I just acted first. You said you are too. You're a lot older. It's not good to fight and kill. You've done so many evil things. It's a good thing to get rid of them as soon as possible. Chen Sandeo's blood was pouring into his trachea, and he could no longer speak. His whole body was so weak that he could only make a whirring sound. He is not willing to give in. He just wanted to follow Su Guang and rob his house. As for killing people, Su Guang felt that the corpse was getting colder, and the blood in his bloody eyes began to condense. He took out his palm with satisfaction. His smooth and jade-like palm was dripping with transparent water, and there was no trace of blood on it. He knelt down, wiped Chen Sandeo's body, and used the same method to remove the black-faced man's blood. From killing fish, to killing pigs, and then to killing people, maybe because of his blood eyes, he didn't have any adverse physical reaction to blood at all, but felt like food. Sometimes, he felt like a pervert. He tied up 5 sacks of grain, put it on his back, and left in a hurry. Just like what he said, if Chen Sandeo was a good person, he wouldn't want to follow him home to rob her. He didn't dare to think about what would happen to my mother if he really took Chen Sandeo home. Therefore, Chen Sandeo's idea is evil. He doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, he just fishes for law enforcement. He is still the ordinary and innocent young man. Killing Chen Sandeo was not difficult for Su Guang. Although after entering the bone forging, his combat power dropped to the elite level due to the poor progress of the bone forging. However, killing Chen Sandeo still required a series of sneak attacks. After calculation, it is still easy. The food problem was solved, and Su Guang's life returned to peace again. Every few days, he would go to the immortal monastery to collect the secret medicine to satisfy his cultivation, or he would go to the Su family slaughterhouse to see if there was any blood or the like. It was ordinary. Su Guang thought nothing had changed except that his mother's urging to get married was still the same as before. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed since the fishing law enforcement, just as Su Guang expected. The war outside the city stopped, and the chaos in the city was bloody suppressed by the 3 guards who were transferred back. However, under such high pressure, the entire city was like a suppressed volcano that could erupt at any time. Su Guang is very concerned about these, but there is nothing he can do. All he can do is practice harder. The Su family's original hunting plan was also shelved due to the high pressure in the city. No one dared to break the rules casually. At this time, if you do more and make mistakes, you will die. If you do less, you will survive. Those 3 guards who were transferred to the city will never show mercy. Su Guang has seen at least 5 scenes of 3 guards killing people in the street, just like robots in a slaughterhouse, calm, and judging arbitrarily. Su Guang became increasingly low-key. In more than 10 days, his bone forging has also been successful. Jin Liugong paid attention to the lower body, and Su Guang's bone forging was also from the bottom up. Now the bone forging is basically completed below the calf, and the progress shown on the panel has reached 7%. If he kept this pace, he would be able to complete the bone forging in about 200 days. It's just that this speed is not normal. His essence and blood cannot support his rapid practice. Su Guang sighed silently. Apart from officials, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street recently. Su Guang practiced martial arts all day long and had basically nothing to do. Brother Guang, when do you want to get married? After practicing the movements in the bone forging chapter, Su's mother, who had been sitting on the steps watching Su Guang boxing, immediately asked. This is already a daily routine. But there were no results on the search engine, and Su Guang didn't want to just find someone to make do with. Su's mother used all kinds of tricks to urge the marriage. In addition to herself, she also encouraged her eldest sister and brother-in-law to join in. If the brother-in-law hadn't been very busy due to the severe crackdown, Su Chun would have been able to come every day. Su Guang's eyes were helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Since the crackdown began, Old Man Zhao also said that except for summons once every 5 days, he was not allowed to go to the ferry yard at other times, for fear of causing trouble. Now he has nowhere to go but stay at home. After just a few days, even if he practiced martial arts all day long, he already felt depressed, and he couldn't help but think of his mother. After he told her about the last time her mother went to seek amulets, she never went out again. At this thought, Su Guang felt a little guilty. Ever since he moved into the city, his mother had been alone at home. Su Chun would come over sometimes, but if he didn't come and practice martial arts by himself, his mother would have to stay alone. He thought of the videos he had seen in his previous life of lonely old people at home. Doesn't his mother look like a lonely old man now? Inexplicably, he wanted to make the searcher's progress bar move faster. Searching, 75%. However, it's almost over. I don't know what kind of wife the search engine will search for me. I guess it's more reliable than the matchmaker my brother-in-law and mother found, right? When he dreamed back at midnight, he also longed for his future wife. At least, he was just an otaku in his previous life and had no dreams of avenging his father, fulfilling his mother's wish, and continuing the Su family's legacy. It was rare that Su Guang did not practice cultivation. He sat on the steps and chatted with his mother, talking about the past and listening to his mother talk about the hard days in the past. It was not until the sun went down in the afternoon that Su Guang's mother stopped and prepared to cook for her son. Now he is not short of money or food. He is also on good terms with Su Sanduo and there is no shortage of meat at home. The food was so good, including a large pot of braised donkey meat, a large pot of cabbage and tofu, and the staple food was white flour steamed buns. Living a really good life. Brother Guang, you are a promising person. I have been with your father for so many years. I never imagined that I would be able to eat such a meal. You spend a lot of time practicing martial arts, so eat more meat. Su's mother sighed with emotion and gave Su Guang some food. Su Guang smiled, it will be better in the future. Su's mother glanced at Su Guang hesitantly and said softly, Mom is already old, and she doesn't want to eat well. From now on, you just need to be safe. Mom knows that you martial arts practitioners are all fierce and fierce. Brother Guang's son, you can't do that in the future. Su Guang's chopsticks paused slightly in the air, and then his smile became even wider, definitely not. Su's mother was just eating, and she had her own judgment in her heart about whether she believed Su Guang's words or not. Since that day when Su Guang came out of the village and stabbed Ma San to death on the street for Su Chun, she knew that Su Guang had changed. Su Guang saw the worry in his mother's eyes, but he had no choice but to take it one step at a time, hoping that after he got married, his mother would be less worried. Su Guang didn't go out again until he was going to Shengzianyuan. The weather is getting colder. I already had no food, and now I am even colder and hungry. There are also more people on the streets selling firewood from villages outside the city. Su Guang Duo took a few glances and left quickly. Just as he walked along, he felt an unknown feeling in his heart, as if someone was secretly watching him. He kept calm and carefully walked through the streets and alleys, using his peripheral vision to look at the people following him when turning corners. A tall man with a bulging waist caught his attention, not because of his dress, but because of his appearance. He looks very similar to Ma Wu, who was killed by him. Trouble is coming. This is what warriors are like, you kill me, I kill you, no one can survive alone. Not knowing this person's level, Su Guang thought for a while, then changed the road and went to the firewood market not far away. There were many people here, and the firewood on the carts was piled high. There were some places where he wanted to go, but he just had to go there. Can turn sideways. Su Guang's pace slowed down, and finally, get closer to that person. XXX, combat power, elite level of skin grinding realm. Just a skin grinder? A strange look flashed in Su Guang's eyes. Was he too low-key? Dare you follow yourself despite just microdermabrasion? Suddenly, his pace quickened and he turned to walk in some alleys with few people. After a while, a figure in black, holding a hatchet, stood at a corner with a confused look on his face. What about the boy? He was a little confused and looked at the alley in front of him, which still seemed a bit gloomy even in the daytime. He hesitated for a moment and walked in, quietly pulling out half of the hatchet in his hand. Suddenly, there was a series of crisp sounds in his ears, as if countless thunder exploded from his ears. He reacted very quickly, unsheathed his long sword, and then faced the direction of the sound. Damn! The hatchet collided with the fist, and there was a sound of gold and iron intertwining. He reacted quickly and was invincible. The hatchet was thrown out of the room and he rushed out without looking back. It's just that he was faster, and Su Guang was even faster. Jin Liubu seemed to be riding the wind with nothing, and there was no sound of footsteps, but his figure suddenly flashed forward and moved forward a lot. Boom! A heavy punch hit the chest of the man holding the knife. Wow! The man flew backwards and fell against the wall. The dust on the wall was shaken off and the wall sank slightly. When he raised his eyes, Su Guang's hand had already pinched his neck. Are you Ma Wu? Su Guang's tone was low, questioning but sure. Ma Wu's pupils shrank. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be in trouble. Su Guang sneered, and his palms suddenly exerted force. Click! Ma Wu's neck tilted, and blood from the broken trachea spilled out from his mouth. His whole body slid down from the wall weakly, and he fell to the ground with a whirring sound in his throat. He is neither the protagonist nor the villain, and would be interested in the dying words of his enemy. Living people are always a threat, and only by integrating with the dead can he feel completely at ease. Su Guang did not collect blood. It was a period of severe crackdown and he did not want to cause trouble. I guess the same is true for Ma Wu, otherwise, with his courage and strength, he would have broken into his home long ago. Just as he was cleaning up his traces and getting ready, there was a sudden whirring sound, as if a person was about to wake up from a nightmare. Su Guang suddenly turned around and his pupils shrank. I saw Ma Wu's originally rag-like body. His limbs were constantly twisting and moving on the ground, and he stood up in an incredible way. Su Guang looked horrified and shocked. He was very sure that Ma Wu's throat must have been crushed by him. The touch could not deceive anyone. The throat was a vital part of a person's body. If it was broken, he would die. How could Ma Wu still stand up? But he soon discovered that Ma Wu's situation was a little different. Although Ma Wu stood up, his limbs were constantly twisting, in an anti-joint, anti-human way, as if he was no longer a human at all. This form inexplicably reminded Su Guang of a creature from movies and TV shows in his past life. Zombies! How can it be? Martial arts world biohazard? His expression changed slightly, and he attacked with both fists in a series, carrying a butcher knife, which turned into shadows of knives in the sky. One knife after another, the roar was like thunder. Ma Wu didn't know what was going on, but he didn't resist at all and allowed Su Guang's fist to fall on him. The chest is sunken, the ribs are broken, and then the leg bones, arm bones. Su Guang's knife almost cut off all the bones in his body, but even so, he was still alive. It was crawling on the ground like maggots. This was not in line with normal physiological laws at all. This scene made Su Guang feel more and more that this was a zombie. Su Guang is also an expert and bold person. Although he found it strange, he insisted on observing. After all, Ma Wu's limbs had been interrupted, and his current form posed no threat to him. He wanted to confirm what it was. Just as he observed, gradually, he discovered. Ma Wu's form doesn't seem to be a zombie. Zombies in movies and TV shows are bloodthirsty, but although Ma Wu's mouth opened and closed like a wolf, there was no feeling of bloodthirsty, it was just like instinct. He suppressed his nausea and slashed Ma Wu on the head. Damn! The skull was always too hard, and the butcher knife couldn't cut it open for a while. It's just that Ma Wu seemed to be aware of some kind of crisis. His whole body twisted more and more violently, and a strange bulge appeared at his temple. This bulge continued to expand from the moment it appeared. Su Guang cautiously took a few steps back, staring intently. Boom! Like firecrackers exploding inside flesh and blood, Ma Wu's temple shattered, and countless plasma and brains splattered out. In it, a huge worm slowly crawled out. But soon, like a fish out of water, it crawled across Ma Wu's face, fell to the ground, and then stopped moving. Su Guang watched this scene without blinking, and felt countless cold air rising from his back. A burst of chill made his skin crawl. This is crazy. Too disgusting. Human beings always have an instinctive fear of this kind of existence that can parasitize into the human body. Especially Su Guang knew that this weird worm could actually make Ma Wu resurrection. His eyes were full of uneasiness. Where did this thing come from? How could it be so terrifying? If everyone has this kind of parasite in their body, he couldn't help but shudder. Instinctively, he wanted to open the search engine and learn about this worm, but the still unfinished progress bar made him helpless. After waiting for a while, Su Guang didn't know whether the worm was dead or not, and he was worried that someone would accidentally touch the worm and be parasitized again. He took out a stone from the side and smashed it from a distance. When only the disgusting mucus was left, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that he was almost going to suck Ma Wu's blood, he cursed inwardly. Grass, this kind of unclean blood, if you suck it, you won't be parasitized, right? Not daring to touch Ma Wu's body, Su Guang stepped back and quickly left here. Or was the inner vision scanning his whole body? What if he was accidentally parasitized during the fight with Ma Wu? It wasn't until he came to the immortal courtyard that the senior brothers who had arrived earlier were already naked and began to spar and exercise. Their energy and blood were full, and the coldness was faintly dispelled, and Su Guang relaxed his mind. Su Sanduo's face was full of joy and his eyes were rippling. Junior brother, why are you here so late today? Su Guang shook his head and didn't want to say more. Su Sanduo grinned with a smirk. In my opinion, you just want to speed up your cultivation progress, and your nerves are too tight. You haven't married yet. After Master Zhao leaves later, I will take you to the inner city to have fun. He. Su Guang had long known about his senior brother's romantic affairs. Since the city began to crack down on him a few days ago, his family gave up the plan to go hunting in the mountains. This man began to go to and from the inner city with several wealthy senior brothers in the courtyard, in large and small flower boats. These few days can be regarded as lingering. This aroused Su Guang's disdain. He already had 3 wives at home, yet he still wanted to be so indulgent. But there is also some unspeakable envy. When I take you there, you will know the beauty of it. After this city has been in chaos for a while, it is not all without benefits. The prices in that area have dropped a lot. Su Sanduo spoke with a lewd tone. Su Guang frowned and realized that prices in the city were skyrocketing. After the crackdown began, although order was restored, prices could not come down for a while. It must be that the women on the flower boats had to lower their prices in order to attract customers. Thinking of this, he sighed silently in his heart. He could almost imagine that on some flower boats that were not doing well, Su Sanduo didn't need to bring out anything good, but just brought some braised pigs into the water, and maybe he could pick up a soft and beautiful girl. In troubled times, women are also a resource, especially beautiful women. Speaking of junior brother, you must still be a little chick now, right? Let me tell you, this woman has to look at her waist. Su Sanduo kept chattering, but he couldn't get Su Guang's response. Perhaps because he felt that discussing women's secrets with Su Guang, a virgin, was not interesting, Su Sanduo walked towards another senior brother with a lustful smile. Su Guang finally felt that his ears were clearer. If Su Sanduo continued to speak, he was afraid that he would not be able to help but agree. People who practice martial arts have strong qi and blood, especially since they have blood eyes close to their bodies and are constantly nourished by semen and blood. Their desires in that area may be even stronger than Su Sanduo's. Su Guang shook his head and shook off the charm in his heart. He would wait a few days to search for results, and wait until he has a wife. He turned around to find his 4th senior brother Zhao Yang and began to discuss with him. Skills, golden willow footwork, 30% entry into the room, gust fist, 80% first glimpse of the door. Try to practice Guangfeng fist to the level of entering the palace as soon as possible. According to the search engine's classification of martial arts moves, they are divided into 5 levels: first glimpse of the door, mastery of the hall, proficiency, mastery, and reaching the pinnacle. There is a superb skill that can most likely increase one's combat power by 1 level. The combat power evaluation system is too complicated, and Su Guang is slowly exploring it now, but he just knows that he is not a weakling in the bone forging realm. At noon, 2 people came to visit Master Zhao. They were dressed in armor, holding long knives, hand crossbows hanging on their waists, and long spears on their backs. They looked like they had just come off the battlefield. They were filled with evil spirits. They were obviously in the army. In office, Old Man Zhao welcomed the 2 people in politely, not knowing what he said. When the 2 people left, they passed by Su Guang. Their breath was long, and their strong energy and blood almost pushed Su Guang back half a step. These 2 people are absolutely strong men, at least in the Zhang training realm. The panel that combines the blood eye with the searcher to view other people's combat power is not perfect. Currently, it can only see the combat power of the same level as Su Guang. Those who exceed the level will have no response at all. Su Guang didn't look much, but became more and more curious about Old Man Zhao's background. There were also knowledgeable senior brothers and sisters nearby who were discussing the identities of the 2 of them. They should be from Feiyun Guard. In the afternoon, the 4th senior brother found Su Guang and whispered, "Junior brother, the master asked you to come over." "Call me? Did you say what happened?" Zhao Yang shook his head. "Just go, most of the senior brothers have already gone to see the master." Su Guang heard this and asked no more questions, and walked towards the room where Master Zhao lived. Old Man Zhao had an incomprehensible expression. He sat there motionless with a steaming teacup in his hands, his eyes unfocused, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Su Guang stood in front of him for a long time before Old Man Zhao reacted and said softly, "Here he comes." After a pause, Old Man Zhao said again, "You are now a master of polishing your skin. You are not considered a weakling in the city. Most of the leaders of small gangs in the outer city are only at this level. I wonder what your plans are in the future." Su Guan looked stunned, a little confused, but he guessed that it must be related to the two men in armor just now. Martial arts training is all about talent and resources. I admit that I may have misjudged you in terms of talent, but Xiao Guan, have you ever thought about how you will get the resources if you want to continue practicing? Naturally, use the search engine to find those unknown things. Of course he would not say this, Su Guang said softly. My father was a soldier in the army before his death, and he also had some savings after returning to his hometown. After this period of time, I plan to go hunting in Two Arms Mountain with 6th senior brother Su Sanduo. After hearing this, Old Man Zhao nodded in agreement. It's a good way out. Suddenly, he changed his topic. Then have you ever thought about joining the Imperial Army? For example, Fi Yun Guard. Su Guang was silent. He had a mother to support at home, so joining the army was not a good idea for him. Master, a few months ago my father's old injury relapsed and he died suddenly in bed. My mother was left alone at home. I didn't want to join the army. Old Man Zhao knew about Su Guang's family members. Hearing this, he understood Su Guang's thoughts and nodded, but still said, Hey, Xiao Guang, you have to understand that sometimes, you don't just have to do whatever you want. Do you know why I have been able to recruit the most disciples among all the external Zhang martial artists in Feiyun City these years? Su Guang asked tentatively, because, the city guard's office. Old Man Zhao did not deny it. You should know everything about what happened across the river, right? Feiyun Wei sent someone to bring me news. If there is a full-scale war across the river one day, all my disciples will need to join the army. Su Guang looked a little thoughtful, and he knew what Old Man Zhao meant. Old Zhao is not from Feiyun City, or even from Qingzhou. Su Sanduo said before that Feiyun City is very repulsive to outsiders. Old Zhao can stay in the city safely for so many years because there are people behind him who support him. But in exchange, Old Man Zhao and the disciples he has trained over the years also need to join the army and become a member of the guard of Feiyun City when Feiyun City encounters a crisis. Su Guang thought a lot. He became a disciple of Old Man Zhao and followed the path of Miss Cheng Lianer of the Cheng family. He thought that Old Man Zhao should know the conditions that the Cheng family negotiated with him at that time, but he didn't mention it just now. Does this mean that the Cheng family, or Cheng Lianer, is also a member of the city guards? After thinking about this, Su Guan looked at his senior brothers and sisters. Are these people's families also supporting the city Xiaofu behind the scenes? And why the Cheng family didn't make it clear that the chariots and horses support the city guard, it's not difficult to guess. Look at the big from the small, and see the leopard in the tube. Feiyun City is not small, with a population of hundreds of thousands. The forces in the city are complex, but they are related to each other. It seems that it is all a game between high-level officials. The game is naturally between the three top forces, Feiyun City Guards, Handao Sect, and Zionese Sect. Thinking about it, perhaps only the three major families in the inner city have the qualifications not to take sides. The rest of the forces, large and small, cannot escape the shadow of the three major forces. Su Guang's eyes narrowed. The city guard is now eager to force Mr. Zhao to take sides. To a certain extent, this is a sign of guilty conscience. Does it mean that the so-called Huangtian sect outside the city has not completely settled down? I don't have any opinion on whether you should join the army, but what I can tell you is that if you are not willing to or have other thoughts when you are recruited by the city guard in the future, I will stop your secret medicine. Not a threat, but a request from the city guard, and also to save your lives. These were the last words Master Zhao said to Su Guang. Su Guang was silent, with some hesitation in his heart. Master Zhao was able to speak so clearly to him, which was the most benevolent and righteous thing to do. He was a little undecided. Master Zhao was taking the pressure on this matter, otherwise those who were recorded would have to join the army. However, Master Zhao asked him to choose, but it stumped him. Choice is a very difficult thing. There are advantages and disadvantages to joining the army. The advantage is that it is easier to come into contact with corpses, especially those with advanced cultivation. The downside is that there are dangers. The safest option, of course, is to work in Su Sanjia's slaughterhouse, but it accumulates too slowly, and the blood of animals is really not as good as human blood. Su Guang seemed absent-minded during the afternoon practice. He was not the only one who was like this, but most of his brothers and sisters were also like this. Thinking about the news they learned today, everyone was surprised and panicked. War is never about one or two people dying. As soon as Old Man Zhao left, everyone started to clean up. Even Su Sanduo lost interest in going to the brothel. Su Guang couldn't control it too much and left looking dejected. His mood was also a bit complicated. Master Zhao was kind to him. If he didn't agree, although it would have no impact on Master Zhao, he would not provide him with the secret medicine again. After returning home, Su's mother was quite surprised. Brother Guan, why are you back so early today? In front of his mother, Su Guang put away his inner thoughts and said with a smile on his face, "Master said that I practiced too hard in the past few days and asked me to go home and spend more time with my mother." When Su's mother heard this, her smile was as bright as a flower. "Your master is a good person." Su Guang nodded in agreement. Although Old Man Zhao half-controlled many disciples using the method of making secret medicine, to a certain extent, he also used this method to control the disciples to advance and retreat with him and work for the city guard, but this is a method used by all sects. No way to comment. Apart from this, Old Man Zhao is actually quite kind to his disciples and can be considered a good master. The mother and son chatted for a long time. When they talked about the lack of food in the city, Su's mother was a little sad. Her natal family all starved to death during a severe drought 23 years ago. Su Guang comforted him for a long time. Night. After thinking about it, Su Guang still didn't want to join the army and work for others. He is not a desperado who has no choice but to find a way out in the army. But the real situation now is that if he does not join the army, Old Man Zhao will definitely stop his supply of secret medicine, which means that his path of cultivation will be cut off. I don't know if I can modify it to other exercises. Thinking of this, Su Guang suddenly realized, yes, he can practice other techniques. For example, he took out the exercise method he bought a few days ago when he was black and white. Regardless of the accuracy of the content, it was extremely detailed. However, there were many blanks and secret words in it, which made the exercise impossible to practice. If others want to practice, they can only find others to try and make mistakes and correct the mistakes. But he is different. He has a search engine to directly search for errors and decipher the secret words. Thinking about it, it should be feasible. After all, the searcher can detect even mysterious-sounding secrets like the ancient sky eye. The only thing that is uncertain is the disadvantages and costs of modifying other exercises. Su Guang stopped thinking about it, took out the secret medicine he bought from Master Zhao when he came back today, and started practicing. It's just that the progress of the bone forging chapter is not very fast. The only way to rely on this step is to continuously exercise the movements, and use the movements to mobilize the qi and blood in the body and pour it into the bones. There is only one word to rely on: grinding. After all, it is different from the practice of microdermabrasion. Although microdermabrasion also relies on grinding, because of the essence and blood in his blood eyes, as long as he has the strength in his chest and is not afraid of pain, it can be considered a shortcut. Nowadays, bone forging and blood essence are still important, but they can't advance as fast as skin grinding. Several days passed in a flash. Su Guang practiced until noon. When he came out, it was already covered in silver. Before I knew it, it was already December. He sighed silently. Ever since his conversation with Master Zhao that day, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. However, the search engine had not yet cooled down, and there was no way to speed up the progress of his practice. I can only feel anxious for no reason. Su Guang picked up the broom and began to clean the snow in the courtyard without waiting for Su's mother's instructions. Creak, creak, creak. There was a crunching sound on the snow, and someone pushed open the door. It was my brother-in-law whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing that Su Guang was busy, Wang Ming quickly picked up a broom to help, and soon the snow was piled into a pile. Su Guang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Brother-in-law, why are you free to come here today?" Wang Ming took the towel from Su Guang and wiped the sweat from his neck and forehead with a happy face. The Huangtian sect outside the city has made an alliance with Wei Shui from the city guard's house as evidence. From today on, the severe crackdown will end. I don't think I have to worry about war in the future. Armistice? A rebel force composed of refugees reached a compromise with the city guard entrusted by the imperial court? Su Guang was speechless and didn't know what Suiyang Prefecture city above Feiyun City was thinking. Such an outrageous thing happened. If he were the boss of Suiyang City, he would definitely send troops to suppress him. That's really a good thing. The Huangtian sect are all refugees. How could they agree not to attack Feiyun City? Could it be that they found something to eat? Wang Ming shook his head. I don't know, but this matter must be true. It has spread throughout the yamen. After he finished speaking, he hung the towel on Su Guang's shoulders. Hurry up and change your clothes. I'll take you to the inner city to sit for a while. Going to the inner city again? Thinking of the last blind date, Su Guang didn't want to go, but his brother-in-law finally invited him once, and he couldn't refute. After tidying up, the two of them explained their whereabouts to Su's mother and then went out. There is still no one on the street, but the snow on the ground is full of footprints. In the days of food shortage, everyone is very cautious, and everyone may be an enemy. This time I went to Kangmang Tower. Seeming to see the confusion in Su Guang's eyes, Wang Ming explained, Kangmang Tower is the most well-informed place in the inner city. The previous blind dates were just a business for them, once a year. Su Guang suddenly realized. The luxurious Su Guang of Kangmang Tower realized it for the first time. He walked in and saw 8 young girls standing at the door. They were all dressed in white dresses. It was snowing outside, but a small smooth calf was still exposed, and some were freezing. Purple adds a touch of delicate and touching feeling. Don't look at these women too much. Your eldest sister won't agree, Wang Ming said in a warning tone. Su Guang smiled. A girl came out of the queue. Instead of saying a few words, Wang Ming led the two of them upstairs and sat down at a window seat. There was already a sign with the word written on it. It should have been booked by Wang Ming. The girl led the way and stood by the table, waiting for the two men's instructions. Every table is like this, which is enough to show the luxury of Kangmonglu. Wang Ming ordered a few dishes at random. Not long after the girl went down, a waiter came up and brought a few dishes and a bottle of wine. You and I haven't reached the level of practicing viscera yet, so we should drink less alcohol on weekdays. Su Guang also had this intention. He didn't like drinking very much. In the TV series in his previous life, many big guys were assassinated after drinking too much. Although he was not a big boss and he didn't have many enemies, but these days, who cares about you? Is it an enemy? Erlang, you stay in Feiyun City and don't go out. Today I'm here to give you a long experience. Wang Ming said while looking out the window. Today, the people from the Huangtian sect are going to sign an agreement at the city guard's mansion and will pass by here. Didn't you ask me a lot of questions about strangers before? There aren't many things going on in the Yamen, and there are strangers among the people from the Huangtian sect who came to the city this time. Wang Ming said this and did not continue. Su Guang became interested. He was really curious about this extremely mysterious Huang Tianjiao, not only the aliens, but also the army that Wang Ming said last time was brave enough to fight against the armored soldiers. After killing Ma Wu before, he came back from the dead and was not afraid of death, which reminded Su Guang of what Wang Ming said before, that Huang Tianjiao also had such people. He wanted to know if the two were the same existence. The Huangtian sect has established 36 seats under the great master Huangtian Zhongqing. There are rumors that these 36 seats are all strangers. The ones who entered the city this time are the Jade Elephant Stand and the Diamond Stand. The agreement is not just a few words. There will be many details in it. Not only are we in Feiyun City anxious, but Huang Tianjiao doesn't want to continue fighting for his life. When the two great officials enter the city, they will meet the city's guardian Minggong. Su Guang listened to Wang Ming's explanation in a low voice, held the wine bottle to his lips and sipped it slightly. This location is excellent. You can see the end of the street at a glance. People who want to come to Huangtianjiao have not yet entered the city. While waiting, the snow fell slowly, and in just a moment, the ground was all white. Su Guang looked at the falling snow on the street, his eyes wandering for a while. When he entered the city and met the city guard, he let the stranger in. Wasn't he afraid that Feiyun City would intercept him in the city? In addition to reaching an agreement, it also seemed to be a bit of a demonstration. For some reason, Su Guang always felt that Feiyun City seemed to be at a disadvantage in this so-called friendly agreement. Everyone was waiting. Su Guang told Wang Ming what happened in the Immortal Academy a few days ago and wanted to ask for his opinion. Hearing this, Wang Ming's hand holding the wine bottle paused in the air and frowned. Your master is also a member of the city guard. So, the Cheng family. Su Guang said nothing, but Wang Ming was not a fool, and he thought a lot. Erlang, what do you think? Me? The secret medicine formula I need for my practice is controlled by Master Zhao. I don't want to join the army, so I have to change my family. Su Guangji said pointedly. No, a person's blood essence and blood are limited. If you try other techniques, your body won't be able to keep up. Wang Ming immediately objected. When Su Guang heard this, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Brother-in-law, you mean, if you have enough blood essence, you can practice other techniques? Wang Ming nodded. That's natural. Each skill has a unique operation route, and the flow of qi and blood also has corresponding meridians. For example, you, Jinlia Gong, are good at the lower body, so when the bone forging is completed, the strength of the lower limbs is actually stronger than others. Bone forging warriors are stronger. This point can actually be reflected in many aspects, such as moves and so on. Each skill has its own matching moves. Many of these moves rely on the meridians opened by the practice of the skills. If you have not practiced other moves, otherwise you will find that the training speed of those moves and methods is far inferior to those of the Golden Lugong. In fact, if you have enough energy and blood, it is actually a good thing to practice one more skill. At least you will have more areas of strength, and in a certain aspect, your shortcomings will naturally be reduced. Su Guang looked thoughtful, but his heart was beating fast. Although he overestimated the blood eye, it now seems that his development and application of the blood eye is still far behind. Wang Ming's words seemed to make him see another way. Without relying on the power of blood, and relying solely on cultivation, he could achieve the level of dominance in the same realm, and even surpass the heroic level of combat power. The ancient celestial eye is indeed extraordinary. Su Guang once again expressed his heartfelt emotions. If that's the case, joining the army is actually beneficial to him. The battlefield is dangerous and human life is not valuable. But precisely because human life is not valuable, he has more opportunities to obtain blood essence. For the first time, he began to seriously consider joining the army. Blood is something that all creatures have, but the only way to get it is through killing. This cannot be solved with a search device. Su Guang had previously thought of using a search device to hunt in the Two Arms Mountain. Now that I think about it, it's better to join the army. It seems that I can only join the army, Su Guang said softly. Wang Ning hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, after today's agreement, there will be no war again for at least a year or two. If you really don't want to, Erlang, then take your mother-in-law and leave Feiyun City. Su Guang was a little moved. He knew in his heart that although Master Zhao said it was all voluntary, his background was too low and he would naturally be deprived of his voluntariness. Once he left, the city guard might find Wang Ming. Let's see, Master Zhao also said that we should wait for a critical moment. I guess it won't be now. The city guard's office is not a porridge shop. How can we be willing to join the army to receive our salary when it is safe? Wang Ming thought what he said made sense and burst into laughter. While the two were talking, they heard a sudden noise on the street. People who were hiding somewhere came out one after another and looked in the direction of the inner city gate, as if they were looking at something rare. Su Guang had good hearing and heard people shouting something like alien species have entered the city from a distance. People from the Huangtian sect have entered the city. There were more people upstairs in Kangmang. People from the three major families in the inner city have also arrived. Wang Ning whispered to Su Guang. Su Guang turned his head instantly and followed his gaze to the stairs on the second floor of Kangmang building. Groups of people filed up and walked to the third floor under the leadership of the maid. They were all wearing uniform white clothes with the word Han embroidered on their chests. Su Guang's eyes became cold. These men in white are all muscular, broad-shouldered and round-waisted, with fierce looks on their faces. The person at the head is Han Po, the second eldest son of the Han family. The one who injured my father-in-law is Han Po's biological sister. Wang Ning knew the true cause of his father-in-law's death, and stretched out his hand to hold Su Guang's hand on the table. Erlang, don't be impulsive. The Han family is one of the three major families. Only when a person is alive can he have a chance for revenge. Su Guang took a deep breath and nodded silently. In addition to people from the Han family, the other two major families also sent people over, as well as some people from smaller families. Wang Ning only introduced it briefly and didn't mention it further. Su Guang never thought that Feiyun City, which was not too big, would have hundreds of influential forces, large and small. For a time, Kangmang Tower's energy and blood surged to the sky. Most of the warriors' energy and blood were powerful and hot. So many warriors gathered in the building that the falling snow on the roof of Kangmang Tower melted. For the past 8 years, he has been running around for the survival of his family. In the past few months, he has been busy practicing martial arts. He has never forgotten his father's revenge, but he also understands that with his current strength, it will be difficult to get revenge. He clenched his fist, which made a squeaking sound, and his fingers turned white. But I can only endure it, it's still not strong enough. There was a sound of coming from somewhere, and then the crowd began to gather below. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of giant objects falling to the ground, like a giant walking in the city, fell on the hearts of everyone present. In the direction of the city gate, a huge creature ducked through the nearly 4-meter-high city gate. Su Guang's face was shocked. He saw the owner of those steps. It was nearly 6 meters long, almost as tall as the city gate, a huge white elephant that was as white as jade and reflected light in the glistening snow. Su Guang has a celestial eye and can clearly see the details on the white elephant. Under the sparse hair of the white elephant, there are textures like scales, just like a work of art. Just looking at it, he seems to be able to feel it. That desperate defense. On the back of the jade elephant, there is a figure sitting, dressed in black robe, which almost completely covers the whole body, and the face cannot be seen clearly. It can only be seen that his figure seems to be a little thin compared to ordinary warriors. Next to the giant white jade elephant, there is a figure nearly 2 meters tall. It is snowing outside, but this person is half naked. He is dressed like a Buddhist. His bronze muscles are like stones, reflecting in the snow. There was a strange light, the snow disappeared before it reached him, and wisps of white mist rose. The momentum actually rivaled that of the huge jade elephant. It seems that the naked man and the man in black robes on the jade elephant are the two leaders of Huang Tianjiao on this trip, the jade elephant Dianzhou and the Vajra Dianzhou. Su Guang squinted his eyes, feeling a strange greed in his heart. He has never used the ability of blood eyes to steal other people's blood. He has not seen many strangers, and he has never seen anyone with a lower level than him. There is a dragon-slaying sword, but no young dragon. Wang Ning whispered from the side, the jade elephant Dianzhuo has the power to control the blood of alien species, and has the means to transform the alien bloodline and become stronger continuously. The jade elephant under his crotch is the strongest alien species cultivated by the jade elephant Dianzhuo. Clash, come on, even those who practice dirty martial arts have to avoid the edge for a while. The person next to him is the Vajra Dianzuo. It is said that he is invulnerable, and few people know the specific power of his bloodline. The appearance of the subordinates behind the two Dianzuo was far inferior to the two. The warriors in scanty clothes looked a little embarrassed. Even though their energy and blood were strong and their breath was long, they always gave people a feeling of malnutrition. As a burst of footsteps rose, a clear and sweet voice sounded on the stairs. So many people? Someone also greeted him upstairs. It was Han Po, the eldest son of the Han family, who made Su Guang grit his teeth. At this moment, his face looked a bit flattering, with a kind smile on his face. Junior sister Su is here, sit here. Where are the people from Kangmang Tower? Give junior sister Su something delicious to eat. His attentive attitude made it impossible to tell that he was the eldest son of the Han family, but the young man from Kangmanglu. Su Guang glanced away, his eyes filled with surprise. The new woman is the close disciple of Handao sect, a mysterious woman from a wealthy family in Jizhu. Su Guang had met him once before at a blind date in Kangmang Tower. This woman's status was much higher than he imagined. Su Guang thought silently, but did not look too much, because at this moment, there was a sound of weapons and armor intertwined outside the window, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves and the neighing of horses, walking out from the direction of the inner city. The people who came were the three Feiyun city guards who greeted Huang Tianjiao. With the same purpose as Huang Tianjiao's demonstration, all three guards of Feiyun city came out. Among them, Su Guang also saw Guan Shan, whom he met last time in Kangmang Tower. There are not many people, about 100 riders, and they are divided into three types of armor, but they are uniform, giving people an overall feeling. The war horse is tall, and each cavalryman on it is muscular and tall, holding the armor tightly. There is a 3-meter-long gun hanging next to the horse, which is majestic and astonishing. Guan Shan's position was naturally among the cold blade guards, but he actually stood in the first row. Su Guan was a little surprised. In the army, such a position was obviously not a casual one. He had only felt that Guan Shan's chi was very strong before, but he did not expect that Guan Shan's status in Handao clan would be so high. The Handao guards were the absolute backing for Handao clan to maintain its position in the city. Those who hold important positions in the army are all absolute direct descendants and strong men. This Guan Shan is not simple. Wherever Beiki passed by, everything was quiet. Everyone who had gathered on the street and craned their necks to watch had disappeared since they arrived. Apart from Guan Shan, what Su Guan cares about the most is the three people headed by Bai Qi. Because they are all wearing armor, Su Guan can't see their appearance clearly, but he can guess that these people must be strangers. This is the commander-in-chief of the three guards, especially the commander-in-chief of the Feiyun Guard. It is rumored that he has a powerful alien blood. 8 years ago, the giant spirit general passed by this place and had a spar with him. Few people have seen the process, but the result is rumored to be come out, no matter who wins or loses. There was a hint of awe in Wang Ming's tone. Su Guan was a little surprised when he heard this. A bloodline that could rival the giant spirit general? He looked carefully at Feiyun Guard commander and found that this man was indeed extraordinary. He was not tall in stature, but his arms were incredibly long and different from ordinary people. He stood up, his arms could probably touch his knees, and the warhorse under his crotch was red, compared to others. The horse is taller, and some scales can be faintly seen in the parts not covered by armor. His weapon was a spear over 5 meters long. With his strength and the exotic war horse at his hip, Su Guan couldn't imagine how anyone could block his shot when he sprinted. Feiyun Wei Dutong Li Zongkong. This Feiyun city is truly a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. The origin of the gun in Li Dutong's hand and the horse on his hip are not simple. The name of the gun is Wuhan, and it weighs 1,810 kilograms. The capital of the state knew of his bravery and specially gave it to him. The horse is called Dragon Scale, and its origin is even more extraordinary. It is rumored that this person went to Yinda City in the Central Plains for training in the past, and the horse was a gift from a noble in the city. Some people say that he is the #1 master in Feiyun City. Wang Ming whispered. Su Guang's face showed shock. A weapon of more than 1,800 kilograms? Although the strength of his arms now exceeds 3,000 kilograms, being able to pick up 3,000 kilograms of objects and wielding 3,000 kilograms of weapons are completely different concepts. According to Su Guang's own experience, the weight of the weapon that suits him best is actually around 100 kilograms, which is about 1/30th of his arm strength. If it is any more, it is not a weapon, but a weight. Although he was surprised at Li Zongkang's power, what moved Su Guang even more was actually the military appearance of these 3 guards and 100 cavalry. The army is always the foundation of a truly powerful force. The 100 cavalry army is so powerful that even a strong man like General Jin probably can't stop a charge, right? Even if they avoid the first wave of charges, they will definitely die if they are surrounded by Beiki. It's really horrible. Su Guang licked his lips. The defenders of Fiiyun City had such military might. He couldn't imagine the real guards belonging to the Dakian royal family. Then, how to be strong? Seeing such a luxurious lineup greeting him, both the Jade Elephant Dianzo and the Vajra Dianzo showed solemn expressions. The tail swinging back and forth behind the huge Jade Elephant also became much quieter. With the help of the Jade Elephant seat falls to the ground along the Jade Elephant's trunk like a slide, which is quite free and easy. Master Huang Tian's subordinates, Jade Elephant and King Kong, have met the three commanders of Fiiyun City. Although Jade Elephant Dianzuo's tone was respectful, it felt neither humble nor arrogant. This is not a bluff, but there are indeed people in the Huangtian sect who can compete with monsters like Li Zongkang, and they are not afraid of even the three guards' cavalry. Li Zongkang looked very aloof. He didn't even get off his horse. He just bowed slightly to say hello, then waved his hand, and the riders moved out of the way. Jade Elephant Dianzuo and Vajra Dianzuo were obviously not satisfied with his attitude. They snorted coldly and walked towards the city with many followers without saying a word. When these people left, it seemed that the heavy pressure on everyone's heads had finally dissipated, and people upstairs in Kangmang began to talk again. The sound is getting louder and louder. Su Guan looked at the backs of the figures, his eyes unwavering, with an indescribable emotion. Okay, now that you have come to your senses, do you still think you are worthy of being proud of your 3-month breakthrough in microdermabrasion? Wang Ming suddenly said. Su Guan was a little confused. He had never shown himself proud, and his brother-in-law was really concerned and confused. He smiled and shook his head, then changed the subject. Brother-in-law, do you know the details of the girl who came in behind and was greeted by Han Po personally? When Wang Ming heard this, he thought of that beautiful girl. Even though he had never changed his infatuation with Su Chun, he felt a little distracted at the moment. That's not like the beauty of the world. I don't know, but I met him once before in the city guard's mansion. The city guard's attitude toward him was a bit intriguing. Su Guan coughed twice, which brought Wang Ming back to his senses. He was just curious about the woman named Su. He asked Wang Ming just to know if this woman would influence him to take revenge on the Han family. Wang Ming turned around to pay the bill with the maid, and the two left Kangmang Tower. Walking on the road, Wang Ming looked at the jade elephant footprints left on the ground with a look of envy on his face. My Wang family also had the power of blood in the past. I don't know if I will have the chance to become a stranger in this life. Even if I can't, Xiaoan, it's so small, I hope it should be bigger. Su Guan just listened and said nothing. When he becomes stronger and has the search device, he will help all his family members awaken the power of blood. When he got the good luck pill from the Lei family before, he thought about secretly giving it to his brother-in-law, but his temper was too arrogant. If he really woke up, he didn't know what trouble would happen. Now, it's good. After sitting at his brother-in-law's house for a while and getting close to his eldest sister and nephew, Su Guan went home. But before he entered the alley, the noisy noise in the alley made Su Guan change his face. He heard his mother scolding. Without any time to think, Su Guan rushed into the alley and saw a dozen people gathered at the door of his house. Su's mother was holding a broom, panting and swearing. Some of the women around were gloating, some were comforting Su's mother, and some were looking at their house with strange eyes. I heard that the boy from this family practices martial arts. How dare Lu Meizi come to his house to borrow food? I think Lu Meizi is used to being a bully in this area. He dares to mess with anyone. Who doesn't know that this family is rich? You haven't seen it. I passed by their house several times and I could smell the smell of meat. Isn't his family a common people like ours? Since their family moved here, they rarely interacted with the surrounding neighbors. Su's mother didn't like the arrogance of city people. After all, when he and Su's mother moved here, his face was sallow and thin, and he looked like a countryman coming to the city. Generally. Unfortunately, with the refugees outside the city causing chaos and bandits running rampant, the price of food in Fiiyun City has continued to skyrocket, and the supply has even been cut off. As for Su Guan, he had obtained enough food since the last time he had a blackout, and he also had meat from many of his senior brothers' homes. He had no worries about food and clothing, which was much better than his surrounding neighbors. There was a big difference in their states. Even Su's mother, after several months of careful maintenance, her skinny body had gained some flesh, and her complexion was no longer so pale. On the contrary, the neighbors are all looking sallow at the moment. Although they have not become thin yet, it is foreseeable that if the food is not dispatched, they are destined to become sallow and thin. Su Guan pushed aside the crowd, came to his mother's side, and asked in a low voice, "Mom, what happened?" Su's mother looked in one direction fiercely. "Brother Guang's son is back. Go to the city to find Wang Ming." "I don't believe it. In broad daylight, someone dares to enter my house to steal food. Do you know what my son-in-law does?" When Su Guan heard this, he was instantly furious. He didn't expect that within a few days of the crackdown, the neighbors would start making plans of their own. He glanced at everyone present with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Who is it?" Su's mother didn't want to say more to him, but just said, "Go and call your brother-in-law. This matter is official." Su Guang said nothing, and then walked to a house at the entrance of the alley, where his mother was watching. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked towards the door. "Get out!" The tone is cold and gloomy, like Yama in the underworld. Boom! With one kick, the wall was dented with a loud bang. Seeing that Su Guang was about to get up, the owner of the family who had been watching finally came out. "Brother, little brother, we don't mean any harm, it's just that the children at home are hungry and crying nonstop, and want to borrow some food from your mother." Su Guang laughed angrily, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. "Which foot entered my house? Brother, don't get me wrong, my family really can't survive, otherwise I wouldn't ask you to borrow food. They are all from the village. Let me ask you, which foot is it?" Su Guang interrupted coldly. Lu Meizi wanted to say more, but Su Guang stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed the man's collar, pulled hard, and raised the man above his head with both hands. "Since you don't want to say it, then don't even have the legs." Lu Meizi looked horrified and said inarticulately, "Brother, my brother is the incense master of the nearby Nyota gang. Don't be impulsive." Su Guang used a little force with his palms to throw Lu Meizi's whole body out, then his body swayed and he suddenly sprinted forward, like bowling. "Raise your hand, make a fist, and hammer down." Click! With that crisp sound, one of Lu Meizi's legs was broken by Su Guang. In an instant, Lu Meizi screamed, as if his mother had died. The woman and child behind him also began to cry loudly, "Kill people, kill people, kill the mud-legged people who entered the city." The cries of the family of four were enough to make some neighbors who had just left the house think that Su Guang was bullying others. Immediately, some people began to accuse Su Guang. Although Lu Meizi was a rogue, he did not hurt anyone. When no one was borrowing food, would Su Guang be so heavy-handed today? Wouldn't it mean that everyone's chance to speak was cut off? Su Guang's hands were stained with blood, and a cruel coldness suddenly appeared on his face. For a moment, he had the urge to kill everyone, but it was quickly suppressed, and then he looked around expressionlessly. "My mother is old, and I don't want her to be disturbed. If her old man is disturbed, I will disturb your ancestors. Do you understand?" His voice was cold. The people around him fell silent immediately. They could see that this newly moved boy from the Su family was a ruthless person. They have always respected ruthless people, such as the nearby Nyota gang. Su Guang glanced at everyone indifferently, then turned his attention to Lu Meizi's family of four, and threw out a few pieces of silver. "If you don't want our ancestors to be disturbed, move to another place tomorrow. I don't want to see you again." "You!" Lu Meizi's face was full of hatred, and his eyes were full of hatred. Not only him, but also the wife and children behind him had equally vicious eyes. "Erlang, what happened?" Just as he was talking, there were footsteps behind him, and Wang Ming, dressed in military uniform and holding a knife in his hand, hurried over. Seeing his brother-in-law's anxious look, Su Guang suddenly smiled and said, "It's okay. The neighbors are a little noisy. I suggested that they move out, and they agreed to my suggestion. If you don't believe me, ask everyone." Su Guang pointed to a circle of people. "Yes, Mr. Wang, the Su family brother is right. Ah, yes, that's it." Wang Ming came closer, took one look, and knew what was going on. He patted Su Guang on the shoulder and said, "Leave the rest to me." Su Guang did not refuse. Such a trivial matter was not necessary. It was also the brother-in-law's duty. He just reminded him in a low voice. This one said that behind him was an incense owner from the Nyota gang. Wang Ming looked strange when he heard this. "Okay, I understand. You can go back with your mother-in-law first. I didn't let her come over." Wang Ming has been in this area for more than half a year, and he handled the matter quickly. Su Guang only knew that Lu Meizi agreed to his suggestion. He looked calm and had dinner with Su's mother. He ate very deliciously. Su's mother felt a little uneasy while eating. She had never thought that Su Guang could be so domineering now. For a woman who grew up in the village, Su Guang's behavior was indeed a bit difficult for her to accept. Su Guang did not open his mouth to comfort him. He did not feel that he had done anything wrong. He also knew that Su's mother did not lack his comfort, but only needed the time for her to figure it out. "Brother Guang, isn't it hard to live a life of fighting and killing?" The time for Su's mother to adapt was much shorter than Su Guang imagined. Before finishing the meal, she hesitated to speak. With just one sentence, Su Guang shook his head silently, and then squeezed out a smile. "It's better than being bullied all day long in the village. Mother, don't worry, I never fight with others at will. Today is just because of Lu Meizi bullied you. He practiced martial arts just to protect his family. He bullied you to the point where I don't want to bear it. I don't want to wait until you are like Dad." In a word, the two of them were silent. Su's mother reached across the table and touched Su Guang's face. "I'm sorry for you." Su Guang smiled and shook his head. "Night." Su Guang stood in the courtyard, his eyes a little wandering. Sue's mother was old, her vitality and blood were declining, and she couldn't bear the pain of practicing martial arts. He didn't know how to protect her in the future. He sighed. These days, he just focused on his own practice and didn't have any subordinates. He wanted to move his mother to the inner city, but he heard that moving to the inner city required paperwork from the city's armed forces. However, if he joined the army, it shouldn't be difficult to find a spot to move to the inner city. Su Guang has some ideas in his mind, but now, I can only rely on my brother-in-law Wang Ming. He has been in this area for so long. Although he does not have much power, there are capable people among his colleagues. The Nyuta gang was the subordinate of his colleagues, so that night, the incense owner Lu Meizi mentioned was arrested. It's just that Lu Meizi is not a gangster, and Wang Ming is not easy to take action, so letting him move away is a good choice. Su Guang took out a black cloth from his arms and covered his face. It was hard for his brother-in-law to take action, but he didn't care. After a few ups and downs, he crossed the wall of his own courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, Su Guang came to a small courtyard. He is now able to hear people whispering in the courtyard. "Oh, you're fucking dead. Why don't you get me a glass of water? Head of the family, let's forget it like this. As Big Brother is here, sooner or later we will deal with that fool of the Su family, let's." "Fuck you, there's been a crackdown on gangs in the city recently, it's not convenient for my brother to take action now, do you understand?" Boom. Who is it? It was not difficult for Su Guang to kill two ordinary people. The two of them lost their lives before they could even speak again. There were only two children left on the bed who seemed to be stunned. Su Guang narrowed his eyes and walked straight forward. He leaves no room for anything, he either doesn't do it or never does it. There are so many bloody revenges in TV dramas, aren't they all caused by sparing children's lives? He would not make such a mistake, and he had not forgotten the resentment in the eyes of the two children when he broke Lu Meizi's leg. Click. A family must be neat and tidy. The black shadow immediately jumped out. Everything was so random. Su Guang killed people really quickly, but he didn't go home, but walked in another direction. It will be very busy tonight. In addition to killing people, we also have to find people. Current search results are as follows. 1. There is a girl named Ji Xiaolu, a native of Zhangcheng. 4 members of the Ji family fled half a year ago and fled to the east of Wei River last month. Then the eldest son of the Ji family sent Ji Xiaolu and her daughter to Feiyun City across the river. In order to distract the pursuers, the second son of the family was separated from his mother and daughter. 1 day ago, Ji Xiaolu's mother died, and Ji Xiaolu sold himself to bury her mother. The keyword level is 93%, and the current position is as follows. 2. There is a girl named Cheng Liener in Feiyun City, the second daughter of the Cheng family pharmacy shop, known as Zudge, the daughter of the Cheng family. She is resourceful, independent of the common people, and can be a good helper. She meets the keyword level 88%. The current location is as follows. 3. There is a girl named Lu Yan in Hefeng village outside Feiyun City. She is the daughter of the head of Hefeng village. She is devoted to good deeds and values filial piety above all else. She dissuaded her father from killing someone half a month ago and was punished by her father. Later, she was taken away. The degree of compliance with keywords is 73%. Note, the current number of search results is displayed as 3. This is the change that appeared on today's search engine. Su Guang just glanced at it and eliminated the second and third items. Cheng Liener's status was too high. The search engine really dared to think about it. He didn't dare to think about it himself. As for the content, it is shown that Cheng Liener has no family views, but she is the only one. He married a wife just to live a better and more stable life, not to start the bloody 30 years in Hedong plot with the Cheng family. The third item, the woman named Lu Yan, just glanced at what was displayed on the search engine, and Su Guang felt unhappy. These are troubled times, and there is still the Holy Mother? I really wonder if there is something wrong with the search engine's matching. He glanced at Ji Xiaolu's location, which was not too far away. This location was somewhat familiar. Quickly launched the searcher to search for already prepared targets. Search keywords, methods to accelerate bone forging. Related words, simple, harmless. Setting range, Feiyun City. Searching, 0%, estimated duration, 15 days. Has the search engine changed? Su Guang was a little surprised, but didn't think much about it as he had something to do later. In the dark alley, a thin figure sat. She sat there, her face was black and full of dirt, and the exposed clothes on her tattered clothes were also full of black dirt. She looked like a beggar. Next to her lay a man. I don't know if it's dead or alive. Under the night, several tall figures staggered towards this side. Brother Hu, look over there, it looks like a little beggar. Brother Hu squinted his eyes and tried hard to see the figures in the night. Hey, this little beggar is really ignorant. He dares to beg on my Blackwater gang's territory. Have you paid him yet? Brother Hu is right, isn't he a fool? Come on, let's go over and tease him. The dark and thin figure sat there, like a sculpture, his eyes motionless, as if he had not seen Brother Tiger. Little beggar, I ask you, if you are begging here, do you know whose territory this is? Erect a monument for my mother, and I will sell me to you. Zyla no longer cares who comes. Since her mother suddenly became seriously ill and died at noon, she has sworn that as long as she can help her bury her mother, she will follow her. She hasn't drank water for too long, her voice is hoarse, and she can't tell whether she is a man or a woman. Brother Hu chuckled, what a fool. A beggar still wants to erect a monument? Fool! Brother Hu patted Zyla on the head, and the younger brother behind him also moved. But suddenly there were footsteps behind him. Brother Hu turned around and saw one of his younger brothers fly. As Su Guang's figure slowly crossed the crowd, Brother Tiger's younger brothers flew out one by one. Who is your excellency? Brother Hu seemed to have sobered up in an instant. His eyes were solemn as he looked at Su Guang, who was approaching step by step. Su Guang ignored him and looked at the frail figure sitting in the corner with some surprise. Is this the woman that the searcher matched the most and is the most suitable for me? Modify the update time. From now on, 2 chapters will be updated directly at 5 p.m. every day. Please follow up. Brother Hu watched Su Guang walking towards him step by step, his eyes a little frightened. He didn't know when he had offended such a cruel person. Since practicing martial arts, Su Guang's body shape has changed so much that Brother Hu didn't even recognize this young fish seller who had been bullied by him for a long time. Seeing Su Guang getting closer and closer, he said with some sternness, I admit that you are very strong, but our Blackwater gang is the strongest gang around, and there is someone behind you. Noisy. Su Guang suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Brother Hu's neck. In an instant, Brother Hu felt as if he was caught in an iron pincer, his breathing became rapid and labored, and he couldn't even speak. Looking at the familiar figures in front of him, his eyes were a bit playful. This is actually the place where we took shelter from the rain when we last saw Brother Tiger. It's really nostalgic. After practicing martial arts, he has always been in a cautious state of development, but he almost forgot the masters who have educated him over the years. However, he was not in a hurry to kill Brother Tiger, but looked at the thin figure. Zyla. Zyla raised his head slightly, but lowered his head in an instant, and did not speak very cautiously. But at this moment of action, Su Guang confirmed that this was the person he was looking for. His tone became a little gentler, but in the eyes of outsiders, he was still cold. This person just bullied you, do you think he should be killed? Zyla seemed to be surprised by Su Guang's words, and Zyla didn't speak for a long time. Su Guang didn't urge her, he just looked at her. I don't know how long it took. Maybe Su Guang's gaze was too playful, which made Zyla feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe she hated Brother Hu a little, so she said in a hoarse voice, he deserves to be killed. Brother Hu's eyes instantly became frightened, and he looked at Zyla with crooked eyes, revealing his longing. Su Guang showed a smile on his face, and then used his palms hard. Click. Then kill him. Brother Hu's eyes showed fear, with a meaning of begging for mercy, and instantly became disintegrated. Su Guang looked at Zyla with a smile, I want to marry you, what do you think? In his previous life, he was just an otaku, but his experience made him a little more decisive in killing, but he was still a bit of an idiot when it came to relationships. Of course, this kind of words that seemed stupid in the previous world, in this world, under this situation, made Zyla raise her head instantly, and there was light in her eyes. Can you erect a monument for my mother? Can you tell me why? Zyla was silent for a moment. We are refugees, fleeing all the way. Without my mother, I have died many times. I want my descendants to remember her greatness. Su Guang smiled, so, this is considered a betrothal gift. Zyla's eyes were a little evasive, a little shy. She never expected that someone would propose marriage to her under such circumstances. Besides, shouldn't it be the elders who propose marriage? I don't want a bride price, but there is one more thing. When Su Guang heard this, he frowned and became suspicious of the searcher again. Can't you really rely on search engines for emotional matters? You are a powerful person. After I marry you, if there is a chance, can you help me find my brother? Zyla's timid voice came. Su Guang thought about the content on the search engine and suddenly understood it. After thinking about it, he said, okay. Zyla stood up immediately, but after sitting for too long, he stood up suddenly and almost fell down. Su Guang quickly stretched out his hand to hold it, and when he entered his nose, it was not a delicate fragrance, but a foul smell. He was quite helpless. Is this really what's best for you? Let's go. Come back with me first. I'll take you to erect a monument tomorrow. Yeah. A blush flashed across Zyla's face covered by dirt. She knew that she didn't smell good now, especially since the one holding her up was her future husband. Zyla held Su Guang's lapel with one hand, and Su Guang picked up the body of his future mother-in-law. The two of them disappeared into the night, one behind the other. Only corpses were left on the ground. After Zyla was brought home by him, Su's mother had not yet fallen asleep. It was already past midnight. Is Brother Guang back? Hearing the noise outside, there was a sound coming from Sue's mother's room with the kerosene lamp on. It's me, Mother. It's cold at night, so don't come out. Who is behind you? Su Guang was immediately a little confused. Even though he felt that he had grown thick-skinned after years of hard work, he was also a little at a loss at this moment. What he didn't expect was that Ji Xiaolu actually spoke. I am Brother Guang's wife. What? That night, after Su Guang unknowingly brought his wife home, he was quite upset. Early in the morning, Su Guang got up and washed up. Last night, Ji Xiaolu slept with Su's mother. Early in the morning, Su's mother asked him to call the eldest sister's family over to see his new daughter-in-law. When Su Guang came back, he was stunned for a moment when he saw the woman behind his mother. I saw that the swarthy and thin woman yesterday had undergone a transformation after her mother washed her last night. Ji Xiaolu's appearance amazed Su Guang. Although he was fleeing famine, he was only a little thin due to the support of his family, which was completely different from what he imagined as a refugee. He looks about 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin, delicate facial features, big and smart eyes, which makes people always unable to help but explore the secrets. His face has a kind of gentleness that makes people move. He is not tall, but he is standing 1.67 meters tall. What surprised Su Guang most was that he was so rich. Wearing Su's mother's clothes when she was young, a simple faded blue cotton coat, with a coarse cloth belt tied around her waist, the overall look is a bit thin. The only flaw may be that my long hair looks a little dry, which is caused by being on the run for a long time and not washing it for too long. This appearance was beyond Su Guang's expectation and also surprised him. Although he does not claim to be a superficial person, the appearance of his future wife is so touching that he is willing to be superficial. Are you, Ji Xiaolu? Before Ji Xiaolu could answer, the eldest sister Su Chun slapped him on the head. What is this? You don't even recognize your wife. Su Guang was speechless. Ji Xiaolu looked at Su Guang with a red face, his eyes shining. She never thought that she was so lucky. When she was at her most desperate, someone was willing to take her home. Thinking of what Su's mother said to him last night, Ji Xiaolu blushed and couldn't help but look at Su Guang. At this moment, Su Guang's eyes met his, and the two of them dodged away in perfect agreement. Su Guang's heart beat very fast, faster than when he broke through the bone forging. The same was true for Ji Xiaolu, but despite being shy, she also found Su Guang's reaction a little funny. Thinking of Su's mother's words again, Ji Xiaolu couldn't help but murmured, "Little chick." But soon, she was dragged away by Su Chun to try on clothes. Perhaps this was a common hobby for women. Su Guang was speechless about this. Erlang, where did this girl come from? Wang Ming looked at Su Guang with a wicked smile. Su Guang said honestly, I picked it up. Of course Wang Ming didn't believe it. You idiot, you still lied to me. You didn't want to say let it go. You even picked it up. Pick up another one and show it to me. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Su Guang didn't explain. After all, he would know Ji Xiaolu's origin soon. Sure enough, after they chatted for more than an hour, Su Chun looked at Su Guang with amusement in his eyes, Wang Ming looked at Su Guang with some resentment, and Wang Wen looked at Su Guang with some curiosity. Everyone in the family looked at Su Guang in different ways. Ji Xiaolu couldn't help but want to laugh. Today, Su Guang rarely practiced martial arts. Instead, he and Wang Ming borrowed a carriage and took the family out of the city to bury Ji Xiaolu's mother. Ji Xiaolu cried miserably, and Su's mother was also crying, probably thinking of her family when she was young. Things are harmed by their own kind, and everyone's mood became a little sad, including Wang Wen, who was about to turn 7. No one in this world is immune to the matter of life, separation, and death. That night, Ji Xiaolu followed her eldest sister back home. According to her eldest sister's words, Xiaolu had no natal family here. She was both the eldest sister-in-law and her natal family. Su's mother seemed to agree with this, and Ji Xiaolu was very popular with Su's mother. Brother Guang, do you want me? This is what Ji Xiaolu said to Su Guang before following Su Chun home. Su Guang answered a little slowly, and it was obvious that the light in Ji Xiaolu's eyes dimmed too much at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, although he knew very little about emotional matters, he finally came to his senses at this time. I can. There are very few words, but the tone is extremely firm. Ji Xiaolu smiled, like spring flowers blooming, radiant and moving. Looking at the smile on her mother's face and her eldest sister's care for Ji Xiaolu, Su Guang was very pleased with this. After all, his purpose in marrying his wife in the first place was indeed unfair to Ji Xiaolu. It was just to make Su's mother happy. It's just that when he got along with Ji Xiaolu today, although he didn't say a few words, Su Guang knew that it was more than just this purpose. Her gentleness, tolerance, and understanding are very heartwarming. Maybe, having a wife like Ji Xiaolu is also a good thing. According to the custom of Feiyun City, the bride and groom cannot meet each other 7 days before getting married. Su's mother very strictly required Su Guang to abide by this custom. She always felt that her family was very poor and the only thing she could give Ji Xiaolu was respect. From time to time, she was picked up by Wang Ning to visit Ji Xiaolu, but Su Guang was not allowed to pass. Although Su Guang missed Ji Xiaolu a little, he had nothing to do with Su's mother's stubbornness, so he had to vent his excess energy on cultivation. People are in high spirits during happy events, and he found quite unexpectedly that the speed of forging bones seemed to be a little faster. After another day of practice, Su Guang's eyes were a little dazed. Tomorrow, it's the day to go to Shengxianyuan again. Open the properties panel. It is worth mentioning that since the last time he searched for his own attributes, his attribute panel has been fixed. After the special changes caused by the Blood Eye's inner vision, his panel can be automatically updated, and he can be the attributes are fed back in real time. Name, Su Guang. Bloodline talents, Blood Eyes, current abilities, Blood Refining, Divine Power, Truth Seeing. Evaluation, Stone Skin, current abilities, Jade Skin, Stone Explosion. Evaluation, Physique, 5.5, Will 3.1. Kung Fu, Golden Willow Kung Fu, Bone Forging Chapter 18%. Skills, Golden Willow Footwork, 80% for climbing into a room, Gust Fist, 10% for climbing into a room. Combat Strength Evaluation, Elite Level. Looking at the increasingly detailed panel, Su Guang's face showed satisfaction. It felt really good to have improved his strength. When the training progress of the Golden Willow Gong Bone Forging chapter reaches 50%, his combat power should be able to be upgraded to the Bone Forging Realm Hero level. However, these few days of practice had almost consumed all the essence and blood in his blood eyes. When he looked inside at the 3 drops of essence and blood rolling around in his blood eyes, Su Guang showed a bit of helplessness on his face. In the early morning, the Shenzhen Academy fell into a hustle and bustle early in the morning. The conversation Master Zhao had with everyone the last time they met did not seem to have an impact on their lives. The senior brothers and sisters were still practicing martial arts enthusiastically. In the corner, Su Guang, Su Sanduo, and Zhao Yang gathered here. Su Sanduo looked at Su Guang curiously. "Junior brother, what's going on? You mysteriously called us over early in the morning." Zhao Yang was also a little strange. Su Guang had a strange look on his face. "I'm getting married." Su Sanduo? Zhao Yang, really or not? Your brother-in-law took you on a blind date? Su Sanduo asked quickly. Whose girl is she from? With your current conditions and appearance, you must be the eldest lady of which family, right? Zhao Yang was also a little envious. His wife was just a commoner. In his opinion, Su Guang's wife must have a high status. After all, although Su Guang was born as a commoner like him, Su Guang was handsome. It has to be said that after awakening the power of the 2 bloodlines, especially the Stoneskin bloodline, Su Guang's appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes. He originally looked like a child who has not grown up, but now he looks tall, with smooth muscles and a facial expression. The lines are clear, and there is a sense of richness and handsomeness. Su Guang shook his head and said, Xiaolu was born a refugee. The two of them said almost at the same time. Although he was a little surprised, Su Sanduo still asked, when do you plan to get married? 3 days from now. I don't know many people, and I'm only friends with 2 senior brothers in the Immortal Academy. I must come then. Su Guang said sincerely. Su Sanduo patted him hard on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will definitely prepare something good for you when the time comes. Zhao Yang also nodded, with thoughtful eyes, as if he was considering the gift. Su Guang was a little moved and said repeatedly, it would be great if the 2 senior brothers are here. At noon, when all the disciples in the courtyard were eating, Su Guang went to find Master Zhao. Master. Su Guang's expression remained respectful. Old man Zhao has always been satisfied with Su Guang's attitude. Apart from his 4th senior brother Zhao Yang, this is the disciple who has the best attitude towards him. You came to me to make a decision? He seemed to see Su Guang's intention at a glance. There was some regret in his eyes. Although he could understand Su Guang's choice, he still felt a little uncomfortable. It's just that he hasn't been teaching Su Guang for a long time, so there's nothing wrong with him making such a choice. Su Guang nodded. This disciple plans to join the army. Master Zhao was stunned. He thought Su Guang was here to reject him. You said, you plan to join the army? In a few days, the disciple plans to get married and add another child to the family. The master also knows that the disciple has a bad background and the current situation is unstable. For the sake of the stability of the family, the disciple can only gamble with his life. As soon as he said this, Master Zhao looked at Su Guang with a bit of surprise. He did not speak and pondered for a long time. You are the first to choose to join the army. I will ask the city guard for a mercenary spot for you. Although you are still affiliated with Feiyun Guard, you will have more freedom and security after all. This was the most suitable condition he could obtain for his disciple. Although they didn't spend much time together, he could tell that Su Guang valued his family very much. In his opinion, Su Guang's mere skin grinding skills would cost him his life if he were to go to the battlefield if he was not careful. He had a rare act of kindness. Su Guang is not a noob. A mercenary is actually a mercenary who nominally belongs to the Feiyun Guard. This status guarantees freedom to a certain extent. Although he is still subject to the Feiyun Guard military law, it is not as strict as the regular army. The only bad thing is that mercenaries do not have military salaries and need to take on tasks from the city guard in order to receive rewards. This is not a bad thing for Su Guang. He joined the army just to join the front line as a sixth man and secretly refine his blood. After all, blood eyes generate essence and blood, and human blood is the best. When his search engine finds a way to quickly forge bones, he can foresee that the essence and blood will be consumed very quickly. Thank you, Master. Master Zhao waved his hand indifferently. It seems that you have decided, then I will give you another gift. It will be considered as your gift for joining the army and as your new wedding. He tapped on the box beside him, motioning Su Guang to open it, and took out a yellow deed paper. Su Guang did not read the contents on the paper casually. Master Zhao became more and more satisfied with Su Guang's attitude. After I get the mercenary order, save some silver, take this deed, and go to the Wang's blacksmith shop in the inner city to make armor and weapons. Armor, knives, guns, swords and other items longer than half a meter are all controlled items and are strictly prohibited from being manufactured or used by private individuals. As for weapons, those big families can rely on the number of nobles and ordinary people to equip their children and guardians. But for armor, except for the 3 top forces with armies, once discovered, the rest will be punished as treason. This iron shop opened in the inner city, presumably it was legal. Su Guang became more and more moved. Thank you so much, Master. If Master has anything to do in the future, you can use Su Guang as much as you like. What is it about you that is worthy of my command? Are you stronger or older than me? Su Guang was so angry that he lost his temper. His decision to join the army was not impulsive, but carefully considered. He has a family feud, but he already has fetters in his family, and now he has to add Ji Xiaolu, who has even more fetters. He wants to take revenge, but also wants to keep his family safe. With his current strength, it is far away. Although his cultivation speed is pretty good now, it is not enough. Nowadays, the city is changing, and the big families are always well informed. He is worried that the Han family will run away early. To avenge his father and protect the family, he needs to become stronger. In fact, he had some plans for his future cultivation path. Because of the existence of blood eyes, if he wanted to make rapid progress, he would inevitably encounter corpses along the way. The place with the most corpses is the army. Mercenaries are undoubtedly the best kind. Putting aside the wars, they also do some work of suppressing bandits on weekdays. These are all the qualifications for cultivation. Otherwise, he can only kill the gangsters of the low-level gangs in the city. These gangsters are not high in cultivation, don't have much essence and blood, and will attract the attention of interested people at any time. It is better to kill people through formal channels. Especially after seeing the elite cavalry of the 3 guards in Kangmang Tower last time, this thought took root. Outside. 4th senior brother, what does Su Guang want to do with you? Han Wan walked up to Zhao Yong, who was practicing kung fu, and asked rather bossily. Zhao Yong shook his head and did not answer. Han Wan snorted with disdain and glanced at Zhao Yong with a very dark look before leaving. Damn it, all kinds of cats and dogs want a ride on her head. 2 little common people, asking them questions is to give them face, but they dare to hide it. Han Wan walked towards Su Su with a slightly resentful look. Zhao Yong knew nothing about this. After one day's success, Su Guang, Zhao Yong, and Su Sanduo separated and went home. 3 days later, there were no lights in the courtyard of the Su family, except for 2 pieces of festive red cloth hung on the screen wall behind the entrance. Life is not easy these days, and neither Su's mother nor Ji Xiaolu want to make it too grand, so as not to cause other people to have bad thoughts. The family members have already arrived. This is the second time Su Guang has seen Ji Xiaolu in the past few days. He was a little surprised at Ji Xiaolu's change. He didn't know what he ate at the eldest sister's house, and the little lady's originally thin face became somewhat fleshy, making her look quite cute. When Su Guang looked at him, Ji Xiaolu looked very shy, but looked at Su Guang with a bit of stubbornness. Su Guang also had a rather strange feeling. The woman in his eyes was about to become his wife, and he actually had an extremely macho idea. Little girl, how dare you look at me like this? I look at you too. The 2 of them just looked at each other across the yard for a long time. Come back to your senses. Su Chun glared at Su Guang. If you want to see me in the future, go see your mother. Su Guang came back to his senses, touched his head, felt a little shy, and walked into the house to talk to his mother. He didn't prepare many things today, but the guests at home were only 2 senior brothers, which wasn't too shabby. Erlang, your 2 senior brothers are here. The brother-in-law who was greeting guests at the door called Su Guang. Zhao Yong and Su Sanduo brought a lot of things. Su Sanduo was carrying a sack on his back. This is bacon that my family has treasured for a long time. It is marinated with the exotic animal huaji deer. My father has been hiding it for a long time. It is only 10 kilograms. Don't be too little. Su Guang wanted to refuse. Promise me you won't call me again when you get married. It won't be so much. Su Sanduo said. There are some differences between alien species and alien beasts. Alien species are equivalent to aliens among beasts, while alien beasts are equivalent to warriors among beasts. Therefore, alien beasts are much more common than alien species, but Su Sanduo can come up with something like this, which is still precious. Zhao Yang brought a lot less things, just a chicken, a pack of eggs, and a black tiger? This is. The tall Zhao Yang looked very honest and honest. He raised the black tiger in his hand, looked at Su Guang and whispered, "Junior brother, aren't you curious about how I got started? I follow the path of the Lu family, the 3 largest families in the inner city. I have an uncle who used to be a housekeeper of the Lu family. The Lu family has a hobby of raising tigers. Although they are not exotic species, tigers are inherently ferocious, and the Lu family keeps them. He is very tame and obedient, and this little guy is born from one of them. Since you plan to join the army, you must have someone to take care of your wife and children at home. As this little guy grows up, he can also scare some children." Su Guang knew that the big families in the city had the habit of domesticating wild beasts and dogs. The rich families in the city are so luxurious. The people in the outer city are too poor to have enough to eat, but the people in the inner city are still well-dressed and well-fed, and even domesticate wild beasts and dogs at home. Before Su Guang could refuse, Zhao Yang said with a smile, "The Lu family thinks the black tiger is ominous and originally wanted to throw it away. Junior brother, you don't think my gift is shabby, do you?" Su Guang looked touched. Both Zhao Yang and Su Sanduo regarded him as a true friend. He was so excited that he closed his eyes and suppressed his emotion. "2 senior brothers, please come in quickly. We are just 2 guests today. Let's have a meal." Wang Ming brought wine, and everyone drank to their heart's content. After all, this is the human nature of young people. After Wang Ming was the first one to start bragging, the others could not stop bragging. Su Sanduo patted Su Guang on the shoulder. "Junior brother, I admire you. I don't have the courage like you to join the army. Who can really understand the thoughts of Huang Tianjiao outside the city?" Su Guang responded with a smile. Not only Su Sanduo, but Zhao Yang also expressed his desire to join the army, but his agreement with the Lu family was more stringent than the gentleman's agreement between Su Guang and the Cheng family. Zhao Yang is a man of faith, and he can only sell his life to the Lu family in this life. Su Guang didn't drink too much, and sent several people home one by one when it was getting dark. His mother and eldest sister were already cleaning up the mess, and Wang Wen had already fallen asleep. "Okay, Xiaolu is already waiting in your room. Go quickly and don't make people wait." The eldest sister Su Chun is still tough, always leaving Su Guang speechless when she speaks. Marrying a wife for the common people in this world seems to be very simple, especially now that there is a huge shortage of food in the city. Su Guang was a little uncomfortable with it, but he felt quite comfortable. Although he had not known Ji Xiaolu for a long time, he had a good impression of her. He could clearly feel that the smile on his mother's face had become more numerous in the past few days. He has long known how important it is to carry on the family line in this world, and now that he is married, he has a deeper understanding of it. Creak. When the old wooden door was pushed open, it always made an unpleasant hoarse sound. Su Guang stood at the door and suddenly felt at a loss. Getting married for the first time in 2 lives felt amazing, but also a little scary. "Is it, Brother Guang?" Ji Xiaolu's well-established voice made a soft and heartwarming voice, with a hint of shyness and joy in his tone. A young girl can't always hide her worries. After Su Guang erected a monument for her mother, she has completely regarded Su Guang as her husband and the only hope to support her survival. The eldest brother sent the mother and daughter across the river that day. The rickety boat carried her hope and her longing for the future. But that day, in order to lure away the pursuers, her eldest brother jumped into the fast-flowing Wei River. She actually knew in her heart that he would probably never come back. Su Guang didn't know that Ji Xiaolu had so many thoughts at that moment, so he just stood there dully and asked awkwardly. Ji Xiaolu anxiously hugged the little black tiger that Zhao Yang sent and looked timidly at the door. "Xiaolu, are you still asleep?" Even though Ji Xiaolu had heard a lot of Su's mother's dull descriptions of Su Guang's feelings, she felt that her brain was not enough at this moment. On the wedding night, the groom's first question when he came back was to ask if the bride was still asleep. Ji Xiaolu was a little angry, and the emotions in his mind disappeared instantly, and he said speechlessly, "Brother Guang, come in quickly." She swore that if the bride had not been able to get off the ground, she would have dragged Su Guang into the house. As Su Guang entered the house, Ji Xiaolu blew out the candles. In the dark night, Su Guang felt as if he was being controlled by some unknown entity and walked towards the bed. The girl's hot body pressed against her. "Brother Guang, I will be yours from now on." Su Guang was still nervous, but the biological instinctive desire seemed to be ignited. He turned around suddenly and hugged the fiery body against his back. Ouch! The little black tiger was kicked out of bed, looking quite aggrieved. The night was unprecedentedly hot. Su Guang knew what this kind of thing felt like for the first time, and also understood why Su Sanduo lingered here. Xiaoluer, let's do it again. Until midnight, Su Guang finally vented the desire that had been accumulated for a long time, and looked at Ji Xiaolu, who had already fallen asleep, with some pity. The girl looked tired, but there was a smile on her lips, which gave her a different kind of beauty. There was a rather peaceful feeling in his heart. For some reason, after he had made peace with Ji Xiaolu just now, he felt that the power of his two bloodlines was boiling. Whether it was the blood eyes or the stone skin, they were constantly active, like there is some kind of change happening. It seemed to be stronger, and the power of blood was reflected back to him. Even while lying on the bed, the progress of the bone forging increased a lot unknowingly. Su Guang looked surprised. What's going on? Is it possible that the power of blood can be enhanced through the harmony of yin and yang? It shouldn't be. He had inquired about several strangers in the city through Wang Ming before, and many of them had wives. But according to Wang Ming, these people only used women as a channel to vent their desires. His eyes fell on Ji Xiaolu's face unconsciously. Could it be that it was Ji Xiaolu? Su Guang was quite surprised. He now admitted that he had spoken a little loudly to the searcher before. It's starting to snow again outside. In the early morning, Ji Xiaolu got up early and went to help Su's mother cook. Su Guang had already heard Su's mother asking Ji Xiaolu to go back, and a smile appeared on his lips. The wooden door made an unpleasant squeaking sound again. Ji Xiaolu came in from the outside with a strange gait while holding the basin, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. She quickly put down the basin and closed the door. Brother Guang, are you awake? Mom asked me to wash your face. Su Guang sat up from the bed and looked at Ji Xiaolu busy at the side. He felt that this was good. Accompanying my beloved wife every day, having children, honoring my mother, and spending my life like this. Just this thought was thrown out of his mind in an instant. Not to mention that he has a blood feud, but he needs to continue to work hard to stabilize his family. He doesn't want to experience the helplessness of his father being seriously injured 5 years ago, and he can only watch from the sidelines. In the next few days, Su Guang really knew what the Tomb of Heroes was. Ji Xiaolu's soft, tender and juicy body made him almost forget to return, and even gave up his practice. One day later, Su Guang finally made up his mind to work hard again. There is another reason, that is, he found that when he was in love with Ji Xiaolu, the changes that could trigger the power of blood became less and less, as if the mysterious power in her body had disappeared. Worry arose in his heart. Could it be that it was the origin in Ji Xiaolu's body? Su Guang immediately observed Ji Xiaolu's body, put makeup on her and took her to the medical clinic to have a look. After making sure that she was fine, he felt relieved. However, he also made up his mind to wait for the search engine to cool down. Then I searched what was going on with Ji Xiaolu's body. The stickiness after the wedding made him like Ji Xiaolu very much now. In late winter, snow falls more frequently, and it often snows again before the last snow melts. Feiyun City is full of white snow. Su Guang is dressed in black. Ji Xiaolu stands in front of him, standing on tiptoes to cover him with a cloak. This is the wolf skin Su Sanduo sent a few days ago. Ji Xiaolu and Su, his mother, made it new for him. Brother Guang, it's so cold outside and we still have enough food at home, why don't you go out? Su Guang reached out and touched the head of Xiaoluer, who had become a young woman, and then said with a smile, I know what's going on, I just went out for a walk. Ji Xiaolu stopped talking. After getting married, her heart was set on Su Guang. She never refuted what Su Guang said. At most, she only expressed her opinion. Su Guang, who was wearing a wolfskin cloak, was born well, and with the change in the power of Stone Skin's bloodline, he actually looked a bit like an ancient nobleman in the snowy scene. Ji Xiaolu was quite proud. This is her husband. In this era where husband is the most important thing, Su Guang can bring her a sense of pride as long as he does something. Su Guang swung his cloak and turned it into a circle in the air, then walked across the white snow and walked into the distance. The wind and snow were so heavy that people soon lost sight. Walking out of the yard, Su Guang touched the silver on his body. He found that the silver plus the large sword coins were about 60 taels, and he didn't know if it was enough. In the inner city, in the wind and snow, in the unknown iron shop, the bustling shop exuded a strong warmth, and there was no snow accumulation within 10 meters around the iron shop. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of iron striking accompanied the wind and snow, resounding in Su Guang's ears. Su Guang, dressed in black, stood in front of the iron shop and breathed out slowly. According to Master Zhao, this is the one. There are not many iron shops in the city, but this one is the only one that dares to make armors and weapons for others. Even in the wind and snow, the iron shop was very busy, with strong men and women coming in and out carrying firewood and charcoal. Su Guang's figure was quickly noticed. What do you do over there? We don't accept private sales here. Su Guang took out the letter from Master Zhao from his cloak and whispered, I am a disciple of the immortal Zhao, and I am here to find Master Neo to build something. A strong woman put down the firewood and hurried inside without reading the letter. After a while, Su Guang was brought in by the strong woman. The fire in the iron shop hit his face, making Su Guang feel a little hot. Master Neo was about 50 years old, tall and shirtless, revealing strong and knotted muscles, like a giant humanoid beast. He held the letter handed over by Su Guang in one hand while looking Su Guang up and down. "It's a letter from Old Man Zhao. Young man, tell me, what weapon do you want?" A somewhat honest smile appeared on Su Guang's face. "I am naturally stronger, and I am planning to join the army to suppress bandits outside the city, so I want to forge a heavier weapon. I wonder if Master Neo has any suggestions." Innate supernatural power? Master Neo suddenly became interested. "Your master said in his letter that you are a master of skin resurfacing. I wonder how strong your arms are." Su Guang was silent for a moment and then said hesitantly, "Both arms can lift a 3,000 catty cauldron." When Master Neo heard this, his eyes suddenly showed a bit of light, and he stayed on the white cloth on Su Guang's forehead for a long time. "Are you a stranger?" Su Guang was silent. He was about to leave the city to kill people. He didn't want to expose himself, but today he was here to build a weapon, so it was inevitable to expose something. But he could never tell others about the power of blood. Master Neo has misunderstood. This junior is really just born with supernatural powers, otherwise Master Zhao would not agree to let me go out to suppress the bandits. Master Neo smiled. "Forget it, I won't explore these things. In this case, I will make a rule first. Since you have supernatural power, then armor will make you a full-body leather and iron armor, weighing about 300 kilograms, and weapons if, since you are going into battle to kill the enemy, the rainstorm sword technique and your golden willow skill is really not suitable, so I will make you a spear. There are many strong men in the army who can use spears." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and asked someone to prepare samples for Su Guang to try. After a while, with the help of two strong women, Su Guang put on the full body armor. He grabbed the red tassel gun beside him with one hand. A heavy feeling emerged, but for him, it was a piece of cake. This spear was 4 to 5 meters long. It was a big spear in the true sense. He had not practiced any marksmanship, he just danced a few guns casually, and it looked decent. Although Su Guang felt comfortable using it, he felt that it was not enough. It would be better if it could be added with a chopping function. He has marksmanship, and he bought it from the black market for 20 taels of silver that day. The skills include skin grinding and bone forging, and the matching moves are a marksmanship. Master Neo saw the joy on his face and knew that he was satisfied, so he said, 300 taels of silver for the armor and 60 taels for the spear. Su Guang was still respectful. Although he only had 60 taels of silver on him, when he searched for unclaimed wealth, there were still some missing items, so he was not too worried. Master Neo is the one who makes the decision. I still have some ideas that I would like to discuss with Master Neo. He thought about it and added some leather bags to his armor to hold flour and the like. Master Neo looked at him strangely. "When you go out, it's okay to have such preparations, but your preparations are not as good as fighting with gangsters. It's better to practice concealed weapons." When Su Guang heard this, he realized that Master Neo was indeed an expert in building. He had made some designs that were more in line with Su Guang's wishes. Finally, Su Guang paid a deposit of 60 taels of silver, and the remaining balance had to be paid when picking up the goods. The weapons only took 7 days, but the armor was cumbersome to make, and it was specially customized for Su Guang, which took more than a month. Su Guang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Guang, you are back." Ji Zila was dressed in a black farmer's coarse cloth, with long braids, followed by the little black tiger who had become a follower. Su Guang kicked the little black tiger away and allowed Ji Zila to take off his cloak. Then he asked, "Will anyone cause trouble after I go out?" Ji Zila shook his head. "My brother-in-law came here just now. I asked him to bring some venison brought by my senior brother. He also gave me some money. I didn't want it, so he insisted on giving it." Su Guang smiled and nodded. "It's okay, brother-in-law, just keep it if you want to give it to me. It's just some personal belongings. When my eldest sister's family is in trouble in a few days, we can just send it over." "Listen to you. By the way, from now on, you and your mother will eat the venison sent by your senior brother for every meal. It is good for your health." Su Guang has eaten exotic meat and naturally knows that the energy contained in exotic meat is far beyond ordinary meat. He didn't care, after all, there were blood eyes, and as long as there was blood, it would be fine, but both Ji Zila and Su Mu had weak bodies. "No. Just be obedient. While you're cooking, stew some of it for your mother." Ji Zila felt a little emotional as he listened, moving his hands on Su Guang's body, trying to untie the white cloth on Su Guang's forehead. In his room, Su Guang hesitated for a moment and then did not refuse. It's just that Ji Zila seemed to have thought of something. She saw Su Guang's forehead was covered in sweat during the previous sex, and he was unwilling to untie it, so she knew that there was probably some secret under the white cloth. Now Su Guang's attitude was very clear, but she didn't untie it and just smiled. Brother Guang, it's cold outside. I'll boil some hot water while you wash your face. Su Guang shook his head. I'll practice my martial arts first. He plans to go to the Sanwei division to sign up for the army in 3 days. No time for practicing can be wasted. In the courtyard, Su Guang's shouts and fists were soon heard. Night. Ji Xiala pouted and fell asleep with some dissatisfaction. She was a little scared. For some reason, Su Guang stopped courting her at night, even though he kept saying that he should take good care of himself. But she always felt that there was nothing wrong with her body. My mother-in-law still wants to have her grandson soon. Su Guang looked helplessly at his beloved wife in his arms, feeling a little uncomfortable. He didn't know what was going on with Ji Xiala's body, so he no longer dared to act rashly, so he could only endure it for now. Current search results are as follows. 1. Ji Xiala's body can give birth to a kind of special force. Su Guang can be happy with Ji Xialu, which can whiten the meridians. The special force in Ji Xiala's body needs to be accumulated and can be broadened every other month. 2. Under the Wei River, there is a different species named Hiu. This beast was born in the cold depths of the water, but its heart essence and blood are hot. Taking it for a long time can whiten the meridians. This beast's essence and blood can be refined and forged under specific elixirs. Bone pill, after taking it, can greatly enhance the progress of bone building, but a large amount of secret medicine needs to be used to wash away the hidden wounds. Hiu's current location is as follows. 3. Su Guang possesses the blood eye and hone himself through fighting. Under the blood refining power of the blood eye, he broadens his meridians in breaking and then standing. 4. Su Guang can first practice one skill until the bone forging is perfect, and then practice the other skills. This will get twice the result with half the effort, and he can quickly complete the bone forging practice. Note, the current search result displayed is 4, adjustable. He hadn't read all the search results yet, but when he saw the note in the last column, Su Guang's eyes suddenly lit up, and the searcher really changed. Previously, it was possible to display the time required before searching, but now it is possible to adjust the number of search results. Will the functions be more perfect in the future? Just like those internet search engines in previous lives, search results come out in seconds? And he even searched for one and got one free, letting him know Ji Xiala's specialness. Although he didn't know what his physique was, judging from the search results, it should be harmless to Ji Xialu. With high expectations, Su Guang carefully looked at the 4 choices given by the search engine. Almost all of them are solved by broadening the meridians. Only the strange beast in the water, Hiu, in the second item brought him into contact with something novel. Bone forging pill. I don't know how effective it will be. If it's safe over the Wei River, you can try hunting in the water. Search keywords, ownerless wealth. Related words, appropriate, harmless. Search range, Feiyun City. Number of search results, 1. Searching, 2%, estimated duration, 3 days. On the third night, when Ji Xiala went to sleep, Su Guang went out again. The search results for unknown wealth came out and he needed to go pick up the money. This time it was in a gang in the city. Su Guang was also a little helpless. He didn't know why the search engine showed such a result. It obviously didn't look like ownerless wealth. The Tiger Gang is located in Nanjiaofang and is the undisputed overlord of the city. Its gang leader Han, who is known as Lord Tiger. With a strange look on his face, Su Guang walked into the Tiger Gang station according to the location given by the search engine. The further he walked in, the weirder he felt. It's so quiet. You must know that these gang members are always very noisy no matter day or night. This kind of silence gave Su Guang a creepy feeling in his heart. I just want to get money, nothing else has anything to do with me. Thinking of this, Su Guang leaned against the corner, walked silently, and quickly crossed the small courtyards. The journey was still quiet, with a terrifying feeling. Su Guang became increasingly uneasy and added the associated word harmless. What happened? He was worried, but what surprised him was that a few minutes later, when he found a box containing silver and gold, nothing happened. It's like, this place is really a deserted land. Su Guang tied the box to his body and was about to leave, but accidentally glanced at the cellar in the courtyard. Is there something in the cellar? Su Guang narrowed his eyes, but did not go over to observe, turned around and left quickly. Whatever it was, it had nothing to do with him, he was just here to get the money. About half an hour after he left, a woman wearing black clothes walked into the place in the night. Edict. The next moment, there was a dense crashing sound in the cellar, like a group of wild animals charging. In the night, a figure with twisted limbs slowly crawled out of the cellar. When Su Guang returned home, he opened the door and saw Ji Xiala standing in the courtyard with a kerosene lamp lit. Brother Guang, you. Su Guang took Ji Xiala to the yard, opened the box and poured everything out without direct contact. There were a total of 480 taels of silver, and more than 20 taels of gold. This surprised Su Guang. He had never thought that a small gang could have such wealth, which exceeded the wealth of some small families. The Tiger Gang is not simple. Thinking of what he saw and heard today, Su Guang's eyes were solemn. Ji Xiaolo had never seen so much money before, his eyes narrowed into peach blossoms, and he was too excited to speak. Su Guang touched her head and said, "Don't tell Mom, just heat up more hot water and soak the money in it later." He was worried that the money was poisonous, and he was never afraid to speculate on the behavior of those low-level gangsters with the greatest malice. Su Guang said he wouldn't let Ji Xiaolo touch it, so Ji Xiaolo didn't touch it and went outside to boil water regardless of late at night. Su's mother probably thought the two were playing a couple's game again, so she didn't get up when she heard the noise outside. Ji Xiaolo was busy while Su Guang sat in the courtyard, his eyes full of doubts. What happened in the Tiger Gang? So what is it that makes me feel frightened? Soaking the money in water, Ji Xiaolo fell asleep. Su Guang was a little unhappy, so he went to the courtyard alone to vent his excess energy. After finishing a set of bone-forging movements, Su Guang felt an unprecedented chill in his heart. At the same time, he felt a pressure, as if something was pressing on his back. Who is it? Su Guang frowned and shouted. Everything was quiet and there was no movement. No one? Su Guang looked like he was about to leave and walked towards the place where the big cloak was hanging. But at the next moment, the cloak waved and suddenly threw out a large piece of white powder. A black shadow suddenly emerged from it, petite in stature, but extremely fast. It's really insidious. This was a woman in tight black clothes. Su Guang looked at the image of the woman, and his mind flashed to the appearance of Ye Xing'ai in the TV series in his previous life. Who are you? The woman smiled sweetly. Guess. Su Guang jumped into the air and kicked his hand 3 times in a row. He never thought that this woman was a good person when she came to visit late at night. Since she was not a good person, she was a bad visitor. The woman was slender, but she reacted quickly. Her fingers were in a grasping shape. At the same time, she took out a dagger from nowhere and stabbed Su Guang in the face. Su Guang swung his cloak, lifted his robe, and at the same time turned around and kicked sideways. The edge of the cloak passed by the woman's face like a long knife. The dagger in the woman's hand danced very fast, and almost instantly cut several holes in Su Guang's cloak. Su Guang's eyes were full of anger when he saw that his family's newly made cloaks had become like this. Who are you? What do you want to do in my house? You took my stuff and you asked me who I am. The woman finally spoke her first words. Su Guang realized that the woman was here for the money. Su Guang sneered. The search engine showed that there was no owner's wealth, but the woman said it was hers. Wasn't it deceiving Su Guang's ignorance? XXX, combat power, bone forging realm elite level. Like him, he is just an elite. He said no more, and his figure burst forward. As the cloak swung, his fists were like dragons. From time to time, he would poke out the cloak and hit the woman. After a few ups and downs, the woman's claw collided with Su Guang's fist. The woman's eyes showed a bit of fear. Su Guang's strength shocked her. She was a strange person. She always believed that her strength was not weaker than that of men in the same situation. However, Su Guang, who clearly felt that the progress of bone forging was not as good as his, was far stronger than her. Su Guang has experienced several battles and is no longer lacking in combat experience. This time it was an encounter and he was not well prepared. There is only a handful of flour. But he made the most of the cloak. Turning around and waving his robe, he flew forward and kicked twice in the air. The woman failed to react in time again and used her palm to resist Su Guang's kick. Wait, you have such strength, this is a misunderstanding. The woman's expression was no longer as calm as before, and she spoke urgently. Su Guang seemed to be very obedient, holding the cloak with both hands and holding it behind his back. First tell me who you are. He was indeed not completely sure of keeping the woman in front of him. I am the black-clothed envoy of Minjaya Dianzuo of Huangtian sect. My name is Dozai. My little brother, please treat everything before as a misunderstanding. We have not seen each other today. As the woman spoke, she stared at Su Guang cautiously while stepping back carefully. Su Guang sneered, yes, but I am lustful. If you let me see your appearance and legs, that will be the end of today's business. A flash of anger suddenly flashed across the woman's masked face, and she felt that Su Guang was ungrateful, and she had already said good things. Immediately, sarcasm arose in his heart. This person is really lustful. In such a situation, he still has to look at his appearance. She wanted to retreat, but she seemed to see a glimmer of hope of killing Su Guang, and then let out a sweet laugh. Is what the strong man said true or false? Su Guang nodded, of course. The woman looked at Su Guang for a long time and said, okay, I'll let you take a look. She is very confident in her beauty. After all, in Huang Tianjiao, countless people have fallen under her pomegranate skirt, and Su Guang will be added soon. The woman untied the black cloth on her face, and saw a palm-sized oval face appearing in the night, with fair skin, big eyes, and a charming aura that seemed to be able to arouse a man's desire. Brother, am I beautiful? The woman's voice also changed from cold to charming, and the transformation of temperament seemed to be completed in an instant. Su Guang's eyes showed a bit of salivation, and he said in a hurry, "Look at your legs, let me see your legs." A hint of shyness appeared on the woman's face at the right time, and she looked at Su Guang with seductive eyes. "My little brother is really anxious." She bent down slightly and moved gently, her small white hands caressing her slender legs wrapped in tight black clothes, like a succubus. "Brother, please come closer, you are so far away, how can you see clearly?" Su Guang seemed to be a nymphomaniac and walked straight forward. "If you see clearly, you should die." As the woman bent over, a black light suddenly shot out from her head, piercing Su Guang's heart like a sharp sword. Su Guang turned sideways, but the black light flew too fast. With his reaction speed, he couldn't completely avoid it. The black light passed through his shoulder, and even if he had activated Shi Skin's bloodline power, he couldn't stop it. Severe pain suddenly surged into my heart. But he didn't look at her. He stared at the woman with his eyes and suddenly untied the white cloth on his head. Divine power. It was as if she could see a god, and confusion appeared on the woman's face. Su Guang suddenly moved forward, stretched out his hand and pinched the back of the woman's head. He wanted to hit the wall, but was worried about dirtying the yard, so he raised his knees and pressed his head. Boom! Blood mist emerged. He didn't have time to look further, as his palms continued to press, and his knees hit the woman's face again and again. After bumping into it countless times, Su Guang slowly let go of his hand and dropped the rag-like corpse in his hand to the ground. The woman's beautiful face has long been invisible, her face has sunken a bit, and her facial features can no longer be distinguished clearly. Only then did I have time to look at the shoulder injury. The black light before was actually a strand of long hair. The long hair seemed to be alive, constantly squirming like a worm, burrowing deeper into Su Guang's body. Su Guang's eyes changed slightly. Is this woman still a stranger? However, the power of blood seemed to be a little weak. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the long hair that still had some vitality from the wound, bringing out a large amount of blood. This is the first woman Su Guang has killed, and also the first time he has killed a stranger. He was a little excited. He was finally going to activate the Blood Eyes ability for the first time and absorb the power of the alien's blood. He picked up the woman's dagger and cut open the woman's black clothes to reveal her majesty. It had to be said that the woman was really talented, and her figure alone was enough to make some people take advantage of her. Without hesitation, he dragged the woman's body to a corner and stabbed the woman's chest with the dagger in his hand. With a sharp slash, blood gushed out. Su Guang pressed his palm up with excitement. The speed of absorbing the blood of aliens took much longer than he imagined. It took a full quarter of an hour before I felt the smoothness in my palms disappear. It brought Su Guang rich results. Feeling the 13 drops of blood flowing in his blood eyes, Su Guang looked happy. Then he searched the woman's body again and found a lot of daggers, short blades, darts, and some medicinal powders and lime powder of unknown functions. Apart from these killing weapons, they found nothing else. It was obvious that the woman was very cautious. This woman is full of murder weapons. Su Guang couldn't help but take a breath when he thought of the woman who had used her beauty to seduce him, and how he had thought of saving her life. Write down in a small notebook that women are very dangerous, and if they are enemies, they must be killed as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the darkness, Su Guang grabbed the woman's body and went up and down to the dry well where he met the alien species while looking for money. Meal delivered to your door. Boom! There was no abnormality after that, so the alien species at the bottom of the well was probably not there. Su Guang thought in his heart. After discarding the body, Su Guang returned home. Ji Zila couldn't help but move, turned around and hugged him hard. He sighed silently. The sound of his fight with the woman was not too quiet, and it was normal for Ji Zila to hear it. Don't be afraid, little dear, it won't happen like this again. Ji Zila just hugged him and said with a worried voice, Brother Guang, you can do whatever you want, I will always follow you. Su Guang was moved in his heart. He had 1,000 words to say but didn't know where to start. He just hugged Ji Zilu and said sleep. The injury on his shoulder was not serious, and it did not even damage the bones. It only took a few days for him to recover completely. Once again, he despised the power of a woman's bloodline in his heart. Compared to the power of his bloodline, a woman's ability was really not worth mentioning. Thinking of the woman claiming to be a member of the Huangtian sect, a haze arose in his heart, and he had to move to a safe place quickly. Judging from the situation tonight, the outer city had already been infiltrated by the Huangtian sect. Joining the army must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. In a daze, his body felt hot, and he felt like a stone-skinned awakening. He was overjoyed and a little happy, but he didn't expect that by absorbing the blood of a stranger for the first time, he would rob the power of his bloodline. What a blessing! This feeling lasted for about half an hour. Su Guang looked inside himself and connected with the newly awakened power of blood. Weird hair is the power of a woman's blood. Every once in a while, it can accumulate a strand of long hair and turn it into a treacherous hair. It can be shot out like a woman and serve as a hidden weapon. Even if it is stored for a long enough time, the length of the treacherous hair will increase. To achieve this, you can bind others like a rope. Quite a strange ability. It was only after he awakened the power of blood that he truly understood the horror of this power. After the treacherous beam is released, it will still contain activity, and will continue to drill into the enemy's flesh and blood until it strangles the enemy's heart. Just imagine, it is not difficult to deal with the treacherous beam, but what if it gets into a protracted war? Without time to deal with it, if the hair invades the heart, death is inevitable. The most interesting thing is that the hair is not a consumable item, but can be recovered. Su Guang's eyes flashed with fear. Fortunately, the woman was beaten to death by him. He once again thought about how the woman caught up with him. After thinking about it, he guessed that it was probably because of the unclaimed wealth. He didn't know that this woman came to find him, and no one saw him, so he hoped not to cause unnecessary trouble. Find a way to spend all this money tomorrow. The weapon money is settled first, and the rest will be spent on the black market. Another early morning. Cheng family. Su Guang knocked on the door gently, and a healthy servant opened the door. Seeing Su Guang's unfamiliar appearance, he asked, "Who are you?" "Su Guang, come to visit Miss Cheng Lianer. The eldest lady is not here, please go back," Jian Pu said. With Shifu's blessing, Su Guang's appearance was a bit extraordinary. Jian Pu thought he was the young master who came to pursue his eldest lady again, so his tone became a little bad. Su Guang didn't care, but said with a bit of regret, "Since the lady is not here, I wonder if this brother can give this letter to the eldest lady. As for the kindness of the recommendation letter, Su can only repay it in another way. If you are interested, you can send someone to deliver a letter." He was about to join the army and would most likely be unable to fulfill his agreement with Cheng Lianer. He felt a little embarrassed, so he came to visit Cheng Lianer today and wanted to ask Cheng Lianer's opinion. If possible, he was willing to make some compensation. Jian Pu saw that his words were not as arrogant as those of a young master, nor did he look down upon himself. He hesitated and took the letter. "Su Guang, right? I will inform the young lady when she returns to the city." "Thank you." Half an hour later, at Fianfang in the inner city, there were 3 guards at the yamen. This is an extremely majestic mansion. In the center of the main hall, sitting in the office, is a fair-faced, handsome, slightly feminine middle-aged man. The canal water was diverted from the back of the courtyard, and the waves were sparkling. Boats of all sizes docked at the shore, allowing all the soldiers in the Sanwei division to set off in an instant. "Master Pu, there are some people outside, saying they are here to join the army." A beautiful woman walked in from outside and whispered, "Now is not the time for the 3 families to recruit troops. How can anyone come to join the army? They are all disciples of several martial arts masters in the city." The woman lowered her head slightly. She didn't feel that she was going to meet him. After all, this was the 3rd time those people had asked for an audience. Zhu Pu was born in a prefecture and everyone looked down upon these mud-legged people. How many people are there? In response to Master Pu, there is a new one here today, a total of 16 people, including 9 bone-forging warriors and 7 skin-grinding masters. The master didn't even look at the roster in the woman's hand, and said casually, "I remember someone said hello that they wanted their disciples to join the mercenary army. In this case, I simply sent them all to the mercenary army. Fi'un guard, can't support me. Idle people. The city guard's methods are still not good enough. These mud-legged people came here to get military pay, but they didn't even let them get out." The woman lowered her head, and the surrounding soldiers also lowered their heads, pretending not to have heard this. "Yes, I will make arrangements now." "Wait a minute." The white-faced Lord Pu suddenly called out, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, "I remember the military intelligence came in a few days ago, saying that there were bandits in Xiaofeng Mountain who were looting military supplies? Let these mud-legged people deal with it." "Yes." The woman left here with the Lord Pu's order. In the courtyard, Su Guang and a group of disciples from other martial arts masters were waiting here. They had been here a few days longer than Su Guang and had a better understanding of the situation. According to a young man named Li Yuan, the person in charge of recruiting troops for Fianwei now is a chief Pu named Zhao Ji, who looks down on them, the martial arts disciples in the city. They have come 3 times and have been treated with contempt every time. Su Guang asked quickly, "May I ask brotherly, if you can get documents from the 3 armed forces after joining the army?" Li Yuan nodded with certainty, "That's natural. We didn't join the army out of passion, we just wanted to provide stability for our family. You also know the current environment in the outer city." Su Guang agreed with his face, and Li Yuan's words revealed his worries. What he was most worried about when he joined the army was his wife, children, and mother at home, especially the strange woman who came to his door a few days ago. While chatting with Li Yuan, he saw a beautiful woman in smart clothes walking into the yard, followed by several armored soldiers. "You are all high-ranking disciples of martial arts. Lord Pu has ordered that you be incorporated into the mercenary army. I have to say that this is the art of speaking. If the commander came over and said that he couldn't hear anything good, he would probably make these warriors angry. The woman added, "You have come at the right time. Master Pu is worried about the 13 bandits on Xiaofang Mountain. He has offered a reward of 30 kilograms of exotic meat, with the thief's head as the target. You can go on your own." Wait! Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke. He glanced at some people present, including Su Guang, with a dissatisfied expression. "Brother Song and I are all bone-forging warriors. These skin-grinding warriors are following us. If we are lucky, their military achievements may even surpass ours. This person's name is Ho Ping. He is a disciple of Huang Aryu, a martial arts master from the outer city. He has always been arrogant." Su Guang's face was expressionless, and a hint of anger rose in Li Yuan's eyes. He was also the rubbish in the man's mouth. The well-dressed woman turned her gaze to the man, and a flash of displeasure flashed in her eyes. The most important rules in the army were that if this man was not just a mercenary, she would let him know what military orders are like. "How are you doing? Brother Song, I and the 9 bone-forging warriors can take action. But, the rest of them should go to the Black Wind Mountain Temple. The military newspaper said that there are some bandits hiding there. They still exchange their heads for meat, a total of 20 kilograms of exotic animal meat. 16 warriors, you look at me, I look at you, and finally clasp your hands and fists, your order." Su Guang didn't feel much about this. He didn't crave exotic meat, as long as he got the military documents. Li Yuan is eager for exotic meat. After all, exotic meat is full of energy and may become an opportunity to grind skin and forge bones. No warrior does not want to make progress. Su Guang did not argue with others, and Li Yuan felt comfortable talking to him. After receiving the documents, the two of them walked together on the streets of the inner city. There is something special about the military documents. They actually allocate dormitories? Su Guang was a little surprised. The benefits after joining the army were so good? But when you think about it, it seems to be natural. Mercenaries seem to be free, but in fact they are full of dangers. After joining, you need to complete a task every month. And in the current environment outside Feiyun City, such tasks have a high probability of narrow escape. Li Yuan knew what he was thinking, but he showed a look of disdain. "The place allocated to us only has 2 rooms at most. The yard is very small, and there is no room for more people in the family. And if we want to buy a yard, we have to go through Feixin." Yunwei approved. Su Guang immediately stopped talking. "This is really..." Li Yuan was just depressed for a moment, and then became active again. "But speaking of it, there are still many good places in the inner city. Nowadays, refugees are everywhere outside the city. Has Brother Su ever thought about buying a few maids? I heard that some conflicts broke out between the armed forces and the refugees some time ago, and many refugee women were arrested. If I can buy a few attractive ones, there will be people to help with chores. If you have something to do, the maid will do it, and if you have nothing to do, the maid will do it," Li Yuan said, looking at him. A slightly lewd smile appeared on his face. After Su Guang practiced martial arts, he also came into contact with many warriors, and he had some understanding of the warriors in this world. A warrior retains desire but is not moved by emotion. Women are like clothes, which can be thrown away with a snap of the finger. Many people are like the protagonists in fantasy novels in previous lives. They have no women in their hearts, draw swords from the gods of nature, and pursue whatever they want without any ties. Su Guang shook his head. He had known for a long time that slaves existed in this world, but he had no desire to emancipate his mind. He was just a mortal and could not do such great things. "I'll take a look at it then. There is someone in the family who does need someone to take care of him." Li Yuan laughed lewdly. "If you want to buy it, you have to do it as soon as possible. Among the refugees, there are many daughters of big families from the Central Plains. Some of the city guards did not screen them and simply beat them all into slaves. I heard people say, some of them are really smooth." Su Guang sighed in his heart. "Is this the way of the world? Where can I buy it? How much does it usually cost? I'm testing the waters today. Please keep reading. Thank you. Those with bad looks will cost at most 5 or 6 taels of silver. Those with good looks will cost from 10 taels to 100 taels of silver. The more special ones, such as virgins from big families and those with special skills, will cost more." Li Yuan introduced to Su Guang like an insider. What he said was ridiculous, but Su Guang seemed to see the shadow of his previous life in him. He talks endlessly about women when talking to people on the internet, but in reality he is just an otaku. He has never met any women at all, and he is still just a little chick. Su Guang nodded perfunctorily, nodding in agreement from time to time. Soon, the two arrived at the place where they lived. There were numbers marked on their military documents. It was a large shanty town-like building, extremely simple. Su Guang's inn was marked 136, which was in a different direction from Li Yuan, and the two separated. He came to courtyard number 136 alone. There was a building similar to a security booth nearby, and an old man walked out of it. "Newcomer, Su Guang quickly clasped his fists and said, "That's right, I'm assigned to courtyard number 136. When the old man heard this, he glanced at Su Guang in surprise, his eyes a little weird, but he didn't say much. He just took Su Guang's document and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, he threw him a bunch of keys. "This is the key to courtyard number 136. You can change the locks yourself or bring your family to live in it." Su Guang quickly handed over his hand and said, "Thank you, elder, for informing me." The old man waved his hand casually and walked in the direction he came from without saying anything else. Su Guang walked towards courtyard number 136, and when he opened the door, although he had mentally prepared himself for the harsh environment, he still couldn't imagine it at this moment. How could it be so broken? The dilapidated little courtyard is only 50 square meters, and the two small brick houses look extremely dilapidated. Most of them only serve as a windshield. They will probably leak when it rains. Su Guang secretly slandered Feiyun City, saying it was stingy that the place where the soldiers lived was so dilapidated. But the overall environment in the inner city was stable after all. The chaos in the outer city made Su Guang not want his mother and Ji Xyla to be frightened, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Although the living environment was very poor, it finally gave Su Guang a sense of security. When he got home, Ji Xyla was washing clothes. He kicked away the domesticated little black tiger like a dog and hugged her from behind. Ji Xyla screamed in fright, causing Su's mother to open the door, holding a broom in her hand. "Xyla, what's wrong?" When she turned around, she saw Su Guang, who was a little embarrassed. Su's mother glared at him and went back into the house. Ji Xyla's face turned red with embarrassment, and he said coquettishly, "Brother Guang, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. You're shocking." Su Guang picked her up, her thin body weighing less than 100 pounds, and easily carried her around in the air. He told her that he had joined the army and received documents from the armed services, and that his family was about to move to the inner city. When Ji Xyla heard this, he did not show happiness on his face, but said with a worried look, "Brother Guang, our life is good enough. How about you don't want to be a soldier?" "I don't want to be too far away from you." Su Guang touched her head and said, "I know it well. When I tell my mother later, you can help me persuade her." Ji Xyla was very obedient. Although she was reluctant in her heart, it was Su Guang who said it after all. In her simple values, her husband is heaven and everything. Kindness. Seeing that she was still not very interested, Su Guang simply picked her up and walked towards the house. In the somewhat dim space, Su Guang untied the white cloth from her forehead. The third eye that seemed to be squinting and half open instantly stunned Ji Xyla. "Brother Guang, you." Although Ji Xyla was born as a commoner and fled all the way. Although he suffered many hardships, he also gained a lot of knowledge. Only one person can explain why Su Guang is so different from ordinary people, and that is, a strange person. Su Guang chuckled lightly and pinched her smooth face. "Your husband is a stranger. It is difficult for them to join the army, but for me, it is an opportunity. I will let you live a happy life with your mother. When the time comes, I will ask a few maids to serve you." Ji Xyla had heard many legends about the aliens, and knowing how powerful the aliens were, he let go of his worries a little. After being nourished by women, Su Guang also learned some ways to coax women, changing the topic and describing the scenery of the inner city. "Don't worry, when we get to the inner city, you can take your mother out to relax on weekdays. I heard that the night market there is also very prosperous, and there are 3 guards in the city to suppress it, so there won't be any bad guys easily. Although I joined the army, I am still a mercenary. As long as I accept the mission on time, I will be at home with you the rest of the time. When the time comes, I will let you know what I am capable of. From now on, you can travel around the mountains and rivers every day, enjoy the delicious food in the inner city, and have a few sons between you and me." Ji Xyla thought about the future described in Su Guang's words and couldn't help but fall into intoxication. He actually forgot a little about the crisis of Su Guang joining the army. Suddenly, she said, "I can do the work, so Brother Guang shouldn't hire a maid." The tone was a little shy, and also had some unexplainable meaning. Although Su Guang didn't understand much, he agreed to such a small thing. He just missed Ji Xyla's body. "I just want you to do less things. Since Xyluer said you won't invite me, then I won't invite you." At noon, the couple went to see Su's mother and told her about Su Guang's decision. It can be seen that after Su Guang started practicing martial arts, Su's mother did not control him very much. She also knew that Su Guang was a big-minded person, so she agreed with a worried look. There were not many things in the house, so with the help of his brother-in-law Wang Ming, he borrowed a carriage from the government office and moved everything to the number 136 yard in just one trip. Of course, it is not the kind of carriage that can accommodate people. After all, the common people of the Su family are not allowed to ride in carriages in Feiyun City. After finishing the work, Wang Ming's tone was quite emotional. "Erlang, you are a ruthless person." Su Guang smiled and shook his head. "Brother-in-law, I heard that some people from your yamen also live in this area. How about your family moving here too?" Xiaoan is attending a private school. The teachers from the inner city are always better than those from the outer city. More knowledgeable. Wang Ming looked thoughtful after hearing this. He lives in the outer city, just because he doesn't want to be too close to the arrogant direct descendants of the Wang family, but in this world, the inner city is indeed much safer. Looking back, he saw Ji Xiala looking in the direction of Ping Anfang House in the outer city with a somewhat lonely expression. Su Guang squeezed her soft fingers and said, "What's wrong? Don't want to move?" Ji Xiala shook his head and wrapped his hands around Su Guang's arm. "Wherever Brother Guang is, that's my home." At night, Su Guang returned to the original courtyard alone, dug out the money obtained by the tiger gang from the corner, and went to the black market. "I plan to buy more tips and then use the search tool to correct them all before practicing." There wasn't much else on the black market. After spending a large sword coin to enter the inner market, there were more people selling various martial arts secrets. The powerful magic skill gives you the power of 9 oxen. The Vajra indestructible kung fu makes you invulnerable to weapons and bullets after practicing it. It also contains secret medicine-making methods. The shouts of sales did not disappoint Su Guang. He used all the extra gold and planned to pay the iron shop's expenses with the remaining silver. Su Guang went on a shopping spree and bought 3 exercises to practice the internal organs. Su Guang was very satisfied. Knowing that he had been targeted, he did not flinch. Instead, he observed the 2 or 3 people behind him at close range through his blood eyes. Most of them were skin grinders. A cultivating warrior. I don't know what gave them the courage. In an alley, Su Guang walked out with bright clothes and a glowing face. No one knew that 3 bodies had been left in the alley. Early the next morning, it was just dawn. Ji Xiala got up from Su Guang's arms, rubbing her soft and delicate body against Su Guang's body, bringing an ambiguous heat, which made Su Guang's anger a little stronger. He yawned lazily, as if teasing Su Guang, and breathed hot air into his ear, with a somewhat quirky expression. "Husband, it's time to get up, I'm going to get you some hot water." Su Guang touched her head and was very satisfied with her title. "Don't bother me. I'm going out of the city with you later. It can take 2 or 3 days, or 3 or 5 days. You take good care of my mother." Ji Xialo had just moved to a new home and was not familiar with everything. Besides, he was a little tired from moving yesterday. He wanted Ji Xiala to sleep a little longer. "Tuck tuck tuck. Brother Su, are you up?" It was Li Yuan's voice. They were going out of the city together today to do their first mission after becoming mercenaries. Su Guang was a little annoyed that he interrupted the couple's warmth, but he quickly got up from the bed, put on his clothes and walked out. "Xialuer, don't get up. Sleep a little longer. I'll leave first. You can tell your mother later and tell him not to worry." After a pause, Su Guang said with some tenderness and nervousness, "You have to remember that if someone bullies you after I leave, don't argue with him. Give him whatever he wants. Just wait for me to come back." Ji Xiala nodded with hazy eyes. He left some money to buy food for the little black tiger. Of course, it was usually just some unwanted meat from the butcher shop. Although food is tight, butcher shops in the inner city are still open normally, especially in recent times. They have begun to supply fish and meat, which can be regarded as a source of food. It is sad, but people will not starve to death. This little thing is just a small tiger. It is larger than a leopard when it is adult, but its temperament is like a dog. It is extremely loyal to people. It is definitely a good hand in looking after homes and homes. Su Guang is also willing to keep it. After all, Ji the deer seemed to like it very much. What he is most worried about is actually the person behind the strange woman, but he has moved and should be fine in the short term. Yesterday, those warriors who had achieved great success were assigned by Fi Eungard to go to the Black Wind Mountain Temple to check the situation. If there were really rogues, they would be killed. If not, they would be observed and returned after 3 days. As long as you come back, the mission will be considered completed and you will be rewarded with silver coins. If you take the head of a rogue bandit, you will be rewarded with exotic meat. When Su Guang and Li Yuan arrived, the other 5 people had already arrived, and they all brought weapons. Su Guang also took the time after moving yesterday to go to the iron shop to retrieve the long spear that was half a gun and half a sword, and was named Long Dao Qian by Master Niu. It's just that he didn't know how to use it, so he didn't bring it. He still carried the most familiar pig butchering knife and boning knife. Li Yuan spent a lot of money to buy a long knife with a 3-foot thick back. It was not light. He held the long knife very preciously along the way, for fear of bumping into it. Su Guang was a little speechless. Weapons are for killing people, not like this. But Li Yuan didn't have the means to search for unowned wealth. With his background, this long knife almost drained the family's savings. Baby. This is understandable. Most of everyone's weapons are knives. For low-level warriors, knives are the most suitable weapons. In comparison, although swords are elegant, they are there to kill people. Killing with swords is not as convenient as knives. Weapons have been reported to the Sanwei department, so everyone is qualified to carry swords in the market. There were no people from Sanwei Division, only 7 of them, who gathered at the gate of Sanwei Division. One of them, a good-looking man of medium height in white clothes, suddenly said, "A certain person named Hao Wenzhuan is a disciple of Qingfeng Fist Hongtao. Brothers, the purpose of our trip is to go to Black Wind Mountain to investigate the whereabouts of the bandits. If we can, so I took action to kill him, but I think there needs to be a regulation on how to execute it." Someone immediately agreed, "Brother Hao, I think so, but I don't know if Brother Hao has a plan." Li Yuan seemed a little dissatisfied with Hao Wenzhuan's easy recognition by everyone, but Su Guang kept silent and showed nothing. He was weak and could only hide some words in his heart. When Hao Wenzhuan heard the praise from everyone, he showed some humility on his face. "I think we need to be careful when we go out of the city this time, and everyone needs to have their own division of labor. Last night I visited my clan brother who was a guest at the Han family and asked after some research. They also surveyed the terrain of Black Wind Mountain in detail. There are a total of 3 roads into the mountain. I suggest that after we go up the mountain, if there are no bandits in the dilapidated mountain temple, we leave 4 people in the temple to search Black Wind Mountain, and the other 3 brothers can go to the 3 mountain entrances and keep an eye on them every 3 hours. What do you think about changing the manpower?" It has to be said that although Hao Wenzhuan is suspected of being a show-off, he has really made preparations. Su Guang was somewhat interested in the clan brother he mentioned, a guest of the Han family. "Brother Hao's method is good. I think this is the way to go." Someone immediately responded to Hao Wenzhuan's words. Li Yuan was speechless. The young man's anger was just to oppose, but he couldn't think of any good solution. Su Guang glanced at Li Yuan with some disappointment. He was impetuous. Maybe he had achieved some results in his martial arts training, but he was probably a short-lived person with a heart as high as the sky and a life as thin as paper. Thinking of this, he quietly stepped back a few steps, retreated behind everyone, and made himself transparent. It doesn't matter to him whether he kills or not, as long as he dies, he has already thought about it. The most important thing in joining the army is of course his own life. He will use other people's lives to kill corpses, and he will collect the blood essence in the back. As for participating in a battle, if it is not a battle that must be won, avoid it if you can. Brothers, since you think X's method is good, let's do this. Let's leave the city. A group of 7 people, carrying swords and bows on their backs, were walking on the street. They were quite imposing. At least they looked like they were not easy to mess with. The trip went smoothly. This was Su Guang's first time out of the city since he moved. Unfortunately, the direction out of the city was not the direction of his hometown village. Everyone was walking slowly on the official road, looking like a mob. Su Guang shook his head and took out Ji Xila's baked pancake from his arms, tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He took out a water bottle from time to moisten the pancake. There is blood in the blood to supply energy. He is not particularly hungry, but everyone is eating, so it would be rude for him not to eat. Next to him was Li Yuan, who was holding a long knife. It was probably the first time he went out of the city for such a long time. He made a little fuss along the way. When he met people, he held the precious long knife warily. On the road, I also encountered some servants transporting food for the 3 guards. They were dressed in tatters. They were all sallow and thin, and they were weak when walking. They were wearing white linen bottom shirts and shabby clothes issued by the army. It's just a superficial neatness. The feet are even more bizarre. There are all kinds of shoes, and there are many with purple and blue toes exposed. It is completely different from the leading supervisory army from the 3 guards. Walking and stopping along the way, everyone boasted, and before they knew it, they were far away from the official road, and they could already see the long black mountains in the distance. How Wenbo deliberately bought people's hearts. Before entering the mountain, he suddenly took out a lot of insect repellent powder from the package behind him and said, "Although you brothers are all martial arts masters, I estimate that there are not many opportunities to enter the mountain. If it weren't for clan brother reminds me that I don't know that the poisonous insects in the mountains are more dangerous than the alien species, so I will give these insect repellent powder to you brothers." Sure enough, everyone was grateful. In the middle of winter, there are no snakes, insects, rats or ants anywhere. In Su Guang's surprised eyes, Hao Wenzhuan actually walked up to him, handed him the remaining part of the powder with a friendly look, and also took some dried meat strips. Brother Su was eating all the way. "Pancakes, warriors like us all have big appetites, so dry pancakes won't make you full." Su Guang was confused, but he quickly came to his senses. "Is this person trying to bribe me? Do you think that you are the one with the worst background because you are wearing the shabbiest clothes among everyone, and the weapon is only a butcher knife?" Su Guang's expression couldn't help but become extremely strange. If he wanted to, it shouldn't be difficult to kill everyone else, right? It's just that he made up his mind to keep a low profile and just accepted Hao Wenzhuan's kindness, but that was all. Sure enough, Hao Wenzhuan's actions attracted everyone's attention. Their expressions varied, some were regretful, some were contemptuous, and some were thoughtful. Why didn't they think of recovering a cannon fodder before entering the mountain? In their eyes, Su Guang was such a dull boy who could be taken back at will. Su Guang didn't care about their thoughts. After going up the mountain and about to arrive at the mountain temple, everyone didn't dare to speak loudly. They took out the long knives in their hands one by one and observed carefully. But this kind of observation is destined to be in vain. There is no one in the temple, but there are traces of people living there. Su Guang lived up to expectations and took over the important task of guarding the mountain road. He gladly accepted it. It would be better if more people died. The dry mountains have long been covered in white snow, and they are completely white as far as the eye can see. What a vast land, so clean. Su Guang found a pine tree. The pine tree did not lose its leaves in winter, which could hide his figure. He leaned on the tree safely, his eyes seemed to be open and closed, looking inwards at his body, stimulating the power of blood vessels to carry qi and blood to the bones. This is an ability that was obtained after practicing double cultivation with Ji Xiaolu, and the power of blood was slightly strengthened. Although it is not as fast as the movements in the bone forging chapter, it is better than having to move and can practice while lying down. A few hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. There were very few animals in the vast snow-capped mountains, and no living creatures could be seen. However, the noises from underground rodents could still be heard from time to time. Su Guang turned a deaf ear and would go to the mountain temple to see his brothers every once in a while. Unfortunately, they did not meet the bandits, which made Su Guang feel very regretful. The origins of these thieves and bandits are mostly warriors from the refugees, or some ambitious people who want to take advantage of the chaos. Now that the city guard and Huang Tianjiao have ceased war, it's time to deal with these people. The sky was dark, and a man was holding a torch at the mountain pass. He looked around, but found no trace of Su Guang, so he could only shout, "Brother Su, it's getting dark soon. Brother Hao asked you to go back and warm yourself by the fire together. It's too cold in the mountains at night." Su Guang didn't want to get together with them. He didn't feel cold. He practiced lying down while practicing outside. Although the efficiency was slow and the blood essence and blood were consumed quickly, he didn't feel too cold. It is said that there are warriors with strong qi and blood who can be invulnerable to cold and heat, and invulnerable to water and fire. With the help of the blood refining ability of the blood eyes, he enjoyed the feeling of being protected from the cold and heat in advance. Su Guang jumped down from the tree, moved behind a rock, and pretended to be lying in the snow. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I just want to tell Brother How that I need to be more careful when I go out. I will keep watch here." "Ah, Brother Su, you just keep lying in the snow and observing?" Su Guang nodded vigorously, his face full of responsibility. Brother Hao said that the mountain pass is too important, and Su dare not be careless. Brother Lu twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. "You are really a stupid boy. Okay, then I'll trouble Brother Su." After the others left, Su Guang returned to the tree again, curled up, and silently moved the energy and blood to refine the bones. At night, while Su Guang was taking a nap, he saw the cruelty of wild beasts in the mountains. Wolves attacked elk and clouded leopards chased hares. It was as if the snow-covered mountains came to life at night, allowing him to see a 3D version of the animal world. Too bad it's not spring. As the night got deeper and deeper, I suddenly heard a faint noise coming from a distance. Su Guang sat up suddenly, his ears moved slightly, and he could tell that the sound came from the direction of the mountain road, not from his good brothers. A trace of curiosity arose in his eyes. Who was in the mountains at night? Why does this sound like a fight? His eyes lit up, and the snow fell silently, quietly approaching the noisy place. He is a kind-hearted person and doesn't want to see other people's corpses lying in the wilderness. He wants to collect the corpses for them. In exchange, the corpses will help him practice. Isn't that too much? Fortunately, when he came, he thought that the mountains were covered with snow. He was wearing white clothes and walking low in the snow, slowly approaching there. Where the battle took place, countless torches swayed like fireflies in the vast snowy night. Su Guang untied the white cloth on his forehead and looked over there using the super far vision of his third eye. The two sides of the battle are clearly distinguished, and they can be easily distinguished by their clothing. Although they are all wearing white clothes, one group has yellow cloth tied on its arms, while the other side has gray cloth tied on its arms. There are obviously more people tied with yellow cloth, and the gray cloth people were retreating steadily. It was just the group of people tied with gray cloth that made Su Guang's eyes narrow. Their clothes looked more neat, and there was a huge Cheng embroidered on their chests. Is this a member of the Cheng family? Su Guang had no idea of taking action at first. After all, although the Huangbu people were too far away to see how strong they were, judging from the damage caused, there must be many strong ones among them. He owes Cheng Lianer a favor, but he doesn't owe it to the Cheng family. If Cheng Lianer is in crisis, he will take action. As for the Cheng family, that depends on the situation. But as the battle intensified, a graceful figure in white clothes and a white fox cloak emerged from the crowd with a sword. Su Guang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is it really Cheng Lianer? That's all, come closer and save me if you can. If you can't. Under the snowy night, the killing seemed very fast, and it also triggered countless creatures in the mountains, including the howls of wolves and the roars of various strange beasts. The wild mountains seemed to be using this method to tell these humans who were killing in the snowy night who was the master of the mountains. Several men dressed in white protected Chang Lianer in the middle, and they formed a circle. Miss, I will burst into anger later. You can take the opportunity to follow Chang San and leave. Chang Lianer's face was solemn. Hearing this, he couldn't help showing a bit of sadness on his face. Second uncle. Chang Er's face was dull. He had been supported by the Chang family to practice since he was a boy. He had watched Chang Lianer grow up, and he had always respected him. Tonight, for some unknown reason, they were surrounded and killed by the Huangtian sect, but he made up his mind to let the young lady escape even at the risk of his life. Miss, at this point, this is the only way. Looking at the Huangtian sect members who were approaching and shrinking the encirclement, Chang Er's face showed determination. The old guy was poisoned. Although we can't kill him, we can definitely suppress part of his cultivation. Chang Lianer was surrounded by the crowd. She thought about leaving the city with confidence and wanted to. He obtained 100-year-old Huang Jing to extend his grandfather's life and officially took over the Chang family. But he didn't expect to be surrounded by Huang Tianjiao's people, and then everyone around him fell down one by one. All the situations he had managed before were in vain at this moment. But Miss Chang in person? The crowd slowly dispersed, and a fat figure was wearing white clothes, but through the inner collar, he could see that he was wearing inner armor. He seems to be the highest status among these people. Hearing this, Chang Lianer said coldly, "You Huang Tian sect are too presumptuous. You just made an alliance with the city guard in Wei River, and you want to attack and kill my Chang family?" The obese young man laughed loudly. No, we don't dare to attack the Chang family. All I want is Miss Chang." He had a lustful look on his face, and his little eyes were filled with greed and possessiveness. Ever since he last saw Chang Lianer on the banks of the Wei River, he had never forgotten her. After learning about his talent, even his father praised him for his ability to choose people. As long as Miss Chang is willing to marry me, I know that Miss Chang's talents are not enough to be displayed in Fiyin City. If you and I work together, in our Huangtian sect, we will definitely make Miss Chang a real master. What do you think of Miss Chang? Chang Lianer remained calm. Who are you? My name is Qian Neng, and my father Qian Chang is currently serving as one of the 36 canons of the Huangtian sect. Perhaps Miss Chang, the leader of the Jade Elephant sect, is more familiar with me. A few days ago, my young master's proposal was rejected by Miss Chang, Qian Neng said quite proudly. Chang Lianer didn't say anything when she heard the name, but a bright light suddenly shot out from the eyes of Su Guang, who was crawling in the snow in the distance. Qian Chang, the person who abducted the third sister Su Chu 7 years ago, is the culprit who prevented them from seeing each other for 7 years. In a few years, it turned into the Jade Elephant seat in the Huangtian sect, and even became a strange person. At this distance, without his blood eyes being blocked, he could already see the appearance of people like Qian Chang, and it was enough to see their combat power. XXX, person, combat power, bone forging realm weak ordinary level. XXX, person, combat power, bone forging realm weak ordinary level. XXX, person, combat power, bone forging realm strong ordinary level. XXX, person, combat power, bone forging realm elite level. One person can't see the combat power, so he should be training his internal organs. The others are training their bones, and one of them is still elite level. What surprised him even more was that the elite bone forger turned out to be Qian Neng, who looked extremely fat. Su Guang squinted his eyes. The main mission had changed. Originally, I just wanted to find a way to save Chang Lianer, but now I need to confirm whether the Jade Elephant Dianzuo Qian Chang is the same Qian Chang 7 years ago. Chang Lianer suddenly said, "Can you tell me how you knew I was in the mountains?" Hearing this, Qian Neng laughed out loud, as if he saw Chang Lianer surrendering under his crotch, and actually changed his name to Chang Lianer. Lianer, the purpose of your leaving the city is to find the century-old Huang Jing, right? Having said this, Chang Lianer reacted quickly, her eyes flashing with strange color. Then Orion is yours? Ha ha ha, Lianer is really smart. Dalong, why don't you come over and see Miss Chang? A bone-forging warrior walked out slowly behind him, clasping his fists at Chang Lianer. Huang Tianjiao Wang Dalong, see Miss Chang. In an instant, Chang Lianer understood everything. All of this was a conspiracy against her second uncle. She suddenly let out a scolding sound, and then drew her sword. After Chang Lianer's words fell, Chang Yar's body suddenly swelled a bit, his face became unnaturally rosy, and the long knife in his hand once again swung with more power than before, whirring in the wind and snow. Chang Lianer followed Chang San and shouted, "Uncle Third, let's go." A group of 4 people protected Chang Lianer to the death and fought outside the encirclement. Qian Neng was furious in an instant, and his body exploded. Where to go? Chang Yar's somewhat deformed body suddenly stood in front of him. "Mr. Qian, your opponent is me. Originally, with his strength, he could protect Chang Lianer, but it's a pity that Qian Neng is also practicing dirty tricks. The Zhang martial artist rushed out instantly and punched Chang Er. "Sir, this person has exploded his Zhang veins, leave it to me." Qian Neng had great trust in this dirty martial artist and decisively led the remaining 10 people across the battle circle. Then there is Lao Feng. "Let's chase." The killing cry in the snowy night seemed to reach its peak at this moment. Su Guang lay prone in the snow and did not go to save Chang Lianer immediately. There is no doubt that if he wants to kill Qian Neng, he needs to deal with the dirty martial artist in front of him. Fortunately, he is not alone. Soon there were 2 Zhang martial artists left fighting. The Zhang martial artist was really extraordinary. The strong wind roared when he made a move, the snow capsized, causing countless roars, and even the ground trembled slightly. Their speed was very fast, and Su Guang could only rely on his third eye to see their movements clearly. His eyes were full of solemnity. Could he kill such a monster? After thinking for a long time, he decided to give up. Just find a way to save Chang Lianer. It's not easy to practice viscerally. Is it worth it for a little girl from the Chang family? Fang Lao said to interfere. Looking at you, you should be considered a top expert in the Chang family, right? In the eyes of the Chang family, your life should be more important than that little girl, right? Chang Er said nothing, his internal organs were collapsing, and he didn't have much time. Fang Lao could only dodge but not attack, and he obviously knew his current state. The snow was swept up by the fight between the two and flew all over the sky. When Su Guang was about to leave, he suddenly saw. Under Chang Er's desperate offensive, Fang Lao was finally forced to hold hands with him. At the moment when his body was unstable, he suddenly moved forward and hugged Fang Lao's body. He showed a sneer, and finally spoke his first words after the Zhangmei burst out. "Although I die, you won't have the chance to chase the lady." Behind Fang Lao's back, his palm suddenly took on the shape of a claw, and he pressed it hard. He has actually been hiding an extremely superb claw skill. Phew! The flesh and blood on Fang Lao's back was like paper. One of his claws dug into it, getting deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, his palm was completely submerged in it. "Ah!" Fang Lao screamed in pain, and then punched down with both fists wildly, one after another. "Madman, you madman, get out of here!" Chang Er refused to step back, coughing involuntarily. Countless blood and organ fragments were coughed up, but his claws were still not removed. This scene also made Su Guang stop in his tracks. He licked his lips. I don't know how much essence and blood a practitioner of Zhang martial arts can provide. When Chang Er and Fang Lao were in a stalemate, suddenly a cloud of snow mist erupted from the snowdrift in the distance. Then a figure emerged from the snowdrift. "Old Fango, if you kill my whole family, I will take your life." In the astonished eyes of Chang Er and Fang Lao, Su Guang quickly approached, and then when he was less than 5 meters away, he suddenly lowered his head, and a black light flashed from the night sky, looking extremely bright in the snow on the ground. The treacherous hair pierced Fang Lao's abdomen like a sharp arrow, and the viscera chi that made him proud in the viscera training realm had no effect at all. "You!" Seeing that a little bone-forging warrior dared to challenge him and said something he didn't understand, Fang Lao's eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to break away from Chang Er and kill Fang Lao. When Chang Er saw this, he burst into laughter and looked at Fang Lao with a joking look. "You and Huang Tianjiao have done many evil things, but I didn't expect that someone would want your life. Little brother, kill him," Chang Er shouted. Su Guang was indifferent and even took a few steps back, fearing that Fang Lao would break away from Chang Er. Su Guang couldn't help but feel excited as he saw the strange hairs surging in Fang Lao's abdomen in an extremely strange way, burrowing into his flesh and blood. Sure enough, the trick hair is more inclined to break the situation when there is a stalemate. As long as the opponent does not have time to deal with the trick hair will explode towards the heart of the opponent regardless. I heard that masters of viscera training can smelt the 5 internal organs and convert chi and blood into the strength of the viscera. I wonder if the so-called strength of the viscera can stop the evil hair. Chang Er saw Su Guang retreating. Although he was disappointed in his eyes, he didn't think much about it. At least judging from his performance, he was not an enemy. "I didn't expect you to offend a strange person. I don't know what the power of that boy's bloodline does, but I think it should be enough to cause harm to you. If you want to chase miss, get past me." Chang Er shouted loudly, but hugged him tighter. Fang Lao's cold eyes glanced over Su Guang's body, but he felt a headache for Chang Er. He was so scared that he would lose his life. He originally thought that he only needed to swim around to delay the outbreak of process 2, but now it seems. He shouted loudly, "You forced me to do it. And that kid." But as he circulated the Zhangzhong's strength, he suddenly paused, and then showed a look of pain on his face. For some reason, there was a cramping pain in his heart, as if he was entangled by something terrifying. He suddenly realized that he ignored Chang Er and looked at Su Guang. "This is Dozai's strange hair. What is your relationship with Dozai? Why is it the same as the power of her bloodline?" Su Guang raised his head in shock. "Does this person know Dozai?" In this case, this person must not live. Without saying a word, he ran backwards until he was 100 meters away before he stopped. After a long time, he watched helplessly as the bodies of Chang Er and Feng Lao remained motionless, even being buried in the snow. He remained indifferent. The higher the realm of warriors, the more they have experienced life and death fights. He was not sure whether the two of them were fishing. 8 years of dormancy has brought him few benefits. The most important thing is that it makes him no longer arrogant. After a long while, he got a little closer, dug out a stone from the snow, and threw it towards Feng Lao. Bang! Their sculpture-like bodies actually fell down at the same time. Su Guang looked slightly strange. Died? He couldn't believe it, so he had to pick up the stone again and throw it at the two of them, focusing on Feng Lao. After all, Chang Er's condition was too bad. First, he was hit hard by Feng Lao. In the previous battle, he only relied on the breadth of his chest. But where Su Guang couldn't see, a big hole opened in Feng Lao's chest. He was holding a strand of long hair in his hand. From the wound, he could even see his blood-red heart that was no longer beating as fast and powerfully. He actually, forcibly cut his chest open and took out guffaw from the heart. This kind of injury, even if it is a visceral training, can be fatal if you are not careful. What makes Feng Lao even more crazy is Su Guang's continuous stones. He has never seen such a shameless person. He is obviously pretending to be dead, and he also knows that he is pretending to be dead just to keep throwing stones. He just wants to pretend to be dead. When the time comes, Su Guang will either be cautious and leave, or get greedy and get close to his body, so that he can take revenge and leave to find a place to recuperate. There will probably be no more stones by tea time. Then the boy is gone? But when he inadvertently glanced at Su Guang's position with his peripheral vision, he couldn't help but look horrified. Su Guang stood on a high slope nearby, found an oval-shaped boulder as high as a man from somewhere, and tried to push it down. The figure on the ground suddenly moved. Su Guang reacted quickly, turned around as quickly as a rabbit, and ran away. Bitch, I want you to die. Feng Lao went crazy. He ignored his own injuries and the hideous wound on his chest that could not be stopped with all his strength. He chased Su Guang with blood flowing all the way. His heart was full of grievances and anger. He clearly didn't know Su Guang at all, but he was tricked by him. He couldn't take it out when he and Chang Er fought to the death. In the end, Chang Er died and had to open his chest to take it out. Hair. In the end, I have to humiliate myself like that. Revenge for killing your father is nothing more than that, right? How did he offend him? All he wants now is to catch up with Su Guang and torture him to find out how he offended him. Su Guang ran faster and faster, but Feng Lao ran slower and slower. One goes and the other goes. Although Feng Loku is faster, he seems to be unable to catch up again. Boom! When Feng Lao heard the movement on the ground, he looked up suddenly as if he suddenly woke up. Boom! Unknowingly, he and Su Guang circled the high slope, and his position was still in the same place. But now, he has lost too much blood and his speed is no longer what it used to be. Su Guang squinted his eyes and licked his lips with an unbelievable ecstasy. It's just a dirty job. Feng Lao could no longer avoid the rolling boulders, so he had no choice but to reach out and try to stop the dozens of tons of rolling boulders with his human power. Puff! Almost instantly, his arms turned into blood mist, and his whole body was hit by a boulder. At the last moment, his instinct of survival made him roll out, but his arms were broken. When it landed on the ground, there was already more air coming in and less air coming out. Su Guang stood on the high slope, his eyes unwavering. If he didn't die, there would be nothing he could do. Feng Lao couldn't move and watched helplessly as Su Guang walked up to Chang Er and cut a gash with his dagger. I will save Chang Lianer and bury you generously, but before that, I need your help. If you are alive, you will definitely agree, right? Su Guang placed his palms on Chang Er's chest. As the blood from the wound on Chang Er's chest gradually disappeared, a manic feeling that he had never experienced before suddenly rushed to Su Guang's head. Like Hong Zhong and Delu, the shock made his whole body numb, but he still had a sense of pleasure that was even more exciting than when he was having sex with Ji Xiaolu. Practicing visceral martial arts, the essence and blood are really abundant. Although Chang Er has been dead for a while, and the body is already cold in such weather, it still provides him with nearly 100 drops of essence and blood. In fact, because there was too much essence and blood, his blood eyes were rapidly refining at this moment, so it was poured into his whole body, and everything around him was washed away. The progress of the bone forging unexpectedly increased from 23% to 55% in a matter of seconds. Seeing that the liquid in Chang Er's wound became transparent, Su Guang licked his lips, recalling the pleasure just now, and then looked at Feng Lao with a greedy look. Feng Lao is not dead yet, but now he has no air intake at all. The only thing that keeps him alive is his resentment towards Su Guang. He just wants to ask Su Guang, why do you want to treat him like this? Su Guang still tried to throw stones, but he also told Feng Lao compassionately, no grudge, I don't even know you, so what grudge do I have against you? As for the peach branch you mentioned, it should have become methane by now. When Feng Lao heard this, he almost vomited blood, but he didn't even have the strength to vomit blood at this moment. There was a whirring sound in the mouth, and the heart beat suddenly in the big hole in the chest. Without the restraint of flesh and blood, the position deviated by an unknown amount. After just a few times, there was no movement again. Su Guang tested it several times and finally decided to get closer. Feng Lao died in the end. But he also taught Su Guang a lesson: don't go up when fighting. No matter how the enemy angers you, you must stay calm. Another good master. In fact, he wanted to ask Feng Lao some questions, but he didn't expect that he was so angry that he could make him angry to death. Su Guang repeated his old trick and once again obtained 80 drops of blood essence from Feng Lao's body that was half crushed by a boulder. His practice in the bone forging chapter once again increased a lot, reaching 78%. It's a pity that the only hair he had cultivated during this period was crushed by Feng Lao. After everything was dealt with, Su Guang looked towards the direction where Chang Lianer was escaping. There was a flash of worry in his eyes. It had been more than an hour, and he didn't know if she had run away. He had helped her kill the most powerful Lian Zhang, so it was not like he had refused to save her. Go check it out now. A sneer flashed at the corner of Su Guang's mouth. The third sister's hatred for being abducted should be settled first with the money becoming your son. In the snow forest, Chang Lianer was holding a long sword, and his originally clean clothes were full of bloodstains. Behind him, only one guard named Chang San was left, and the others had disappeared. She was in a sorry state, but her expression was dull. There was only a hint of meaning in her eyes when she glanced at Chang San from time to time. Miss, have you noticed that no matter where we escape, we can be found by money? Chang Lianer calmly moved away from Chang San. What do you think, Uncle San? Chang San suddenly got angry and raised his sword in his hand. Of course it's because I'm reporting the news. Chang Lianer seemed to have anticipated Chang San's betrayal. When Chang San burst into flames, she lifted up her solace and raised a large cloud of snowflakes. She stumbled away and fled away. Chang San should be the first to know about the whereabouts of century-old Huang Jing, right? As she ran, she suddenly bumped into someone. The person's body was as hard as a stone. She raised her head and looked at Su Guang with some surprise. She felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Who are you? Su Guang suddenly smiled gently. It's good that Miss Chang is still alive. Chang San's figure emerged from the forest. The gleaming machete interrupted Su Guang's original self-introduction. Su Guang chuckled and looked at Chang Lianer. Miss Chang, don't be afraid, Su will help you kill someone. Su Guang fisted with his bare hands and looked at Chang San from afar. Who are you? Why do you need to go through this muddy water? Chang San asked coldly. Su Guang said nothing. He recognized that Chang San should be Chang Lianer's person, but now it seems that he was betrayed. He felt no need to speak to the betrayer. So he stepped forward, using his bare hands. The sword in Chang San's hand fell, causing a large snowflake to strike. Almost at the same time, the two walked towards each other, their feet moving faster and faster. Chang San's body looked like a tiger leaping up, and the saber in his hand fell in the air, making a whistling sound. Su Guang raised his leg hard, and with a dull sound of breaking through the air, he kicked the side of the sword. The huge power gap almost instantly caused Chang San's figure to stagger. You! Such great power, Chang San was horrified. There are only 4 practitioners in the Chang family, 2 are masters, and the remaining 2 are Changde and Chang Yar. He is ranked 3rd because of his strength. Although he is not a visceral practitioner, he is still a strong man at the peak of bone forging. He is good at using heavy weapons such as the sword. He thinks that in the bone forging realm, he has the strongest strength except for strangers. His arms are 3,000 kilograms, but couldn't resist Su Guang's kick. Little did he know that after Su Guang's progress in the bone forging chapter jumped by almost 50%, his strength had already exceeded 5,000 kilograms. This is the power that can only be obtained by practicing Zhang. Su Guang was calm and unhurried. Although he had no weapon in his hand and seemed to be at a disadvantage, his expression remained unchanged. He kept hitting the side of the saber with his feet, and the force was strong and weak, making Chang San's control of the saber become weaker and weaker. Finally, after Su Guang made a deliberate mistake, Chang San attacked with all his strength. Su Guang took advantage of the situation and exploded with all his strength. His fists were like thunder, and he blasted out with all his strength. Under the cover of his wide sleeves, black spots appeared on the back of his hands. Stone skin. The machete in Chang San's hand was instantly kicked out and pierced straight into the tree trunk nearby. Chang San looked horrified, and a warrior's instinct made him clench his hands into fists and adapt to changes. Su Guang sneered, and launched the third move of Guangfeng Fist, Wenfen. This is the fastest move in Guangfeng Fist. Although it is not the most powerful, it is the weirdest move. Su Guang has always felt that this move boxing is probably the most difficult thing to practice in boxing. This move is all about the opportunity to strike first. In midair, the shadow of the fist turned into a gray line, and after a flash, it appeared in front of Chang San. Boom! Chang San blocked with both hands and raised his elbows at the same time, trying to break up the attack and force the hole in Su Guang's chest. But Su Guang's punch, at a strange angle, passed through the block between his arms. Boom! After punching out, Chang San flew backwards. Su Guang raised his feet and stepped forward. After catching up, he leaned up and pressed down. The violent wind fist method no longer searched for each move, but almost used all the moves in an instant. Chang San was so amazing that he blocked 3 of his punches while lying on the ground. Bang bang bang. The sound of continuous blows reached the ears of Chang Lianer, who was hiding behind a tree. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and she looked at Su Guang with disbelief. She knows Chang San's strength best. He has reached the perfect bone forging realm and has been refined with countless secret medicines from the Chang family. His body is stronger than ordinary bone forging, but he is pressed down and beaten by the young man in front of him? How can this be? Chang San finally couldn't hold on any longer and started to receive punches with his face. After a few times, his neck became crooked. Su Guang stretched out his hand and gently caressed his wide-open eyes. The non-human bone forging elites are really extraordinary. They managed to pass 12 moves at the level of a hero like me. The best way to kill someone is to attack by surprise. After Su Guang's cultivation level increased greatly, his perception became more acute. He could already detect some footsteps in the distance. He casually searched Chang San's body, turned around and pulled Chang Lianer away and ran away. He didn't realize until he started running that his behavior was a bit reckless. How could a woman like Chang Lianer follow someone of unknown origin like him? What surprised him was that Chang Lianer didn't let go of his hand and let him grab his wrist and run towards the dense forest in the distance. After running for a while, Su Guang discovered that Chang Lianer couldn't keep up with his pace at all. Was she injured? Smelling the familiar smell of blood in the air, Su Guang frowned, and then whispered, "Miss Chang, the situation is urgent, please forgive Su Menglang." He suddenly reached out and picked up Chang Lianer, but his speed was much faster. Chang Lianer was a very sensible woman. When Su Guang hugged her, she didn't resist like those pretentious ordinary women. Instead, she put her arms around Su Guang's waist. Turning his head to look at the footprints in the snow behind him, Su Guang was speechless. He forgot to remove such obvious traces. He picked up a branch and stuffed it into Chang Lianer's hand. The two didn't say anything, but they had a strange tacit understanding. Chang Lianer pinched the branch and dragged it to the ground. The traces of his running were swept away by the branch. It wasn't until he came to a cave that was half sealed by snow that Su Guang relaxed and put Chang Lianer down. "Miss Chang, please wait patiently here and don't move around at will." "Where are you going?" Chang Lianer looked at Su Guang's chin and finally remembered who the man in front of him was. Many months ago, Su Chun, the wife of Mr. Wang Ming of the Wang family, had interceded to let her younger brother kill a pig for her. If it weren't for Chang Lianer's amazing memory, no one would have believed that this person was the thin, frail-looking young man from the past. Su Guang turned around, a touch of gentleness flashed across his face. Chang Lianer gave him good senses and was kind to him. If it weren't for Chang Lianer's recommendation letter and just relying on the search engine, his days of martial arts training would have been postponed. Some were not as powerful as they are now. In this world, he didn't feel much kindness, and he always cherished people who were kind to him. Su went to kill someone. Chang Lianer was stunned when he heard this. Why? Su just has a grudge against them. Miss Chang doesn't need to take it to heart. After Su Guang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chang Lianer stood there, speechless. Did she mean that? She just didn't want to die. Su Guang just wanted to protect himself, but he still had to go out and kill people. I don't know if this person is arrogant or confident. Chang Lianer thought to herself, but walked into the cave obediently. In the dense forest, four skin-grinding warriors stood under a tree, leaning against a corpse, which belonged to Chang San. "I found Chang San. Go and report it to the young master." "Okay, is there anything else you want to bring?" "What are you talking about?" The man was stunned when he heard the words. A little confused, young master said that it would be enough to find Chang San. "No, who are you?" "I saw a figure standing on the tree, with bare hands and white clothes, almost blending with the snow on the tree." The man shook his head slightly. "I am in a good mood today, so you have the opportunity to say your last words." "In that case." His figure jumped from a tree nearly 4 meters high, but his feet kept hitting the air, as if he was flying in the air. Then he suddenly flashed and landed in front of a person. Boom! A straight punch, but with unparalleled speed. It is not a speed that the skin-grinding masterpiece can withstand. One person flew out instantly. Su Guang didn't even look at the figure who fell to the ground. It was just an ordinary level of skin polishing. If he couldn't kill him with a punch, he could commit suicide. The movements of his feet were not slow, changing 3 times in one breath, and punching 3 times in a row at various unpredictable and weird angles. Bang bang bang. Almost instantly, the three of them flew out simultaneously. Su Guang finished his work with a very calm expression. He turned around and left without collecting the blood. He wanted to kill a lot of people tonight. He clearly remembered that there were 13 people who followed Qian Neng before. Now that he takes action, these 13 people will all die. Su Guangruo was like a ghost hiding in the forest, hiding in the dark, using Cheng San's body as bait, and constantly attacking and killing everyone who came. After awakening the power of the Vufa bloodline, his evaluation reached the hero level again. He also refined the blood essence and blood of 2 masters of internal organs training, and the bone forging progress was greatly improved. Although the panel still showed that he was a hero, he felt that he was not an ordinary hero. He attacked and killed a group of people with the highest average level of bone forging realm, and it was a sneak attack. There was never any surprise in his attacks. Until 3 figures slowly came from a distance. Qian Neng held a bamboo tube in one hand, and it was buzzing inside, as if it was conveying some kind of message. Muskrats like the colorless and odorless snow musk the most, and they are extremely sensitive. Cheng San should be here. He was in high spirits. Finding Cheng San meant that he had found Cheng Lianer. He had to admit that Cheng Lianer was a very smart woman. She didn't know when she discovered the musk on Cheng San. Several of the Cheng family masters she had killed before actually had musk on them, causing him to take a detour. Cheng San was not found until now. The reason why it was determined to be Cheng San this time was naturally because the rest of the Cheng family were all dead. Master, look! The bone forging realm warrior next to Qian Neng exclaimed and saw Cheng San's body leaning there quietly under a pine tree, as if he was asleep, with a peaceful look on his face. In his hand, he also held a wooden sign that read, Tomb of Qian Neng. Qian Neng was furious in an instant. Who was he? Since he was born, his family had been a well-known wealthy family, and his father was a stranger and a high-ranking member of the Huangtian sect. When had he ever been treated like this? He drew his sword and moved forward. The warrior beside him quickly stopped him and whispered in a panicked tone, Master, look above your head. Qian Neng suddenly looked up and saw corpses hanging on the trees high up, like pine trees bearing fruit, swaying in the wind. Tick-tock. Blood dripped down. Young master, he is one of ours. Someone whispered. This is all too weird. Who can kill so many people in such a short time and hang their bodies on a tree? Only those who are strong at practicing Zhang, right? Has the support from the Cheng family arrived? Qian Neng was not an idiot. He thought of something for a moment and murmured in a low voice, Where is Mr. Feng? He turned around and left. Nothing could be done, so he decisively chose to give up. The scene in front of him was too weird, and Feng Lao blocked Cheng Er from returning. The son of a rich man cannot sit in court, and he never takes risks with his money. When Wang Tianjiao's great cause is completed, that woman Cheng Lianer, even if she begs him, he will not give her another chance. But at some point, the sound of wind came from the forest, passing through countless branches and making a strange whining sound. The corpses on the trees over there were swaying with the wind. Boom! Qian Neng looked solemn, but he saw a body on the tree falling to the ground. Just, the body fell? The wind got stronger and stronger, blowing up some of the snow that had not yet solidified on the ground. Qian Neng became increasingly uneasy and turned around to run away. Boom! 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 Corpses kept falling from the trees. Money can run faster. When passing by a snowdrift, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his foot unexpectedly. The huge force swept through his body instantly, almost lifting him upside down. Qian Neng reacted quickly, curled his waist, and slashed at the arm holding him with a knife at a strange angle. The 2 bone-forging warriors behind him saw that Qian Neng was being attacked and started to assist without thinking. A flash of sarcasm flashed in Su Guang's eyes, and he held onto Qian Neng's feet. Madara explodes. Dense gray dots instantly appeared on his arms. Damn! A sinister smile flashed across Su Guang's lips, and he actually used Qian Neng as a weapon, waving it in the air and rushing towards the 2 warriors. Qian Neng held his head in the air, curled his waist and abdomen, and slashed Su Guang's arm with the knife in his palm as if he was risking his life. The 2 warriors were worried about Qian Neng and hesitated to move forward. Although they were holding sharp blades, they did not dare to get close. Instead, Su Guang held Qian Neng hostage and attacked him repeatedly. After being beaten twice, the 2 of them could no longer stand up. Su Guang also had the opportunity to deal with Qian Neng. The moment Qian Neng's knife struck, Su Guang reached out and pinched his wrist. Do you know who I am? Money can drink a lot. Su Guang raised his foot and placed it heavily on Qian Neng's waist. Let me ask you, was your father Qian Cheng a human-toothed child before? With one kick, Su Guang's huge force almost caused Qian to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs seemed to be overturned, and his whole body curled up into a ball. Su Guang ignored him and kicked him again. I'm asking nonsense. No, my father is a well-known good man in Zifeng City, Jizhu, how could he be involved in tooth trading? Qian Neng whispered, whimpering coming from his mouth. Su Guang narrowed his eyes and suddenly stepped on Qian Neng's palm. I hate kind people the most. Click! The snow splashed 5 feet high, and Qian Neng's palms were crushed to pieces. He opened his mouth wide, looked up to the sky and let out a huge wailing sound. My father is not a good person, my father is a tooth. Money can definitely drink. I hate good people too, brother, we are the same kind of people. Su Guang squinted his eyes, as if giving Qian Neng hope to survive. Have you been to Feiyun City before? Qian Neng nodded repeatedly, been here, been here. My father used to be from Feiyun City. That means, you got the wrong person. After getting rid of the last trace of hesitation in his heart, Su Guang asked hesitantly, who was the person behind your father in Feiyun City 8 years ago? Qian Neng's expression changed slightly. Su Guang asked what he was doing. The Lu family. It's the Lu family. How did Qian Cheng become the seat of Huangtian Jiaodong all these years? Before he finished speaking, he saw an iron pill appear in Qian Neng's palm and threw it towards Su Guang. At the same time, a strange brilliance bloomed from his body, and his body suddenly retreated. Su Guang stepped on the back of Qian Neng's knife and the blade bounced up. He raised his foot again and kicked the handle of the knife. The long knife flew out. Phew! Qian Neng looked horrified, but he couldn't dodge at all, and watched helplessly as the long knife penetrated his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Hoo! Su Guang chose to take advantage of the heat, feeling a little regretful in his heart. He had many questions to ask, and Qian Neng should know a lot. However, he was not sure whether he could catch up with Qian Neng's weird speed just now. But I felt a little solemn in my heart. I didn't expect that the background of the Yagang in the past was actually from the Lu family. After a quick search, he was a little disappointed that Qian Neng didn't have many treasures on him, and there were only a few gold leaves in the money bag. The most valuable thing was the soft armor inside, which was invulnerable. After enjoying the blood refining of Zhang warriors, the blood on Qian Neng's body was a bit boring to him. Of course, he also realized that this kind of rough feedback was actually damaging to the foundation. Su Guang was not too melancholy. Adhering to the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh, he reached out to untie the rope and removed all the corpses on the tree. Lay down. Although it's a bit cold, he's not a pervert, he only takes advantage of the heat. It took Su Guang a quarter of an hour to refine the blood on the corpse one by one. Feeling nearly 300 drops of essence and blood in his blood eyes, Su Guang showed a satisfied look on his face. With this harvest, after the task is completed, I can continue to practice for a few months. Mercenaries are different from regular Feiyun guards. Except for some mandatory war missions, they are free the rest of the time, but they also have no income and can only take on missions. Su Guang has gained a lot from going out this time, so naturally he doesn't plan to go out again. He touched the corpses of several people and put all the valuable things in a package. It was actually close to a package, and there were all kinds of things in it, but he obviously didn't have time to look at it now. He did not forget that there was Chang Lianer in the mountains. Walking on the road, Su Guang couldn't help but think that since he started practicing martial arts, he had killed many people, but they all seemed to have quite different backgrounds. People from the state capital, Dozai, the black envoy from Minjaya Dianzuo, and today's Jade Elephant Dianzuo's biological son Qian Neng. Unknowingly, he had provoked so many powerful enemies, which was really terrifying. Inexplicably, he was a little lucky that the world in his current life was not a world of immortal cultivators. Otherwise, with the outrageous methods of those cultivators, he should have known that he was a murderer, right? I wonder how much trouble will come to my door. Putting the corpses around him into the snow nest one by one, Su Guang walked away peacefully. Tonight, the wild beasts in the mountains are destined to stay quiet. To the east of Wei River, on a high mountain, the simple Taoist platform looks like a natural one, with black and white colors. There is a person kneeling on the Taoist platform. Around him, there are densely packed people wearing white clothes and dressed as disciples. Zhang Qing is a person with a very plain face. He looks extremely friendly. He does not have a strong aura around him and looks no different from ordinary people. But for some reason, the closer I got, the more I felt the inaccessible energy in him, as if he was born extraordinary. No one dared to raise their head within 5 steps of Zhang Qing. May I ask the Archmage, when will we attack the city? Under the high platform, a figure with a bamboo hat on his head asked, with a somewhat questioning tone. Just by listening carefully, he could tell that this man was stern, but he had to ask. The imperial court was about to issue a golden order for his master to return to the capital to take up a post. As long as Huang Tian took action, his master would have reason to stay in Qingzhou. Zhang Qing ignored it at first, only after the man in the hat spoke again. Like a child who was disturbed from his sweet dream, he waved his childish robe with sleeves, as if to drive away mosquitoes and flies. But the face of the man in the bamboo hat changed drastically in an instant. He could clearly see that there was a silver thunderlight coming out, like a horse or a dragon. On another level, he seemed to see mountains and rivers overturning, and the whole world pressing down on him. Boom! The hat exploded instantly. A figure that looked like a monster was revealed. It has horns on its head, its face is like a green ghost, and its fangs protrude. You can only vaguely see the shadows of some people through this visceral face. This appearance is definitely not alien. What gave you the courage? How dare you, a person with alienated feelings and profound knowledge, dare to be so presumptuous in front of me? Jiang Qing spoke calmly and opened his eyes. His eyes are extraordinary, one blue and one white, like two suns in the sky. Master Archmage, please forgive Niu Menglang. The Tauren knelt down and begged for mercy. The gap between him and Jiang Qing was too big, and he couldn't even think of resisting. Jiang Qing had no words, but he seemed to have said everything, with a heavy pressure in his silence. For a moment, the top of the mountain was silent. Only the breeze in the mountains dared to stir up the Archmage's robes. Go back and tell your master, I don't care what he wants to do, but I don't need his consent to do anything I want to do. Taurus stood there numbly, his eyes were blank, and he was a little shocked. Jiang Qing sat where he was, with an inexplicable expression on his face. He was clearly sitting there, but he seemed not to be between the world and the world. As he closed his eyes, the hill under his seat seemed to be silent. His physical body became illusory again, as if he was no longer in the world. Miss Chang, are you still there? Su Guang stood in front of the cave and asked in a low voice. Although he didn't look at it much, he remembered that Chang Lianer was injured in many places, making it inconvenient for others to see. He respected Chang Lianer very much. After a while, Chang Lianer's cold voice came from the cave. Su Guang? It's Su. Come in. After receiving permission, Su Guangke walked into the cave. Chang Lianer had lost a lot of blood and was already cold. In addition, there were pursuers who dared not light a fire. At this moment, he was curled up and leaning against the corner of the cave. Seeing this, Su Guang squatted down and took out the fire stick, gathered the dead branches and leaves in the cave, and raised the fire. Chang Lianer couldn't help but glance at Su Guang, a little incredulous, and then a cold and weak voice sounded, "Have you dealt with those people?" Su Guang shook his head. "How is that possible? I just used some methods to lure them to other places. At least Miss Chang can have a good rest tonight. I wonder, is there someone to escort them? Su is not talented and is willing to escort Miss Chang into the city." Chang Lianer glanced at Su Guang and twitched the corner of his mouth. Seeing that his eyes were clear and his tone was sincere, he forced a smile and shook his head. "No need, I have released the homing pigeons. Someone should come to me at dawn at the latest." Su Guang nodded, said no more, and just added wood to the fire. Huge heat bloomed from the fire. The uneven stone wall in the cave shines shadowy. Miss Chang previously recommended Su to study at the Immortal Academy, and there was a 2-year agreement. However, now that Su is a member of the military sect, this agreement will probably not be fulfilled. I hope Miss Chang will forgive me. What Su Guang suddenly said made Chang Lianer look stunned. It is hard to imagine that a woman like her, who has always shown herself to be cold and sensible, is showing such a shocking look at this moment. It is such a strong contrast. This is the ultimate temptation for men. So, you risked saving me just to repay my favor? In Chang Lianer's shocked and angry look, Su Guang nodded vigorously. Su always keeps his promises, but he has no intention of repaying the favor. He just cannot fulfill the agreement with Miss Chang, and feels guilty. Chang Lianer felt angry and helpless. In the case of Su Guang, she had previously suspected that he had evil intentions. Could it be that her life was not as good as the favor he said? Chang Lianer snorted coldly. "So, you plan to save me today and send me back to the city tomorrow? Is this a clear relationship between you and me?" Su Guang responded with silence. Chang Lianer was a child of a wealthy family and a famous beauty in Feiyun City. He had always stayed away from such a powerful and famous woman with many pursuers. If possible, that's what he planned. "Then if I don't want you to give it away, have you repaid the favor you owe me?" Chang Lianer took 2 heavy breaths, and his slightly majestic chest inflated several times before asking in a condensing voice. Su Guang remained silent. He thought it was enough. It was just a matter of favor. Who could tell clearly? To be fair, if Chang Lianer was born a commoner, saving her once was just a matter of convenience, and he would still repay the favor he owed. But she was from a big family, and people of this kind were the most troublesome. He always hated trouble. When Su Guang didn't get an answer, Chang Lianer didn't speak. For a while, the cave illuminated by fire was full of warmth, but also full of silence. "I heard that you are a filial son? Do you want your mother to live a long life?" Chang Lianer suddenly asked. Su Guang was stunned and said, "Miss Chang, is there anything you can do?" Seeing the change in Su Guang's attitude, Chang Lianer snorted coldly, but she understood in her heart that this person was an extremely rational person and a capable person. Naturally, she didn't want to have anything to do with Su Guang anymore. Chang Eri died, Chang San rebelled and was killed, and the Chang family lost a powerful internal organs practitioner and a perfect bone forging warrior. The family power was greatly reduced, so Su Guang became extremely important, even though you can't persuade him to join the Chang family, but you still have to get some help from him. She didn't know whether Qian Neng's people were killed by Su Guang, but Su Guang's killing of Chang San happened under her nose. A person who could rival a peak bone forging warrior was worth wooing. Do you know why people in Taoism and Buddhism live long lives? Su Guang naturally didn't know and could only shake his head in response. Practice the way of civility and martial arts, but civility and martial arts are integrated. The way of literature is difficult to say, and it is easy to say simple. In fact, in a certain way, the way of literature is only a part of the way of martial arts. Those people have their own way of practice, which is a way to maintain health and longevity. You can understand that there are only martial arts techniques for self-cultivation. After practicing this kind of techniques, there is no strong combat power and only one effect. Then it's about making people live longer. Chang Lianer said softly. Su Guang suddenly became enlightened. No wonder the civil servants in the imperial court always treated the monks and Taoist priests favorably after becoming high-ranking officials. It turned out that they wanted to obtain ways to maintain health and longevity. The martial arts in this world pay great attention to the basics, especially the health-nurturing realm, which is a special and incomparable realm. It is said to be the realm of martial arts, but almost everyone, as long as they are healthy, can be considered a health-nurturing realm. Martial arts practice is actually an act of constantly squeezing the body's potential, and only uses secret medicine to repair the hidden injuries caused during practice. Therefore, even if they have successfully cultivated their bodies, warriors usually start formal skin resurfacing when they are over 15 years old and their bodies are almost fully developed. This is both for protection and for a better future. Su Guang asked in a low voice, "Does the Cheng family have a way to maintain good health and live a long life?" Chang Lianer nodded slightly, but said in a low voice, "The method of maintaining good health and longevity is extremely secret. It is the basis of the rule of civil servants in the Daqian dynasty and must not be revealed. An ancestor of my Chang family once served as a third-rank official in the imperial court. He was given the gift when gone. There are only 3 people in the Chang family who know about it, including me." Su Guang narrowed his eyes slightly, and his intuition told him that this so-called literary skill must not be simple. But judging from Chang Lianer's explanation, this is just a way to make people live longer, so why not let it spread? "May I ask Miss Chang, what does it take to practice literary skills?" Chang Lianer glanced at Su Guang with appreciative eyes. "You don't need anything, just to live a long life. And if you don't practice to a certain level, your lifespan will not increase much." "Then why does the court conceal this so-called literary skill so much?" Su Guang asked in a low voice. "Being old and not dying is a thief. If everyone in the world lives a long life and everyone is a thief, what do you think will happen?" Su Guang's expression changed slightly. Then he looked at Chang Lianer, and he had to say that he was moved by the literary skills Chang Lianer said. It's just that he doesn't want to deal with Chang Lianer today. This woman is too smart. He is afraid that he will be exposed to secrets that he shouldn't tell. When he is promoted to Zhang, he can use his treasures to find someone to exchange with. Maybe the Chang family will also. I am willing. It's great to be able to gain so much knowledge for free today. Su Guang was very satisfied. "How about it? Have you thought about it? If you need it, I can lend it to you for a look when you get back." Su Guang shook his head. "No need. Thank you, Miss Chang, for your kindness." Chang Lianer's intention to win over was too obvious and his utilitarianism was too strong. He didn't like this. "One more thing, please agree with Miss Chang. Su's cultivation is not good enough. I hope Miss Chang can hide a few things about today." Being rejected by Su Guang over and over again, Chang Lianer felt dissatisfied and snorted coldly. "I won't talk nonsense, and please keep my Chang family's secret. Don't reveal the secret of our Chang family's literary inheritance at will." When Su Guang heard this, he couldn't help but glance at Chang Lianer and sighed in his heart. Be cheated. This woman was so smart. With just a few words, she managed to sway his feelings and exchange secrets. This was a very strong way of forming an alliance. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up like a light on his back. "Miss Chang, you are not married yet. Living alone with a man and a woman in the same room is not good for you. Su will go outside to keep vigil for you. You can rest peacefully." After saying that, he turned around and left without any nostalgia. Chang Lianer looked at Su Guang's back with incomprehensible eyes. It had to be said that she was a little curious about Su Guang. This is a very strange person. He is obviously very strong, but not arrogant. He is wary of everyone, as if someone is going to harm him at any time. Even when he is with her, an injured woman, he has always maintained be alert. She really just means well. Although she has the intention to win over, the important thing is to show goodwill, but this person is still so cautious. She was extremely speechless. "Fuck you, It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to each other. As if out of anger, she curled up into a ball, as small as a cat. Su Guang had nowhere to go, so he squatted where he buried his body, standing quietly on the tree, watching the looters in the snowy night enjoying the takeaway given by God. They eat delicious food, but of course, some animals don't like it because there is no smell of blood. Early next morning, there were shadows in the mountains and forests, and people wearing Feiyun guard armor walked out of the forest, seemingly searching for something. Su Guang stood on the tree, watching quietly. Saving people to the end, sending Buddha to the west, he had to make sure that these people were really here to pick up Chang Lianer and know them. About half an hour later, Su Guang saw a man whose face was somewhat similar to Chang Lianer's. He took Chang Lianer away and he breathed a sigh of relief. This woman is so smart. When she is with him, she always feels pressure inexplicably. He didn't think that Chang Lianer was interested in him when she tried to win over him like that last night. It was probably because this woman figured out his trump card by killing Chang San herself. For example, his alien identity. Su Guang narrowed his eyes. He didn't know the consequences of saving people this time, and he didn't know whether Chang Lianer could believe it. But the kindness has been repaid, if Chang Lianer reveals her secret. The other side. Chang Lianer was guarded by Chang Bei, and he was cautious all the way. Lianer, you have been hiding in the cave last night? How can they not find you? Chang Lianer shook her head and promised not to tell anything about Su Guang. Chang Bei looked strange, feeling that his cousin was really lucky and smart. Okay, as long as you're fine. Do you know what happened this time? Hearing this, Chang Lianer's face straightened. The people of the Huangtian sect are dishonest. They say they want peace, but in fact, what they do secretly has nothing to do with peace. So what? Chang Baimian didn't change his expression. He already knew this. The three guards were the main force in the last battle with Huang Tianjiao. He knew a lot about Huang Tianjiao's ambitions. No, I just think our Chang family might have made plans early. When Chang Bei heard this, he instinctively wanted to refute, but when he thought of Zhang Qing, the great master of Huang Tian who had never taken action, he couldn't help but fell silent. Huang Tian's 36 Dian Zuo are already full of practicing Zhang Yiren. As a great mage, Zhang Qing has no idea how powerful he is. But even such a powerful existence has been standing in the east of the river, hiding and hiding, like a sharp sword hanging on the heads of everyone in Feiyun City. At every turn, the city is destroyed. Chang Lianer's eyes were cold. She thought a lot last night, and she always felt that Huang Tianjiao's appearance was a coincidence and deliberate. Even the current situation in Feiyun City seemed to be fueled by someone behind the scenes. The Cheng family is considered a third-level big family in Feiyun City, but looking at the entire Qingzhou, they are just a small landowner and tycoon, and the information they know is still too little. But because of this, she always feels like a storm is coming. Especially after what happened today, her whole body felt like a light on her back. Inexplicably, she thought of Su Guang again. He had first met him a few months ago. He was only a little stronger than the weak scholar, but now he was not even his opponent, even Chang San, who had perfected his bones, being pressed down and beaten. What secret does this Su Guang have? She secretly speculated in her mind, but she didn't tell Chang Bei, or even plan to tell anyone. Chang Lianer is a proud person. Since she took power, she has put every word of trust first. Since she promised Su Guang, she will naturally not talk nonsense. By the way, Brother Bei, can you find the money? Hearing this, Chang Bei looked a little weird. Thinking of the tragic situation in that snow nest, he nodded. I didn't see Qian Neng's body, but I think he must be dead. When Chang Lianer heard this, the expression on his face became increasingly complicated. Qian Neng died today, and she could already foresee the trouble for the Chang family in the future. At the same time, in the Lei family's ancestral home, a woman with a graceful figure walked into it. Without the presence of the housekeeper, the Lei family's ancestral home has now become a paradise for beggars. The woman walked past everyone with a calm face, as if those people didn't even see her. After a while, she saw the rotting body in the tree hole. She frowned slightly, knelt down, and gently stroked the bones. There is lime powder at the bottom of the eye socket. Was it killed by a vile person? She had an idea in her mind and decided to go to the small gangs in the city to ask. After sending Chang Lianer away, Su Guang breathed a sigh of relief. He is not worried about Chang Lianer casually telling his secrets. The worst he can do is expose a kind of bloodline power. A warrior with bone forging skills plus the power of bloodline can kill a warrior with perfect bone forging skills in a semi-surprise attack. It should be acceptable. It's just that once the power of blood is exposed, he will inevitably enter the Feiyun Guard's field of vision and stand in the spotlight, and this will mean trouble for him. He does not like. But whether he likes him or not, it will not have much impact on him after all, and he may even be trained by the city guard. During this time, he inquired about the city guard's attitude towards foreigners. Anyone with potential would be favorably treated in a high position. Once you gain status, you can change your class like a giant spirit general, and your family will be very happy. Su Guang thought silently in his heart and walked to the entrance of Hefeng Mountain without knowing it. Next, let's spend the first mission safely. Nothing happened in the next few days. After all, although there were many bandits in the mountains, their lives were also their lives. No one wanted to live a life of licking blood with swords every day. The 7 people who participated in the arrest of the mountain temple became a little bored, because various traces showed that the gangsters were on the run. Even on the 3rd day, only 3 people were left guarding the mountain temple, and the rest went hunting. Hao Wenzhuan turned out to be an expert in archery. He hid in the snow during the winter, but with a few people, he actually hunted several wild deer and a bison. When he came back, Su Guang saw people surrounding him, and they kept talking and complimenting him, including Li Yuan, who scorned him when he came. I have to say that Hao Wenzhuan is really good at winning people's hearts. Su Guang was just guarding the mountain temple, but he was also assigned a wild deer. Brother Su, you have worked hard these days. Among the brothers, you are the most conscientious. We will prepare to go down the mountain later. You will take this wild deer back to replenish your family's health. Su Guang quickly excused himself. Brother Hao, you're welcome. Su was just doing what he had to do. He didn't like owing favors to others, especially favors from people with ulterior motives like Hao Wenzhuan. A trace of displeasure flashed across Hao Wenzhuan's face, but he didn't say anything since the days were long. After staying there until about the afternoon, everyone went down the mountain. Seeing that everyone was carrying prey behind them, Su Guang was a little curious. Brother Hao, don't you have to pay taxes? The hunter tax is stipulated by the city guard of Feiyun City. Anyone who goes out of the mountain must pay half of the prey. Hearing this, Hao Wenzhuan chuckled. Brother Su doesn't seem to know much about Feiyun City's regulations. We are mercenaries. We are on a mission this time. We have identity plates and missions with us. According to Feiyun City, the city stipulates that mercenaries kill the enemy and collect all the proceeds for themselves, and these are all collected from the enemy. What he said was meaningful, as if he felt a little sorry that Su Guang didn't bring any prey. Hearing this, Su Guang smiled softly. Although he is also greedy for prey, he still feels that keeping his strength secret is more important. Getting out of the mountain was smooth, and returning to the city was equally smooth. When I got home, it was already noon. The weather in the city seems to have changed. Although it is still lifeless, the streets look a little more lively than before, as if Feiyun City is slowly recovering. Everyone first went to the Sanwei division to report the details of the mission. No gains were made, only the most basic rewards. What was given to Su Guang was only 1 tael of silver and more than 10 kilograms of chestnuts of average quality, which was better than nothing. Su Guang held something in his hand and hurried home. It is the time for newlyweds to get to know each other by eating their marrow. After being apart for a few days, they have absorbed so much essence and blood. Su Guang's longing for Ji Xiaolu has also reached its peak. In front of the courtyard of number 136 in the shanty town, Su Guang heard the voice of the woman inside without opening the door. Sister Chunian, your hands are so skillful and your weaving is so good. It was Ji Xiaolu's voice. Su's mother's voice also came. Chun Niang, when you are free in the future, you can come to my house to teach Xiaolu. Don't worry, auntie, I will teach Miss Xiaolu well. This was an unfamiliar female voice, and Su Guang also heard the sound of children playing. Su Guang opened the door and instantly attracted everyone's attention. The courtyard was very lively, with Ji Xiaolu's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and a strange woman. The woman was dressed in morning clothes and had a soft face. Her long hair was blowing in the wind, but it was not messy. Her dark eyes were full of sorrow. Behind the woman, there are 2 little guys. One is Wang Wen, who is about to be 7 years old, and there is a little Alita who is about 5 years old. Judging from the look between the little girl's eyebrows, she should be one of the daughters of a strange woman. Category. The noise made by Su Guang when he pushed the door was not small. After all, the courtyard of number 136 was very dilapidated, so there was a loud noise when the door was pushed open. When Ji Xiaolu saw Su Guang, his eyes lit up, and with deep longing, he stood up suddenly, but seemed to think of something again, so he stood there holding the corners of his light blue simple skirt and timidly said, Brother Guang, you are back. In comparison, Su's mother was much calmer and just said lightly, my son is back. Su Guang nodded to Su's mother, took a few meters in one step, hugged Ji Xiaolu, and spun him around in the air. I'm back. The woman dressed as a widow quickly turned away, but her heart was full of envy for Ji Xiaolu. There were people around, and Ji Xiaolu was already so embarrassed that he buried his head in Su Guang's chest, not daring to poke his head out. Uncle, auntie is scared, I want to come too. Wang Wen's voice came out at an inappropriate time. Su Guang put down Ji Xiaolu in his arms somewhat sarcastically, ignoring his nephew who was holding his thigh, and looked at Su's mother with a somewhat embarrassed look. Everyone said that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was difficult, but she didn't know if she would dislike Ji Xiaolu if she behaved like this in front of her mother. But obviously, his worries were completely unnecessary. Although Su's mother glared at him, she said, "Why are you still not letting go of Xiaolu? She is different from you." Su Guan was speechless and quickly turned his gaze to the strange woman. "Mom, who is this?" "This is Chun Niang, who lives in number 143 behind us." Ji Xiaolu suppressed the shyness in her heart and whispered in Su Guan's ear. Her man used to be from Feiyun Guard. There was a battle outside the city a few days ago. He went there and never came back. Su Guan was a little silent when he heard this. He has seen many things like life, separation and death over the years, and he himself has caused many of them. Sympathy is a very luxurious emotion for him at this stage. Chun Niang seemed embarrassed to stay any longer, so she quickly called to the little Lolita, held her hand, and said to Su's mother, "Aunt, Xiaolu, and Su family brother, I have something to do at home, so I will go back first." When she left, Wanwen was a little reluctant to let go of the child he had just met yesterday. Su's mother was a visitor and knew that the young couple had something to say, so she pulled Wang Wen, who had soy sauce on his lips, towards the house. There was no one in the courtyard. Su Guan let himself go completely, and with a little strength in his arms, he held Ji Xiaolu in a princess hug. "I'm not here these days. No one bullies you and mother, right?" Ji Xiaolu shook her head, her face was rosy. "No, I heard that the city guard wrote a letter to someone. These days, many chambers of commerce came to Sifang City and Qingshui City, bringing a lot of food. When I was selling food yesterday, I heard those people say they can hold on until the autumn harvest." When Su Guang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He had only been there for 3 days, but the food shortage problem in the city was actually solved? Suddenly, I felt that the higher UPS in the city, especially the city guard, were quite nice people. At least they were willing to help the people in the city solve the problem of food and clothing, so that they would not be unable to spend any money they had. He was also a little happy in his heart. After all, Feiyun City was settled, and so was his little family. That's a really good thing. Unexpectedly, when Ji Xiaolu heard this, he actually shook his head. It's not all a good thing. After the news of the former daily grain stores reopening came out, everyone flocked there. Many people spent all their money on the black market and hid in the alleys to wait. Robbery and murder. Su Guan was stunned. Who dares to kill people in the inner city? Ji Xiaolu was a little embarrassed. It's the outer city. Some people outside said that the food in the outer city is cheaper. The food has arrived, but the supplies in the inner city and the outer city are different. In the outer city, they only have low-quality chestnut rice and bran, while in the inner city, they have japonica rice and white flour, which are more expensive. I'll buy it from now on. As long as I'm here, our family won't be short of money. Ji Xiaolu smiled and nodded, with a bit of fear in her eyes. It was obvious that yesterday's chaos made even a person like her who came from among refugees feel shuddering. Su Guan didn't say much. Ji Xiaolu had always been obedient, and it was also to save money for his family. He just wouldn't go there in the future. There was no need to say anything more. What's going on with that Chun Niang? I see that Xiao Luer is very close to her. We met the day before yesterday when we were buying grain. My brother-in-law and eldest sister found out that I was selling grain in the outer city, so they came over. Some people thought that Sister Chunian was good-looking, so they wanted to drag her away. My brother-in-law drove her away, so I sent her away. She went home. Husband, you don't know that Chun Niang is very good at weaving. After a pause, Ji Xiaolu seemed to feel the worry in Su Guang's heart, and said softly, Chun Niang is a poor person. Her husband is from the 10th household in Feiyun Guard. They were married for 7 years and stayed at home very rarely. He died some time ago. After that, many people started targeting her. Only after the family's money was gone did they let them go. There was a lot of turmoil in the city a while ago, so Xinghua was kept from starving to death by helping the neighbors make clothes in exchange for some food. Fortunately, the city guard didn't take back the yard, otherwise. Su Guang nodded, put aside some bad guesses in his heart, and hugged Ji Xiaolu tightly. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaoan came to the inner city to attend private school? My eldest sister sent it over on the first day you left. The paperwork from my brother-in-law is coming soon, and he should be able to move it in as well. After being affectionate with Ji Xiaolu for a while, Su Guang talked to his mother for a while, and played with Wang Wen for a while. Then he stood in the yard and took out the dragon knife spear that he had made at Master Niu's place. The spear was more than 4 meters long. The spear head on it was a bit weird. It was slightly longer than the average spear head. The side was like a knife and could be chopped. The top can be used to stab. Su Guang likes the weapon in his hand very much. Su Guang was not good at using it. The gun was one of the most difficult weapons to get started with, so Su Guang could only practice it slowly. After just a few thrusts and slashes, he had to stop. The yard was too small, and it was better to practice boxing. But practicing with such a long spear, there was not enough space to move around. He was not in a hurry. His first search for modification of the technique had not yet been completed because it involved modification of the bone forging technique, which would take 10 days. He doesn't have any shooting skills now, he just wants to practice his shooting skills. The most important thing is Golden Lu Kung and its accompanying footwork and boxing techniques. Jinlia Gong is currently his main skill, and the bone forging chapter is about to be completed, and he is looking forward to it. In the next 3 days, he thoroughly consolidated the skyrocketing progress he had made in refining the viscera essence and blood in the previous days before starting to practice again. 2 more days. Golden Lu Gong Bone Forging Chapter, 81%. It's almost time. The bone forging is about to be completed. Su Guan looked satisfied. Considering that it has only been less than 2 months since he embarked on the bone forging, he is about to complete the bone forging. This cultivation speed should be considered extremely fast. In the evening, a figure hurriedly walked into the shantytown and knocked on the door of number 136 courtyard. It's Li Yuan. Since the last mission, Su Guang had deliberately distanced himself from him. This person had a bad character. It's Brother Li, why are you here today when you are free? Li Yuan glanced at Su Guang and said with a smile, Brother Su, how have you been resting these days? Brother Hao intends to go to the Sanwei division again to receive the mission. I'll come over and invite Brother Su. Su Guan looked him up and down and shook his head. Sorry, Brother Li, food came to the city a few days ago, and I bought a lot at home. I want to spend more time with my family, and I have no plans to go on a mission for the time being. When Li Yuan heard this, he snorted coldly, with anger and joy on the surface. He seemed to feel that Su Guang's rejection made him lose face. Following Hao Wen's Huan in the past few days, he had seen a lot of the romance in the inner city. He had no experience with Su Guang. Mudleg had already looked down upon him. Brother Su, we and the mercenaries are here to solve problems for Fi Yun guards. If you hide like this all day long, be careful when the time comes and the 3 guards will punish you. Su Guang said nothing. Although Li Yuan had a bad temper, he was not a fool and understood what Su Guang meant. He immediately snorted coldly, turned around and left angrily. In a shantytown in the inner city, Li Yuan walked in from the outside with a cheerful step, holding a woman in his arms. Brother Hao, I'm back. A flash of dissatisfaction flashed in Hao Wen's eyes. In his opinion, the current attitude of Li Yuan, who was recaptured by him, did not show the respect he deserved. What about Su Guang? You weren't invited? When Su Guang was mentioned, Li Yuan suddenly looked dissatisfied. That boy said that there is food in the city now, but he is greedy for life and afraid of death, so he doesn't want to come over, and he doesn't know what is good for him. There was a bit of gloom in Hao Wen's eyes. His kindness to the outside world was all faked by him. He knew how to win over these losers who were once successful at a very young age. Su Guang was so ungrateful that his mentality that had always been tried and tested went awry. It's okay, everyone has their own ambitions. Since Brother Su doesn't want to, then forget it. Let us 6 brothers do the task tomorrow. Hao Wen's Huan whispered, this mission is not simple, but precisely because it is not simple, as long as it can be completed, the rewards we will receive are unimaginable. Please be prepared when you go back. Don't worry, Brother Hao. After everyone had left, Hao Wen's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Su Guang's lack of knowledge made him angry. You bitch, you mud-legged boy, one day, I will make you kneel in front of me. Hao Wen's Huan whispered. Behind his wall, Su Guang put his ear against the wall, listening to the discussions of everyone inside, and also listening to Hao Wen's angry curses at him when he was alone. In fact, he was not angry. After all, Hao Wen's Huan had spent so much energy just to win over him, but found that it had no effect. It was appropriate to scold him behind his back. Besides, if he didn't get angry and was really threatening, he would just kill them after they left the city tomorrow. Su Guang overheard this and stopped listening. He just wanted to make sure whether Li Yuan would say something provocative and trigger Hao Wen's intention to kill him. Now it seems that I think too highly of Li Yuan, he doesn't have the brains. Since this day, life fell into calm again. The practice of bone forging realm is actually very simple. 3 hours of practice every day is more than enough. The rest of the time Su Guang spends the rest of the time pondering moves and routines and honing his martial arts. Then there is the research on the secret book that he has almost completed, the mountain return technique. The reason why I searched and modified this exercise first is because the martial arts supporting this exercise is a marksmanship, 6 spears back to the mountain. Su Guang practices martial arts and moves every day. Everything is moving forward steadily, and the blood in his blood eyes is sufficient. Apart from practicing, I would accompany Ji Zyla to go out to the inner city, buy some things that my daughter likes, or take the little black tiger for a walk. It is strange to say that this black tiger is obviously a tiger, but it can only grow to the size of a cheetah, and its temperament is like a dog. The family likes it. The only bad thing is that it eats a little too much. Brother Guang, are you taking the big cat out again? A short middle-aged man with a bamboo basket on his back greeted Su Guang after seeing him. This person is also his new neighbor, named Songyu. He is a man with a good temper. Su Guang only heard a few words from Ji Xiaolu. This person's younger brother is serving in the army and is not at home all the year round. On weekdays, he depends on the nobles in the city. She keeps her appearance and makes coffins for a living. Although her life is tight, she can still get by. Brother Song, looking at your rosy face, you have gained a lot today, Su Guang said with a smile. Life has calmed down and the city has regained stability. He is no longer so wary of his neighbors and will smile when he meets them. Song Yu smiled slightly. Ever since they first met and Su Guang helped him push the cart uphill, he also had a good impression of this newly moved boy from the Su family. Ha ha ha, it's the same as usual, but it's really cool. Got something good, Xiao Guang, come to my house for a drink tomorrow night. Su Guang agreed with a smile. Ji Xiaolu has a good relationship with Song Yu's wife. Su Guang has also met Song Yu several times and they are relatively close to each other. Okay, but not tomorrow. I have to help my brother-in-law move, in a few days. Song Yu smiled honestly. Okay, then I'll prepare some delicious food. You, like my Erlang, are martial arts practitioners. If you are capable, I have to let you eat well. Brother Song, you're welcome. The official document from my brother-in-law has officially come out, and he has also obtained the qualification to move into the inner city. Of course, it is not in a shanty town, but in another alley near the city guard's mansion. It is a small courtyard with a large area. The courtyard alone is nearly 200 square meters, and there are 5 rooms in it. Wang Ming had made outstanding contributions when the previous war broke out, and he was practicing bone forging, so he was assigned such a good courtyard. When moving the next day, Su Guang took Ji Xiaolu with him. Ji Xiaolu chatted with his eldest sister Su Chun for a long time. When going back, in a deserted alley, Su Guang held Ji Xiaolu's hand. What's wrong? Are you envious? Ji Xiaolu shook his head slightly and put his arms around Su Guang's arms. What's there to envy? Wherever your husband is, I will be there. With your husband, wherever you live is good. She is indeed a woman with entries related to love brain. Su Guang felt a little affectionate in his heart. We will also live in a big courtyard in the future. Yes, I trust you, husband. Ji Xiaolu almost hung his whole body on Su Guang's arm. His whole body was as soft as water. Ji Xiaolu, with a kind of reservedness and shyness unique to women in the feudal period, calls Su Guang brother in front of others, and only calls him husband when the two of them are alone. This kind of title always makes Su Guang want to stop. So Su Guang quickened his pace. Late at night, in the small house, 2 white bodies linger together, dispelling the coldness of winter nights. Su Guang once again felt the long-lost mysterious energy from Ji Xiaolu, which once again stirred up the blood in Su Guang's body. Ji Xiaolu noticed that the man's movements had slowed down, his eyes narrowed, and he said shyly, "Husband, please use harder, don't be afraid of hurting." These words made Su Guang, who was still feeling the changes in his meridians, speechless. He didn't care to look at the changes in his meridians and turned over to hold his wife down. In the early morning, Su Guang gathered Ji Xiaolu's long hair under the pillow, carefully lifted the quilt, and prepared to boil water, but found that Su's mother was already burning. "How's it going? Is Xiaolu pregnant?" Su's mother asked somewhat mysteriously. Su Guang was speechless. "I was anxious to get married before, but now I am anxious to have children. My mother." But he has no plans to have children yet. In his opinion, the current stability in the city is only a superficial stability. He was a little worried about Huang Tianjiao from the beginning to the end, but the connection shown by the city guard some time ago made him suddenly feel that Feiyun City should have no problem resisting Huang Tianjiao. After all, one city cannot defeat Huang Tianjiao, but 3 cities should be able to stop it, right? He also had a plan in his mind. In a few days, he would improve his cultivation and kill Han Qing and Qian Cheng of the Han family, and then he could have children with peace of mind and be an ordinary person. It can't be that fast. Then you and Xiaolu will be more troubled later. Mom knows a few remedies. Su Guang interrupted quickly, "Mom, please don't. Children born with folk remedies are not smart. Xiaolu and I should work hard on our own." When Su's mother heard this, she looked a little unbelievable. Su Guang found it funny and quickly ran away secretly. He had to go out today. The method of making the secret medicine of Huishengong was analyzed last night. He had to go to the pharmacy to grab some medicine to make the secret medicine. He also needed to go to the Immortal Academy again. Old man Zhao generously gave it to him before joining the army. He has used up a lot of secret bone forging medicine and needs to replenish it. After leaving the inner city, Su Guang noticed obvious changes more and more. There were many more pedestrians on the street, and the vitality of a big city was gradually recovering. But it also brought trouble. There were no traffic regulations in this era. Pedestrians led animals on the street, and the animals defecated everywhere. Food was sold next to them. The smell was really unpleasant. Su Guang didn't want to take a long way around, so he pinched his nose and squeezed into the crowd. A quarter of an hour later, he finally arrived at the Immortal Academy. Today is the day when Master Zhao teaches his disciples, but there don't seem to be many people in the courtyard, only a few in twos and threes. Fortunately, Su Sanduo was also there. Su Guang was a little surprised, but he still hurried over to greet Master Zhao. Master Zhao. Old man Zhao seemed surprised to see Su Guang, but he still said pretentiously, "I'm back." Su Guang nodded. "My disciple was lucky enough to break through the bone forging, but the secret medicine before was soaked with water. I would like to ask the master to prepare some more." With that said, he took out the prepared silver from his arms and presented it to him. Zhao Min is actually very generous. He will give some bone forging secret medicine to every disciple who has reached the level of skin resurfacing. Su Guang bought some more before. The reason is of course that he wants to soak up more secret medicine and want to enter bone forging as soon as possible. Forging bones so quickly? It's quite fast. Old man Zhao accepted it without any scruples, and then said, "Wait." He didn't have too much doubt. After all, he admired Su Guang very much. He was principled, polite, knew how to advance and retreat, and had a calm temper. He probably couldn't speak. He just lamented that Su Guang's qualifications were not very good, but he was lucky enough. The secret medicine he used after forging his bones is actually not very useful. The secret medicine used in the bone forging stage is no longer used as frequently as in the skin grinding stage. It is usually used once every 5 days to remove hidden wounds. After he forges his bones, most of the secret medicine is used. Part of the cultivation level was forcibly improved by the blood refining that day, and not many secret medicines were used at all. Old man Zhao did not ask about the progress of his bone forging. After getting the secret medicine, Su Guang asked, "Master, why are there so few people in the courtyard today?" Old man Zhao snorted coldly, seeming to be a little dissatisfied. "Your senior sister Han Wan and Bai Ran are getting married today, and everyone else has gone over to watch." Han Wan? The senior sister who always looked a bit mean appeared in Su Guang's mind. After hearing this, he shook his head and asked no more questions. He had no intention of drinking the wedding wine, but was just curious about Zhao Min's attitude. It's really strange. Bai Ran? Who is it again? It seems that he is someone who has a grudge against Master Zhao, so he is unhappy. There is no Confucianism in this world, and the etiquette and laws are incomplete. Maybe Han Wan's attitude towards the master is not good. Senior fellow apprentices Zhao Yang and Su Sanduo were not here, and Su Guang did not stay in the Immortal Academy for long and left in a hurry. Only after he mastered the complete formula of the secret medicine, Su Guang learned about the huge profits brought by Master Zhao's recruitment of disciples. Take Huishan Gong as an example. Its secret skin scaling medicines are common materials that can be bought in pharmacies. Most of the same is true for Jinlia Gong, which is almost hundreds of times more profitable. The secret bone forging medicine is a bit more troublesome, requiring more than 50 years of Polygona multiflorum, but it still makes a lot of money. Obviously, Zhao Min mainly earns money from low-level disciples. Su Guang spent a total of 26 taels of silver on dozens of materials. He found Polygona multiflorum in 4 pharmacies, and finally bought it at a pharmacy belonging to the Cheng family for 70 taels of silver. This purchase almost spent all the windfall he got last time. If it weren't for the fruitful results in the mountains in the past few days, he would probably have to seek unclaimed wealth again. Carrying the medicinal materials in the bamboo woven bag, Su Guang walked all the way towards home. What surprised him so much was that when he was passing by an alley, he saw red lanterns hanging high, rituals and music playing outside, and a huge red cloth with a big word "Happy" cut out on the wall at the entrance of the alley. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be Susu. Han Wan and Susu have always had a good relationship. If Han Wan gets married, Susu will definitely come over. So, this is Han Wan's husband's family? Su Guang looked strange, looked at the surrounding environment, and had to admit that Han Wan's skills were pretty good. The outer city is also divided into regions. In some places, rich households live. The Cheng family pharmacy sells good things, so the place it opens is naturally also a wealthy area. Knowing that the attitude of the 2 women towards him was not very good, Su Guang naturally had no idea of saying hello, picked up the bamboo basket in his hand, and was about to leave. Just when he was about to walk out of this area, a figure walked out of a corner ahead and blocked his way. "You people from the Immortal Academy are so brave, you actually dare to come to our Cheng Yuan territory." This person spoke in a gloomy tone, with a coldness that made Su Guang inexplicable. But Su Guang's pupil shrank slightly, and the person coming across from him was Pang Hong, the proud disciple that Chang Shan brought to the Shenzhen Academy to play in the gym before. The expression on his face was half smiling, with a touch of sarcasm in his eyes, and he stared at Su Guang motionless. He happened to be standing in front of Su Guang, blocking his way. "Are you a disciple of Senior Uncle Cheng? I wonder why Senior Brother stopped me." Su Guang was also a little surprised. Why did senior brother Pang Hong stop him? He didn't seem to have spoken to him, right? Pang Hong sneered, do you know what my master has paid in this life to win against Zhao Min? And do you know what I have paid? He smiled ferociously, thinking about all the suffering he had suffered over the years. Su Guan was speechless. What did you pay for me? What did you do to stop me? Where is Zhang Wu? Su Guan shook his head, I don't know. I have never seen senior brother since I started. Su Guan had heard about this senior brother before. It was rumored that he had reached the perfection of bone forging 7 years ago. After that, he trained hard in Feiyun City for 3 years. Without the opportunity to practice internal organs, he went out to travel. In the past few years, I came back once a year, but then I went further and further away. After all, I haven't come back for 2 years. Naturally, Su Guang had never seen it, and he did not lie. Pang Hong suddenly shouted, you lied. How could Zhang Wu not be with Zhao Min? Forget it, I won't tell you more. I originally just used that woman to get married and lure your senior brother over. Unexpectedly, none of them came. Fortunately, I met you. You are unlucky. If I kill you, Zhao Min will definitely summon her. Zhang Wu is back. Su Guang narrowed his eyes and was about to speak. Then he saw a sudden burst of black energy all over Pang Hong's body, which was real and solid energy. How can this be? A strong Zhang practitioner can only develop Zhang energy. If he wants the energy to come out from his body, he still needs to go a step further. How could Pang Hong do it? Su Guang retreated violently. But Pang Hong's whole body was filled with black energy, and a strange black mist appeared on his entire face. Snake scale-like things appeared on his eyebrows, and his eyes turned into snake-like vertical pupils. You can be considered a disaster, so I will show mercy and let you die in the hands of a stranger who uses the power of blood. After he finished speaking, he jumped out and struck Su Guang's chest with a dignified jab. This was the most bizarre punch in his practice of mysterious skills. Combined with the power of his bloodline that he had awakened specifically for this purpose, in his opinion, it was enough to shatter Su Guang's sternum with one punch. The person struck first, and the shadow of his fist suddenly turned into a black line, making a whistling sound in the air. Boom! Su Guang reacted quickly, raised his arm, and at the moment he raised his hand, he gathered the power of stone skin, and dots of black spots appeared. He used his elbow to push away Pang Hong's punch. You! Su Guang felt a rage in his heart, comparable to Su's father's rage when he suffered the Weivia disaster. He wanted to kill himself just to force Zhang Wu out. He could feel that the technique practiced by Pang Hong was not the running thunder technique practiced by Changshan, but a more bizarre technique. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and activated the power of his blood, this punch would have been enough to block it. It was enough to cripple his arm. Pang Hong, human, combat power, bone forging realm hero level. Heroic level combat power is really arrogant. Su Guang took a few steps back, and Pang Hong looked surprised. He licked his lips bloodthirstily, and said with a grin, weirdo, you have also awakened the power of blood. What an unexpected surprise. If someone like you kills you, old man Zhao must be in pain, and he will definitely call Zhang Wu back. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Su Guang, his fists resounding like thunder, but they were different from Changshan's thunder fist. Every time he punched, he changed direction several times in the air, and he could always use various weird and cunning tricks. The angle shot towards Su Guang. Su Guangshang responded with punches and elbows one after another. The anger in his chest reached its peak, and he was about to unleash all his strength to kill Pang Hong. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the distance. Su Guang gave up the idea of unleashing all his strength in public, but Pang Hong pressed harder and harder. He had to constantly improve his display of fighting power, and the black spots on his hands became more and more dense. The two of them were fighting each other unscrupulously on the street, without any concealment, and punched to the flesh. Senior brother Pang Hong, that's enough. If you don't die, it won't be enough. Su Guang no longer hesitated. He had to admit that Pang Hong's hero-level combat power was real. Even because of his skillful moves, his strength was still faintly superior to his own even when he only used the stone skin bloodline. In just a few fights, he was punched several times, and one punch almost hit him in the face. Su Guang suffered a small loss, but Pang Hong also felt uncomfortable. The technique he practiced was not a protracted battle technique, but an extremely powerful one. Pang Hong looked at Su Guang's face that pretended to be calm in his eyes, and felt infinite violence in his heart. He was dissatisfied. Why could Su Guang be comparable to him in the power of his bloodline that he had paid such a heavy price for? Su Guang could reach the peak of bone forging that he had practiced evil arts for 3 years in less than a year. Su Guang must die today. It was originally intended to seduce Zhang Wu, but now it turned into jealousy and resentment. Only, Su Guang had already seen the person coming from the corner of his eye. He quickly retreated and escaped from the battle circle. At the same time, those people stood in front of Su Guang. It's Su Sanduo, Zhao Yang, and the senior brothers from Shenxian Academy. Pang Hong's face was ferocious and dark, and he looked at everyone in a cold voice, feeling as sick as if he had eaten a fly. He originally wanted to kill Su Guang and force Zhang Wu out of the army, so as to make Cheng Shen famous. But he didn't expect that in the end, even Su Guang couldn't be beaten to death, and it even became his stepping stone. But fortunately, those people probably didn't see this scene of the battle. As long as they killed Su Guang, everything could be made up for. He is still the peerless genius of the major martial arts schools in Feiyun City. You want to stop me? What Su Guang didn't expect was that the person standing at the front was senior sister Su Su, who had always looked down upon him the most. Su Su stood at the front with an angry face. Junior brother Pang Hong, you promised us that after junior brother Bai Ran marries Han Wan, he will not come to trouble us. Pang Hong stood in front of him with a cold expression. Since Su Sanduo and the others are here, it means that more and more people will come. The severe crackdown in the city had not long passed, and it was a place of right and wrong. He did not want to kill people in public, and he was not sure that he would kill everyone in front of him. He looked through the crowd and stared at Su Guang. You are very lucky. I hope your luck will always be this good. Su Guang's face was plain, and he reached out and touched his chest. The single clothes there had been torn, leaving a long claw mark on his chest. Stone skin did not completely block Pang Hong's methods. How long has it been since he was injured after he awakened to stone skin after completing the dermabrasion? Su Guang thought to himself, placing his palm on the bleeding blood. It slowly turned into a transparent color, like sweat. He squinted his eyes, and his temperament changed slightly. Pang Hong is really strong, but he also discovered this person's weakness. He is not durable, and the power of his blood is a bit weird. If there is no one outside the city, forget it, there is no need to be outside the city. You can still kill people at night when no one is around. He decided to beat Pang Hong to death tonight. Pang Hong and the disciples from the Immortal Academy looked at each other for a long time. When the disciples from the Cheng Academy in the distance saw this scene, they stood behind Pang Hong. The confrontation between the two parties gradually attracted more and more people to watch on the street. After all, this is the territory of a wealthy area, so people from the Yamen came quite quickly. Pang Hong didn't say anything more, he just glanced at Su Guang darkly, turned around and left. Su Su turned around, as if ignoring Su Guang's presence, and whispered to Su Sanduo, junior brother Su, is it worth offending Pang Hong for him? Su Sanduo smiled casually and didn't say much. Su Su snorted coldly and left. Naturally, her licking dogs also left with her. But before leaving, he looked at Su Guang with a playful look. Su Guang ignored the sarcasm in these people's eyes, turned around and walked to the corner, picking up the bamboo basket of medicinal materials he had purchased earlier. After a while, Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang took Su Guang to a restaurant. Junior brother, why are you here? If we hadn't been observing you all the time, you would have been doomed. Su Sanduo said with emotion. Su Guang squinted his eyes, still aggrieved in his heart. That Pang Hong was a mad dog. He must kill him tonight. Or maybe the senior brothers didn't come so quickly, and Pang Hong would have died now. Su Guang asked softly, why are you here? Mentioning this matter, Su Sanduo was indignant. Cheng Wan was obsessed with ghosts. She didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup was poured into her by Pang Hong. She insisted on marrying Pang Hong's brother Bai Ran. Little did he know that Pang Hong just wanted to use Han Wan's marriage to invite him. Our disciples from Shenxian Academy came out, thinking of killing a few people with ordinary backgrounds, so as to anger Master Zhao and force senior brother Zhang Wu to come out. Master Zhao sent me and my fourth senior brother to stay here in case any civilian disciples show up, so that we can help in time. When Su Guang heard this, the light in his eyes became more and more dangerous. This Pang Hong. Su Sanduo thought of something. Su Guang seemed to have had a few moves with Pang Hong just now, right? But I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhao Yang said abruptly from the side, junior brother, you must have awakened the power of blood, right? Have you also strengthened your bones in martial arts? Their eyes fell on him instantly. Su Guang was not surprised. Because these two people cared about him, they took action as soon as they found out that Pang Hong had intercepted him. They were not surprised to see him fighting Pang Hong. He did not choose to hide it and nodded, fortunately, I awakened my bloodline and improved my cultivation. This is what he decided to expose after careful consideration. When a secret is no longer known to one person, it may no longer be a secret. Chang Lianer already knew that she was a stranger. Even if she promised not to tell anyone, she couldn't hide it for much longer. Therefore, it is inevitable that his identity as a stranger will be exposed in the future, and the power of the three bloodlines now. Vufa's origins are not right. If Huang Tian's disciples find out, they will be in big trouble, and Vufa is the most hidden. After all, who would have thought that what makes him different from ordinary people is his hair? Although the blood eyes are obvious, they mean the most to him. Blood refining is almost his most important trump card. To outsiders, it always sounds a little evil and he will not expose it easily. Stone Skin seemed insignificant in comparison. Su Sanduo suddenly showed excitement on his face. He stood up suddenly and slapped Su Buang on the shoulder. Good guy, I have long seen that you are not a thing in the pool, little junior brother. I didn't expect that you are so good. You are like me, you are like me. Me! Su Buang's forehead is full of black lines, which looks like a crazy head. Thinking that Su San's family was a butcher of pigs, and the family's education level was not high, Su Buang didn't bother to talk to him. Zhao Yong looked at Su Buang with envy. He was a strange person, a powerful representative. Your junior brother, why don't you go to the city guard's mansion to report it? I heard that the city guard's mansion is very concerned about foreigners. Su Buang shook his head slightly. I won't go for now. There are many masters in the city guard's office. Let's wait for a while. Now I feel very comfortable being a mercenary. He was a little touched that the two of them cared so much about him. From the time he got started, his fourth senior brother Zhao Yong has been helping him, and later Su Sanduo also joined in. The three of them have been together for a long time. Thinking of his previous search for ways to speed up bone forging, there was a mention of a strange beast called Hiu. He had never had time to capture it. If he had the opportunity, he would take his two senior brothers to capture Hiu. By the way, senior brother, you just said that Bai Ran has a close relationship with Pang Hong, so Pang Hong also lives in this area? Su Sanduo nodded. The two of them live next door and have been brothers since childhood. Otherwise, a powerful woman like Han Wan would not have chosen to break off the relationship with Master Zhao and choose to marry Bai Ran. It's a pity. There was a trace of sarcasm on his lips. It's a pity that Pang Hong didn't like her and let Bai Ran marry her. Su Buang couldn't help but sigh that senior sister Han Wan's brain seemed to have all its nutrients concentrated on the two lumps of flesh on her chest. There was some truth in having big breasts but no brains. Separating from his two senior brothers, Su Buang returned home without stopping, taking the bamboo basket with medicinal materials. There were several turns on the road, and Pang Hong might be watching him from the dark. After returning home, Su Buang saw Ji Xiaolu and Su's mother hanging lanterns on stools at the door. Seeing this, Su Buang quickly put down the things in his hands and went to help, and he also reacted in his heart. It seems New Year's Eve. Time always passes so quickly. Counting the days, he started practicing martial arts in May, and it has been nearly 7 months. Starting tomorrow, it will be the 631st year of the Qian calendar. Most of the people did not know the emperor's ancestral name, so they started recording it directly from the year when Daqian founded the country. Xiaoluer, where did you buy the lantern? It's so beautiful. Su Buang half hugged his wife and asked softly. It's Chun Niang. She's very skillful with her hands and can make a lot of small things. By the way, let me show you something. She just made it for me today. Ji Xiaolu happily took out a few cloth tigers from the cabinet. Mom asked Chun Niang to make them. She said she would wait until we have a baby. When she said this, she said no more, but looked at Su Buang with a bit of expectation. Su Buang consciously ignored it, but he said, then let's work harder. After Su Buang finished practicing the exercises in the afternoon, he helped the two of them prepare New Year's food, including meat and vegetables. This was the most prepared Su family had in recent years. When the new year is over, the city will start to become restless again. Su's mother sighed silently while eating. Mom, the government only sent people to crack down on those gangsters this year, so it shouldn't happen anymore. Su's mother snorted coldly. You don't understand, those gangsters are not simple. A few years ago, when you were young, do you know why I didn't let you go to the river during the Chinese New Year? Su Buang was silent. When he was a boy, he went to see it secretly. Every New Year, there were corpses floating in the river. Suddenly, his expression froze. In the past, bodies would float in the river from time to time. It seems that no bodies have floated by in the past few months. Even when the famine was at its worst, the river was somewhat clean. Is someone cleaning the river? Su Buang felt vaguely that something was wrong. Because during the Chinese New Year, all government offices in the city are closed for bathing, so many people choose to fight in the new year. It's okay, let's just live our lives well. By the way, mother, has eldest sister been here today? Su's mother said, I'm here. I came with your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law also came to see you and told you not to go out on New Year's Eve. Yeah, I know. New Year's Eve is not a day for family reunion in this world, because no one is on duty in the government office. Instead, it is more of an unorganized and unmanaged time. Many people will choose this night to get rid of the enemies they have accumulated for a year. Hanging lanterns is actually a way of expressing welcome to guests. I have welcomed you as a guest, do you still want to kill me? That's roughly what it means. As for storing food, it's so that you can stay at home during the new year and avoid trouble. The government will not worry that ordinary people will become bloody on this day, because sheep are sheep after all, and they will consciously hide in their pens when wolves appear. On New Year's Eve, the protagonists are the warriors who are out and about. Of course, if a warrior kills civilians wantonly and causes trouble, the government will investigate him. It is not easy to avoid being wanted by the 3 guards. Huang Tianjiao. In a large school ground, the jade elephant Dianzuo stood in front of the huge jade elephant, reaching out and gently caressing its back, and the elephant's trunk intimately stroked the jade elephant Dianzuo's black robe. "My son, haven't you found him yet?" The black hard mud ground was ravaged by the huge limbs of the jade elephant, making it look like mud. A middle-aged man in white clothes hurriedly knelt down and said respectfully, "When we go back to the Dianzuo, master, we found the body. The body is on the way back." Hearing this, the jade elephant Dianzuo swayed slightly, and then suddenly shouted coldly, "You just found it today." The middle-aged man's body was shaking like chaff, and cold sweat instantly fell from his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and carefully glanced at the huge white elephant behind the jade elephant seat. Under tremendous pressure, he finally said, "Dianzu forgives me. I have been searching for the young master for 3 days and finally found him somewhere. It's just that some of my subordinates had some ungrateful people and were worried about being punished by Dianzu, so I kept it secret. My subordinates only found out the news today." Boom! The giant elephant seemed to be connected with the jade elephant seat. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, he was thrown away by the elephant's tail and hit the flagpole on the side before falling. The middle-aged man quickly stood up and resumed his kneeling position, regardless of the injury to his internal organs. "Then what do you do for food? Where is that man?" Jade elephant Dianzuo asked slowly, as if nothing had happened. The head was sent back together with the young master's body. The jade elephant Dianzuo fell silent, and for a while, there was no other sound in the school grounds except the dull sound of the jade elephant stepping on the ground. The tremendous pressure began to spread throughout the school grounds as the silence began, and the middle-aged man's breathing weakened unconsciously. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "I remember that Nenger went to capture a woman named Chang Lianer from the Chang family in Feiyun City, right?" "Yes, the young master fell in love with Miss Chang at first sight." The voice of the jade elephant Dianzuo sounded as gloomy as Yama in the underworld. "You don't need me to teach you what to do. My subordinate understands. Please rest assured, Naraizuo." The jade elephant Dianzuo clenched his fists, his face was gloomy and cold. If the Archmage hadn't issued an order a few days ago, asking all Dianzuo to be responsible for building Huangtian City, he would have done it himself. In another fortress of Huangtian sect, a charming woman wearing a gorgeous purple palace dress was lying gracefully on a huge bench. From time to time, there was a rustling sound coming from her body, as if something was crawling. "My Dozaier, you haven't heard from me for a long time, right? Bai Yi, tomorrow is the new year in Feiyun City. You go and have a look and bring Dozai back." Feiyun City, Chang family. The Chang family is obviously qualified to live in the inner city, but every inch of land in the inner city is precious, and the good areas are occupied by stronger forces, so they put their older and more important people in the inner city. Those in the outer city are all young men who need training, but these men all have luxurious manners, which is another kind of compensation. But no one knows that deep in Chang Lianer's manor in the outer city lives the head of the Chang family. Changda, the top master of the Chang family, also lives here. Chang Lianer spoke seriously about what happened the past few days, with a strange look in her eyes. Facing the family elders, she could only choose to partially conceal it. "At that time, the second uncle's internal organs exploded and gave me a chance to survive. But unexpectedly, the third uncle suddenly rebelled. Lianer was rescued by a strange person. This person was very powerful and took the third uncle's life within a few moves. Then took me away and placed me in a cave until Brother Bei brought someone over to rescue me." Sitting at the head was a white-haired old man about 60 or 70 years old. He narrowed his eyes. "So, Lianer, you don't know his identity?" Chang Lianer shook his head slightly, then seemed to remember something, and whispered, "He didn't say, but he said that it was because Lianer had helped him before, and he owed Lianer a favor, so he helped." The old man nodded and tapped his fingers on the chair, wondering about the man's identity. But at this moment, a roar came from outside, and then the gasping of Herod the horse was heard. "Brother Chang, Zhao came here uninvited. Please forgive me." Zhao Min's voice sounded outside the door, and at the same time there was the report of the boy outside the door. When the old man heard this, he immediately smiled and waved his hand, laughing. "Brother Zhao, I haven't been here for a long time, please." Soon, the door opened and several people were waiting. Zhao Min walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw Chang Lianer, he said, "Are you the little girl Chang Lianer? You are so big now." "Ha ha ha, Brother Zhao, long time no see. How are you?" Zhao Min just smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's still the same, life is not hard or difficult." The old man looked at Zhao Min with a smile. "Brother Zhao, is there something wrong when you come here this time?" Hearing this, Zhao Min gave a wry smile. "I know I can't hide this from you, Brother Chang." He straightened his face and said, "To be honest, I came here for a few incompetent disciples. Since arriving in Feiyun City 10 years ago, I have accepted many disciples, and several of them are Chang, recommended by everyone. I like them all, so I have always stayed with you. But now that the city is changing, I am old and can't understand anymore. I just want to do something for my disciples to leave a trace of my love, so I want to come over and ask, what are my useless things? As a disciple, what agreement do you have with your brother's family? I thought, if possible, I could wait for these disciples to join the army and get them a job at the Chang family that doesn't require them to work hard. Most of the disciples that Zhao Min has accepted over the years are recommended by these big families. Now the city guard has ordered his disciples to join the army. There is not much he can do, but he will not let these families embarrass the disciples. If he is lucky enough to survive, he will ask for help. Asking for a good job is also the right thing to do. When Chang Lianer heard this, he immediately thought of something. She has written a letter of recommendation over the years, which is for Su Guang. Su Guang still needs Zhao Min to help arrange the retirement and job transition. Does he know Su Guang's strength? Chang Lianer was speechless, but her eyes fell on the old man of the Chang family. Since it is your favorite brother, needless to say, I will accept it on behalf of the Chang family. If the disciples of my brother don't mind it, I will let Lianer make good arrangements. After all the busy work was done, and there was no time to make the secret medicine of Huishin Kung Fu, Su Guang started practicing Golden Lu Kung, bone forging 90%. This was something he had practiced all by himself during this period. Fortunately, although he was obsessed with the gentle countryside these days, he had not given up on his practice. There is still 10% progress before the bone training can be completed. Su Guang originally planned to practice step by step, but Pang Hong really pissed him off today. He opened the secret book of Huishin Kung Fu, which recorded a method that could quickly forge bones. He used a large amount of secret medicine at one time, prepared various medicinal powders to stimulate the body, and consumed a large amount of blood essence to achieve the effect of quickly passing the level. Su Guang has plenty of essence and blood. Based on the restored secret method, Su Guang planned to give it a try. Take out all the secret medicines that Master Zhao took today and put them into the wooden barrels that have been prepared. Su Guang held his breath and concentrated, performed several bone forging movements, and jumped into the water in a cold sweat. Most of the secret medicine is to nourish the body's hidden wounds, but Su Guang added many irritating medicinal powders to it. Suddenly, the scalding water submerged Su Guang's consciousness, and the blood in his bloody eyes kept pouring out as if lifeless. Su Guang came back to his senses, focused his mind on the part above the neck that had not yet completed the bone forging, and felt the essence and blood in the blood eyes. With the combination of a large amount of secret medicine and stimulating powder, he gritted his teeth and induced the energy and blood to flow to the neck. Puff! In an instant, countless essences and blood poured into the head like the water of a river flowing again after being blocked for a long time. Half an hour later, Su Guang jumped out of the barrel, his eyes calm. After consuming nearly 20 drops of blood essence, he gained a huge harvest. Golden Lu Kung Bone Forging Chapter 100%. Forged bones, done. The door suddenly opened, and Su Guang's figure flashed out of the courtyard wall of his home. During the new year, there were surprisingly few pedestrians on the street. Those who appeared on the street were all kinds of warriors with bulging arms. The night was not peaceful. Su Guang wrapped his clothes, held a dagger in his arms, covered his face with a black cloth, and walked toward the outer city calmly. He walked on the road very cautiously, fearing that these red-eyed warriors would target him and cause some trouble after all. When the road comes out of an intersection, there was a bang, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and then the cries of women and children were heard, and then a figure was seen falling down from the wall. After falling, he staggered away and ran away. Su Guang could see clearly that the wall was stained red with blood. In this era, there were many thieves at night, so many poor people would insert sharp stones into the walls. Halfway through, the man seemed to notice something, looked back at Su Guang, and then continued running. Su Guang could see clearly that this man was only half a boy, but he should have already practiced martial arts. If he were a normal family, a child of this age would definitely not agree to let him practice martial arts. Such is the way of the world. Su Guang just glanced at it without thinking anything. Hearing the footsteps coming from the yard, Su Guang huddled in the shadow of the wall and left quickly, not wanting to get into trouble. Pang Hong is a very proud man. He has always felt that he is the son of heaven. He was born in a farmer's family, but he had great talents and was tutored by a famous teacher. Although the techniques Chang Shen taught him had some side effects, it didn't matter. He really liked the feeling of having power in his body. He imprisoned himself, but became stronger. Just like now, he came to a spring building and stood in the shadow opposite the spring building. His face was gloomy, with a bit of jealousy and resentment. So he walked in with the knife in hand. After a while, the Chun Tower was filled with people, women crying and begging for mercy, men running and shouting, "Everlasting!" Su Guang stood quietly in an alley outside Chunlu, watching this scene with calm eyes. It was also this scene that made his murderous intention towards Pang Hong reach its peak. This is a true pervert with a vengeance and a twisted mentality. If such a person lives for one more day, it is disrespectful to the suffering he has just suffered. Pang Hong walked out of the spring building covered in blood and set afire. He licked his lips and his eyes were blurred, like a drug addict getting sick. His steps were staggering as he walked. Coming here once a year, it's really enjoyable for both body and mind, Pang Hong murmured to himself. While passing by an alley, suddenly the hair on his body stood up and he looked up suddenly. A black shadow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him and struck him in the head with a knife. You are. Pang Hong reacted quickly, gathered all his strength, and shouted loudly. It was too late to draw the knife, so he let out a strange scream, and then black mist surged around his body. Chi and blood surged all over his body. He tried to slap away the long knife with one hand, and made a gesture with the other hand to punch out the black figure opposite him. A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Guang's mouth, and he stared at Pang Hong. Suddenly, the white cloth on his forehead fell off naturally, and a strange bloody eye opened halfway, staring at Pang Hong. Divine power. At the same time, a strand of long hair on his forehead turned into a black light and shot out under the night sky. The knife was not slapped away. The knife in the black shadow's hand accelerated strangely in midair, and Pang Hong's hand, in the same direction. Puff! Boom! A severed palm flew out, and at the same time the black shadow's fist collided with Pang Hong. The pain of the severed palm made him lose consciousness for a moment, and then he was blasted out. The black shadow ignored it, swung the long knife again, and the other arm flew out again. Boom! Pang Hong's armless body was punched against the wall by Su Guang. The force of nearly 5,000 kilograms almost blasted a human-shaped hole into the wall. Su Guang took a step forward without any hesitation, and punched out like raindrops. Pang Hong used his feet to parry, but he was able to block one punch, but not hundreds of punches. His sternum collapsed, his eyes widened, staring at Su Guang, his eyes full of unwillingness, resentment, and some disbelief. He is the son of heaven, how could he die here? What is the origin of the person who killed him, and why does he have so much bloodline power? Su Guang took a few steps back at the right time. Warriors like to hold on to one thing before they die. He has seen this many times. Finally, after a moment, Pang Hong stared, tilted his neck, and fell completely. Su Guang stepped forward, pulled Pang Hong's body out from the wall with one hand, turned away, and disappeared around the corner of the street. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Guang walked into a house in the outer city, his eyes bright and expectant. Killing a stranger again, I wonder if I can awaken Pang Hong's bloodline. This is Pang Hong's home. Su Guang threw it on the ground like discarding some rubbish and harvested the spoils first. Pang Hong lives alone, so there is no trouble. Even if there are people, Su Guang doesn't mind eradicating the roots. After rummaging through the house, Su Guang found hundreds of taels of silver, a secret book and some miscellaneous jars. Without looking closely, he walked out of the yard and started refining blood. It's just that Pang Hong's body seems to be a little different from ordinary people. He actually has 2 hearts, and has countless dense white hairs from the waist up, just like an incompletely evolved monkey. Su Guang thought for a moment about whether or not he wanted Pang Hong's bloodline power. This was such a big external change that he couldn't accept it. But after thinking about it, I decided to take it. In fact, 2 hearts are a good thing. They only have white hair. At worst, Xiao Luer can shave him every day. After all, this is the price for gaining the powerful power of aliens. A stranger is someone who is different from ordinary people. When I got home, it was almost early morning. As soon as he got on the bed, Ji Zila turned over and hugged him tightly without saying a word. But Su Guang could feel her fear from her slightly trembling body. After all, the smell of blood on his body has not completely dissipated. He originally wanted to deal with it first and take a look at the loot, but when he saw the scene, Su Guang stopped moving. In the early morning, Ji Zila went out to cook. Su Guang got up from the bed with a bit of disappointment in his eyes. It seems that Pang Hong's bloodline power has not been awakened. He was still a little curious about Pang Hong's weird explosive method, but it was a pity. Shaking his head, he opened the package and checked the harvest from killing Pang Hong yesterday. After all, Pang Hong is a foreigner, and he can be considered a wealthy person. In terms of money, gold and silver add up to almost 1,000 taels of silver. There are medicinal powders in bottles and jars, ready-made medicines, and even a bottle of blue liquid. But the throbbing in the blood eyes told Su Guang that this was blood. A blue blood. Su Guang's eyes changed, he carefully collected the blood, and looked forward to opening the exercises practiced by Pang Hong. The title of the book is written in big characters, The Invincible Sutra of 8 Desolations. Just turning to the general outline of the first page, countless black lines instantly appeared on Su Guang's forehead. If you want to practice this skill, you must first leave the palace. Your uncles. Su Guang couldn't help but curse secretly, saying that he wouldn't be able to practice this technique even if he died. Soon, he read the entire introduction to this technique. It was indeed a very strange technique. Although it was a bit hard to accept it, what if he could use his own palace in exchange for the power of awakening his bloodline? This alone makes this skill worthy of its reputation as invincible. This technique takes the male root as the beginning of the breath as the general outline. If the male root is cut off, the chi will have no beginning and no end. Drinking the blood of Hangkui, a different kind of Zhang training, will return to the power of no beginning and no end, thus awakening the power of the blood. So, Pang Hong's bloodline power was obtained from the palace? Su Guan looked strange. Is this the technique that Pang Hong practiced? No wonder he is so perverted and has such a twisted mentality. The weirdness of this technique was different from all the techniques he had ever seen. It was extremely strange and dangerous. If a mortal was to swallow the blood of an alien species, if he were not careful, his body would probably be wiped out, right? He couldn't help but think that when he became a disciple of Zhao Chang, he mentioned that the Golden Willow Kung Fu was an authentic Kung Fu technique. So, the Eight Desolations Invincible Sutra was the so-called evil Kung Fu technique? Because of this, he was a little curious about Chang Shan's origin. Naturally, it was impossible for him to practice this technique. He was just curious about this technique and read through it. Then he discovered that this technique was vaguely involved in training the internal organs. Lian Zhang is already the top figure in Feiyun City, but this Eight Desolations Invincible Sutra is so amazing. How did Chang Shan get it? He was thinking in his mind, but he didn't read more, just because the fourth part of the Eight Desolations Invincible Sutra was incomplete, and the writing was too mysterious, and he couldn't use it at the moment. Put your palm into the clay pot containing Han Kui's blood and start refining the blood. I don't know if it was because Han Kui's blood had been left for too long. It was obviously a Zhang training mutant, but it only provided him with 12 drops of blood essence, which was a bit less. After lunch, Su Guang stood in the courtyard and realized the changes brought about by his bone forging perfection. As long as the progress of bone forging increases, the strength will be improved, but after the great consummation, the strength will experience a surge, just like the completion of skin grinding. His strength has officially increased from 4,000 kilograms to 5,000 kilograms. There is no specific test, but it can be clearly felt that his ability to resist blows has also been improved. Previously, he had successfully polished his skin, and with his stone skin bloodline, his surface defense had reached a peak, but this kind of defense was nothing compared to a viscera practitioner who could harness the power of the viscera. Zhang Jin has a strange power like beating a cow across a mountain. However, after completing the bone forging Dzogchen, his resistance to Zhang Jin, a Zhang warrior, has also improved. Maybe, after practicing a few more bone forging techniques, his bones will become stronger and stronger. With the power of a few bloodlines, he will be able to use bone forging to kill and strengthen his internal organs. Open the searcher and look at the modifications to the second skill. More than half of the progress has been completed. He only modified the content of the skin grinding and bone forging chapters, so the speed was very fast. He also made plans for the future use of the searcher. For the time being, he searched and modified several exercises purchased from the black market, and then began to search for ways to break through and practice the internal organs. It's not that he doesn't want to directly advance to Zhang training, but that the elder brother Zhangwu of the Shenxian Academy has been perfecting the bone training for nearly 10 years and is not allowed to practice Zhang. The experience makes him a little scared. If the search for a breakthrough method takes too long, it means that he will have to wait for a long time. There will be no progress in time. It is better to search for more bone forging techniques. Although it cannot improve the realm, the combat power will not stagnate. Regarding the use of search engines, he has now figured out some rules. He tries not to search for problems that are too complex and beyond his current realm. It is best to search for things that match his current realm, and the search speed will be much faster. At the same time, he guessed that it was also related to his knowledge, but he was busy practicing now and didn't like reading as much as he did when he was a child. Now that the bone forging is complete and the practice of Jinlia Gong can come to an end, Su Guang begins to prepare the secret medicine of Huishengong. Of course, he would also exercise every day during the Golden Lukung training Zhang chapter, but it was just a thought. Another day. Su Guang was sitting in the courtyard he rented before in the outer city. There were several clay pots in front of him, filled with various herbs. His face was solemn and serious. Although the ingredients for the secret medicine were simple, the dosage was extremely strict. Any more or less would be poisonous and there was no room for his carelessness. Fortunately, he has blood eyes, and the meticulous observation ability inherent in the blood eyes made the entire process of refining the medicine safe. About 3 hours later, Su Guang looked at the secret medicine placed in the shade of the house, waiting to dry, with a happy face. In the evening, the Song family. Su Guang and Song Yu were sitting in front of the stone table. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious meals, including meat and vegetables. Brother Song, this is such a waste of money. You are so polite. Song Yu had always wanted to invite Su Guang to dinner, but Su Guang had been trying to shirk the invitation. Today he couldn't shirk the invitation, so he had no choice but to come to the banquet. These days, he also understood the reason why Song Yu called him over. It was just because he was worried about his brothers in the army that he wanted to make good friends with him, so that he could keep a good relationship with him so that he could step forward when his brother Song Tao was in trouble in the future. After spending some time comparing neighbors, Su Guang also got to know the Song brothers. The two brothers had no parents since childhood and depended on each other. When Song Yu was a child, he was a corpse stitcher in Keishikao, Suiyang City. After his parents died, he was 9 years old. Song Yu, who was 20 years old, traveled all the way with his young brother to Feiyun City and raised his brother as a son. Even though his brother joined Feiyun Guard a few years ago and made meritorious deeds, he was always worried about his brother. This kind of emotion inevitably reminds Su Guang of his father's love for him when he was young. Su's father was also like this at that time. When he saw people of high status, he always thought of making friends with them so that he could make a living for himself. For such people, Su Guang feels somewhat friendly. Song Yu smiled a little cautiously. It's just a simple meal. Su Guang could tell that Song Yu came to him for something. Brother Song, if you need anything, just ask. If I can help, I will definitely help. Song Yu looked happy and quickly filled Su Guang's bowl with a large piece of meat. He said, there is so much chaos in the city this year. I want to ask my brother to withdraw from Feiyun Guard. I also wrote him a letter. But my brother, he said, I don't know what to do when I retire. I was thinking, Brother Su, you are also a warrior. I see that your family is living a good life. If you don't mind it, can you let my brother come back and work with you? As if he felt that his request was too much, Song Yu said quickly, I don't ask for any money, just let me watch my brothers get married in a few years. Su Guang was in a complicated mood. He could see that Song Yu was not intentionally spying on his family's situation. It was obvious that his wife found out during the conversation with Ji Xiaolu, but he could see clearly that what Song Yu's brother said in the letter was that he probably just didn't want to really retreat, but just couldn't resist his brother's wishes. Song Yu himself may not even know the realm of his brother Song Tao. Such a request must not have been made to himself alone, he just refused to let go of every opportunity. He didn't want to get involved in such a thing, so he said hesitantly, Brother Song thinks highly of me, Song Yu didn't wait for him to refuse, and suddenly shouted into the room, and then he saw a woman with a delicate face walking out of the room, holding a wooden box in her hand. This is a treasure left by my parents before they died. Neither my brother nor I can understand it. Brother Su and I are in love. Brother Su, please take a look at the rubbings of this thing, as long as you can help my brother in the future. What's the matter, husband? Ji Xiaolu lay on Su Guang's shoulder and stretched out his hand to relax his frown. Su Guang felt mixed emotions when he thought about what happened to him at the Song family today. Seeing Ji Xiaolu's curious face, he told what happened at the Song family just now. Ji Xiaolu also fell into deep thought after hearing this. According to what my husband said, General Song probably doesn't want to retreat. My husband has collected Brother Song's treasures, so he is worried about a conflict with General Song later. Is that so? Su Guang nodded silently. He didn't think that Song Yu's brother, who was fighting in the army, had such a good temper. He hated this kind of trouble the most, but he just thought of Song Yu's pleading expression before leaving. He refused directly, which was a bit ugly anyway. After all, since moving here, Song Tao has helped his family with a lot of things, although they were all small things. Su Guang nodded, pinched Ji Xiaolu's cheek, and whispered, What do Xiao Luer think I should do? Ji Xiaolu said without hesitation, Just drag it. After a while, I will help my husband return the things. I just said that I have found someone, but I can't find a good way. At worst, our family's food is not good. Kuyun and I sister-in-law, just say more nice things. Hearing this, Su Guang couldn't help but hug Ji Xiaolu tightly. Life is not like novels, which are always full of fighting and killing. There are always some human feelings, and some things are really difficult for him to refuse in person. With Ji Xiaolu here, such troubles will be less in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Guang also began to practice the mountain returning technique. Because he had practiced it once, he made rapid progress. The only bad thing, the consumption rate of essence and blood is far higher than that of Jin Lugong's skin resurfacing at that time. This is actually understandable. It's like a wall. The closer it is to the inside, the smaller the surface area and the less material is consumed. But now that he wants to strengthen this wall that is already quite thick, he will naturally need more materials. Su Guang didn't care about this. After some calculations, at most a few dozen drops of essence and blood could elevate the Huishengong's skin resurfacing to the level of perfection. He didn't know how much his strength would increase by then. After dinner, Su Guang went out of the inner city to the Immortal Academy. He walked in almost at the same time as Su Sanduo. Standing at the door is a senior brother named Yang Zhou. This senior brother can be regarded as an old man in the Immortal Academy. His attitude towards Su Guang is lukewarm, or in other words, he is lukewarm towards everyone. In the early years, something went wrong during martial arts training. Although he was training his bones, the progress was very poor. But at this moment, the senior brother, who had always been cold-faced, had a strange excitement on his face, and he rarely said hello to the two of them. "Here you two are, something big happened?" Su Sanduo asked with a smile and some indifference. "What big thing can happen? Is it possible that the senior brother is back?" It was even more explosive than this. Yang Zhou looked mysterious if Master Cheng's very arrogant disciple Pang Hong was beaten to death on the street on New Year's Eve. His tone was urgent, with a sense of schadenfreude. After all, some time ago, Pang Hong used his identity as a foreigner to bully the disciples in their immortal academy. Su Sanduo was still surprised. Su Guang had already exclaimed, "What? Pang Hong was beaten to death?" There was a hint of horror in his voice. Yang Zhou didn't express his horror. After all, everyone knew that Su Guang was almost beaten to death by Pang Hong at the end of the year. Su Sanduo glanced at Su Guang strangely, feeling a little strange, but he never thought that Pang Hong was killed by Su Guang. "Senior brother Yang, do you know who was beaten to death?" Yang Zhou heard this and shook his head. "I don't know." Master Cheng insisted that the senior brother secretly came back and beat Pang Hong to death. Master, instead of reasoning, he found some clues. Su Guang's face showed shock. Did he remember that the traces were cleaned very clean? What clue? Su Sanduo asked impatiently. Yang Zhou was not surprised. "I am also very curious about which martyr killed Pang Hong. Unfortunately, there are not enough clues. I only found the words 3 eyes on the solace of Pang Hong's shoes." 3 eyes? Su Sanduo couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard this, and murmured to himself, "I've never heard of any master whose title is 3 eyes. The corner of Su Guang's mouth twitched. He was still careless. Unexpectedly, before Pang Hong died, he actually dug out a few words with his toes. Fortunately, he was not arrogant enough to show up in person. He couldn't help but sigh once again about his caution and the dangers of warriors. This group of people is too insidious. People are about to die, and they still want to find someone to take revenge. Don't you know the principle of retribution? The discussion in the courtyard was in full swing, and everyone was speculating on the person who killed Pang Hong. Su Guang mingled among them, like a crocodile in a melon field. Su Guang listened for a while and originally planned to pay respects to Master Zhao later in the year. Unexpectedly, Master Zhao was taken away by Chang Shan to find the murderer who killed Pang Hong. He sighed helplessly and left the Immortal Academy with some regret. During the new year, there was fighting in the city. The warriors seemed to have vented their anger for a year. The order in the city actually improved a bit, and people seemed to become a little friendlier. Su Guang has experienced this kind of thing several times. People at this time are indeed easier to talk to. In the past few years, he would take the opportunity to go to the city to sell fish and make a fortune, but this year, he did not use it. It's just that he was concerned about the lack of corpses in the river before. He made a special trip to the river several times at night, but there was still no corpse. "I found my brother-in-law Wang Ming in a restaurant in Pingganfang. He had been waiting for a long time." "Erlang, is what you said true?" Su Guang nodded. "The source of the information is very credible. The strange beast in the river can indeed broaden people's meridians." Wang Ming nodded. "Okay, I believe you, come with me. I'll ask someone to help prepare some things. We'll go there after dinner." The river worry beast is a very magical creature that lives in the cold depths of the water, but its heart blood is extremely hot. Swallowing it can widen its meridians. Su Guang had previously intended to catch it, but he was delayed due to various things. "Now that the weather in the city is just right, it's a good time to take my brother-in-law and 2 senior brothers out to capture." Soon, the two met up with Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang. Su Sanduo also got a simple carriage. Su Guang and Zhao Yang could ride on it openly, so the trip was much faster. Going south along the official road, Wang Ming occasionally encountered some officers and soldiers who blocked the road and wanted to collect money. Wang Ming took out his waist badges and dismissed them one by one. "Brother Wang, I'm lucky to have you," Wang Ming said proudly. "It's such a small thing, but a bunch of brats still dare to stop me. When I get back to the city, I will definitely ask their boss to treat me to a drink." Su Guang sat aside, listening to Wang Ming bragging, and shook his head helplessly. His brother-in-law's habit of talking big words could not be changed. Around afternoon, the 4-person carriage finally stopped at a low hill, where the sound of the gushing Wei River could be clearly heard. 2 senior brothers and brothers-in-law. "The river is cold and the sun is shining. We still have to wait for a while. Let's go to the front to take a look and explore the terrain." The 3 of them nodded and said nothing. After all, they didn't even know what Hiu was. The place where Hiu appears is in a river with low mountains on both sides. The river is nearly 10 meters above the ground. Generally speaking, no one comes to fish, so naturally no one collects fishing taxes. The 4 of them stood on the shore, looking down at the turbulent water. Su Guang looked solemn. He had asked Wang Ming to go to the Yamen to borrow a map around Feiyun City. He only knew that there were no dangerous mountains in this generation, and he had never heard of powerful alien species in the mountains. However, he did not expect that just the geographical environment would so bad. Fortunately, they were prepared when they arrived. The four of them took out the ropes and trapped themselves on the boulder nearby. Wang Ming boasted, "Don't worry, I'll go down to explore in the evening. I'll definitely be able to catch enough Hiu for us brothers." Su Guang stopped him quickly. "Wait a minute, I'll observe it first." The searcher has a picture function, so he recognized Hiu, but the searcher also has a disadvantage, that is, the current position displayed will only be retained for 2 hours, whether it is a person or an animal, and this animal is different from a person. Once it moves, you need to search again. However, Hiu has requirements for the living environment, and the Hiu people will not choose to relocate in the short term. Wang Ming hunted a few prey from the surrounding hills to serve as dinner for several people. He boasted triumphantly, "Did you see, I chased from Dongshan to Zishan without blinking an eye, and I got so many." Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang were speechless. Su Guang said coldly, "If you don't blink, your eyes won't work?" Wang Ming was furious, "Am I talking about whether my eyes are dry or not?" After a bit of fussing, a few people started to get down to business. Su Guang tied the rope without hesitation and asked several people to put down a bamboo basket. "When you see me emerging from the water later, you will drop the bamboo basket. I will put Hiu up and you guys will pull up." Wang Ming already knew about Su Guang's awakening of bloodline from Su Sanduo and the two of them, and did not stop him. When everything was ready, Su Guang took a deep breath and looked at the nearly 10-meter high cliff. At such a height, it would be uncomfortable for a warrior who has become a warrior to jump off. Plop! The water splashed up to a height of 4 to 5 meters. After entering the water, Su Guang instantly felt extremely cold, which was completely different from the river water in his impression. You know, the Wei River is very turbulent, a bit more turbulent than the Yellow River in the previous life. At such a flow rate, the water will not be too cold at all. I didn't expect it to be so cold here. He circulated the energy and blood in his body and slowly sank his body into the water. After a moment of adaptation, he swam towards the bottom. It was easier than he expected. He soon saw a strange beast that looked like a seahorse and had water plants growing on its head. The searcher called it River Worry. Hiu was not big, only about the size of a goat. Su Guang kicked his feet wildly, like a propeller, and his body suddenly jumped out of the water. He quickly hugged Hiu. Hiu was frightened, and immediately struggled wildly. He was quite strong, but it was nothing in front of Su Guang, who was 5,000 kilograms strong. After knocking Hiu unconscious with one punch, Su Guang controlled his body to float upwards, greeted the 3 people by the river, and lifted the Hiu up first. Then the body continued to sink, catching the River Worry. After catching 4 more, the number of Hiu gradually became scarce, and Su Guang could only continue to dive downwards. But as he went down, the water got colder and colder, even enough to slow down his body's movements. But he also saw an unbelievable sight. Near the bottom of the water, there were hundreds of river worms densely packed, as if they were holding a conference. Surrounded by them was a large, dark hole, with biting icy water pouring out. The river warriors seemed to be longing to enter the entrance of the underground river, and they seemed to be worshipping. What shocked Su Guang even more was that there were dozens of huge black scales hanging on a stone at the entrance of the cave that could not be washed away by the river. He had seen this black scale before, in the ancient well in Feiyun City. Su Guang looked horrified. Is this underground river connected to the ancient well in the city? Just when he was about to catch a few more river worms, a cold current that was even colder than before suddenly surged out of the underground river, like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, all the river worries dispersed. Su Guang sensed something was wrong, used all his strength, and instantly floated to the river. In the extremely hazy water, he saw a giant black beast with a body length of almost 20 meters swam out of the underground river. This was the first time Su Guang saw the true appearance of this giant beast. Before, the mouth of the well was too small, so when he sat in the well and looked at the sky, he thought it was a crocodile or something like that. But now it seems, this was clearly a creature with a slender body and a round, perfect shape. There were several claws under its body, which reminded Su Guang of a legendary alien species. Yu Shi. The giant beast left the underground river, just like a lord patrolling his territory. His head shook, sniffing something, and then suddenly jumped out. The speed was so fast that it even caused the water to churn. "Quick, pull me up." Su Guang's head popped up and he shouted at the people by the river. The 3 of them saw that Su Guang looked wrong, so they did not dare to neglect and quickly pulled him up. Su Guang left the water, stepped on the cliff to gain strength, and pulled the rope with his hands. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The giant beast in the water gave him a feeling that was different from the jade elephant under the jade elephant Dianzuo Chien Chang's crotch. It was even more powerful than the jade elephant because it was in the water. The next moment, there was a chill under my feet. The giant beast jumped out of the water and bit Su Guang with its ferocious mouth. At the critical moment, the three people above suddenly exerted force and lifted Su Guang's body up a lot. The alien creature, which looked like a ghost, raised its head out of the water and stared at Su Guang with its cold vertical pupils. After a while, Su Guang came ashore. His chest was heaving violently. Being stared at by such a terrifying beast, the huge psychological pressure was unimaginable. Erlang, what is that? Wang Ming spoke with a bit of trembling and strong fear. It was too dangerous just now. Su Guang shook his head. I'm not sure, but when I was a kid, brother-in-law, you took me to Wang's house to read miscellaneous books. I saw a somewhat similar giant beast named Yushi in the book. Yushi, Su Sanduo said doubtfully. Wang Ming used to like reading. At least before Su Guang persuaded him to join the yamen, he had the idea of taking the imperial examination. When Su Guang mentioned it, he immediately reacted and said eloquently without giving Su Guang a chance to shine. You too, a water overlord level mutant, can defeat Zhang warriors as an adult. In the water, it kills Zhang warriors like a dog. This beast has special powers and can cause cold waves to surge in the water. It also carries cold poison on its body. The cold when the poison enters the body, lifespan is greatly reduced, and the essence and blood are depleted all day long, almost equivalent to being wasted. Even training the internal organs cannot perfectly solve the problem of cold poison. When Su Sanduo and Zhao Yong heard this, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. This kind of creature was already comparable to a mythical beast. Su Guang looked ugly. Yuxi likes water and likes the cold. I didn't expect that this Yuxo would be hidden in the place where Hio haunts. You can't come here anymore. Although it's good to worry about the river, it's too dangerous. Su Sanduo said with emotion. Zhao Yong nodded in agreement. It was too dangerous just now, especially when both banks are cliffs. There is almost no place to go ashore. If you are dragged by Yushi in the water, you will almost die. Su Guang glanced at the two of them. If he didn't come, it would be a lie. If Hio could really widen his meridians, they would definitely still be clamoring for it. However, this time out of the city, it was considered a success. I caught a total of 5 river worries, which was considered a success. Several people were quite satisfied. Hio left the water and stopped moving very much. Several people found mats, spread them on the river, and drove the mules and horses to pull the cart towards the city. After returning to the city, one person shared a piece of Hio and dispersed. Wang Ming and Su Guang, thanks to Wang Ming's token, were able to enter the outer city without being searched by city guards, but when they wanted to enter the inner city, Wang Ming's token was not very effective. Fortunately, Su Guang and Wang Ming both had yards in the outer city. They returned to the yard in Ping and Fang in the outer city and began to deal with Hio. Su Guang kills fish, pigs, and people, so there is no surprise in killing Hio. Hio was already dead, but when he cut his body open, the blood in his heart was still hot. Even in the cold weather, there was no change, just like a volcano that would not cool down. Erlang, do you really want to drink this thing directly? Su Guang nodded. More or less, Hio relies on the heat of the heart's blood to widen the meridians. The hotter the blood, the better. When Wang Ming heard this, he gritted his teeth, picked up the big bowl and drank in one gulp. In comparison, Su Guang seemed much more calm. He even felt that he could be more elegant if he had a goblet. Brother-in-law, let's sleep here tonight. Let's go into the inner city early tomorrow morning. Wang Ming's consciousness was already hazy. The effect of Hio's blood was too strong. Su Guang helped him into the house in confusion. Su Guang was not as serious as him, but he was still a little dizzy. Before falling asleep, he opened the search engine and was about to continue modifying the secrets. For some reason, he suddenly chose to translate the rubbings that Song Yu had given him before, and then fell into a deep sleep. I woke up one night and it was snowing again. Qingzhou is located in the northeast of Daqian, so winter is long and snowing is even more frequent. Su Guang looked at the vast whiteness, his eyes unwavering, and performed the bone-forging chapter of Huishin Quan in the courtyard, confirming that his meridians had really been broadened, and the progress of daily practice was much faster than before. There was a bit of joy on his face. The search engine doesn't bully me. Wang Ming hurriedly left without eating after waking up. His welfare in the yamen was better than that of Su Guang, but he was not as free as Su Guang. When we were having dinner before, we also talked about going to the mercenary army with Su Guang. Su Guang didn't make any decision for him. He was just asked to go back and discuss with his eldest sister Su Chun. As if a message flashed through his mind, Su Guang opened the search panel. Current search results are as follows. 1. This rubbing is the secret recipe for refining the Mingshen pill, which requires. Note, the current search result is 1. The speed of translation was much faster than the speed of revising the secrets. The piece of paper obtained from Song Yu with incomprehensible characters was translated in just one night. Su Guang's eyes were a little surprised. Ming Shen Dan? Although he has heard of the name of elixirs, he only knows that elixirs are extremely precious and are more strictly controlled items than weapons and armor in Dakian. At least in Qingzhou, a big state that has always been firmly controlled by Dakian, never heard of its prevalence. Of course, his source of information was relatively narrow. He thought that there should be such elixirs in the black market established by the desperados. Except for the city guard who is eligible to receive some quotas from the imperial court and the state capital every year, the rest of the city no longer knows who has the elixir. He didn't know much, he had only heard about bone-forging pills, health-nourishing pills, etc. This was the first time he saw the Mingshen pill, but the effect of Mingshen pill made him feel excited. This is a precious elixir specially designed to speed up the practice of martial arts. After taking it, it can temporarily improve one's comprehension, allowing people to greatly increase their martial proficiency in a short period of time. It can be called a magical elixir for bone-forging realm cultivation. Of course, it is also extremely expensive. Just looking at the material makes Su Guang's blood pressure rise. What's more, its refining method requires the inflammation of the Earth's core, that is, the volcano, mouth, and actually need Zhang Jin to control fire. He couldn't help but want to curse. Damn, he was so happy for nothing. This elixir was very precious, and it was impossible for him to show it to others, let alone find cooperation with a master of Zhang training. Su Guang had no choice but to open the search engine and continue searching for the third skill. He no longer wanted to make alchemy and could only practice it by himself. In the next few days, Feiyun City seemed to be free from worries and became extremely quiet. But the city was filled with a strange atmosphere, especially when Su Guang occasionally entered the outer city. The people he saw were always a little numb, as if they were used to seeing life and death. Very weird feeling. Su Guang did not pay too much attention, but once again fell into hard practice. In any case, strength is the key. He has no shortage of resources now, and he will try not to go out if he can. During this period, he went to the Immortal Academy several times, and Master Zhao and Chang Shen made a conclusion about Pang Hong's death. It was most likely that a stranger with 3 eyes killed Pang Hong. When he went, Han Wan was there, but Zhao Min did not let her in. So Han Wan knelt in front of the gate of Shengzianyuan. Somehow, maybe Su's words to persuade Zhao Chan had an effect, and Zhao Chan actually agreed to Han Wan's entry again and would continue to provide him with the secret medicine needed for practice. Su Guang stood in the distance and shook his head silently. He didn't know Zhao Min's previous experience, but he thought that someone who could come from other states and gain a foothold in Feiyun City must not be an indecisive person. Maybe he was older or had a relationship with him. After spending time with Han Wan for a long time, she felt compassion. But in his opinion, not killing Han Wan was already a sign of kindness, and he accepted her as a disciple again. He couldn't understand it, but he wouldn't say anything about Zhao Min's decision. Before leaving, Su Sanduo and Zhao Yong stopped him and told him their intention. He actually intended to join the mercenaries like him. Zhao Yong was very high-spirited. He said that it was Zhao Min who paid the price and got the deed of betrayal from the Lu family. Su Guang asked the two to think about it again. Su stood aside and looked at this scene with a bit of surprise in her eyes. How come Su Guang seems to become the leader of the three of them inexplicably? She wanted to explore Su Guang's secrets, but Su Guang didn't give her the chance and left quickly. The night sinks like water. Besides Feiyun City, there are actually several satellite cities that look like fortresses. As one of the 3 major families in Feiyun City, the Han family naturally occupies one of the satellite cities. They almost use it as a base to cultivate their power. The young lady is back. The eldest lady is back. Someone rushed into the satellite city holding a torch and shouted loudly. After a while, countless torches were seen entering the satellite city accompanied by the sound of horse hooves. A graceful woman dressed in white rode on horseback and walked into the city surrounded by a group of people. On a tree in the distance, Su Guang watched this scene quietly, his eyes unwavering. Han Qing is indeed not that easy to kill. Just in that moment, he saw 3 people with no visible fighting power, which meant that they were all dirty masters. He gave up some of his thoughts and turned to leave. Let her live a little longer, soon. Su Guang left quickly in the night. More than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Guang's expression was dull and he was standing in the courtyard. Ji Xiala was holding a towel in his hand and wanted to help him wipe the sweat from his body. He just waved slightly to tell Ji Xiala to stay away. Standing there, obviously not making any movement, Ji Xiala felt that Su Guang's whole aura had changed, as if countless blood flowers were emerging from his body, as if a giant beast from the wild was right in front of him. Phew! Chi! Su Guang let out a long breath. The third bone forging technique is complete. Name, Su Guang. Bloodline talents, blood eyes, stone skin, weird hair. Physique 18.9, will 13.2. Kung Fu, Golden Willow Kung Fu, 100% bone forging. Wishin Kung Fu, 100% bone forging. Filong Kung Fu, 100% bone forging. Skills: Golden Willow Footwork, 30% proficiency, Gale Fist, 10% proficiency, 6 Spears Back to the Mountain, 20% entry into the Palace, 13 Flying Dragon Swords, 20% entry into the Residence, Felong Long Fist, 10% entry into the Residence, Flying Dragon Dart, First Glimpse of the Door 60%, Combat Strength Evaluation, Hero Level, Invincible. The extremely luxurious panel, Suguang clenched his fist slightly, and the veins popped out in his hand, giving him an unparalleled power. This kind of strength, by his own estimation, is at least 9,000 catties. But, he frowned. For some reason, after the Felong Kung Bone Forging chapter was completed, the surge in power he imagined was not as great as he imagined. He estimated that it should be over 10,000 kilograms anyway. Is reaching the limit? Su Guang was a little confused. But he did not give up, but chose to start practicing the fourth skill, Baidagong. Each kung fu has its own uniqueness. The Golden Willow Kung Fu is good at speed, the Back to the Mountain Kung Fu is good at strength and increases the power the most. The Flying Dragon Kung Fu is good at endurance, has a long breath, and can fight protracted battles. As for the fourth skill, Baidagong, it is good at concealing reality, and it is considered to be the most brilliant one among several skills. I spent a lot of time wandering around the black market a few days ago and bought almost all the exercises that were on sale at the time. There is no shortage of skills in a short period of time, as long as he is willing to practice them. Current search keywords: breakthrough methods for training the internal organs. Related words: detailed, feasible. Search range: 100 miles around Feiyun City. Display search results: 4. Search progress: 70%. Estimated time: 10 months. For the time being, I can only continue practicing the bone forging technique. It's not like he hasn't asked others about their breakthrough methods in practicing Zhang. Training the viscera requires opportunity. It is difficult to say that qi and blood enter the viscera, but it is not difficult to say that it is not difficult. After all, the human heart is surging with blood all the time. People's physiques are different, and the accumulation time is also different. But the difficulty in training the viscera is not only that the qi and blood enter the viscera, but also that the blood is refined into qi. It takes opportunity to cultivate the qi in the viscera. It took me 16 years to perfect the bone training to cultivate the qi in qi. Year. These are the exact words Zhao Min said, and they are also the ones he says the most. Zhao Min was not the only Zhang martial artist he consulted for advice during this period. The city guards recruited him 3 times, and he also asked one of the Feiyun guards for advice. In fact, they don't have a clear concept of breaking through and training the internal organs. They all look for breakthrough opportunities as time goes by, like grinding the skin to perfection. It can take more than 30 years at most, and it can take as little as 5 years. Su Guang had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, he had the search engine with him and had 4 months left to give the answer. Ji Xiala stood timidly next to Su Guang, looking a little dazed. She knew that her husband had become powerful in bed. Today in the courtyard, she understood Su Guang's power even more. Did it turn out that your husband is so powerful? No wonder last month, Sanwei Si sent the land deed to his family, allocating the yard number 135 next to him and the yard number 141 behind it to his family, and also offered to help rebuild the house. Ji Xiala thought of something and her face turned red. Su Guang stretched out his hand and pinched her fair cheek. What are you thinking about? Mom urged me again yesterday. Ji Xialu's voice was undetectable. Perhaps because he was stronger, Su Guang no longer dealt with his wife, but looked at Ji Xialu and spoke softly. When I finish my work, we will have our own children waiting for me. Ji Xialu's long eyelashes blinked, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. Really? Then I'll just wait. Seeing the increasingly plump Ji Xiala walking into the room, Su Guang's eyes showed a bit of joy. I have forged my bones to become invincible. How long can you continue to be strong, Han family? Wait for me, Han Qing, and Jade Elephant Dianzuo Qian Chang. The days have entered summer, and there is already a sense of restlessness in the air. Su Guang held a spear in his hand and kicked out the black tiger, which had grown to the size of a cheetah and was named Xiahe by Ji Xialu, and walked out. Sanwei Si. The moment Su Guang appeared holding a spear, some people around Sanwei Si became excited. The jade-faced silver spear is here. Hurry and report to Master Pu. Su Guang allowed these people to talk about each other, his eyes unwavering, and he walked straight out. After he left, everyone talked a lot. As expected of a jade face and a silver spear, he is really handsome. June, you don't know his record, right? In 2 months, he completed most of the missions of the mercenaries in the bone forging realm, and killed almost half of the wanted bandits and bandits. Some people say that he died in his hands. There are hundreds of bandits. I heard that this jade-faced master with a silver spear is a stranger. Hao Wenzhuan and several others stood in the distance, watching this scene carefully. There was emotion in their eyes, and there was jealousy in Hao Wenzhuan's eyes, but more of it was fear. Who would have thought that Su Guang, who has always been greedy for life and afraid of death, would start frantically taking on the task of killing bandits in the Sanwei division 2 months ago? In just 2 months, he killed 12 gangs of bandits, big and small. A total of 132 heads were collected. Such achievements shocked the 3 Guards division, and even Lord Pu, who had always looked down on mercenaries, personally visited him. There have long been rumors in the public that this jade-faced Silver Spear is a strange person. Unfortunately, he refused Master Pu's invitation to join the Feiyun Guard. Otherwise, with his combat prowess and merit, he would be qualified to become a centurion even in the Feiyun Guard. Su Guang automatically blocked the comments in his ears and just came to the mission with a calm expression. Bone-forging bandits, are there any more? When the official in charge of the mission office saw the iconic big gun, his tone was somewhat respectful. The small gangsters have been almost eliminated, and the remaining ones are not registered, and many of them have never caused trouble in Feiyun City. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something, and said with some hesitation, however, a few days ago, the servants outside the city came to report that a new group of bandits had been found in Nianshan and had robbed a large amount of the Cheng family's property. I want to ask our Feiyun Guard to clean it up. Cheng family? Su Guang was stunned, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Practicing the 3 techniques consumed far more essence and blood than he imagined, especially the 3rd technique, which consumed more than 5 drops almost every day. No wonder no one practices several techniques at the same time. Although it can bring powerful combat power, it consumes too much. All the blood essence and blood that Su Guang had refined in the snowy night of Black Wind Mountain were consumed 2 months ago. He had no choice but to start looking for bandits in the mountains. It's just that he is cautious by nature, and the terrain in the mountains is complicated. There is no chance that he will encounter a lunatic at the level of a Zhang practitioner. Although the possibility is very small, he still chooses to go through formal channels. The intelligence system of the 3 Guards division is still more reliable than him rushing alone. There are many spectrums. Of course, some of his strength was also exposed, but at most it was just elite-level combat power, which was nothing to him. As for the turmoil involving strangers, he just doesn't admit or deny it. Hearing the commander's words, Su Guang's heart moved slightly. Were the Cheng family members robbed? Inexplicably, he thought of the extremely smart eldest lady of the Cheng family, Cheng Lianer. During this period of time, he spoke in simple terms and did not meet Cheng Lianer. However, when he went to the Cheng family pharmacy several times to buy medicine, the shopkeeper gave him a cheaper price, letting him know that the eldest lady of the Cheng family had not given up on him. Concern. The Cheng family has strong internal organs practitioners, so those people dare to attack the Cheng family. Seeing Su Guang's expression, the commander remembered that he had just come back from the mountains 5 days ago. He wanted to come home but practiced cultivation without going out. He was unaware of a series of changes, so he responded, I don't know why the Cheng family offended people. He found the jade elephant seed of the Huangtian sect, and he said 10 days ago that he would personally lead people to hunt down those who practiced dirty martial arts from the Cheng family if they dared to leave the city. Su Guang's expression changed slightly. He really didn't know the news. But the reason, he probably had some guesses in his mind. In the past 6 months, Huang Tianjiao has actually been quite honest, and seems to have really abided by the agreement of the Waterguard Alliance, and has even begun to build a city on the other side of the river. Because of this, people in Feiyun City also relaxed a lot of their nervousness towards Huang Tianjiao, including him. The Jade Elephant Dianzuo targeted the Cheng family, presumably because of money. Su Guang squinted his eyes. There had been no movement from Jade Elephant Dianzuo in the past few months. He thought that Qian Neng's matter was over and it was not that important in Qian Cheng's heart. Unexpectedly, Jade Elephant Dianzuo did not free his hands. Please give me the target information of this mission, and by the way, give me some more mission information. He doesn't trust anyone. Every time he receives a mission, he receives multiple missions to prevent others from discovering his true goal. The commander also knew what Su Guang did, and without hesitation, he took out the information of the 2 bone-forging realm gangsters again. After coming out of the Sanwei department, Su Guang went straight to Kangmang Tower, where Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang were already waiting. Su Sanduo and 2 others have also joined the mercenary army in the past few months, but the frequency of their taking missions is much lower than that of Su Guang. From time to time, a few of them will go to Yingbiakao to capture Hiu, which is considered a secret among the 4 of them. Unfortunately, the blood of Hiu loses its effect after being taken to a certain extent. When Su Sanduo saw Su Guang, his face showed a bit of joking. Come in quickly, our jade-faced silver gunmaster Su is here. Su Guang glanced at him helplessly. Senior brother, do you know what happened to the Cheng family? Su Sanduo heard the words, his face straightened, and he said softly, I heard that the only son of the jade elephant Dianzuo died in the Black Wind Mountain. There are clues that it is related to the Cheng family. The jade elephant Dianzuo combined with the 2 Dianzuo King Kong and Tangtian, targeting the Cheng family. Fortunately they still abided by the rules of the Waterguard Alliance and did not take action near Feiyun City. Junior brother, you should know that the Cheng family has made its fortune with precious medicinal materials. Being unable to leave the city means that the lifeline is cut off. In addition, Cheng De, a powerful Zhang martial artist of the Cheng family, has been seriously injured. Recently, many people in the city are targeting the Cheng family. The reason it was the Cheng family who failed to deliver the promised medicine on time. Su Guang squinted his eyes. From a few words, Su Guang could hear the Cheng family's current predicament. Su Sanduo chuckled, I heard that the Cheng family has almost lost all their wealth during this period, but people still keep coming. Several families of the same level in the inner city are starting to make moves. When Su Guang heard this, he didn't stay any longer and walked out. He now has a special status in the 3 Guards division. He is a bone-forging stranger. Several families have tried to win over him, so the Feiyun Guards don't direct him very much. He now has plenty of time, and he has initially gained the ability to protect his own family. The strength of life. You can also try to do some things. The Cheng family courtyard. In front of a somewhat desolate stone square. All the core members of the 2 houses of the Cheng family were standing here, as well as many loyal servants of the Cheng family, including Cheng De, who had a bandage wrapped around his chest. Dozens and hundreds of people gathered together, all covered in darkness, waiting for news. Cheng Lianer stood in the hall, her eyes a little dull. She didn't expect that Qian Neng's death would cause such huge turmoil to the Cheng family's business in a few months. Not long after, the head of the Cheng family, Cheng Yang, an old man in his 70s, walked into the hall with the support of 2 middle-aged men. When he saw Cheng Lianer standing in front of the hall, he paused. He sighed dejectedly, but did not speak. He continued to move forward. Under everyone's gaze, he stood at the highest point and stared down at everyone. Everyone's eyes also focused on him. The atmosphere, which had been quiet and depressing just now, became even more depressing now, even causing some people to feel chest discomfort. Everyone held their breath slightly, waiting for the final news to come. Cheng Yang looked at his favorite granddaughter. He and his father spent nearly 50 years building this huge Cheng family. And now, just because of the words of a different person practicing Zhang, it will be wiped out in ashes. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but maybe because he was old and easily sentimental, his chest seemed to be pressed by a huge boulder. He took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't change it. Instead, he felt more and more heavy in his chest. Grandpa, when will we separate? Cheng Yang recognized it. The person speaking was the grandson of the second wife, Cheng Yu. He ignored Cheng Yu's words and looked at his second son, Cheng Yingnan. Now, besides Cheng De, he is one of the only masters in practicing viscera in the family. Second brother, is this what you mean? Cheng Yingnan was silent and slowly raised his head under everyone's gaze, looking directly at Cheng Yang. Father, you are old. The Cheng family cannot be dragged into the quagmire because of Lianer's niece. Cheng Yang's chest was heaving violently, and his long white hair and beard were dancing in the air. These days, he had been running around for the Cheng family, begging many people, and even went to the city guard's office. But the jade elephant Dianzuo responded with a sentence: the hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. The Cheng Xiaoming Gong was able to maintain the stability of the Cheng family in Feiyun City because of the affection the Cheng family had given to the city Xiao mansion over the years. Are you planning to sacrifice your niece? Yingnan, Cheng Lianer's father, Cheng Yingdong, sounded a bit questioning. Cheng Yingnan did not answer, but he did. Cheng Yu said, half years ago, Qian Neng came to ask for a hand in Lianer's sister. If Grandpa had agreed, Qian Neng would not have committed the crime of robbing the bride. He would not have lost his life, and his family would not have suffered what happened today. This misfortune. Grandpa, do you still want to keep Cheng Lianer? He asked loudly, causing an uproar among the people around him. What made Cheng Yang's chest feel a little uncomfortable was that most people nodded in agreement. This cohesion of the Cheng family makes his family tradition, which he always boasts of being upright, seem ironic. Cheng Yang felt cold in his heart and looked at his eldest son, Yingdong. What do you think? Cheng Yingdong could reprimand Cheng Yingnan loudly before, but now he was silent. So Cheng Yang knew what he was thinking. He clenched his fists, but there was no warmth in his palms. He just opened his mouth, but didn't say anything yet. Everyone stared at him. Everyone is waiting for him. Cheng Yang's eyes were filled with dizziness, and his ears buzzed, as if he couldn't hear anything anymore. After a long time, he finally said, I plan to. Cheng Lianer suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand to support Cheng Yang, and said, Grandpa, do you believe me? Cheng Yang didn't hear clearly at first, but when Cheng Lianer spoke for the second time, he finally heard his granddaughter's words. Lianer, if you have any opinion, just say it. Cheng Lianer showed no timidity at all. She stood up and walked step by step towards the high platform where Cheng Yang was. Turning around, her robe drew an arc in the air. In such a dull environment, she actually seemed to have a sense of elegance and unparalleled elegance. You all heard it. Grandpa listened to me, so I said it. I know what the elders mean, isn't it just to separate the family? Okay, from now on I will be with my grandfather, father, second uncle, you can leave together. I, Chang Lianer, will bear all the bad debts. I only want the ancestral home. The Chang family was completely broken up. This news spread like a storm throughout Feiyun City in just one night. Countless people flocked to the Chang family. This time, the Chang family was completely doomed. Chang Lianer stood in a room, looking at her grandfather Chang Yong calmly. Behind him, Changda, who was bleeding from the bandage, spoke softly, "Miss, you are a little impulsive." Chang Lianer smiled bitterly. "You all know that everything started because Qian Neng wanted to kidnap me, so Yuxiang Dianzuo's target has been me from the beginning to the end. I was born in the Chang family and have been raised by the Chang family for nearly 20 years. It's time for me to contribute to the family. My father and second uncle should not have to bear all this. It's just a pity. Grandpa is the head of the family and cannot be divided. Otherwise, I would have to bear all this alone." Chang Yong sat aside and looked at his confident granddaughter quietly, with a smile on his lips. He stretched out his hand, and Chang Lianer very discerningly stretched her head over and let him touch her, just like she did when she was a child. Chang Da's eyes were moist and he was a little confused. "Lianer, how do you plan to solve those bad debts?" Chang Lianer looked confident. "My Chang family started with medicinal materials, so naturally we can turn around with medicinal materials. As long as we go deep into the mountains and find a great medicine that is more than 500 years old, we can solve all today's difficulties." Chang Yong hesitated to speak. "Is it really that easy to go into the mountains to collect herbs? Lianer, do you really not know who saved you?" Chang Lianer was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "I really don't know." When the silence returned to the room and Chang Lianer was the only one left, the confidence and calmness on her face completely disappeared. Obviously, all her confidence was just an act. The batch of goods that was snatched away from the Jade Elephant Dianzuo a few days ago, medicinal materials worth nearly 20,000 taels of silver, were purchased by many families in the inner city. They couldn't go wrong, and if they couldn't fill up the medicinal materials, they could only refund the deposit. But the Chang family's losses were too serious this time. They lost nearly 40,000 taels of property before and after, and they had to pay another 20,000 taels in the inner city, which they couldn't afford to pay. Standing in the empty room, no longer hearing the cheering sounds of children in the past, Chang Lianer felt for a moment that she seemed to be separated from the world. She was like a lonely ghost wandering outside, lonely and lonely. "I don't know whether I am right or wrong in concealing your existence." Chang Lianer thought of the reason for everything inexplicably, and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. She wanted to keep her word and not disclose information about Su Guang to the public, but today the Chang family suffered such a blow. Facing her grandfather, who was getting older and older, she wanted to speak countless times, but her conscience seemed to be being tortured, asking for trust on one side and filial piety on the other. She was suffering. "Xiao Bai, prepare the car, I'm going to the inner city." Chang Lianer took out the Wengong rubbings from the ancestral hall and a detailed map recording the Chang family's years of collecting medicines, his eyes silent. If this hurdle cannot be overcome, these two things will be given to Su Guang, which can be regarded as repaying his life-saving grace. As for her kindness, let him always be in debt. The maids and servants prepared the carriage and took Chang Lianer towards the inner city. She wanted to enter the inner city to make a final effort. Chang Lianer closed her eyes to rest, and suddenly heard the maid's exclamation. "Miss, someone is blocking the way." A flash of displeasure flashed across Chang Lianer's face, thinking that someone else was here to collect debts. "I just opened the sedan curtain and saw an unexpected person. It's you." Su Guang looked at her silently, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I heard something happened to the Chang family, so I came over to take a look." Chang Lianer suddenly felt resentful and said coldly, "Don't you want to have anything to do with me?" Su Guang looked at the slightly haggard Chang Lianer. He also didn't expect that Qian Neng's death would cause Qian Cheng to vent his grievances on the Chang family. "I still have some money. I can lend it to you if you need it." Chang Lianer opened his mouth, but suddenly a bitter smile appeared in his heart. That was a shortfall of nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Although Su Guang had gained some fame now, it was still too far behind. "Really? It's rare that you are willing to help, but I won't bother you with this matter. I can handle it." Su Guang looked up at Chang Lianer standing on the sedan chair and was speechless for a while. In the end, the sedan and the person were walking in the opposite direction, and gradually drifted away. Su Guang was silent. He didn't know how big the gap was in the Chang family. During this period, he had been doing tasks outside the city. Those bandits were actually quite rich. Apart from buying medicine and daily expenses, he had accumulated enough money. There are nearly 10,000 taels of silver, which is a full 1,000 taels when converted into gold. The black eats the black, and always makes huge profits. Chang Lianer didn't ask him to help, but he seemed to feel guilty and asked Chang Lianer carefully about some things and details. If the problem is not easy to solve, then go and deal with the person with the problem and kill the jade elephant Dianzuo Qian Cheng, and all the difficulties of the Cheng family will naturally be solved. He was not helping the Cheng family, but it was a good opportunity for the Cheng family's medicines to be robbed. This batch of goods was of great value, and there were several large medicines in it. Even if he had to pay for it, he would have to go and check it out in person. As long as the group of thieves is found, there will be a chance to meet Qian Cheng alone. Based on my previous speculation, as long as the conditions are right, the probability of killing Qian Cheng is 99%. Whether it was Sanmiai's hatred or Qian Cheng's bloodline power, he was very interested in it. During these days of seclusion, Su Guang studied his enemies, whether it was the Han family or Huang Tianjiao jade elephant Dianzuo Qian Cheng. He even sneaked into the East Bank secretly and observed Qian Cheng several times. Once again in close contact, he found that this person's cultivation level was something he could see even though he was training his internal organs. Qian Cheng, person, combat power, decline level internal organs training realm. In his mind, this person was easier to kill than Han Qing. Although this person is a visceral practitioner, he relies on the jade elephant on his crotch and does not like to be protected. The fact that his cultivation can be seen by him in the bone forging realm shows that his Qi and blood have declined to an incredible degree for some reason. The power of this person's bloodline is to cultivate alien species, which should not increase his own strength. As long as he distracts the jade elephant, Su Guang doesn't think he will be much stronger than ordinary Zhang warriors. Of course, this is how Su Guang now judges his own strength. In the past 2 months, he madly slaughtered bandits in the mountains to refine blood, and it was not without encountering Zhang practitioners. Before the flying dragon skill was fully developed, he was able to deal with several moves. Now Fei Long Gong is a master, he should be stronger. As long as Qian Cheng is alone, he can still kill even if there is a jade elephant around him. After all, animals are animals and cannot be as smart as humans. Su Guang thought calmly in his heart. Unfortunately, compared to the people around Qian Cheng, the Han family were too cautious. He once thought about sneaking into the Han family's satellite city, but he was discovered not long after he entered. In order to sneak in perfectly, he could only kill those people. It's a pity that I can't even see Han Qing in person. The Han family's control over the satellite city is so tight that it's outrageous. Later, the Han family discovered that someone had infiltrated, and the security became even tighter, and he no longer dared to act rashly. He wants revenge, unless his strength reaches a high level, or he uses some forces, such as the top forces behind the 3 guards of Feiyun City. To the east of Wei River is a huge plain, which has now become a settlement for millions of refugees from the Central Plains. 5 months ago, Zhang Qing, the great master of the Huangtian sect, announced with great fanfare that he would build the city of Huangtian here, and Jade Elephant Dianzuo was responsible for the construction of one of the satellite cities. After putting on makeup, Su Guang still looks much taller and stronger than ordinary refugees. After all, he doesn't know how to shrink his bones or other magical techniques. The difference in body shape is really obvious. Little brother, do you want to go to the other side of the river? As soon as he arrived at Weishui Pier, someone stopped Su Guang and asked him what his purpose was. This is a man in his 30s, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and looks like a profiteer. Su Guang hugged the package in his arms tightly and shrank back, as if nervous, but his eyes were unobservable as he glanced away from the boat where the thin monkey had just come off. There stood a tall man. My mother asked me to find a wife across the river. Okay, I'm discerning. Let me tell you, no matter how bad those women are now, if you take them home and raise them for a few days, they will definitely surprise you. Come on, let's go. The thin monkey-like man pulled Su Guang and walked towards a big ship. Su Guang followed silently. He was not the only one who was being pulled by others. There were many people like him at the dock who were carrying packages in an attempt to find a cheap wife across the street. Everyone, listen up. Get on the boat, don't move, and sit in your seats. The toll for crossing the river is 5 taels per person. Su Guang followed the current and stood on the bow deck. The Weishui River is very wide, an incredible width. After all, it is the largest river in Qingzhou, so it naturally has its majesty and grandeur. The east and west banks are nearly 10 miles long. The skinny monkey kept wandering around the deck as if on patrol. Behind him stood a man with tattoos on his face, frowning and glaring at the thin monkey. Let's put a group of ordinary people on the boat again, and be careful to risk their lives for this little money. If something happens, let's see how brother-in-law you deal with you. The thin monkey chuckled evilly, but said nonchalantly, what kind of skills can a group of piglets have? If they can make some money, don't be so nervous about the paper. The two of them were laughing and joking, but when they walked up to the people on the deck, the thin monkey stretched out his hand towards the package of one of them. Let me see what treasures you have brought. Then my brother will help you find a good wife. The man didn't want to, but the thin monkey glared and unconsciously let go of the package. The thin monkey threw the messy things in the package on the deck, cursing in his mouth, poor guy. You, bring it here. Soon, it was Su Guang's turn. Boy, come out. I've been observing you for a long time. Your package is the most bulging in here. What is it? Take it out and help you take a look. The thin monkey was staring at Su Guang closely at this moment. He had been paying attention to Su Guang for a long time. This boy was different from the wife pleasers next to him. His body did not look like he had been hungry. He might be a fat sheep. My package is full of clothes and nothing else. Bring it over and show it to your brother. The thin monkey shouted loudly. Su Guang was silent for a moment and placed the package in his arms on the ground. Seeing Su Guang's appearance, the thin monkey became more and more curious about what was in the package, so he took a step forward. Su Guang's expression remained calm, and there really was nothing in his package. You bitch, you're kidding me. Skinny Monkey rummaged through Su Guang's package, which was full of thatch. He stretched out his hand to pull Su Guang's clothes, but Su Guang stepped back. He didn't want to be touched. The reason why he got on the boat was because when he was on the shore just now, he saw a man on the boat who robbed the Cheng family's goods. Now this group of people seems to be going to the other side of the river. He guesses that they should all be from Jade Elephant Dianzuo, and he wants to follow them. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble, he just wanted to follow them to see if he could find any flaws in the Jade Elephant Dianzuo. Even now, he still has no plans to take action. He doesn't know if there are any dirty masters in this group of people. I really don't have anything on me, brother, just do it and let me go. The thin monkey was extremely angry and took a sudden step forward. There must be something wrong with this guy. Even if there was no problem, he would still create a problem. Juanzi, hold him down. I want to see what treasures he has on him. At this time, the movement on the deck attracted several people in the cabin, and the leader was the wanted man Su Guang saw. The man drank and walked up to the crowd unsteadily. What's going on? What's the fuss about? Brother-in-law, this boy has a treasure on him. You came just in time. Why don't you come and search for it? A sinister smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth, and he patted the thin monkey's face. What a good boy, what a brilliant move. He looked at Su Guang and felt more and more what Xiaohao said made sense, so he reached out. A strange color flashed in Su Guang's eyes. XXX, person, combat power, elite level bone forging realm. Are you the boss on the ship? Su Guang asked somewhat honestly. The man laughed loudly, feeling that Su Guang was afraid that he would give him face, and his face suddenly brightened. Why, doesn't it look like that? A smile appeared on Su Guang's lips. It's very similar. Then take out your treasure. Su Guang's smile became brighter and brighter. Boss, why don't you take a look for yourself? I really don't have any treasure. The captain's smile turned cold, and he suddenly took a step forward and lifted up Su Guang's clothes. I said you have it, so you have to. He looked at the long knives, daggers, long sticks split into two parts, and various hidden weapons under Su Guang's clothes. The words in his mouth were not continued. The smile on the ship boss's face gradually disappeared. He looked up at Su Guang. Su Guang also looked at him. A smile appeared on his face. You, the boss of the ship, still wants to speak. You did it first. But Su Guang's body swayed, a long sword was unsheathed, and one of the Filong 13 swordsmen was slashed out. Puff! Dahao's head soared into the sky in an instant, and pillars of blood spurted out to almost all locations on the deck, as if washing the ground. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Immediately afterwards, a white shadow suddenly rushed out, the long knife in the palm was cold, and the whole ship became a bit colder. The bright sun in the sky was proof, and screams rang out on the ship. In addition to the ship boss, there are 3 bone forging realms. Su Guang rushed out from the crowd. The long knife in his hand was like a flying dragon flying in the sky. It was as bright as a flying dragon. Before the two of them could react, he cut off 2 lives. The last person had a smart mind and fell 1 step behind when the 3 of them rushed out at the same time. When he saw the scene, he looked even more horrified and rolled towards the deck, trying to find a way out into the water. Even though there are endless alien species and beasts in the Wei River, it is much better to die at the hands of the god of death. Su Guang's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly threw the long knife in his hand, turning into a white shadow in the air. The huge force even sent the man's body flying several meters and nailing him to the deck. With a smile on his lips, he looked at the surviving gangsters present, including Skinny Monkey. I ask, you answer, and when I'm satisfied, I let you go. The gangster named Juanzi was the first to agree. Su Guang's smile became brighter and brighter. That's great. No need to go to so much trouble. Can you tell me why you dare to rob the Cheng family's goods? Juanzi shook his head. I don't know, it was my elder brother's idea. Aha! The head rolled around and landed right next to Slender Monkey. It looked like he was dead, and Wanziai's unblinking eyes were staring straight at him. As Su Guang's still calm voice came, people who don't know anything have no value in living. Xiaohao's psychological defense completely collapsed. I know that my brother-in-law is the adopted son of Yuxiang Dianzuo, and it was Yuxiang Dianzuo who asked him to do this. Su Guang smiled with satisfaction and slashed the necks of the remaining 3 people with the long knife in his hand. You know that, that's great. Where's the goods? Hanging, under the boat. When we get ashore, who will meet you? The jade elephant Dianzuo came here in person, as my brother-in-law said. My brother-in-law always goes to see Dianzuo alone. Xiaohao racked his brains to recall what the ship boss said. By the way, he also said that he would take this opportunity to let the jade elephant Dianzuo also come. Take me as your adopted son. Where to meet? The grove 30 miles outside Yuxian Satellite City. Does jade elephant Dianzuo know you? I don't know. Thin Monkey shook his head quickly. Su Guang finished his question and chuckled. Very good, you are very honest. Now, after doing the last thing, you can survive. There was a bit of excitement in his heart. His original plan was to sneak in and wait for the opportunity, but now he learned a better and more perfect plan from the gangsters on this ship. The probability of killing Qian Cheng is even greater. The Thin Monkey was overjoyed and asked quickly, May I ask what you want me to do? Su Guang glanced at the men on the deck who were trying to find wives on the other side of the river. These men were frightened by the changes on the ship. They were all pale and huddled. Su Guang sighed. He needed to conceal his whereabouts during his trip to investigate the jade elephant Dianzuo. It's just that he has never advocated killing people at will. Is it any different from the robbers he killed in the past? Go and scuttle the ship. Ah! Thin Monkey was shocked. Cut the boat open and you can swim over and survive. After Su Guang finished speaking, he ignored the Thin Monkey and squatted down to start refining blood. Xiaohao had already had enough of being with a devil like Su Guang, so he worked very hard on the boat, as if he was risking his life. Before Su Guang finished refining the blood of those warriors, the boat leaked. He looked at the Thin Monkey in silence. You want to kill me? The Thin Monkey raised his head in shock. Sir, even if you lend me 3 courages, I won't dare to kill you. You scuttled the boat just to kill me. After Su Guang finished speaking, without waiting for Xiaohao's reply, he slapped his head to pieces. The air echoed with Xiaohao's unblinking words, obviously it was you who asked me to. After taking a look at the people around him, Su Guang turned around and jumped into the water. These bandits are so abominable, killing innocent people indiscriminately. Being used to seeing life and death, he could not provide much help to these poor people and could only watch the ship sink. Of course, human traffickers are hateful, and these people who try to buy people are equally hateful, so they are not really pitiful people. Su Guang started swimming, took down 2 large boxes from the bottom of the boat, carried them on his back, and swam to the other side of the river. Su Guang stood on the shore covered in blood for a long time. After waiting for no survivors, he turned and left. Wei Shui was too dangerous. Even he was attacked by countless strange beasts in the water. Fortunately, he was strong. Carrying 2 large boxes wrapped in tarps, he ran towards the distance. As he ran, the blood on his body slowly turned into transparent water, and was dried by his strong body. He took out the map he got from the ship and with some difficulty found the satellite city of the jade elephant Dianzuo. He untied the white cloth above his head and stood on a tree, observing the situation in the satellite city. The jade elephant Dianzuo is said to be a city, but in fact it is more appropriate to describe it as a village. Su Guang observed carefully that there were small houses piled up with firewood everywhere, and figures huddled on both sides of the road, with sallow complexions and thin eyes, like walking corpses. From time to time, strong men would drag a few zombies into the walled city while coming and going. During the dragging process, there was blood all over the ground, and some broken limbs could even be seen. A very cruel picture. I don't know how long he waited, but Su Guang finally saw the changes in the walled city. A huge white jade elephant slowly walked out of the walled city. It was far away, but the ground was faintly shaking. Su Guang's face was solemn, and his emotions were extremely complicated. Some excitement, but also some frustration. Qian Cheng did not come alone. There was a figure following behind him. He looked about 40 or 50 years old, not handsome in appearance, and had an old scholar's temperament. The most important thing is that he cannot see through this person's state. He naturally has research on his enemies. According to some rumors he heard, jade elephant Dianzuo's own strength is actually not that strong. The key to his combat power lies in the jade elephant on his crotch. He made some preparations for Yuxiang, but he didn't expect Qian Cheng to come over to share the spoils, and he was accompanied by a dirty master. Su Guang suppressed the throbbing in his heart, thought over and over again, and looked carefully in the direction of the jade elephant seat. That direction was exactly the place where the jade elephant seat received the Cheng family's goods, as Xiaohao said. His feet moved, and his figure was like a big bat in the night sky, flying around the big trees. The jade elephant was too big and ate a lot, so it stopped and stopped all the way. It was a little slower than Su Guang before it arrived at the agreed place. Su Guang leaned against a big tree with 2 wooden boxes behind him. The Cheng family's goods last time were not many, but they were extremely precious medicinal materials, so they were extremely valuable. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dull footsteps spread from the forest, causing the surrounding branches to lean to both sides, revealing a huge white jade elephant, shining with light in the night sky. I dare to ask, but Mr. Jade Elephant Dianzuo. Looking at the enemy who abducted his third sister Su Qiu, his family could not reunite for 7 years, and even Su Qiu did not see Su's father for the last time before he left. Su Guang's face was calm, he clasped his fists with both hands and asked loudly. Qian Cheng was sitting on the giant elephant, lowering his head and staring at Su Guang in front of him, with a frown on his face in the black robe. Where's Mr. Qian? Qian Lang is the very arrogant ship boss. Su Guang showed a somewhat flattering smile. My brother-in-law has a stomachache. As he spoke, his eyes rolled around. Thanks to 8 years of hard work in the market, he has seen many changes in the demeanor of small people when facing upper-class people, but there is nothing wrong with him. Qian Cheng tapped his fingers on the back of the jade elephant. Your brother-in-law? What's your name? Skinny Monkey. The little one's name is Xiao'erhao. If Sir Noriza feels bad about it, Xiao'erhao would like to ask you to choose a name. Qian Cheng sneered. Skinny Monkey, he looks quite monkey-like, but he doesn't look that thin. Thanks to Dianzu's blessing, my brother-in-law follows Dianzu, and I can eat enough on weekdays, so I feel stronger. Su Guang lowered his eyebrows and smiled even more flatteringly. Ask your brother-in-law to come over. I still have things to leave to him. My brother-in-law. Su Guang said coyly, my brother-in-law said that you will be my adoptive father from now on. If you need anything, just leave it to me. As he said this, he clenched his fists in his sleeves and his back felt a little cold. The pressure on Yuxian was too great. Humph, he is brave enough to accept me as my adopted son. Qian Cheng snorted coldly, but did not doubt it too much. Apparently Qian Lang had mentioned before that he wanted Qian Cheng to accept Xiao'erhao as his adopted son. Okay, give me the things first. Qian Cheng said. Su Guang was happy in his heart. Sun Tzu's art of war sincerely did not deceive me. Show them with softness and welcome them with strength, show them with weakness and take advantage of them with strength. There was ecstasy on his face as he lifted up a wooden box and said, Father, I will give you the things right now. You can climb up the pole. Qian Cheng scolded with a smile. Su Guang moved forward slowly, step by step. Su Guang's face gradually became calm, and his mind was extremely serious. He only had one chance to strike. Whether or not Qian Cheng can be killed depends on this blow. If you miss a hit, you will have to run away immediately. This is also a test of his practice. Su Guang has understood since he embarked on the path of martial arts practice that crises are inevitable. Although he has been avoiding crises and always keeping his cards close to his chest, at some point, there are enemies beyond his imagination. Sooner or later, he will have to fight for his life like many people in the world. Thinking of this, a strange excitement arose in his heart. His first real fight was against a master of martial arts. His heart was very quiet and his blood was very cold. Su Guang finally came to a place 20 meters away from the jade elephant. He looked up at Qian Cheng, who was sitting astride the jade elephant, with bitterness on his face. Father, your jade elephant is too majestic. My son dare not go up there. Qian Cheng is a very arrogant person. Perhaps in his early years when he had not awakened the power of his bloodline, he was also the target of bullying. Therefore, after he became an adult, his favorite thing was the elephant that was praised by others, and I feel that when facing such people, the greatest reward is to let them touch their elephant. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid of my son. Although the jade elephant is big, he is very obedient. You are my son, come up and touch him. Su Guang looked ecstatic, but still hesitated. Qian Cheng also slid down the elephant's trunk and cursed inwardly, this is something that cannot be put on the table. Then he walked to Su Guang in person, squatted down and prepared to open the box. Then I heard Qian Cheng say to the taciturn middle-aged man behind him, Mr. Hu, come here and see which of these pills can be used to refine the blood tonifying pill. Su Guang paused, then looked ugly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He did not expect that Qian Cheng would summon this person. The middle-aged Zhang practitioner came to Qian Cheng quickly and squatted down, as if he was looking at the medicine in the medicine box. Qian Cheng couldn't understand this, so he turned his attention to Su Guang and said with a joking expression, My son Xiao'erhao, come here and ask your father to help you check your qualifications. If possible, I will give you some treasures. He walked aside on his own. Su Guang moved his steps carefully, wanting to get closer to Qian Cheng. Father, would you like me to introduce you to some of these precious medicines? Some of them are very rare. Just about to take action, the jade elephant on the side suddenly went crazy. He suddenly raised his right foot and stepped towards the middle-aged man. Qian Cheng, what do you mean? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, a ball of white powder rose up in his hand, and a strange fragrance spread in the forest. Hu Baniu, I advise you to just surrender. I only need you to help me refine elixirs. You don't need to do anything else. Follow me and I will provide you with delicious food and drinks. You're dreaming. Su Guang stood aside and stared at this scene in shock. He glanced at Qian Chang with a strange look in his eyes. This old boy was so cruel that he tricked people into killing them. Qian Chang looked proud and swept the jade elephant's trunk wildly, smashing the trees into pieces. The poison powder used by Hubanio had no effect on the jade elephant in midair. Qian Chang laughed loudly. Hubanio, just obey me. You know, I need a lot of blood replenishing pills. While he was laughing wildly, he never saw that Su Guang's figure had reached 3 meters away from him before he knew it. Father, do you still remember that you abducted a little girl from Qingda village in Feiyun City 8 years ago? Qian Chang suddenly raised his head and saw Su Guang's figure bursting in, holding a dagger in his hand and sprinting towards him. You! The dagger turned into a black line in Su Guang's hand, and after a flash, it was completely immersed in Qian Chang's chest. Qian Chang could punch Su Guang in the chest. The two people's eyes met in the air, both with astonishment. Qian Chang felt as if he had been hit by a stone, and the tips of his fists were numb. Su Guang's looked weird. How could he be so weak? I thought Qian Chang was weak, but I didn't expect Qian Chang to be so weak, even worse than Pang Hong, who was beaten to death by him a few days ago. Aang! The jade elephant roared loudly, abandoned the Hubanio, and rushed towards Su Guang with a kind of intense anger, swinging its trunk wildly like a pillar in the sky. Su Guang licked his lips. He didn't expect Qian Chang to be so weak. He immediately ignored Qian Chang's resistance and danced wildly with the dagger in his hand, causing dozens of huge and hideous wounds on Qian Chang's body almost instantly. Qian Chang shouted, rolling on the ground and approaching the jade elephant. Kill him for me. Su Guang stepped forward and stepped on Qian Chang's neck. Don't be a human being in the next life. Click. The jade elephant's attack came as expected. Su Guang grabbed Qian Chang's body with one hand and rushed toward the forest in a hurry. He was extremely fast, running around the big trees, and the jade elephant seemed to be going crazy, running rampant. It was a beautiful forest, but in an instant, countless big trees fell down. Su Guang looked horrified. The jade elephant's speed was several minutes faster than his. The big trees could only block the jade elephant for a moment before being broken by its huge body. The jade elephant was so fast, it was a bit of a miscalculation. Su Guang had always thought that the jade elephant was huge and could not catch up with him in such a dense forest, but he did not expect that the jade elephant would be so ferocious when it rushed forward. When Hubania saw this scene in the distance, his eyes widened. How could this night be so wonderful? He was deceived, and Qian Chang was also deceived. The best thing is, he is still alive. Thinking of this, Hubania glanced at the direction Su Guang was running in fear, and shouted, "Thank you, old man, for your help. I will never forget Lu Taizu." Su Guang, who was running wildly, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard Hubania's words. Damn, this is also an old silver coin. If Qian Chang hadn't been calling him Hubanio, Lu Taizu would have really deceived him. However, he should be somewhat grateful. He also deliberately called himself Mr. Old, which was an expression of goodwill to him. Looking at the huge jade elephant chasing behind him, he felt a little secretly resentful in his heart. Just before he took action, he asked Qian Chang to give the final order to the jade elephant, otherwise he would not be in such an embarrassing situation. The movement in the forest soon attracted the attention of Jade Elephant City. Someone stood high up and watched the jade elephant knocking down the big trees, with a look of horror on his face. "Yu Xiang, you're crazy. Everyone, run. Where is Mr. Dian Zhao? Where is Mr. Dian Zhao? Look, the jade elephant seems to be chasing someone. Everyone come with me and help Mr. Yuxian catch people." For a moment, torches lit up in the night, like countless fireflies flying in the sky. But unfortunately, these people know Jade Elephant, but Jade Elephant does not know them. Seeing a group of people trying to block his way, the Jade Elephant was furious. As the elephant's trunk swung, several figures were hit by the trunk and turned into a bloody mist in the air. But it was these people who helped Su Guang buy time, and the distance between him and Yu Xiang became farther and farther, until the Jade Elephant can no longer be seen. Leaning in a mountain stream, Su Guang had a bit of fear in his eyes. Jade Elephant is really too strong. No wonder Qian Chang was able to become the leader of the Huangtian sect despite being so weak. It seems that the combat power of this Jade Elephant played a major role in it. Seeing no one around, Su Guang lifted the black cloth off Qian Chang's body, revealing Qian Chang's face. His expression showed a bit of surprise for a moment. Qian Chang was like a skeleton. He was more of a refugee than a refugee. He probably had less than 2 ounces of meat in his body. He was simply skin and bones. No wonder he is so weak and small. Even if he is training his internal organs, he has no energy and blood to practice. Su Guang reached out and stabbed Qian Chang into the heart and began to refine blood. If the feeling of refining the internal organs before was compared to delicacies, then the blood on Qian Chang's body would be like white paper, tasteless. After a moment, Su Guang helplessly felt the more than 20 drops of blood produced in the mysterious space of the blood eyes, and shook his head. What a piece of garbage. Hold head high. Su Guang's expression changed drastically. The damned beast was really haunting, but he was actually loyal. He chopped off the head of the jade elephant Dianzo with one knife and continued to run forward. A few miles further away, there was Wei Shui. As long as he got into the water, the beast had nothing to do with himself. Su Guang couldn't help but speed up his pace. The jade elephant went out, startling countless creatures in the forest. Not long after the jade elephant chased Su Guang and left, a strange-looking creature suddenly sprang out of the soil and looked at the direction of the jade elephant with a look of hatred. It lowers its head, and beneath its feet is its nest. Plop! A figure jumped into the water, causing little waves. On the edge of the cliff, the jade elephant roared to the sky, its trunk soared into the sky, and its limbs trampled on the ground, as if hesitating. After a long time, the jade elephant slowly turned around and put its nose to the ground, as if sniffing something. After a while, go far away in one direction. Shortly after it left, Su Guang's head popped out of the water and he breathed a sigh of relief. The water is too dangerous and we need to leave as soon as possible. On the way back, Su Guang was in a good mood. Although he didn't have time to take away all the Chang family's goods, he still picked out some of the most valuable items and put them on his body. He also took Qian Cheng's life to avenge his third sister. It was a worthwhile trip. It's a pity that Qian Cheng goes out without any money, which is really disgusting. He has nothing but a black robe. Hubania probably took all the medicine that the bandits had robbed. I don't know if I can obtain Qian Cheng's bloodline power. However, he couldn't help but feel a little scared when he thought of Qian Cheng's skinny and skeleton-like figure. If Qian Cheng's bloodline power would make people become like this, then, forget it. Cheng family. Tuck tuck tuck. Who? A little man about 10 years old opened the door and looked a little surprised when he saw Su Guang carrying a large bamboo basket and a large bamboo hat. Excuse me, is Miss Cheng Lianer here? Su Guang's tone was gentle and very polite. The little man shook his head. Sister Lianer went to the inner city to discuss things and hasn't come back yet. Su Guang glanced through the crack in the door and suddenly saw some red mandarin duck cloth placed outside the Cheng family hall. He seemed to have thought of something. It seems that good things are about to happen for Miss Cheng. Without thinking much, he took out a wooden box from behind with Qian Cheng's head inside. Please help me transfer the things to Miss Cheng. Seeing the visitor put away his things, Su Guang turned around and walked out. Brother Guang, you're back. Ji Zila looked happy when he saw Su Guang pushing the door open, and stepped forward to help him get his clothes. Su Guang obeyed her wishes and allowed him to help him take off his sweaty clothes. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Su Guang stretched out his hand to help her touch the sweat beads on her head from working. He said with some distress, "How about hiring a few maids?" Ji Zila's eyes suddenly showed a bit of nervousness, and he whispered in an uncertain tone, "I'll listen to you." Su Guang touched her head and said, "She's a maid who works, not a bed warmer. Let's go together when the time comes. You can make your choice." When Ji Zila heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. They had been married for more than half a year, and she had nothing to worry about. What she was most afraid of was that Su Guang would marry again. "Brother Guang, you don't want to go out recently. I heard that my eldest sister said that my brother-in-law and the others found some corpses, and their hearts were ripped out, but the surface of the body was unscathed. It's scary. Some people said that they did something wrong and were eaten by ghosts. Eat your heart out." When Su Guang heard this, his heart moved slightly. Is it true or not? Could it be Xiao Luo that you and your elder sister heard ghost stories in the tea house? Ji Zila shook his head. The corpses have been autopsied, and Brother Guang, don't believe those stories about ghosts and gods. In the Central Plains, you can always encounter ghosts, and there are also yamen that specialize in catching ghosts. Su Guang looked up in shock. Is there really a ghost? I've never seen it before. When I was a kid, I heard from my elder brother that the imperial court had a special yamen called Swanyi Pavilion to deal with ghosts and gods, but I've never seen it. Ji Zila was a little embarrassed and felt that it was inappropriate to tell her husband these hearsay things. Great! Su Guang was holding Ji Zila on the bed. Some thoughts flashed across his face, but he didn't believe too much in Ji Zila's words. Who would believe the stories of ghosts and gods without actually meeting them? But I would rather believe that it exists than believe that it does not exist. I will prepare some black dog blood and black donkey hooves at home someday. Ji Zila saw what Su Guang meant and quickly changed the topic. I just want you to go out less. I don't mean to scare you. Husband, I thought about it and you are right. There are indeed some maids. But I think, others can't believe it. I heard that the slaves in the city are now many of them are people from across the river. I know who they are. If you ask me, I might as well invite Chun Niang over. Chun Niang is gentle and clever. It would be great if she could help me. Su Guang knew that Ji Zila was different from him and that he got along well with his neighbors, especially Chun Niang and Song Yu's wife. He recruited Chun Niang to work at home, probably out of pity for the widow. Everyone in the family will listen to you. Ji Zila thought of something and asked, "You were not at home yesterday. Senior brother Su came to see you and wanted to open a wine shop with you. Brother Guang, do you plan to partner with him? I think it's better to forget it. There's no way to make money in a business like a wine shop," Ji Zila said worriedly. This is not a lie. In this era, wine shops are not making money because there are too many bad debts. Today the black people come to eat, and tomorrow the white people come to eat. If you have the background, you can collect the money. If you don't have the background, let others take credit. At most, you can receive money from the hands of the common people, but the common people, even if come here for wine, how many dishes can you order? Nowadays, those who open wine shops in the city have powerful backgrounds behind them. For example, Kangmang Tower, which Su Guang has been to several times, has the city guard's mansion behind it. Su Guang was reluctant because he knew the reason why Su Sanduo was looking for him. The Su family's business has reached a bottleneck, and they are probably planning to use their own slaughtering resources to integrate processing and open a restaurant to make money. I'll talk to my senior brother tomorrow. I went to the other side of the river today. The situation there is not good. I think the stability in the city is only temporary. Su Guang hugged Ji Zila tightly and spoke softly. Ji Zila nodded. Qingzhou Kuasang is under the combined rule. Huang Tianzhao has established a sect and is so powerful. It must have a status like Handaeman to participate in the government affairs of a big city, but now they are neither crying nor making trouble. Even after signing the Weishui alliance, I always felt something was wrong. Su Guang smiled and said, "Don't worry, no matter what happens, you'll be fine as long as I am here." Boom! Snapped. "Bitch, what are you pretending to be? What are you pretending to be?" Suddenly, there was a burst of shouting outside, followed by a burst of smashing and a woman's cry. Su Guang's expression changed and he heard Ji Zila say, "It's the Song family." Su Guang thought of Song Yu, who was not too tall, and felt a little strange. Song family. What happened? It seems that Brother Song's brother committed something and escaped from the army. Ji Zila sighed. Su Guang was silent. This world. I'll go out and take a look. He left a few words, got up from the bed, put on some clothes and walked out. The Song family was in a state of panic at this moment. The small courtyard was filled with people. The leader was a fanatic from the outer city. Su Guang seemed to have seen this person before, but he couldn't remember it. Su Guang stood outside the door and could see through the gaps in the crowd that Song Yu was dead or alive at this moment. His wife was disheveled and was being held down by two men. There were also several people holding up their pants with expressions on their faces, smiling evilly. He was silent. The scene of drinking with Song Yu flashed through his mind. He remembered that Song Yu was always very enthusiastic and the food cooked by the Song family's sister-in-law was delicious. "Who are you? The Gia gang is working, and all the rest of you, please get out of here." When someone saw Su Guang, they immediately stepped forward and pushed him. After pushing, Su Guang did not move, but instead made his body stagger. "Hey, it's your uncles. Xiao Si." The leading man shouted, looking at Su Guang solemnly, with his hands clasped in fists. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Song Tao killed someone in the army yesterday and fled. We also followed orders." "Whose orders are you following? Whose things are you doing?" Su Guang's voice was calm, but the fists in his sleeves were not calm. Do you know what will happen if you use force at will in the inner city?" When the leader heard this, he narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully to Su Guang, "Little brother, if you can live here, you are obviously from Fianwei. You should know that if Song Tao is not guilty, so will we. I don't dare to take action against his family members. I'm asking you for an official document." Su Guang spoke slowly and walked forward slowly. Seeing Su Guang's aggressive behavior, the leader moved closer and whispered, "According to the order of the Fian Han family, I will do the work of the Han family's young master Han Po." Then a hint of joking appeared on his face. "In that case, little brother, do you have any other opinions?" Su Guang was silent. "Please stay here. Since it's the one who wants to arrest the person, it's easy to come and get an official document." The leader looked at Su Guang carefully, and the two looked at each other in the air for a long time. "Okay, I'll give you this face today, and I'll come back tomorrow to pick up the official documents." Su Guang clasped his fists and said, "Thank you." Then he squatted down and felt Song Yu's breath. After a moment, he stood up with a complicated expression. He was uninjured and died of a sudden attack of rage. Song Yu's wife looked at Su Guang with an ugly face, her arms covering her body helplessly. Su Guang sighed, put his clothes aside, and motioned for her to put them on. "Sister-in-law, do you want to express your condolences?" A look of sorrow instantly appeared on the woman's face. She ignored Su Guang and crawled towards Song Yu as if she was crazy. Finally, she crawled to the man's side, but his body was already getting colder. She closed her eyes and smelled Song Yu's body. as if she wanted to remember the smell of Song Yu's body forever. Su Guang turned his back. The Song family's sister-in-law was now disheveled. As a grown man, he couldn't keep looking at her like this. He sensed the changes behind him and closed his eyes. Stepping forward, the Song family's sister-in-law had a pair of scissors stuck in her chest, and she was coughing blood. Brother Su, if you meet my second uncle, tell him to leave quickly and never come back. Su Guang nodded. I will tell him when I see you in the future. A look of relief appeared on the Song family's sister-in-law's face. She hugged Song Yu's body and slowly softened. Brother, are we leaving like this? The leader had a gloomy look on his face and looked in the direction of the shanty town. Let's go? How dare we handle Mr. Han's matter? That kid is not easy to mess with, but I can see that he doesn't really want to interfere. Just for reputation, then I will simply give him a reputation. We will leave the city later. Zayasi, you can turn around and go back now and bring me the 2 people from the Song family. Su Guang just stood in the distance, watching their deliberations. He followed them, and they rested in a forest outside the city. Su Guang appeared. Without saying a word, the muscles in his legs suddenly bulged and shot out like sharp arrows. The enemy is attacking. Draw your sword and kill. Boom! With one punch, a figure flew backwards and hit the big tree behind him. His chest was sunken and he could no longer survive. The 8 people in the group were all desperados. Seeing how ferocious Su Guang was, they all drew their swords to face the enemy. Su Guang's body danced among the crowd, like a swimming dragon. Once the stone skin opened, he was almost invulnerable. In an instant, 2 or 3 corpses fell down. The leader asked in a low voice, "Is it you? Little brother, we have already let go of the Song family, why are you still chasing us? Chu Sanlin, if you are a bandit, do you still need to work for the Han family?" When Chu Sanlin heard this, his face instantly showed horror. You know me." Su Guang said no more. After confirming that this person was Chu Sanlin, he had no further words. Of course, he never thought of holding back. A month ago, he had killed bandits named Chu Lin and Chu Erlin. Before they died, the 2 men said that Sanlin would help them take revenge. Among the 9 people, only Chu Sanlin was the one who was forging bones. In front of him, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. Among Su Guang's current 3 bloodline powers, stone skin seems to be the most inconspicuous, but when faced with low levels, it is the most powerful. His invulnerable skin is enough to allow him to do many incredible things. For example, it will be more stable when cooking. In addition, when forging bones or even training internal organs, you need to be careful when facing the encirclement and suppression of many people. If you are not careful, you will be suddenly shot with a cold arrow. In the end, the ants will bite the elephant to death, and you will pay the price of injury if you don't die. For Su Guang, all this is not a problem. He can show his killing power unlimitedly without worrying about defense. To him, one enemy against many is nothing. He leaned over to refine the blood of several people, found a big hole and threw the corpses in. Su Guang turned around and left. Not long after returning home, Su Guang felt some strange changes in his body, which were similar to the previous appearance of the Fa bloodline. He reacted quickly, with a bit of excitement on his face. Is it Qian Cheng's bloodline? He quickly expressed his acceptance in his bloody eyes. He just killed Qian Cheng last night, and it took him a full day and night, which was a little different from the previous situation. Soon, he felt the burning heat coming from his body. This burning heat came from the blood, just like the blood in the blood vessels suddenly heated up at a certain moment, causing changes in the entire body. He stood in the courtyard, his eyes closed, and 3 eyes looking inward at himself. The wonderful changes coming from his bloodline made him realize the 4th kind of bloodline, the blood of transformation. This is the name of Qian Cheng's bloodline power. It is a very simple and crude name, and its function is also extremely crude and simple. By forcing the essence and blood from the body, it can transform the bloodline of beasts. Su Guang also finally understood why Qian Cheng was so thin and weak. He regarded the transformation blood as the only way to save his life and worked hard to raise the jade elephant, which resulted in a long-term depletion of essence and blood in his body. He didn't understand how Qian Cheng, a gangster, could make such a stupid decision and put his own safety in the hands of a beast. Perhaps Qian Cheng's own cultivation talent is not ideal. According to his guess, Qian Cheng was engaged in the low-level business of human teeth 7 years ago. He thought that his level was not high, no more than bone forging at most, and he transformed into Huangtian Dianzuo. He thought that this bloodline was used to the extreme, and he also used it on himself. Became a skeleton. Su Guang thought in his heart, but this bloodline power can shine more brightly in his hands. After all, his blood essence is unlimited. He stretched out his hand and summoned Black Tiger Xiao He, who was lying at the door. After half a year of growth, this guy has become very big. Of course, it is equivalent to the size of a cheetah. If it were in the previous life, it would naturally be a high-risk animal. but in the inner city of Feiyun City, if you go out, maybe someone will come. You can kill it. He took out a long knife from his arms, slashed it across his fingers, and connected the blood in his eyes, forcing a drop out. The color of the essence blood is brighter red than normal blood, with a strange luster. The little black tiger's face instantly showed enthusiasm, jumping up and down around Subwang like a two-headed dog. Subwang smiled, counted the amount of essence and blood in his blood eyes, and motioned to Xiao He to open his mouth and drip in 7 or 8 drops of essence and blood. After drinking the essence and blood, Xiao He walked a little staggeringly, as if he was drunk. He came to the kennel Zyla built for him, and lay down obediently. After a while, he could hear the sound of snoring. Subwang couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. What a waste, it actually fainted. However, with so many large players consuming essence and blood, just relying on killing people seems a bit slow. Now it depends on whether the status of the Jade Elephant Dianzhou is high in the Huangtian sect, and whether it is important enough for the Archmage Zhang Qing to launch a war. Subwang's eyes showed a bit of desire. Fight, we have to fight anyway. It would be best if a war breaks out outside the city, so that he, a mercenary, can be ordered to go to the battlefield to dispose of the corpses. While Subwang was training Little Black Tiger, Chang Lianer also brought people back home. Before she entered the door, she saw Chang Da's son walking towards her holding a wooden box. Sister, someone gave you something. Chang Lianer was stunned and motioned to the maid next to her to take the box. Who gave it to you? I don't know. He brought a big bamboo hat and couldn't see his face clearly, the child said. Chang Lianer couldn't help but flashing Subwang's figure in his mind. The way he hides his head and shows his tail looks very much like that person. He walked into the house and opened the wooden box with some curiosity. I saw a human head in a box, with eyes wide open, as if they were not willing to rest in peace. There is a note next to it. The head of a jade elephant. Chang Lianer stood up instantly, feeling dizzy for a while, and fear and worry appeared on his face. How dare he? Dare to kill the jade elephant Dianzhou. What else does he dare not do? But, how did he kill him? Chang Lianer's face regained some composure, and she sat upright on the chair, tapping her fingers on the wooden chair. She thought about a lot, thinking about Subwang's intention of killing people, thinking about the use of this head, thinking about the reaction inside and outside Feiyun City after the death of Jade Elephant Dianzhou. After Subwang blocked the road the day before yesterday, Chang Lianer only knew that Subwang felt sorry for the Chang family, so he wanted to help her, but she didn't believe it in her heart. Subwang showed indifference and emphasis on human relationships before. He has always shown how much kindness he has and how much he can accomplish. The Chang family's kindness to him was obviously not enough for him to take the risk of killing a dirty trained stranger. Chang Lianer thought for a long time, but finally couldn't figure out Subwang's deeper intention. Moreover, was Qian Chang really killed by Subwang? This is a bit too earth-shattering. However, she had some ideas in mind regarding the use of Qian Chang's head. Originally, she was already prepared to get involved and marry herself out to protect the Chang family. Now it seems that it should not be necessary. A smile appeared on her lips. Think about it, after tomorrow, no one in Feiyun City will go to the Chang family to collect debts. Husband, you are back, brother Song and the others. Zyla was wearing a red mandarin duck belly band and looked at Subwang with a gentle look on his face. They are dead. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Mr. Kui for help and ask people nearby to help with the funeral. Subwang said softly. Song Yu's funeral was organized by the neighbors. Subwang did not come forward. Instead, he went to the old man who guarded the shanty town to come forward and led everyone to bury Song Yu and his wife. The funeral was not luxurious, and Subwang did not appear prominently in it. He was not worried about attracting Han Po's attention because the Song Yu couple died in his own home. He would only think that it was Chu Sanlin's people who accidentally killed the Song Yu couple and the Song family and fled in fear of crime. Sure enough, the news came out the next day. The Sanwei department issued a wanted order for Chu Sanlin, but Chu Sanlin may never be found. Of course, this news did not cause any splash in Feiyun City at all. More importantly, there is earth-shattering news. The head of the Jade Elephant sitting on the throne of Qian Chang was hung on the city gate tower in the middle of the night. With the certainty across the river and the madness of the Jade Elephant, the news was confirmed. The Jade Elephant Dianzhou is dead. He died on the other side of the river. After the assassin killed Qian Chang, the Jade Elephant Dianzhou, he drifted away. Everyone began to speculate on the assassin who could assassinate Qian Chang under the protection of the Zhang Master and Jade Elephant. Some people say that Feiyun guard Li Zongkang took action himself, some say that the city guard asked experts from nearby big cities to do it, just to teach Huang Tianjiao a lesson, and some say that the Chang family's backup plan. In short, no matter how they speculated, the news that Jade Elephant Dianzhou was assassinated was confirmed to be true. So the good people didn't know who the assassin was. They only knew that he was trying to save Feiyun City by killing the extremely arrogant Huang Tianjiao. The good people called him Yibo Yuntian Feiyun Lord. With the death of Jade Elephant Dianzuo, the most rumored ones were none other than the Chang family. Miss Lianer, my family master heard that your family has recently been controlled by you. My family master has heard about your talents and is willing to continue buying according to the last share. This is a deposit. A middle-aged man stood in front of Chang Lianer with a humble face, handing over a wooden box filled with gold leaves with both hands. Chang Lianer had a cold expression on her face, as if she was not surprised by all this and had expected it. Miss Lianer, this is the deposit for my Song family. Miss Lianer, this is. A few days ago there were only a few people in the house, but today there is a bustling crowd. Chang Lianer also saw her father and second uncle, standing in the distance at a loss. She wanted to get closer but didn't dare. A smile suddenly appeared on her lips. The wind rises and the clouds fall, but it wipes out the hearts of the world. In just a few days, Chang Lianer let go of some fantasies that shouldn't exist in her heart. No one can be relied upon. Dong dong dong. Su Guang used his arms to lift a round boulder like a fancy basketball. The boulder continued to roll along the curve of his body. This is the technique he is practicing now, the force-removing boxing technique that comes with Baidu Kung Fu. Baidu Fist is a technique that is completely different from the Guanfeng Fist. It is somewhat similar to the Star Shift in the novel, but there is no rebound effect, but the ability to unload force is strengthened. Su Guang felt that he would not be able to advance to Lian Zhang in a short period of time. This boxing method was of a higher level, and it was very likely that he would be able to fight against the strong Lian Zhang. After Su Guang practiced it, he liked it very much. Since he started to practice Baida Gong and completed the skin grinding in 3 days, he practiced this boxing method every day in addition to practicing the bone forging chapter of Baida Gong. Boom! The boulder fell to the ground, creating a large hole in the ground. Ji Zila stood aside and secretly smacked his lips. Her husband was becoming more and more tyrannical. Husband, look at Xiao He, he seems to have been sleeping for 2 days, and he doesn't eat much food. Su Guang glanced at Xiao He, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. It was also the first time for him to obtain the blood of transformation. Maybe he accidentally fed too much at one time. It's okay. I gave him something good to eat. He's probably digesting it. Su Guangqiang said calmly. Really? Ji Zila was doubtful. She has always fed Xiao He, so she is naturally more caring than Su Guang. Su Guang squatted down and carefully observed Xiao He's condition. There was no change in his body shape. His hair looked brighter. In addition, it seemed that his claws had become whiter. Unable to figure out the reason, Su Guang gave up. Let's wait until a few more days of feeding. The days passed quietly. Regarding the death of Jade Elephant Dianzuo Qian Cheng, Su Guang thought that Huang Tianjiao would soon cause trouble. Unexpectedly, 10 days have passed and there is still no movement from Huang Tianjiao. Su Guang kept having bad feelings in his heart. Huang Tianjiao could even endure the death of a Zhang practitioner, but he couldn't imagine what they wanted. Is it possible that we really want to coexist peacefully with Feiyun City? Or are you afraid of Feiyun City? Su Guang couldn't understand it and couldn't get any news, so Su Guang had to suppress his temper and practice hard at home every day. From time to time, I go to drink with my brother-in-law, or go to the Immortal Academy to listen to Master Zhao's teachings. With the passage of time, Su Guang's identity gradually spread in the Immortal Academy. All the disciples in the academy looked a little strange when they faced him. Su and Han Wan looked at him with the most complicated expressions. Especially Su. She had paid attention to Su Guang a long time ago, but at that time she paid more attention to Su Sanduo's kindness to Su Guang. Now it seems that Su Sanduo has a sharp eye and she is the clown. Thinking of the blind date at Kangmang Tower in the past, if she had been willing to get close to Su Guang at that time, if she had married Su Guang, thinking about it now, the situation would have been very different. Don't you see, Su Sanduo is now said to everyone whenever he meets him that Su Sanduo has 3 things, many friends, many connections, and a lot of money. This even caused the attitude of the old disciples in the Immortal Academy to change towards the new disciples. It's a pity that Su Guang is married now, and I heard that she is still a refugee woman across the river. She was not the only one who regretted it. At least Wang Ming's clan sister expressed her regret to Wang Ming several times, but Wang Ming did not promise her anything. Even if Wang Ming was soft-hearted and willing, Su Chan would not be willing. It is human nature to hate the poor and love the rich, but since it is human nature, there is no need to mention regrets. Su Guang's face was solemn, and he still stood respectfully in front of Zhao Min. He was not arrogant because he became a stranger. Zhao Min was very satisfied with Su Guang's attitude. He put the tea to his lips and sipped it gently. I didn't expect that the power of your bloodline is so powerful. It actually brought you back to the realm of bone forging perfection. Tisk tisk. He sighed as he spoke. It's just that our ancestors were overshadowed, Su Guang said in a low voice. Zhao Min looked at Su Guang, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Xiao Guang, over the years, I originally thought that Zhang Wui would be my most accomplished disciple, but I didn't expect that you suddenly rose up and became my most outstanding disciple. I want to ask you, what are your plans for the future? About Fi Yunwei. Su Guang understood what he meant, and he probably wanted to be a lobbyist for the city guard. Master, what do you think? Zhao Min nodded, okay, I asked the Cheng family to take care of you a few years ago. Now that I think about it, I am a little short-sighted. I went to the city guard's mansion a few days ago, and Li Dutong heard about your jade face. As for Silver Spear, let me tell you that Fi Yun Guard has a total of 5 commanders. If you can become a Lian Zhang within 3 years, you will be given a chance to become the 6th commander. Zhao Min spoke with a bit of envy. Fi Yun Wei to commandery, how majestic that is. If possible, 10,000 people from Zhao would be willing to be the capital commander. Su Guang was slightly surprised. The person who invited him to join Fi Yun Guard was a female Dutong named Na Yu. He had never even met Li Dutong. Thanks to Li Dutong's consideration, Master, do you think Su Guang should officially join Fi Yun Guard? Zhao Min shook his head, I'm just your tutor. It's not a close relationship. You only need to think about everything yourself. However, Li Dutong is very optimistic about you. Otherwise, your family will probably not be safe. Su Guang nodded and understood that this was the case. He had also doubted it before. People in Fi Yun City valued foreigners very much. Generally speaking, when a foreigner appeared, he would be attracted by all the major forces. From the beginning to the end, it seems that only people from Fi Yunwei have been to the house. No one even came to ask about the specific power of his bloodline. I guess it was Li Dutong who said hello, but this Li Dutong is a little dishonest. Since he is optimistic about himself, why not give himself resources and let him do nothing? It's really strange. Could it be a common trick of Neptune, casting a wide net? If you really become the commander-in-chief of Fi Yun Guard, Su Guang hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. Then he shook his head in a funny way. He was not a dirty player yet, so he didn't need to think about it. It seems that because of Li Zongkang's concern, Zhao Min also taught Su Guang the essentials of practicing Jinlia Gong, including his own practice experience. As far as Su Guang knows, the only one who has been able to obtain these things in recent years is senior brother Zhang Wu, who has been following Zhao Min since Yuzhu. He couldn't help but feel a little moved in his heart. He became a disciple of Zhao Min. Strictly speaking, it was a transaction, but the two of them got along very well. Just like the teachers and students in previous lives, although they are not as good as direct disciples, they are far better than ordinary disciples. More than a month later, in the vast building, Su Guang sat there alone, with a plate of peanuts and slices of meat placed in front of him. He wore a bamboo hat on his head, listening to the conversations of people coming and going in the building. The wines of this era were not strong liquors. They had a sour and bitter taste, which Su Guang didn't like. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the atmosphere in the city has become restless. There were about 10 tables sparsely seated in the hall, but they were all men practicing martial arts, and their voices were loud when talking. Brother Lu, why is there a little girl with you today? I just met her on the road. I saw how pitiful she was, so I took her in. You, the Lu family, are really a big family with great philanthropy. I heard that during this period, the Lu family picked up dozens of people outside, right? Su Guang frowned slightly and looked at the teenagers walking towards the 3rd floor. Are the Lu family taking in poor people? He did not believe that there would be unreasonable kindness in this world. The so-called pity was just a thought in his heart, either for a false reputation or for profit. Su Guang saw that the young man named Lu was probably not someone with a picture name. Is that profit-making? Is it possible that the Lu family is still in the tooth business? He put down his glass and wrote it down. The consumption of Kangmang Tower is relatively high in the city. Those who can eat there, even in the hall, are relatively respectable people in the city, or they are the young masters and ordinary people like the previous few people. These people have one characteristic, that is, apart from practicing, they hang out every day. Such people have a lot of free time, so they naturally engage in gossip. When they get together, they usually share gossip. Moreover, this place is very close to the flower boat, so the desire of warriors is strong, and many gangsters from outer cities will come here to drink. People live in groups. If there are more people here, there will naturally be more people who want to make money. 3 teachings and 9 floors, buying and selling information. In this way, Kangmang Tower has become the most well-informed place in Fi Yun City. Su Guang has nothing to do every day, so he comes here to listen to some news. It's just that he wanted to hear about Huang Tianjiao, but not many people mentioned it. The death of Jade Elephant Dianzuo was as quiet as a stone sinking into water. It was not mentioned by anyone, and Su Guang didn't know why. After listening for a while, Su Guang left after confirming that there was no news. Su family. Su Sanduo warmly received Su Guang. Why did you come here at this time? But you came just in time. Everything you want is ready. He pulled Su Guang to a cellar. The cellar was covered by a huge cloth. When he opened the tarp above, the strong smell of blood spread out. I saw 3 large jars placed in the air, filled with thick and sticky blood. Here is the blood collected by my second uncle this month when he took people out to help people slaughter exotic animals. You can take it with you. Su Guang nodded and said nothing more. He never has too much of something like blood. Seeing that Su Guang was satisfied, Su Sanduo breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, he and Su Guang captured Hiu, but it improved his strength a lot. It won't be long before he can complete the bone forging. This process, according to his original qualifications, would have taken at least 5 years. Now, only 3 years have passed, and he has the opportunity to reach this point. He is very grateful to Su Guang. He was also very happy to be able to do something for Su Guang. As for what Su Guang used blood for, he never asked, just like he never asked what Su Guang's blood power was. By the way, there are still horses you want. My second uncle spent a lot of money to buy 2 of them through Fi Yanwei's connections. Do you want to go over and have a look now? When Su Guang heard this, his face suddenly lit up with joy. He quickly motioned to Su Sanduo to take him over. The Su family can be considered a wealthy family. There is a huge wasteland behind the slaughterhouse with lush vegetation and some large livestock such as cows and horses, as well as some pigs. Su Guang ignored these, but looked at the 2 horses prepared by Su Sanduo, with an excited look on his face. Both horses are maroon in color. They are not too big, but judging from the muscle lines on their bodies, they are good horses. Even if it's not a good horse, it doesn't matter if he has blood. Thank you, senior brother. They are really 2 good horses. Immediately, he asked Su Sanduo to help him rent a yard to raise horses. After leaving the Su family, Su Guang looked happy. Although he had confidence in Fi'iyun City, he would not leave the safety of himself and his family in the hands of others. He prepared in advance so that he would have the opportunity to leave if something unexpected happened in the future. With the blood of transformation, these 2 horses will soon undergo changes. Of course, he will prepare for this type of transportation in the future. After he left, a figure came next to Su Sanduo. Looking at his nephew, Su Nian said with some hesitation, Sanduo, I know you always value the friendship between the same disciples, but it's not like this. It's too precious. Even the war horses eliminated by Fi'iyun Guard are extremely valuable and need to be matched with favors. Su Sanduo turned around and looked at his second uncle solemnly. Second uncle, do you know why I was able to perfect my bones so quickly? Being friends with my junior brother may be the most correct choice in my life. He had a hunch in his heart that his junior brother's future achievements would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Su Nian was stunned. He didn't expect Su Sanduo to have such a high opinion of Su Guang, but he was thinking that he was just a stranger. It was not that he had never seen them before. Most strangers were just like that. Xiao Hei's transformation has ended long ago. Su Guang looked at the black tiger lying next to him, which had grown to 1.5 meters. It was majestic. Although it was not as big as the tiger in the forest, it looked like its claws were bigger and its teeth and claws were sharper. The key is, Su Guang can clearly feel that Xiao Hei is still in the growth stage and will grow further. Although he has not awakened the power of his bloodline to become an alien species, he can still be considered an alien beast. If he fully grows up, he might be able to compete with a bone-forging warrior. Su Guang looked happy. With Xiao Hei around, he could feel a little more at ease when he was not at home. No wonder Qian Cheng was able to become the Yellow Sky teaching seat with his extraordinary power. With just one feeding, he was able to make such a change in an ordinary small black tiger. What about those creatures that are more powerful in their own right? What if he also raised a strange species like a jade elephant? Inexplicably, Su Guang thought of the terrifying Yutu in the river. If he could recover that Yutu, he would be considered to be at the top of Fi'iyun City. He called Xiao Hei over, fed him a few more drops of essence and blood, and then dismissed him. This time, Xiao Hei did not fall into a drowsy state again. Instead, he was in high spirits and surrounded Ji Xiaolu. Obviously, this dog had some brains and knew who to please. Seeing one person and one tiger having fun, Su Guang didn't bother them anymore. In the evening, Su Guang was practicing martial arts at home when there was a knock on the door. It was someone Su Guang had never expected. Master Pang Hong, Chang Shan, who had been killed by him for a long time. Su Guang opened the door and looked at Chang Shan. Master Chang, why are you here? Chang Shan did not enter the door, but stared at Su Guang. I remember you, you are Zhao Min's little apprentice. Su Guang shook his head. Master Cheng's news is lagging behind. I'm no longer the youngest. No matter if you are the youngest or not, I am here to find you. I just want to ask for proof of one thing. Where were you on the 30th of the 12th lunar month last year? Su Guang suddenly frowned and stared at Chang Shan. He could clearly feel the tight muscles on Chang Shan's body, like a fierce tiger that chose people to devour, and its energy was tightly locked on Su Guang. It seems that as long as his answer does not satisfy him, he will attack instantly. Xiao He seemed to sense the murderous intent and leaned down, letting out a low growl with a warning in his mouth. Master Cheng suspects that I killed senior brother Pang Hong? Cheng Shen squinted his eyes and did not answer, as if he was sure it was Su Guang. Everything was such a coincidence. Pang Hong died, his skills were lost, and the Hankui alien blood he left behind was also gone. A few months later, Su Guang awakened the power of his blood and became famous in the city. He had to doubt Su Guang. But at this moment, Ji Zila rushed to Su Guang with a bit of excitement, holding a small piece of clothing in his hand, and hugged him. "Husband, do you think my embroidery looks good?" Suddenly, she paused, as if she had just seen Cheng Shan. "Brother Guan, are there guests?" "Old sir, please come in quickly and I'll get you some tea." Cheng Shan stared at Su Guang for a long time, and also looked at his crotch for a while, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that I really made a mistake? Thinking of this, he ignored Ji Zila's invitation, turned around and walked out. Su Guang squinted his eyes, feeling a little annoyed in his heart. Ji Zila was a little at a loss. She stood there, thinking that she was angry with the old man and looked a little nervous. "It's none of your business, that old man is mentally ill. Neuropathy? Just, fool. Oh, that old gentleman is still a fool at his age. How pitiful. Do you want to send some sesame seed cakes?" Su Guang stood in the yard, his eyes wandering. He never offended Cheng Shan, but Cheng Shan came to the door. He was sure that when Cheng Shan first saw him, there was murderous intent in his eyes. Originally thinking about the friendship between Cheng Shan and Zhao Min, Su Guang had no intention of doing anything to Cheng Shan, but since he came to visit because of suspicion today, it meant that sooner or later he would discover the truth. Doubt is a seed destined to take root and sprout. What's more, he has clues that the murderer has 3 eyes. Sooner or later he will take action against himself. Since Cheng Shan is so nervous about the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra, fortunately for me, I will spread the technique. With a touch of anger, he turned and walked out. That night, a sudden chaos broke out across the river. Lu Ping, a disciple of Vajra Dianzuo, was robbed and killed. He said that he killed his target and took Pang Hong's technique that could awaken the power of blood. Tips: Pang Hong. 2 words are remembered. Before the murderer had time to put away the secret book, he was repelled by the gangsters who came later, and the murderer threw the secret book into the air. The peace of the night was broken in an instant. The 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra is a super skill that can awaken the power of blood, and it was snatched from the disciples of the Vajra Dianzuo. It must be true. The Huangtian sect, the large and small forces in Feiyun City, all the casual warriors on both sides of the Wei River, the water thieves on the Wei River, the bandits in the Two Arms Mountain. Suddenly, the news was heard, and in just one night, everyone in the world knew the news. By the Wei River. Su Guang stood on a huge rock and walked at the back of the crowd. He squatted down slowly and collected the corpse slowly. Although the corpses of those dead people had been touched, Su Guang did not dislike them. It's always like this, the world is always like this, it always wants to break his peaceful life, so why not just make chaos together? That night, Su Guang harvested nearly 1,000 drops of essence and blood, making him rich overnight. Su Guang collected the corpse behind and didn't even look at it. He didn't care who took the secret book in the end. He even thought about throwing out a few more rubbings. All the changes happened faster and more violently than Su Guang imagined. Before dawn, Su Guang saw ships of all sizes on the Wei River, like ants, heading towards the east coast. Standing on the bow of the ship were soldiers wearing extremely elite armor, holding guns in their hands with murderous intentions. The news has passed? Thinking about it, they must have gone to Cheng Shan to confirm the existence of the technique. It seems that I have to go back as soon as possible. After all, the 3 guards of Feiyun City are about to go to war with the Huangtian sect. My current identity is still a mercenary, and I will be the first batch of cannon fodder on the front line. I have to go back early. It would be bad to go back at some time so as not to attract other people's attention. Su Guang's mind was spinning, and he glanced at the corpse on the road ahead with some reluctance. Refining blood is still a bit slow. He no longer lingered, turned around and rushed towards the distant mouth of the Olecranon. He is familiar with the environment here, and no one would choose to cross the river from here, so he can return to the city from here without anyone noticing. Just when he was about to refine the blood in the corpse in front of him and leave, and when he was about to bend down, he suddenly turned around and shouted in a low voice, "Your Excellency has been following me for so long, so it's time to come out." Today, he was refining blood while following a group of madmen. In order to avoid the secret being exposed, Su Guang would be extremely cautious every time he refined blood, even to the point of being a little nervous. He couldn't remember how many times he asked this question tonight. I originally thought that things would go smoothly this time, but unexpectedly, there was a rustling sound in the forest, as if someone was standing on a branch and was forced out of the way by his shout. Su Guang didn't even look at it. He took out the flying dragon dart in his hand and turned it into an afterimage, which looked extremely bright and brilliant in the night sky. Click! The dart cut off the branches, and a figure slowly fell from the tree, his body floating, unusually free and easy. This is a woman, a very attractive woman just from her figure. In fact, except for some strangers or women who have practiced special skills, women with higher cultivation levels are all in good shape. Su Guang squinted his eyes, but there was a thump in his heart. Can't see combat strength information. This is dirty training. How did you find me? The woman suddenly spoke. Her voice was as clear as an oriole, as if the sound of a clear spring in the mountains made people unable to help but think of Fi Fei. Su Guang's face, which was completely covered by a bamboo hat, was already extremely solemn at this moment. He doesn't want to conflict with this person. At least with his current strength, the chance of winning against Lian Zhang is too low. The sixth sense, he said with great indifference. The woman chuckled lightly and glanced meaningfully at Su Guang. Can you tell me what you want to do with the corpse? A corpse is turned over so seriously, and you still look at the internal organs, but you still have to collect the corpse. It's really weird. Su Guang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that he had not discovered the secret of his blood refining. I just want to see if there is any missing treasure on these people. The woman shook her head in disbelief. The next moment, her figure exploded forward, her body rubbed against the air, making a strange sonic boom sound, and her whole body turned into a black shadow and approached Su Guang. I hate little men who don't tell the truth the most. Su Guang had already felt a sense of crisis in his heart when the woman appeared. When the woman spoke, he suddenly turned around and ran away into the distance. The woman jumped into the air, with a strange look on her face. This boy's vigilance was too high. And this speed. Something weird. She noticed this person before just because he had some aura about him that made her curious, but now it seems, the two of them separated as soon as they touched each other in the air. Su Guang took 3 steps back, but the woman didn't move at all. But a look of shock appeared on the woman's face. She was not an ordinary Zhang practitioner, but the boy in front of her was able to block her attack. Even though it was just a casual blow from her, it was shocking enough. There is a big secret in this person. The woman licked her lips, and then chased in the direction Su Guang was escaping from. The two of them were one behind the other, like 2 human-shaped bats, constantly circling in the woods. Su Guang was angry in his heart. He didn't know why this crazy woman was chasing him. He had already used 80% of his power in the attack, and the result was not ideal. If he used all his cards, he could kill this woman, but he didn't want to get into trouble by being noticed. So he continued to move forward and saw scattered warriors in the distance. Something moved in my heart. Suddenly shouted. The woman behind her has the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra in her hand. She wants to kill me to silence me. Please save me. I know the fragments of the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra. With just one word, the surrounding warriors instantly focused their attention on Su Guang. I didn't even care to look for anything anymore. Don't be afraid, little brother, please tell us clearly, what is in her hands? Su Guang would naturally not pay attention. Jianghu people wander around the rivers and lakes, sometimes as calm as a fox, but most of the time, they are as greedy as a wolf. The woman stood on a branch in the distance, with an ugly face and eyes full of murderous intent, staring at Su Guang. But she seemed to have thought of something, and her identity could not be exposed. There were too many people in the forest, and she couldn't silence them all after taking action. After 10 breaths, she turned and left. The warriors in the forest watched the woman drift away and naturally wanted to catch up, but the woman was already far away and she was a master of dirty tricks. Although she didn't seem to be good at speed, she was still much faster than them. Su Guang was blocked by a group of Jianhu people. His face remained calm and there was a bit of coldness in his heart. Little brother, the woman is gone. You are safe now. Can you tell us where the broken chapter is? Su Guang sneered in his heart. Of course, I don't know how many people there are, I will take you there. Come on, everyone. Although I don't know why the woman left, I think there are only a few reasons. The most common sense is that the woman's identity cannot be seen in the light. With so many people with her, I don't believe she still dares to pursue them. A group of nearly 30 people were walking in the forest in a mighty manner. Su Guang was surrounded in the middle, as if they were worried that he would escape. Several big men looked at him with full vigilance. After all, his speed before was indeed somewhat amazing. Su Guang turned a blind eye to everything and led the way with calm eyes. A moment later, when he arrived at the edge of the Wei River, Su Guang showed a strange smile. He did not look at the many villains surrounding him, but looked at the forest in the distance. The next moment, he sprang out from the crowd and jumped into the Wei Shui. Plop! Su Guangsheng lives in a village by the Wei River. He has good water skills. He has been catching river worries for a while, and he is very at home in the water. He also has some understanding of the difficult beasts in the Wei River. Even after practicing Bai De Quan, he felt that his combat power in the water was enough to exert 60%, which was a terrifying ratio. With his head above the water, Su Guang looked at what was happening on the cliff. The people in the rivers and lakes looked at each other, staring at the water, as if looking for his figure. And on a mountain further away, there were several dark figures standing. One of them was graceful and slender, and she was the dirty trained woman who was chasing him. Su Guang's eyes were solemn, his head was submerged in the water again, and he swam at full speed. When we entered the outer city, it was almost early in the morning, and the gate to the inner city had not yet been opened. After waiting for more than an hour, the gate to the inner city was completely opened. "Husband, why didn't you come back last night?" When Ji Zila saw Su Guang, he quickly walked up and asked in a low voice. Su Guang squeezed her little hand and told her not to worry. "Mom, you don't know I'm going out, do you?" she asked. "And I said you woke up and just went out." "That's good." Xiao He was like a dog eager for rewards, jumping up and down around the two of them. Su Guang slapped him aside and said, "Fuck you." "Oh, husband, don't always be so cruel to Xiao he is so good." The family had just had lunch when brother-in-law Wang Ming walked in from outside with an anxious look on his face. "Erlang, something big happened." Su Guang was calm, but his face also showed a bit of anxiety. "What happened again?" Wang Ming looked at Ji Zila and Su's mother in the distance, and whispered, "The news came from the Yamen that something big happened across the river. Huang Tian has taught a unique miraculous skill that can make people become strangers. I heard that it is still a martial artist in our city has kept it privately, and the city guard has sent people across the river. I'm worried that something will happen outside the city. As a mercenary, you will definitely be sent to the front line. How about you take Xiaolu, mother-in-law, Chun'er and Xiaoan and leave first?" Su Guang looked moved. Maybe it was because he didn't have any family ties in the Wang family, so Wang Ming was really thinking about himself. He shook his head slightly. He knew the details of the 8 Desolations' invincible experience and knew that this technique would only be the trigger for a small war. It will break out, but most of the big wars won't. Usually, at most, a small war leads to the death of some important person, which triggers a big war. But the Huangtian sect could even tolerate the death of Jade Elephant Dianzuo, so there was nothing else they couldn't tolerate. So he is not worried that a big war will break out because of the skills. There is no need for his mother and Xyla to leave for the time being, and, if you leave, where can you go? Brother-in-law, am I so greedy for life and afraid of death in your heart? Don't forget, I am stronger than you now. Screw you, I haven't competed with you for a long time. Who knows whether you are really strong or fake? Wang Ming said harshly. Then he looked around and whispered. I said, you bring some snacks, and I'll tell you something, outside the city, someone is cannibalizing people to practice martial arts. Su Guang's expression changed slightly. A few days later, Su Guang received news that Chang Shan was being held in the city guard's prison, and he was relieved. Now that he has enough energy and blood, he no longer has any worries and directly starts the method of rapid bone forging. After several times of consumption, his Baidagong forged bones reached the state of great perfection. The width of his meridians has expanded to an incredible level through continuous consumption of Hiu's blood. His training speed has increased several times. Filong Kung Fu is the fourth skill he has practiced. Although the direction of qi and blood is different, but by analogy, you can master it completely after familiarizing yourself with it a few times, and the speed is several times faster. He suspected that if he practiced the bone forging technique next time, regardless of the speed of energy and blood consumption, he might be able to practice a technique to the state of bone forging perfection within 3 days. But at the same time, he discovered a problem. That is, his body has reached a limit. When the Baidagong bone building stage reaches about 80% and reaches the strength of 10,000 kilograms, the strength stops increasing. At 90% of the time, he can't even feel the slightest strength in his body. Variety. He felt the changes in his body and looked a little disappointed. The physical attribute has also reached 20, which seems to be a limit. At least he has a feeling that his physical fitness will not improve again before he breaks through the internal training. Then he looked inside himself and saw that all the bones in his body were covered with this thick layer of blood, shining brightly under the eyes of the sky. This feeling was like a layer of mucous membrane that could not be broken, somewhat similar to the feeling of stone skin. Similar, except that stone skin is the innate power of blood, while blood bone is more like a mutation after the body's bones have been strengthened to their current limit. Although the strength no longer increases, the mucous membrane on the blood bone seems to have the potential to grow. He had a feeling that this blood film would bring extremely terrifying changes to him. But one more skill needs to be practiced. There's enough time. Just as the search on the search engine was about to come to an end, Su Guang felt some sparse blood essence in his blood eyes, with a touch of strangeness in his eyes. It's time to go to the bank of Wei River and collect the bodies. According to his estimate, he consumed a total of about 100 drops of blood essence when practicing the Golden Willow technique, and nearly 200 drops the second time, doubling each time. If he wanted to practice the 5th type, he was still a little short. I hope I can achieve a big harvest so that I can break through and practice Zhang without any worries. In a quiet valley deep in the Two Arms Mountain, a building like a bunker appeared at some point, with dozens of figures in blood-colored clothes standing outside. A graceful figure dressed in black slowly walked into the valley. The blood-clothed men guarding the bunker immediately knelt down on one knee when they saw the woman. "I've met Mr. Jia." The woman just nodded slightly and then walked towards the bunker. It wasn't until the woman was gone that the people in blood-clothed clothes around slowly stood up. Just this small detail is enough to show that this is an organization with strict rules. The more the woman moves, the more respectful and cautious her expression becomes. "You're back. Jia Ying, I've seen the bull zodiac." It seemed like a gust of wind blew by, and a figure wearing a bamboo hat appeared on the bunker. "How is the matter you were asked to investigate?" Jia Ying trembled slightly. After investigation over the past few days, Jinya's disappearance was confirmed to be dead. The body was found in the Lei family's ancestral home in Feiyun City. The body was highly decomposed. The subordinates suspected that it was in Sui when Yang Cheng interrogated Lei Gan. He had some secrets and escaped. The man in the hat didn't care what she said and interrupted rudely. "I don't want to hear this. I just want to know, how did he die?" Jia Ying's body was shaking more and more seriously. "I already have a clue. Please give me some more time." Snort. Jia Ying trembled, remembering what happened last night, and said quickly, "Yesterday there was a big chaos in the Huangtian sect, and a book of suspected Gangsuan exercises appeared." Niu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes shot out of the bamboo hat, and then a strange look appeared on his face. He turned his hand and a book of exercises appeared, which looked like a new one. 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra? Jia Ying was stunned and nodded quickly. Niu Zhou had a strange look on his face, and there was a bit of solemnity in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, it's the method of those people from the Yuzhu Yaemo gang. Is it possible that their hands are stretched so long?" Jia Ying's expression changed slightly. "The Yao Emo gang, one of the 9 major demon sects in the world, is the best at training medicine people. Thinking that I almost became greedy for Bawang Wudi, I couldn't help but feel a little cold in my heart." Without waiting for Niu Zhou to ask, Jia Ying quickly opened her mouth and told everything that happened yesterday, including the fact that a disciple of Vedra Dianzuo killed Pang Hong, a disciple of Changshan in Feiyun City, and seized the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra. "Finally, I seem to remember something. By the way, Master Niu Zhou, my subordinates discovered a very strange person yesterday. That person seems to know some information about the Bawang Invincible Sutra, and this person seems to be related to Jinya's death." Niu Zhou moved and actually stepped forward and took Jia Ying into his arms, saying in a teasing tone, "Where is that person?" Jia Ying felt the big hands flowing around her body and said with a somewhat uneasy breath, "My subordinate is incompetent, so I let him run away." "You are so incompetent. Let me punish you." "Well, Sanwei Si. Every time Su Guang arrives with a spear on his back, it will cause a small sensation within a certain range. It's just that the Sanwei division today seems a little deserted." When a female officer saw Su Guang, her eyes lit up. "I've met Mr. Su." The woman's voice was a bit flattering. Su Guang was stunned. "What did you call me?" Although the people from the Sanwei department respected him before, they couldn't call him sir. The woman explained softly, "When Master Jin Liu Zhao went to the city guard's house before, my subordinates were fortunate enough to be on the sidelines." "Does that mean you know what Li Zongkan said?" No wonder he became so enthusiastic. He was planning to burn out the fire, betting that he could become the chief master of Zhang training, and wanted to be familiar with him. There are still many smart people in the world. Su Guang thought sincerely, but felt the benefits of being strong even more. He still vaguely remembered how arrogant the woman in front of him was when they first met. "I heard that Fianwei recently summoned all mercenaries to join the army. Why didn't I receive the news?" The woman lowered her head slightly. "It's Lord Pu's order." Su Guang's expression froze, and when he thought of the pale-faced Zhu Pu, a look of uneasiness flashed across his face. Then he turned and left. Since it is Lord Pu's order, Su will naturally obey it. He was about to leave, but he didn't expect to be stopped by someone. "Brother Su, stay." Su Guang's face couldn't help but twitch. He turned around and saw the white-faced and beardless Prince Pu walking towards him. As he walked, he reached out to take Su Guang's hand. Su Guangwei moved his hands away unobtrusively and clasped his hands into fists. "May I ask Lord Pu why you summoned Su?" "Mr. Su, don't reject people thousands of miles away. I love talents and know Mr. Su's abilities. I have been thinking about Mr. Su since the last time I saw him. Mr. Su came at the right time today. A few days ago, there was a vacancy in the inner city. I plan to let someone transfer the house to Mr. Su." Wang Zupu's expression was eager, with a light in his eyes that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. The female officer who originally wanted to show her favor to Su Guan couldn't help but take half a step back when she saw the king's master Pu. Su Guan only felt unlucky. After being baptized by big data in his previous life, he knew that some people's XP was extremely weird. He never expected that in this life, in such an era, he would meet such a person. Su is just a mercenary and doesn't dare to live in a mansion. Thanks to Li Dutong, Su has taken the position of Dutong. Su doesn't dare to neglect it. Since the three guards have nothing to do, Su goes back to practice. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran away. If King Pu hadn't been of noble status and had people around him to protect him all year round, he would have shot this pervert to death long ago. If he didn't have the intention to let these people prove that he has been in the city, he really wouldn't want to see this pervert. After leaving the Sanwei division, Su Guang walked away under the gaze of several people. Seeing that there was no one around, he carefully took out a letter from his arms, wrote down the evidence that Vidra Dianzuo disciple Lu Ping was close to the Han family, and stuffed it into the gap in the wall. If you don't have enough strength, you have to be cautious in doing things. During a previous mission, he accidentally met a staff member of the city guard's mansion, and learned from that person that this was the report mailbox of the city guard's mansion. Now that he has nothing to do every day, he will report the Han family, regardless of whether it is useful or not. If he disgusts his enemies, he will feel comfortable. To Su Guang's miscalculation, the situation was already under control. The three guards did not take action. Instead, they set up camp, as if they were taking advantage of this opportunity to garrison troops on the east coast. The imagined war did not break out. A few days passed, and everything seemed to have never happened. But in the dark, it was rough. The 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra thrown out by Su Guang changed hands several times. In the land east of Hedong, corpses were everywhere in a large area. Until one day, under the instructions of the grumpy and irritable Vidra Dianzuo, countless Huangtian sect members, the disciple concealed his identity and joined the forest like a meat grinder. On that day, a huge conflict broke out between Huang Tianjiao's disciples and the Jianghu people in Feiyun City. Su Guang was finally called up 3 days later and was asked to guard the east bank and not allow anyone to cross the river. After receiving the description of the other side of the river from Su Sanduo and Zhao Yangzin, Su Guang was already gearing up, going to have a big fight. I don't know how much essence and blood those people can provide me. There are only 10 days left to explore the clues for Zhang training. Naturally, the more essence and blood, the better. Wait until you practice dirty. Even if he had the basic ability to protect himself, he still had the qualifications to forcibly kill Han Qing. His hatred for Han Qing came from the inside out. A large part of his purpose in practicing martial arts was to kill this woman with his own hands. Su Guang dismantled the spear into 4 parts and stuffed each weapon into the leather armor that he had already made. Ji Xiaolu and Chun Niang helped him put on the armor and stood aside, covering their mouths and snickering. "Brother Guang, you are so majestic." Su Guang laughed loudly, reached out and touched Ji Xiaolu's head, then turned around and dragged Xiao He to the corner. It would take some time to go out this time. It would be okay to feed the little thing well and take care of the home. He fed him a lot, and more than 10 drops of essence and blood fell into Xiao He's mouth so easily. If Qian Cheng were resurrected and saw this scene, I don't know how horrified he would be. It should be noted that the degree of coagulation of blood essence varies from person to person, but even if the blood essence is of poor quality, a bone-forging perfection warrior will have up to 100 blood essences in his body. Dripping up and down, if the loss is too much, it will at least be in a weak state. How can one be so extravagant as Su Guang? Chun Niang was envious of Su Guang's doting on Ji Xiaolu. Ever since Ji Xiaolu asked her to come over to help at home some time ago, she knew she had met a good person. Both Su's mother and Ji Xiaolu have come from hard times and have never treated her as a servant. Even her daughter Xinghua has gained a lot of weight these days. Involuntarily, her eyes fell on Su Guang in the corner. Brother Su is also a good person. East Coast Pier. Su Sanduo and Zhao Yang looked at a man wearing armor in the distance with constipated expressions. This son of a bitch wants us to die. We haven't had a break since we came here, and we still have to continue patrolling. Who makes us mercenaries? We are pretty good on weekdays and can be treated as human beings. But when a war is imminent, aren't we just cannon fodder? Zhao Yang was tall and looked at the injury on Su Sanduo's shoulder with anger in his eyes. Junior brother Su, be careful. I will be there with a few brothers later. Although guarding the East Bank sounds majestic, it is a hard job. After all, the East Bank is the territory of the Huangtian sect. These days, they have to dress up as water bandits from time to harass them. At this time, it is usually the mercenaries who come forward to solve the problem. And there are no rewards except food. The mercenaries have long been dissatisfied. Unfortunately, the camp is now managed by an extremist from the Feiyun Guard. He despises all the auxiliary troops except the main Feiyun Guard army and does not regard them as human beings at all. However, that bitch is very powerful. Behind him is another governor. Although Su Sanduo and others were angry, they were helpless. Be patient, I heard that we have asked for help from the city. It should not take long for the reinforcements to arrive. Su Sanduo nodded helplessly, this is the only way. While several people were talking, they heard a whooshing sound in the air. Taking a closer look, dozens of arrows flew out of the forest almost at the same time. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What made Su Sanduo and others despair was that the gate of the camp was closed and there was no one to support them. Obviously, their purpose was very clear. Just let Su Sanduo and his group of mercenaries destroy the incoming enemy. No matter what, the people are coming. Brothers, charge! I have to admit that Su Sanduo has a very special personality charm. He is like a born leader who can gather a group of people with his unique personality charm. The dozens of mercenaries under his command were very convinced by Su Sanduo. When Su Sanduo gave the order, more than a dozen mercenaries around him rushed forward. The Weishui River is too wide and it is a freshwater river. When the sun shines, it is always covered with a layer of smoke, like a fairyland. In the fog, only a few large ships were seen traveling on the water. There were about dozens of armored men standing on the deck of one of the large ships. Su Guang stood under the mast and looked at the sergeants on the deck with searching eyes. Forming an army of 3 guards is not that simple. It is said that forming a formation of 10 people in the army can unite the combat power and increase the combat power tenfold. 10 soldiers who have perfected their skin and formed a battle formation can kill a warrior who has perfected their bones. I don't know if it's true or false. Fianwei's training was a secret and he had never seen it. Now that I have come into close contact with these sergeants, I cannot help but become curious. Brother Su, what do you think of me, Fi'un Guard Elite? Behind Su Guang, a man wearing armor asked Su Guang somewhat complacently. Su Guang opened his mouth and praised, the army is extremely powerful, comparable to a tiger. Ha ha ha, Brother Su said it well. The city guard also once praised Fi'un guards as the tiger guards. This man's name is Zhao Yu, and he is a subordinate of Nai Yu Dutong who had wooed Su Guang before. He is also friendly to Su Guang. But at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. A young man wearing silver armor came from a distance and said with a bit of contempt, "Is this the famous jade-faced silver gun? He does look a bit like a pretty boy, but I don't know what his skills are." Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Su Guang never feels that he should be appreciated by everyone. He is just a little guy, and his so-called reputation was only taken by some nefarious people in the 3 Guards Division. He had been targeted many times, but as he completed more and more tasks in the 3 Guards Division, the number of such incidents became much less frequent. Su is just Su. Su has never admitted it. Su Guang said neither humble nor overbearing. The visitor sneered, "I didn't expect that the famous jade-faced silver gun is just a cowardless person. Whether you have the courage or not, you don't need to comment here." Su Guang said without mercy. "You!" The young man in silver armor wanted to draw the sword from his waist. "Enough!" Zhao Yu suddenly shouted and stared at the young man, centurionly, "Brother Su is our friend Nai Dutong." Seeing the mention of Dutong, the young man in silver armor slowly lowered his hand. "Brother Su, this is from Fang Dutong." "Fang Dutong? Fang Yuanshan, the rumored husband of Nai Dutong?" Thinking of Nai Yu's appearance, Su Guang's face showed emotion. Would anyone really be jealous of Nai Yu? Su Guang nodded expressionlessly. There are many talents in Fi'un Guard, and the sea is open to all rivers. Zhao Yu was speechless. He understood the meaning of Su Guang's words. There are always a few thorns in the army, but Brother Su knows that the more thorns you have, the stronger you will be. Just as Su Guang was about to speak, he heard someone shouting from the bow of the boat, "We've arrived at the east coast. Brother Su, get off the boat." When Su Guang heard Zhao Yu's words, he was about to follow Zhao Yu to the camp when he suddenly saw movement in the woods in the distance and saw several familiar figures. His expression changed slightly. "Brother Zhao, wait a moment, Su will be back soon." He jumped off the boat suddenly, and the spear appeared in his hand from behind his back. Even with more than 300 kilograms of armor on his back, he can still walk as fast as he can. Zhao Yu and the young man in silver armor looked at this scene with some surprise. The young man couldn't help but say, "A clay-legged person is a clay-legged person. Everyone he knows is also a mud-legged person." Zhao Yu couldn't help but frown. On the other side, Su Guang had already rushed out. The silver light of the spear flashed in his hand. The 4-meter-long spear in his hand seemed to be nothing, and he was waving it freely. He rushed for help, and Su Sanduo and others discovered it immediately. Su Sanduo looked excited. "Junior brother, the big gun has some disadvantages in the woods. Because it is too long, it is difficult to wield it freely in the dense woods." But Su Guang's strength was too great, and the big gun was made of hundreds of refined steel. With one swing, both trees and gangsters flew backwards. If you look closely, you will find that the head of Su Guang's big gun is different from ordinary gun heads, but more like a knife that can chop. Su Guang kills people quickly and neatly, just like he used to kill fish at the fish stall in the town. His heart was cold, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 30 gangsters around him lost their courage. This young man is inhuman. When the big gun was swung, the energy was comparable to that of a heavy hammer. If it hit a person, half of his body would fall off, or he would be beaten into a pulp, and would almost die if he touched it. Too scary. Su Guang looked at the leader of the gangster. He was a master of the great perfection realm of bone forging, and his combat power had reached the elite level. The gangster looked at Su Guang solemnly, with horror in his eyes. Withdraw. But Su Guang held the tail of the gun with one hand, and the gun vibrated suddenly. The air seemed to be still for a moment. His other hand suddenly grabbed the position near the head of the gun and pressed it suddenly. The big gun made a low humming sound like a Sanskrit sound, and he pressed the big gun into a slight arc. This scene shocked almost everyone. In the distance, Zhao Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Su Guang with shock in his eyes. The man in silver armor noticed that Zhao Yu stopped, and when he turned around, he saw the shocking scene. The big gun made of hundreds of refined steel was bent by life? What incredible power is this? Could it be that the white-faced boy awakened the power of blood in terms of divine power? Su Sanduo, Zhao Yang, and others were already shocked and speechless. Su Guang turned a deaf ear to everything and showed a slightly ferocious smile. Immediately, throw it out. Boom! The big gun was like a bow. The young man held the gun with both hands. Suddenly he let go, and the silver big gun turned into a spear, tearing the air, and disappeared with a continuous roar. It flew out, and the air was filled with terrifying sonic booms. The speed was so fast that it almost cut off large trees. In the eyes of countless people in disbelief, it hit the fleeing gangsters heavily. In an instant, blood mist burst out, and people fell onto their backs. Where the big gun landed, the surrounding airflow was like an angry wave, rapidly beating around and pushing dust into the air. Several gangsters who were lucky enough not to be hit by the big guns were overturned by the air waves. Su Guang stood there motionless, his eyes incomprehensible, as if he was reminiscing. This method is good for shocking people, but in a close battle, it seems a bit stupid. Among the many weapons in martial arts, he has a special liking for big guns, and his training speed is also the fastest, almost surpassing the golden willow pace he practiced specifically for escape. Of course, he is famous for his use of guns, but these bandits who are killed more often use knives or fists. After all, a little protrusion is a good thing, but too much protrusion is not good. Sir, your gun. A bone-forging realm mercenary stood timidly next to Su Guang, holding Su Guang's big gun with both hands, and said respectfully. Su Guang stretched out his hand and lifted the gun with one hand. Thank you. Su Sanduo laughed loudly. Let me introduce to you brothers, this is Feiyun City's famous jade-faced silver gun, my half-brother Su Sanduo, Su Guang, Su Erlang. Su Guang couldn't help but twitching as he listened to Su Sanduo's introduction. But I have to admit Su Sanduo's personality charm. In such a short period of time, the mercenaries around him seemed to admire him. Unlike him, he has been in the mercenary army for more than half a year and he doesn't even have a trustworthy subordinate. Senior brother Su, why don't you ask for help? Su Guang was a little curious. He could see that Su Sanduo and others were clearly at a disadvantage just now, and this place was only a few hundred meters away from the camp. Why didn't they go to the camp to ask for help? Hearing this, Su Sanduo showed a trace of anger on his face. There is a bitchy centurion inside who looks down on our brothers and just wants us to die. Su Guang narrowed his eyes, but didn't say much. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. With you joining us, we will be safe. Su Sanduo admired Su Guang's combat prowess immensely. It's all about forging bones, why are you so good? Brother Su is so charming, and that shot just now was truly a miracle. Zhao Yu's voice came, and with him was the young man in silver armor. Su Guang was a little surprised, but it's understandable. After all, if you are a warrior in the army and you have shown your strength, you should be respected. Even if you look down on yourself, you still need to show superficial respect. This is the rule. With Zhao Yu and others present, the mercenaries naturally followed them into the camp. What? Brother Su, are you going to go on patrol? Zhao Yu looked surprised. Su Guang nodded. Su is also a mercenary. My two senior brothers are on guard outside, so naturally I have to fulfill my obligations as a mercenary. Zhao Yu glanced at the gloomy-looking camp leader and thought that Su Guang had complained about Su Sanduo and others being on guard outside. He didn't want to say anything more and nodded. The young man in silver armor looked at Su Guang's back and whispered, "Pretend." Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Yu. "Brother Zhao, tell me the truth, what does Nai Dutong mean?" Facing him, Zhao Yu seemed confident. "How do I know Nai Dutong's thoughts? If you want to know, Nai Dutong will come over in a few days. Just go and ask her in person." Su Guang had a reasonable reason to go out. He stood outside the camp and looked at the lush forest in the distance, with a flash of heat in his eyes. Take advantage of this opportunity to collect as much blood essence as possible. Feiyun City has established 13 camps on the east bank of the river. There are about hundreds of people in each camp. Each of the 3 guards has sent a captain to manage it. Now the captain of Feiyun Guard on the east bank of the river is named Lu Fang. People are highly cultivated. Su Guang did not go to see him, but immediately discussed with Su Sanduo and others. He said that he decided to act alone to spy on Wang Tianjiao's activities. Although Su Sanduo was worried, he had no reason to refuse. After all, there were so many of them, and it was probably not enough for Su Guang to fight alone. I was moved in my heart, thinking that Su Guang was doing this just for them. Su Guang didn't have time to guess Su Sanduo's thoughts. He walked out quickly, found the cave, took off the spear, thought about it, and took off the armor on his body. These things were too obvious, so it was better not to bring them with him. A place to hide things. Looking at the dense forest in front of me, a state of mind suddenly emerged, as if the sea was vast and the fish was leaping. Here we go. Practice blood. How much essence and blood can be condensed from the corpses that broke out in small-scale conflicts in the past few days? In the dark night, a figure flew quickly through the forest, drawing a black shadow in the night sky. The Huangtian sect is a very strict religious organization. It is headed by Jiang Qing, who claims to be the great master Huangtian. He has 36 canons under his command. Under them, there are various leaders such as the Hall Master, the Incense Master, and the Altar Master. According to Su Guang's observation, those who attack the camp are usually led by the Xiang Master. He is a little curious why the Huangtian sect's people want to attack the territory of the 3 guards of Feiyun City. Is it just for harassment and testing? It's just that this seems to value human life too little. However, as he searched around various camps, his expression turned out to be very ugly. Because there is no body. Even the corpses of the people they had killed when they first came ashore, which Su Sanduo and others randomly threw into a pothole, disappeared at this moment. It is obviously impossible that so many bodies disappeared overnight. Su Guang had a very bad premonition in his heart. Especially after recalling Ma Wu's previous situation, his expression suddenly changed. Could it be? He couldn't imagine it. He has never liked taking risks, but this incident concerns the whole city of Feiyun City and affects his whole family. He could only bite the bullet and find a satellite city of Huangtian sect and sneak into it. The Huangtian sect organizes followers every day and parades in satellite cities. Firstly, it develops refugees into followers, and secondly, it demonstrates its strength and makes some warriors hidden among the refugees put their minds aside. Taking advantage of the night, Su Guang quietly hid in a pile of firewood. The sky is unkind, everything will end in ruins. When the yellow sky is reborn, the sun and moon should stand. The soul has its own home, and the soul has its own home. The people of Huangtian are united and united. As Wang Tianjiao's slogans rang out, bursts of rustling footsteps soon came. This is a group of people with dull faces, not like living people. They shout slogans mechanically, with strange yellow paper scattered in their hands. They walk with an unusual determination, as if they are tireless. From time to time someone fell to the ground, and the people around him would fill up the place, leaving one person standing there, chanting some weird words, taking out a bamboo tube from his arms, and sprinkling something that looked like liquid. Soon, the corpse stood up again. It's just that the whole person is more dull and behaves more and more like a robot. In their words, they call this kind of falling to the ground, the soul returns to Huangtian. Su Guang felt a little chill in his heart. This strange scene shocked people's outlook. Being so close, he could even smell some rotten smell, which was not unfamiliar to him. It's corpse odor. Su Guang leaned on the firewood pile and followed carefully, waiting for the team to slowly pass by him. In a dark place, he suddenly stretched out his hand and dragged a congregant who seemed to have some status into the night. His eyes were empty and lifeless, like a robot. Su Guang asked in a low voice, "Where have all the corpses in the distant forest gone?" This person was in a very strange state, as if he had been frightened and drugged, but he actually answered Su Guang's question. "Being eaten, everyone is being eaten. I want to eat too, and I want to be the master of the hall." Su Guang frowned, and then heard a na sound from this man's mouth again, like a wild beast roaring, and he could barely make out something. "Eat? Does eating a corpse make you the master of the hall? Eat." A strange red light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the little leader in front of him. "Eat, I want to eat you." Su Guang frowned, stretched out his hand to crush his throat, and slapped his temple at the same time. The man fell down limply without making a sound. Su Guang stood aside and observed quietly, with solemn eyes. Sure enough, after a moment, the corpse trembled, its limbs twisted randomly, and it slowly stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Su Guang understood that the worms controlling human corpses were related to the Huangtian sect. Boom! He smashed the man's head into pieces with one palm, stimulating his stone skin and causing black spots to appear on his hands. Su Guang held the worm and observed it carefully. The worm was wandering around in his palm, its head constantly expanding and contracting, as if it was looking for a passage. As time passed, the worm became impatient. At a certain moment, it suddenly stopped. Su Guang breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems, this worm parasitizes in the central nervous system of the host and can control the host. However, if the brain is damaged and cannot find a new host in a short period of time, it will die naturally. I just don't know how this worm can parasitize into humans. He hesitated for a moment, squatted down, endured the discomfort in his heart, and began to test and refine the blood in the corpse of the cult member. During the refining process, he stared at the changes in his palm with his third eye. Under the deep observation of inner vision, he was sure that he was not parasitized. Su Guang hesitated and decided to give up. He did not continue to follow and carefully evacuated the place. There are many strong Zhang practitioners in Huang Tianjiao. Although he now feels that he can resist Zhang practitioners to a certain extent, it is only in one-on-one situations. As he ran all the way, Su Guang's face became increasingly ugly. What was the origin of Huang Tianjiao and how could he have such a weird, almost surreal worm? People cannot be resurrected after death, but this worm can bring people back to life, which is incredible. The night became increasingly gloomy, and Su Guang kept walking in the forest. At a certain moment, he suddenly saw a large group of people walking in the forest at night. They all carry corpses on their backs. The body thief has been found. There is no doubt that there is a bright future. Su Guang looked excited, and a surprise flashed in his heart. His footsteps suddenly turned around and he followed quietly. He didn't want to be their enemy, but martial arts practice was all about fighting. In order to become stronger, he had no choice but to fight. What's more, those people who want human corpses must be practicing some evil method. When I think about it this way, I feel at ease. This was not the first time that these people in front of me had moved a corpse. They moved carefully. Some were on guard, some were moving the corpse, and some were leading the way. Su Guang followed behind. Head all the way north. Until I entered the Two Arms Mountains, I just didn't know what the name of this mountain was. The pace of those people slowed down significantly. There were a lot of people in the valley, and there were several corpse-carrying teams. Even the leader of the corpse-carrying team that Su Guang followed was a little surprised. Seeing so many tonight? I heard that the boy named Lin Shen stole the secret book. He has a background. He was surrounded and suppressed for several days without being caught, and so many people died. The corpse guard opposite named Seeing responded in a low voice. Okay, you guys hurry in. Su Guang squinted his eyes and took advantage of the darkness to blend into the crowd and enter the valley. Entering the valley, his eyes instantly became hot. This is shockingly several mass graves. I saw countless corpses lying in random directions in the pits, densely packed and stacked on top of each other, as if they had been specially classified. In one of the pits, they were all strong people, while in the remaining pits, they were divided into men, women, old and young, thin people, sick and disabled. There are 6 corpse pits in total, showing a strange pattern of excavation. The corpse guard Seeing sent away the last group of people who brought the corpses. He stretched and said to the people around him, okay, let's organize it. No one should be here today. A few people will be left to guard the rest later. Brothers, please go back to sleep. As soon as these people left, Su Guang walked out of the shadows with a fiery face. Even in the summer, he still wrapped himself in layers of linen, and many of the corpses were already smelly. Even Su Guang had to be fully armed before he dared to step into them. Of course, what he entered was the pit where the warriors were piled. The remaining ones seemed to have been parked for a long time. The level of decay inside was too high, and he really didn't want to go in. Su Guang covered his mouth and nose, held a scimitar in his hand, made wounds on each corpse, and began to refine blood. There were so many corpses that it took until dawn for Su Guang to refine the blood of all the corpses in the warrior's corpse pit. Su Guang stood on top of the corpses, his face was pale, his mouth was full of stench, and his overall mental state was a little depressed. Feeling the dense and almost countless blood in his blood eyes, Su Guang's face showed excitement and joy, just like an old farmer with a good harvest. It's wonderful. Su Guang glanced at the remaining big pits with regret. There was so much blood. Just asking him to go to those corpse pits made Su Guang feel sick to his stomach just thinking about it. Quick, look, then, what is that? Fake corpse. Who are you? Suddenly someone interrupted Su Guang's joy. It was the few people guarding the corpse. They couldn't see Su Guang entering the corpse pit at night, but at dawn and Su Guang stood up, they could see it at a glance. Their voices were a little trembling, as if they had seen something strange. As religious people with faith, they were very sure about the theory of gods and ghosts. Su Guang was covered in black cloth. The black cloth moved with the wind, and he climbed up from the pile of corpses. He looked very scary. Seeing several people, Su Guang had no choice but to take action in order not to expose his whereabouts. He was extremely fast and emerged from the corpse pit like a gust of wind, kicking his legs continuously in the air. In an instant, several people's bodies flew out one after another. Su Guang turned around, looked at the location of the corpse pit, took out the fire seal from his arms, and threw it into it. Although I don't know what Huang Tianjiao is going to do, I think it's not a good thing, so just kill him. Before leaving, he suddenly had a thought in his mind and left some signs of the Han family on the ground. Although this method of blaming someone was a bit crude, it might be useful. That day, Su Guang returned to the camp and looked at the place where Huang Tianjiao was in the distance from time to time. At night, Zhao Yu came to him and said that there seemed to be some big trouble in Huang Tianjiao, but it had calmed down now. Su Guang felt that it was related to him, so he kept a low profile. A few days later, a big shot came from Feiyun City and took a group of people to the Huangtian sect to meet Zhang Qing and once again reach some kind of harmony. The unrest in Hedong completely subsided. Su Guang and other mercenaries are about to return to Feiyun City with Feiyun guards. Su Guang slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also a little disappointed. Huang Tianjiao did not cause trouble for the Han family. Sure enough, clumsy tricks are useless, and you have to use your fists to make sense. It wasn't until he returned home that he completely suppressed the unrest in his heart. In the past few days, Su Guang has been in a state of nervousness and anxiety since he discovered the strange worm in Huangtian sect. He didn't know how the worm parasitized the human body. What he was most worried about was whether the worm was already in the city. Spread. Su Guang forced himself to calm down and began to practice the fifth skill, blood coagulation skill. On the barren mountain, a figure suddenly walked out of the void. There were no layers of space barriers, as if he was simply walking. Zhang Qing's face was plain, but it seemed different from before. His eyes were warm and slow, like an old man in his twilight years. He is waiting for someone. After a while, a figure walked towards the moonlight, and a wild wind blew around him. Everything seemed to be bowing its head, the big trees bowed, and the grass kowtowed. He is the Supreme. But when he walked in, he suddenly discovered that the face of this person was also Zhang Qing. What's going on? I don't have enough inspiration. The sixth generation of fallen corpses formation has been broken. We underestimated the people in Feiyun City. How do you know it's not Lin Su? Zhang Qing, who appeared from the void, had a warm expression and spoke slowly. Later, a look of astonishment appeared on the face of Zhang Qing, and then his face became a little gloomy. Then just wait a few more months. He'll be anxious to death. Zhang Qing, who walked out of the void, shook his head slightly, but didn't say much. He doted on his brother very much. In the courtyard rented by Su Guang in the outer city, a huge wooden barrel was placed in the courtyard. A figure looked like a demon, with long hair hanging around the barrel. He seemed to be sleeping but not sleeping, and there was a terrifying aura around him. Ha! Su Guang breathed a sigh of relief, jumped out of the barrel in an instant, put on the clothes he had prepared, and felt his powerful strength, especially when looking inside. The thin film attached to the bones was almost as strong as the blood. The bones are completely fused together, seemingly not much different from before, but Su Guang closed his eyes, as if feeling something. There was no wind around him, and his armor made a hunting sound. Su Guang's body moved against the wind, and the muscles and bones all over his body made a roaring sound, as if they were trembling. Heavy breathing came from his nose, and the bones in his body roared like the thunder of a tiger and leopard, as if there was a wild beast hidden in his body. Feeling the increasingly hot and restless qi coming from his bones, Su Guang couldn't help but roar. Tisk! It felt like breaking through some kind of bottleneck. An unprecedented feeling suddenly emerged from the bones, through the flesh, skin, revealed. The muscles on Su Guang's body swelled suddenly, as if he had grown several centimeters taller in an instant. He squatted down and actually lifted the 10,000 Jin boulder placed in the courtyard for exercise with one hand, easier than ever before. Phew! With a long breath, the boulder was dropped by Su Guang. He felt the inexplicable power and his eyes were incomprehensible. It seems that, by chance, he found a mysterious power comparable to the power of blood. Too much energy in blood is accumulated in the bones. After being activated, it can change his body shape and provide him with tremendous strength. In that state, his strength at least doubled. That's 20,000 kilograms. What a terrifying power this is. This is the power that can truly kill a Zhang martial artist on his own. The tension in Su Guang's heart was finally suppressed a lot. Tonight, there will be a way to train the viscera. When he breaks through the viscera training, with his own heritage and the power of his bloodline, there should be no one to fear in Feiyun City except for a few old monsters. Name, Su Guang. Bloodline talents, blood eyes, stone skin, weird hair, transformed blood. Physique, 20, will, 16.5. Kung Fu, Golden Willow Kung Fu, 100% bone forging, Wishin Kung Fu, 100% bone forging, Filong Kung Fu, 100% bone forging, Baita Kung Fu, 100% bone forging, Blood Coagulation Kung Fu, 100 bone forging, percent. Skills, Golden Willow Footwork, 70% proficiency, Gale Fist, 20% proficiency, 6 Spears Back to the Mountain, 10% proficiency, 13 Flying Dragon Swords, 40% for entering the palace, Filong Changquan, 20% for entering the palace, Flying Dragon Dart, 80% of the first glimpse of the door, Baita Quan, 10% of the first glimpse of the door. Combat strength evaluation, hero level, invincible. The word invincible was removed from the previous evaluation of combat power. It seems that invincible has been certified by the search engine. At least within the 3 cities near Fi'iyun City, he is bone-forging invincible. Su Guang poured out the water in the barrel, cleaned up all traces of himself in the courtyard, and turned around to leave. About evening, Su Guang returned to his home in the inner city. When I opened the door, I smelled the aroma of food in the air. He couldn't help but smile a little. A man worked hard outside, and it was a blessing to be able to have a hot meal when he came home. He is not a person with ambitious goals, perhaps because he was too lonely in his previous life. He cherishes the happiness he understands. Brother Guang, it's time to wash your hands and eat. Su Guang nodded, but before he finished eating, an uninvited guest came to his door. It's Zhao Yu. General Zhao? But there is a military order coming from Fi'iyun Guard? Zhao Yu looked serious and looked at Su Guang with a somewhat complicated look. There is something wrong. Brother Su, what is your relationship with Handao Mengguan Mountain? Guanshan? Memories flashed through Su Guang's mind. It was the heroic man who had dinner with him in Kangmang Tower. He also invited himself to join Handaeman. But we stopped socializing with each other after that, so why did we mention him properly? It's like this. Guanshan broke through Zhang training a few days ago and became the commander of Handao Guard. He heard the news about you in Fi'iyun Guard from somewhere and wanted to meet you. He must be trying to win over you. To be fair, Guanshan was very honest in his work. Although he admired Su Guang, he did not choose to bypass Fi'iyun Guard, but let the people from Fi'iyun Guard invite him. To act in this way can be called aboveboard. Zhao Yu whispered, I don't know what kind of conditions the Cold Blade Guards will offer, but Nai Dutong said that based on your merits, if you are willing to join the Fi'iyun Guards, you will be granted the title of Centurion position. Su Guang was silent for a moment and did not speak. Centurion, the official is no longer small. After all, the total number of Fi'iyun Guard's main army is only more than 2,000. The capital of Fi'iyun City is only one level higher than the Centurion. And this is different from Li Zongkang's ordinary appointment. This is a real appointment that can be issued immediately. Su is used to being idle and has no plans to join the regular army for the time being. Don't worry, Brother Zhao, I won't go to the invitation from Guanshan. When Zhao Yu heard this, he glanced at Su Guang in surprise. He understood what Su Guang meant. He would not join the Fi'iyun Guards or the Cold Blade Guards. He thought of the 6th capital command mentioned by Dutong Li Zongkang in the rumors. He couldn't help but think that Brother Su was really ambitious, and it seemed that he was eyeing the position of ruler. After sending Zhao Yu away, Su Guang could enjoy the time with his family with peace of mind. Xiaoluiar, after I finish some things, our family will live well together. Ji Xiaolu was confident and opened his arms to embrace Su Guang. I will listen to my husband. Su Guang smiled happily. If he gets a wife like this, even if he has weaknesses for the rest of his life, so what? He is not a ruthless person. The scenery at the heights of martial arts may be more satisfying than the desires of life, but is such a person really happy? The robot-like practice was not what he longed for. After all, he was born on Earth, not a sexless god. That night, after Ji Xiaolu fell asleep, Su Guang opened the search engine with an expectant look on his face, and today he got results about the secret of Zhang training. Search results are as follows. The mystery of Zhang training involves Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin is the beginning of the extraordinary. It nourishes the internal organs with qi and blood for a long time, so that the organs become familiar with the flushing of qi and blood. Finally, the barrier is broken. You may be able to find treasures and elixirs to protect the organs. Force Chongguan can break through the realm of training the internal organs and dividing the internal organs into 5 internal organs. One internal organ nourishes energy, the second internal organs generate energy, the third internal organs transform into energy, the 4 internal organs are endless, and the 5 internal organs see the spirit. 1. The 5 god fruits grow deep in the 2 Arms Mountain. The juice is smelly and highly poisonous. Strange objects often appear in inexplicable places, washing themselves with huge amounts of essence and blood. Supplemented by the 5 god fruits for 50 years, the breakthrough can be guaranteed. In the realm of Zhang, the current location of the 5 god fruits is as follows. 2. All martial arts in the world, practiced to perfection, can condense martial intent, use martial intent to bless one's own organs, and protect the organs in a short period of time. If you practice it every day, without killing martial intent, you can become a Zhang in 36 days. Realm 3. There is a strange temple deep in the 2 Arms Mountain, which seems to be connected to an inexplicable place. Every 10 years, a mysterious gas of creation will be generated on the altar of the statue in the temple. With this gas, one of the internal organs can be allowed to produce supernatural powers and nourish the body. Come out with energy. The current location is as follows. Note, this method may be dangerous, the temple may be weird, and the search time is insufficient to identify it. 4. There is a way of alienation, the way of human beings. The damage is not enough, but the sacrifice is more than enough. The internal organs of the human body are too fragile to withstand great perseverance and great dangers. Change the heart and move the internal organs, replace them with the internal organs of a different species, and use the points to cover the surface. In the end, all 5 internal organs will be destroyed. Practice. Currently, it matches Su Guang's alien organ, the lungs of the wolf, and its current location is as follows. Note, this is the method of alienation from the demon sect, which may have an unknown price. Looking at the search results displayed on the panel, Su Guang was speechless. Leaving aside the first 3, isn't the 4th item too abstract? Does this world still allow organ replacement surgery? What left Su Guang speechless the most was the one that suited him the most, which was wolf lung. Ungrateful. He always felt like the search engine was cursing people. However, he suddenly thought of Pang Hong and the 8 Desolations Invincible Sutra. Pang Hong seemed to have introduced Hankui's blood into his body while practicing the technique and became a strange person. Pang Hong, strictly speaking, is an alienated warrior. Despite the scolding, Su Guang still carefully looked at the results shown on the panel. The mystery of training the internal organs made Su Guang understand the difficulty of training the internal organs. The internal organs are inherently fragile, so training the internal organs is even more dangerous. If you are not careful, something goes wrong when the qi and blood enter the internal organs. The loss of essence and blood is a trivial matter. The key is leave behind hidden wounds. After all, there is no secret medicine for treating hidden injuries in Zhang training realm, only secret medicine for increasing the progress of Zhang training. Therefore, you need to be extremely careful when practicing Zhang. The first and second items are obviously the best, and the third item can also be considered, but it is impossible for Su Guang to look at the 4th item. This thing cannot be practiced by humans at all, and he has not yet become a human being. Su Guang thought for a moment and found out that the second requirement required martial arts to reach the level of perfection. Jinlia Bulletin had reached the deep level of proficiency. However, as he practiced, he could already feel that the speed of his practice was declining, and it was obvious that he could not achieve it in a short time. The first item seems to be the simplest, and the location is 60 miles away from the 2 Arms Mountains. But the creation energy mentioned in the third item is the most miraculous. It can not only break through the training viscera, but also directly reach the state of the first viscera. This is obviously something extraordinary. Well, since we are going to the mountains, the distance shown on the search engine is not too far. If you can, just go and check it out. Su Guang made a decision in his heart and began to prepare immediately. This trip to the mountain would take an uncertain amount of time. What worried him most was the safety of his family. However, he also made a series of preparations. He moved his fingers slightly into the air, and saw 2 huge birds falling from the sky and landing obediently on Su Guang's palm. These are 2 homing owls, which have similar functions to homing pigeons, except that they are larger and more aggressive. These 2 trust lords, Su Guang, have been cultivated with the blood of transformation for a period of time. Although they are not promoted to beasts like Xiao He due to their size, they are still a little more agile and can understand some simple instructions. From now on, I can only rely on this thing to communicate with my family. He planned to keep one at home and take the other into the mountains. After all, it would fly in the sky and do some pathfinding work for him in the mountains. Also, I need to ask my brother-in-law to pay more attention to the changes at home. Su Guang could only think of this for a while. What he can do is go into the mountains this time and come back as soon as possible. As for the search device, he could only leave it empty for the time being. Going into the mountains was a risk after all, so he needed to have some backup options. In the early morning, Su Guang carefully checked the equipment for entering the mountain. Xiao Hei's figure has grown bigger and bigger, crawling at the door like a puddle of meat. He has grown from the original size of a lynx or leopard to the size of an adult Siberian tiger. He stands a full meter and 3 meters tall and can even withstand the weather. The deer's body sat on it. What's even more surprising is that a little bit of day shift appeared on his originally dark body, and a king pattern appeared on his forehead. Su Guang thought this thing didn't deserve to be called tiger before, but now it really looks like the king of beasts. Su Guang felt that this guy's combat power had officially reached the bone forging level at this moment. After all, his own race is a tiger, and his growth and plasticity are much higher than that of Xin Xiao. Just feeding it with the blood of transformation in the past 2 months can make it grow to such an extent. It's no wonder that Qian Cheng put all his combat power on the jade elephant. But the amount of food is also a headache. That is to say, Wang Ning found out a few days ago. Wang Ning also had a protective temper, so he gave this guy a yamen establishment. He patrolled with Wang Ning every day and got some fish, meat and livestock from the government to eat. Otherwise, his appetite for a day will make the family go crazy. Next to them, Wang Ning and Su Chun, who was holding Wang Wen's hand, looked hesitant to speak. Su Guang smiled. It was too dangerous to go into the mountains, and there were too many secrets hidden inside. Su Guang only reasoned that it was because of the mercenary mission. Except for his brother-in-law, who was a little confused, the others were relieved. After all, although mercenary missions are dangerous, they are all collective actions. Erlang, tell me honestly, what are you going to do? Wang Ming pulled Su Guang aside and asked in a low voice. Su Guang smiled and said, breakthrough in practicing Zhang. Maybe when I come back, brother-in-law, you will also have the opportunity to break through and practice Zhang. Training the viscera? Wang Ming was stunned for a while. You are so caring. I know what you are thinking. I will wait for you to come back at home. Su Guang patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and whispered, then I'll leave the house to you, brother-in-law. If you really can't handle it, you can go to the Shenxian Academy to ask my master. After all, he is a veteran dirty master, or something like that. Face saving. Go, I don't know how to call someone yet. Wang Ming glared at Su Guang. Taking advantage of the sunrise, Su Guang packed up his bags and left amid the slightly worried eyes of his family members. When passing through the outer city, Su Guang saw several people staring at him. These people were ordinary people, but they were extremely excited to see him, as if they had seen some prey. His heart moved and he followed quietly. Soon, he followed several people to a courtyard. Then his expression changed drastically, and he saw a shed set up in the corner of the courtyard, with naked corpses hanging on the shed, like pork. These people eat people? Su Guang leaned against the wall, thinking about sneaking into it. Only, creak, a mouse sprang out. Someone. Su Guang's expression changed slightly, and he saw several figures holding knives rushing out of the room, their eyes red. I originally wanted to sneak in, but now it seems. He took action in an instant, and a short blade appeared in his palm. Power that was almost comparable to practicing Zhang surged out. With one strike, the three of them covered their necks and fell back. After a while, one person was left alive. You know me. The man's face was ferocious, and he was twitching like a maniac. It's you, I'm looking for you. Who's looking for me? It's you. Su Guang could tell that this man had gone crazy. The short blade in his palm slashed and blood flowed like a river. After a while, he knelt down and saw a worm appear between the eyebrows of several people. His expression became serious. Was someone looking for him? People from the Huangtian sect? For some reason, the dirty practicing woman he met in Hedong flashed through his mind, and his intuition told him that she was looking for him. Is that woman from the Huangtian sect? Fortunately, he discovered the enemy in advance and completed a perfect infiltration. It seems that I have to be careful in the future. Su Guang took out a bamboo hat from the house and put it on his head. To the west of Feiyun City is a plain, which is the granary of Feiyun City. 30 miles to the west, you can see a mountain range. The name is Qingyang. There are white rocks dotted between the mountains and forests, which are steep and rugged with dense vegetation. It is known as the first peak of Feiyun. Because the road up the mountain is too rugged and inaccessible, even ordinary old hunters would not dare to enter the dense forest here at will. Cracking. A raptor with a red beak and black legs turned into a sharp arrow in the air and let out a long cry. Then it suddenly turned around, drew an arc in the air, flew straight down to the ground, and landed on the shoulder of a young man. It chirped, as if trying its best to describe something. Su Guang frowned. He had tried his best to teach the Xingxiao to distinguish. Unfortunately, this bird's IQ was not very high and it had almost no description of the terrain. The only thing that was useful was that Su Guang used him as a coordinate. His big creatures made Xingxiao issue a reminder. With the help of flying birds in the sky, you don't have to worry about being attacked by large strange beasts. Su Guang stopped and walked all the way. It took him more than an hour to walk nearly 10 miles in the mountains. He once again directed Xian Xiaofishan to observe, while he concentrated on climbing the path in front of him. Qingyang Mountain is indeed the most dangerous peak in the southwest of Feiyun City. Only by personal experience can you know how difficult it is to climb. Su Guang clasped one hand on the cliff and kept testing his feet on the ground, fearing that he would step on nothing. This was the most dangerous area. According to the map provided by the search engine, the location of the 5 god fruits is almost halfway up Qingyang Mountain. It was his first time to enter such a deep mountain and old forest alone, and he walked very cautiously. Even so, he also experienced several quite dangerous encounters. Goo goo. A strange scream came. Su Guang couldn't help but pause. He was very familiar with this kind of bird call imitating human voice, and doubts arose in his heart. He had previously killed bandits at the eastern foot of the Two Arms Mountain, and the bandits often communicated with each other in the mountains in this way. Therefore, when fighting bandits, you must first hit them, otherwise, you will easily fall into a situation of being surrounded. Su Guang had suffered a loss before. Is it possible that there are still bandits hiding in Qingyang Mountain? It's outrageous. Su Guang did not go to find out personally, but just immersed himself in his own way. Listening to the direction of the sound, it should be still some distance away from him, so he just asked Xian Xiao to fly above his head to take a look. After walking a few hundred meters, he stopped again. Pieces of dry grass and fallen leaves and branches, mixed with vine-like plants, surrounded a tree hole. Inside, there is a very powerful energy. Su Guang narrowed his eyes and carefully avoided this area. He had no intention of provoking powerful beasts in the mountains, he was just taking advantage of the way. In the mountains, he didn't worry about getting hurt. The smell of blood would attract wild beasts, but what he shed was transparent water-like liquid. As the sky darkened, Su Guang quickened his pace again, and at about dusk, he finally arrived at the location of the 5 god fruits. This turned out to be a valley, filled with fragrant air and various intoxicating aromas. There were hordes of strange animals inside, there were mountain springs flowing, and you could even see several huge caves deep in the valley bottom. Only, Su Guang stopped. He saw the traces left by people. In front of the cave in the distance, there were traces of a bonfire, a few very rough bamboo strips, and a slab-shaped stone that looked like a door half-sealing the cave entrance. In front of the cave entrance, a figure was sitting. At the same time, people over there also saw him. This is a tall man with a beard. He has not been out of the mountains for an unknown period of time. His long hair is tied up randomly with vines. His robes are in tatters, revealing the rough wolf skin lining inside. His whole body is full of there is a wild atmosphere. Su Guang squinted his eyes and slowly retracted his hands into his sleeves. Only. Song Tao, person, combat power, heroic level skindermabrasion realm. Microdermabrasion? No, it actually has a name? Su Guang was surprised for a while, and finally remembered this man who had a close relationship with him. This person is Song Yu's younger brother, Song Tao. Although he recognized the other party, he was indifferent and did not choose to get closer. Song Tao's eyesight was not as good as Su Guang's, so he walked forward vigilantly for a distance before he could clearly see the appearance of the person coming. Because of his too long hair, his face showed exaggerated changes, like a mountain god getting angry. He walked quickly towards Su Guang. In the mountains, Su Guang never trusted anyone, and a dagger appeared in his hand again. Song Tao, who was walking quickly, seemed to notice Su Guang's vigilant look. He spread his palms from a distance to indicate that he was not a threat, and then knelt down 10 meters away from Su Guang. Song Tao, I have met my benefactor. Song Tao knelt down to him, but Su Guang still didn't believe it. He squinted his eyes, but he controlled his instinct and did not step forward and punch Song Tao to death. After all, when he killed Qi and Cheng in the past, even though he didn't kneel down, the process was humiliating enough. Kneeling down can kill someone, which is also a method. Of course, the key is that Song Tao's strength is not a threat to him. My dear friend, don't you remember me? This is Song Yu's second brother, Song Tao. I know you, but why do you want to call me benefactor? Su Guang asked in a low voice. Song Tao thought of his deceased eldest brother and sister-in-law, with sadness on his face. On the day my eldest brother passed away and was buried, I watched from a distance. Su Guang couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Song Yu's simple funeral. Why did you end up like this? Song Tao stood up, still spreading his palms. My dear, this is not the place to talk. Let's go over there and talk while eating. It's getting late now, and it's indeed time to eat. Su Guang nodded and followed. He was basically certain that Song Tao was indeed no threat to him, and his sincere feelings were not staged. This valley is indeed beautiful, especially as night falls, and in front of the various flowers and plants in the valley, there are dots of light, which are fireflies. There are so many fireflies that decorate this valley like a fairyland. Be careful, my dear friend, the flowers and plants here are highly poisonous. Song Tao reminded Su Guang carefully as he walked. When I first came here, I was bewildered by the beautiful scenery here, but later I saw the wild animals coming here. They only drank water but did not eat grass, so I caught a sheep and fed it a piece of grass. After a few breaths, the sheep died. Su Guang couldn't help but get goosebumps as he looked at the flowers and plants in the valley. The previous emotion disappeared instantly. The reason why people are instinctively afraid of snakes is because of their venom. When people know that it is poison, fear will always arise instinctively in people's hearts. It's really dangerous. Song Tao nodded in agreement, but don't be afraid, my benefactor. I was lucky enough to awaken the power of my bloodline when I was being hunted. I am immune to all poisons. I can detoxify the poisons here. He patted his chest quite wildly. Su Guang looked sideways in surprise. He looked at Song Tao with some surprise. This man seems to have a solid eye? It's just that after a long separation, he told himself his trump card, it was really. Su Guang didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. Song Tao was already barbecuing here. Su Guang came over, but he just added another person. It's a pity that there is meat but no wine. Otherwise, if I see my benefactor today, I will definitely drink 300 cups with him. Brother Song, I don't know why you call me benefactor. Song Tao looked sideways, a little surprised by Su Guang's question, but he still stood up and said, when my brother and sister-in-law were humiliated, it was my benefactor who stood up. After that, I tracked Chu San's group for many days, and later traced Chu San's whereabouts in the mountains. Later, I found knowing that the Chu brothers disappeared later, I guessed that Chu San was also killed by his benefactor. The benefactor first saved a certain brother and sister-in-law, and then helped a certain person avenge the humiliation of his brother and sister-in-law. He is a certain benefactor. Su Guang was speechless and did not bother to say that Chu De and Chu San did not die together. One of the reasons why he killed Chu San was that he was afraid that Chu San would come to him for revenge. The relationship between you and your brother and sister-in-law is really sincere, he said with emotion in his tone. The days are numbered as he is so grateful to the people in his family. Song Tao's greedy hand paused in the air, and the man with long beard and long sideburns had red eyes at this moment. A certain person was raised by his elder brother since he was a child, and he was taken care of by his sister-in-law as an adult. Naturally, he will be unforgettable. He seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time. Looking at Su Guang, his benefactor, he couldn't help but talk. A certain boy's parents died unexpectedly, and his brother was only 9 years old. He took me, who was just 1 month old, and fled nearly 1,000 miles to Feiyun City. When I first came here, my brother made a living by begging, but the money he got from begging every day was spent in the old alleys of the city. Find a house with diapers hanging in front of the door, spend money, kowtow, and shamelessly ask for milk for someone. Later, my elder brother learned how to make a living from a beggar, and our brothers finally survived. When I was 5 years old, I remembered all this, and I swore at that time that I would repay my brother in this life. But he became more and more emotional, and black tears flowed from his eyes. It fell to the ground and made a sizzling sound. Suddenly, Song Tao stood up and knelt down again like a jade pillar worshipping a mountain of gold. My brother is gone, and my heart is dead. I will see my benefactor today. If my benefactor had not abandoned me, I would have held the horse and sword for my benefactor all my life. However, I have a deep grudge with the Han family that has not been resolved. If my father thinks highly of me, and I will wait until a certain day for me to get my revenge, and then I will go to my benefactor. Su Guang's expression changed and he looked carefully at Song Tao's expression. It was just that Song Tao had lived a savage life for a period of time and had too many beards and hair, so he couldn't see his specific expression for a while. He slowly asked, I only know that you offended Han Po because, what? Song Tao snorted coldly, because I saw something I shouldn't have seen. A certain person was ordered to guard the riverbank and inspect the ships coming and going. When he went to relieve himself that day, he happened to see a figure walking out of the boat with the word Han. He happened to know that person. He was an envoy in white under Minjaya Dianzuo of Huangtian sect, so he told the news I became a captain of 10, but I didn't expect. The next day came the news that our 10th captain had an affair with the Huangtian sect. In anger, I killed someone and ran away. Is the Han family having an affair with Huang Tianjiao? This news instantly gave Su Guang an extremely bad thought. He had been thinking about the conspiracy behind Huang Tianjiao's stabilization for so long, but now it seemed that there were some clues. They don't want to take matters into their own hands, but stir up chaos in the city. This is a serious matter, so don't let it out casually. Of course I know. Because it was already night, Xingxiao's eyesight was not as good as during the day, so Su Guang planned to take a day off. As long as he crossed the valley, he would reach the area where the 5-god grass was. Su Guang was not in a hurry. He sat on the ground and began to practice martial arts. Now the exercises and the like were stuck in a bottleneck. Several exercises could only reach the bone forging chapter, or the internal organs training chapter had not been revised yet. He did not dare to practice randomly. I can only devote my energy to the Zhang training chapter of Golden Willow Kong, but the Zhang training chapter has no movements, only a few postures and a painting of a big golden willow leaf tree. Training the viscera is a very special realm. I am no longer so obsessed with moving, but practice with postures and visualization diagrams. Moreover, his golden willow technique is a rubbing, and the painting has form but no spirit. It is impossible to enter the state of quietness that Zhang training seeks. During his training, Song Tao has been guarding him, and he has extremely rich experience in the wild. Su Guang took a look when he was free, and saw the man pressing down the grass blades with the scimitar in his hand. After a thin sound, a long snake sprang out from the grass. Song Tao had quick eyes and quick hands. He flashed the scimitar in his hand and saw the gray shadow of the long snake being split open. What a trick! Su Guang couldn't help but admire. Song Tao laughed naively, took out the gall of the long snake with great force, and stuffed it into his mouth. Blood spattered everywhere, and then a strange smell emitted from his body. When he raised his hand, Su Guang saw that there were growths like these on his abdomen. A round ball like a tumor. This should be the external manifestation of the power of Song Tao's bloodline. Some can't accept it. Without the secret medicine for follow-up skills, a certain person can only eat blood food from the mountains to increase his bloodline, making his benefactor laugh. Su Guang was stunned, and suddenly he remembered the plight of ordinary low-level warriors. The secret medicines were controlled by the sex of the aristocratic families, and the skills that ordinary people could obtain were nothing more than castles in the air. After all, not everyone had a search engine like him. Of magical things. What kind of skills does Brother Song practice? The crazy blood technique taught by Fi Yun guards. Su Guang had heard of the crazy blood kung fu. It was rumored that this technique made rapid progress, but consumed a lot of blood in essence. Normal blood nourishment could not cover the consumption of practice. It was considered a quick skill but had little potential. Su Guang didn't say anything, but decided to observe further. If Song Tao's temperament was really good, it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay by his side. After a peaceful night, Su Guang and Song Tao didn't get too close, but they still communicated with each other. In the early morning, Su Guang looked at the flowers and plants in the valley and couldn't help but sigh. It was so beautiful. Unfortunately, it's poisonous. Brother Song, I have something else to do today. If you are willing, please wait for me here. This was his test for Song Tao. After all, according to ordinary people's thinking, he walked all the way into the mountains to find some treasure. If Song Tao followed, it would mean that everything last night was false. Su Guang walked out of the valley, and Xin Xiao fell from the sky. Su Guang stood on a tree, pointed at Song Tao, and signaled Xin Xiao to observe Song Tao's movements and tell him once he came out of the valley. Staring at a person in the mountains is not difficult for Xin Xiao's IQ. After all, he was not in the city, so Xin Xiao could still tell the difference between the upright ape and ordinary beasts. Needless to say, the process of crossing the valley was not difficult for Su Guang. He was walking in a lush jungle, and the ground was full of rotten branches and leaves. Suddenly, a wild deer suddenly escaped from the forest, ran forward in a panic, and then screamed in terror. There was a large swamp ahead. Su Guang paused, squinted his eyes, untied the white cloth on his forehead, and looked at the situation in the swamp with his heavenly eyes, where the 5 goddess grass grew in the swamp. The cry of the wild deer seemed to attract the attention of some creature in the swamp. Under Su Guang's gaze, the wild deer was suddenly dragged into the depths of the swamp, with only its long antlers slightly above the ground. What is that? It seems like a crocodile. Although he was shocked, Su Guang decided to cross the swamp. After all, judging from the size of the crocodile, it should not be his opponent. The reputation of being invincible is not unfounded. He took out the Balian long knife from his arms and chopped out 2 large wooden boards to increase the surface area to prevent himself from falling into the swamp. When you step on it, the board suddenly drops down. Just like that, he was walking hard on the swamp relying on 2 wooden boards. From time to time, he stopped and looked around. Maybe the 2 wooden boards looked a bit big. The hunters in the swamp were cautious and did not choose to attack Su Guang. 50 meters ahead, I saw about 100 square meters of dry land, like an oasis in the desert, with the 5 goddess grass on it. Su Guang looked excited. He didn't expect it would go so smoothly. Where he couldn't see, under the swamp mud, a huge crocodile suddenly opened its eyes, its vertical pupils filled with cold killing intent. Boom! Su Guang only felt his scalp explode, and endless mud was flying all over the place in front of his eyes. The wooden board under him also began to shake, as if it could be overturned at any time. The giant crocodile appeared, as if it had overturned the whole world. The moment it appeared, it turned into a black shadow, biting Su Guang with bits of mud and strong wind. The huge mouth seems to have the ability to swallow the sky, and the black hole seems to lead to some invisible alien space. Its teeth are like knives and have a sharp luster that makes people look intimidating. The scorching sun could not reach the dense forest, but for just a moment, Su Guang felt numb all over. The feeling of being threatened by his life was not pleasant. Fortunately, Su Guang is always vigilant and remains calm at critical moments. The long knife in his hand drew an arc, waves of air filled the air, and he slashed at the head of the giant crocodile. Ding! Another example is when it was chopped on some kind of highly refined steel. The huge reaction force made Su Guang's mouth numb, but his goal was achieved. With this blow, he got rid of the giant crocodile's surprise attack in a short time. He exploded forward, not caring about the swamp mud, stimulating the power in his blood and bones. Jinlia stepped up to support the wind, his legs turned into afterimages, and he consumed a lot of energy to run on the mud. The swamp is not his battlefield. On land, he may not be afraid of crocodiles in the water. The giant crocodile was in hot pursuit, its huge body like a dragon swimming in the mud, startling countless birds that were looking for food in the swamp. The mud is divided into 2 halves like running water, flowing on both sides of the giant crocodile's body. Su Guang finally landed on the shore, and the giant crocodile also stopped on the shore, its dark golden vertical pupils emerging from the water, as if observing Su Guang's every move. It is afraid. This was a strange beast that could rival Lien Zhang. Fortunately, it was only a strange beast and not a different species. Otherwise, Su Guang would have really been able to reveal where he was. Su Guang's face turned pale. His explosive escape of nearly 50 meters had consumed a huge amount of his energy. The long knife in his hand was raised, shining with an awe-inspiring cold light under the sparse sunlight. One person and one crocodile stared at each other across the bank for a long time. The head of the giant crocodile slowly disappeared from the water and sank into the water. Su Guang breathed a heavy sigh of relief. After pausing for a moment, the blood essence accumulated in his blood eyes circulated throughout his body, and his physical strength was quickly restored. Su Guang turned around and walked according to the location of the 5 divine grasses in the search device. Washenko is called grass, but it is actually a succulent shrub that looks like a peanut and has a foul smell. In the center of the island, Su Guang discovered the 5 god grasses, and there were quite a lot of them. Perhaps this place is extremely suitable for the growth of the 5 god grasses. Each one grew quite large, at least 50 years old, and could help people practice their internal organs. Treasures, the largest one is the size of a palm. Su Guang endured the stench, lay on the ground and carefully cut open the root of the 5 god grass with a long knife, and a black liquid flowed out. The 5 god grass grows on the ground, so it naturally has its own way of protecting itself. The stench emitted from the flowers is one type, and the poison from the rhizomes is also another type. To collect the 5 god grass, you need to tolerate the smell and put in the poison before you can get the complete 5 god grass. In order to make sure that all the venom was drained, Su Guang waited for about an hour before starting to collect. A total of 6 5 god grass that was over 50 years old were carefully wrapped by Su Guang in waterproof skin. Su Guang was in trouble again when he left. How to go back? The giant crocodile is in the swamp. If he wants to leave, he will definitely alert the big guy. Is it possible to achieve a breakthrough and practice Zhang here? Breakthroughs in Zhang training do not happen overnight. Suddenly, he thought of something, threw a flying knife and shot a bird, then cut his palm and forced out a drop of blood, and roared at the swamp. Ripples appeared in the swamp, and a ferocious and uneven crocodile head emerged like a broken board. Su Guang smiled and threw the bird away. The giant crocodile seemed to sense the scent of the flying bird, and jumped up from the swamp, splashing mud all over the sky. It purred excitedly like a pig. The corners of Su Guang's mouth curled up. The blood of transformation is useless to humans, but it is a good thing against strange beasts. Seeing that the murderous intent in the giant crocodile's eyes had dissipated, and it was lingering on the shore unwilling to retreat, Su Guang was not in a hurry, and repeated the previous operation, throwing out a flying bird again, and then stopped making any movement. The giant crocodile looked at the shore with fear and roared several times until Su Guang stopped feeding it and sank into the water again. Just a moment later, a huge sound suddenly came from the distant swamp, and countless birds soared into the sky like crazy. He was screaming strangely, as if he was cursing someone. The giant swamp crocodile has never eaten birds, so why is it acting like crazy today, biting birds whenever it sees it? Su Guang watched this scene in amusement. Finally, the giant crocodile discovered the difference between the bird he captured and Su Guang's bird. After hesitating for a long time, it finally began to wander on the shore again. At a certain moment, it could no longer suppress the desire in its heart and climbed onto the shore. Su Guang remained indifferent. Finally, after the giant crocodile's body, which was more than 10 meters long, came ashore, he laughed strangely and rushed over. In the swamp, I was beaten, but when I got to the shore, it was you who was beaten. Su Guang slapped the crocodile on the head and closed the crocodile's mouth with both hands. As we all know, the crocodile's mouth is both a weapon and a weak point for hunting. If it is bitten, it may not be possible to break free with tens of thousands of pounds of force, but if you pinch the crocodile's mouth, it only takes 1,000 pounds of force. Immediately, Su Guang's fists were like hammers, hammering the giant crocodile, which was no longer agile in the swamp, to stagger. The crocodile's mouth was pinched by Su Guang with one hand, making it almost powerless to parry. After beating him up, Su Guang fed a bird that had been filled with his own blood. The giant crocodile became a little calmer, and it seemed to understand what Su Guang meant. After eating, close your mouth, curl up your body, and get ready for a spanking. It seemed to be telling Su Guang, please beat me again. Su Guang was speechless. The crocodile was a cold-blooded creature, and its IQ was indeed very low. It was comparable to a strange beast that practiced internal organs, but it was still so stupid. He took a step forward, stood on the crocodile's back, and signaled it to start crawling. After many times of running in, the giant crocodile was finally able to understand some of his instructions. Looking at the giant crocodile that he had initially tamed, Su Guang had a look of satisfaction on his face and a touch of excitement in his heart. Such a terrifying giant crocodile was actually tamed by him with his two-pronged approach. The reason why he tamed this giant crocodile was not just to get out, but because he discovered that this swamp seemed huge. At least the edge could not be seen with the naked eye. It was about 100 miles in diameter. And that strange temple was most likely also in the swamp. In order to avoid being in danger in the water, he decided to use the power of the giant crocodile. After all, it was a strange beast in the Zhang realm, and it could also be regarded as the overlord of the swamp. Su Guang stood on the back of the giant crocodile, pointing in one direction with high spirits. Let's go. The giant crocodile remained motionless until Su Guang fed a bird, and then the giant crocodile began to swim. One person and one crocodile walked together in the barren mountains and old forests. The swamp is very large and there are many small islands in it. At this time, Su Guang will signal the crocodile under his feet to stop and go to the island to search. After all, there has been no one here for many years. Come on, there is probably some kind of precious medicine. Unfortunately, there are many strange beasts in the swamp, and most of the treasures on the island have been dug up and eaten. That is, the five-god fruit, which has a bad smell, has fallen into the territory of the stupid giant crocodile. It has to be said that Su Guang is very lucky. What surprised Su Guang was that as he walked, a faint hazy red mist rose over the swamp. Even though the trees here were no longer so dense and the sun was shining brightly in the sky, the red mist still existed. The giant crocodile was not slow in the water and soon covered a distance of nearly 30 miles. From a distance, Su Guang saw a huge and magnificent temple through the red mist. This temple, like a miraculous craftsmanship, stood deep in the swamp, with huge horizontal beams in the air and exquisite tiles. The piece is not like a human being. The blood clouds rolled above, the light between heaven and earth suddenly dimmed, and bursts of terrifying aura filled the space between heaven and earth. Through the half-open temple door, Su Guang could see an extremely majestic statue. The statue of the god seemed to extend from the void, like a living creature. It wanted to break through the barriers of the world from an invisible world and descend into the real world. A series of ferocious blood mist emerged from the temple. Soaring into the sky, it carried an extremely miserable red color. There is no sound, a world of deathly silence. The statue was about 20 feet tall, and it was as black as ink, with a pair of ferocious blood-colored wings on its back. From beside him, one could see a sea of death spread out over a vast sea of skeletons. It was a bloody sea. When Su Guang saw the statue, his whole body felt like he was struck by lightning. The bloody eyes suddenly closed, and strands of blood slowly flowed out, turning into pure water in the blink of an eye. Su Guang couldn't help but cover his head and lay on the back of the giant crocodile. His whole body was trembling and his spirit was unprecedentedly depressed. The energy and blood around him seemed to be connected to an invisible alien space in a strange way. Being sucked out of qi and blood, the dense blood and essence in Shue's eyes quickly disappeared. What kind of existence is that? Just one look almost cost him his life. In it, he seemed to see another world. After just a glimpse, Su Guang suddenly cut off the picture in his mind, and the blood essence in his blood eyes returned to normal. Su Guang panted violently, urging the giant crocodile to turn around desperately. At this moment, a creepy and weird knocking sound came from the distant temple in the real world, and a trace of invisible mist blended into Su Guang's body. The giant crocodile seemed to be frightened. Under Su Guang's constant urging, it finally realized the seriousness of the problem, turned around, separated its short limbs and rode. Su Guang lay on the back of the giant crocodile and ran away without bothering to scold the giant crocodile for taking him deep into the mud. After an unknown amount of time, on the edge of a small island, a figure covered in mud walked out of the swamp. Su Guang's mouth was dry, his heart was pounding, and his face turned red as his energy and blood surged. But at this moment, a strange feeling emerged, and he actually had a desire to practice martial arts. Like a drug addict who has fallen ill, there has never been a time when he wanted to practice martial arts so much as at this moment. As if instinct was controlling him, he pulled out a small tree that was as thick as an arm and more than 5 meters long, and couldn't help but start practicing the six-back to the mountain spear. The young man stood on the spot, holding the simple big gun with one hand, and stabbed it out, mobilizing the energy and blood all over his body, and even inadvertently opened the explosive state of blood and bones. It was like there was a mountain hidden in the small tree, and even carries the ferocious power that pierces the island. This shot was when Su Guang was at his peak. He grabbed the big gun from the end and stabbed it out fiercely. It was simple and violent. Tisk! The air was like cracked silk, like a snake, and there was a long roar in the ears. When it came to the end, the wooden gun could not withstand this extremely violent force and exploded in the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with sawdust and dust. The birds and beasts on the island fled in all directions as if they were struck by thunder and fire, throwing up countless waves of dust. Su Guang's posture remained the same, but the gun in his hand had collapsed inch by inch. Until the end of the gun in his right hand, his posture still maintained the simplest thrust. There was thought and aftertaste in his eyes. This shot was not one of Huishan's 6 shots, but something he had inadvertently learned after becoming addicted. But he knew that this was a superb shot, not something he could stab now. The giant crocodile let out a mournful cry, twisted its huge body in a grieved manner, and made a series of noises. Su Guang slowly came back to his senses, but he still recalled that he had a feeling that the stab he just made had truly reached a state of perfection, and even touched the pinnacle of perfection. Unfortunately, that impulse dissipated, leaving only the remaining traces on his body and will, but he had forgotten how he stabbed the gun. I habitually opened the panel to observe, but was suddenly stunned. 6 shots back to the mountain, 100% proficiency. How weird. And he also discovered that he had accumulated nearly 10,000 drops of blood essence, but actually consumed nearly 1,000 drops. What surprised him even more was that his addiction actually lasted a day. The giant crocodile was wailing in grievance at the side. Su Guang was too lazy to hit the bird and directly forced a drop of blood essence into its mouth. Then, without waiting for the giant crocodile to think about it, he drove it to its territory and planned to go back. Standing on the back of the giant crocodile, Su Guang looked thoughtful. What is so weird about the temple? It seemed that after seeing the statue of the god, his energy and blood declined, but he also got a wonderful opportunity to enter that mysterious state. Su Guang thought that the search engine listed the temple as the third option, and couldn't help but curse himself for being greedy. Obviously, the searcher thinks that practicing martial arts to perfection is easier than going to find a temple, but he just doesn't believe in evil. On the territory of the giant crocodile, Su Guang retrieved his package and asked the giant crocodile to send him away. Feeling the gloomy, hot and familiar dense forest in front of him, Su Guang actually felt a little warm. He turned around and opened his palm, feeding nearly 100 drops of transformation blood to the giant crocodile at once. Something happened near the temple before. Without the giant crocodile, he didn't know whether he would have escaped. Although this guy is stupid, it can be regarded as saving his life. It is not easy to follow him, so he feeds it some transformation blood, which can be regarded as a farewell. So much transformation blood almost made the giant crocodile faint from happiness. Unable to care about or understand Su Guang's farewell, it paddled its short limbs and swam deeper into the swamp. Su Guang withdrew his gaze, put his bag on his back and turned to leave. In the valley. My dear friend, you are finally back. Song Tao was still vigorous. He held a brightly colored snake in one hand, tore it open and stuffed the snake's gall into his mouth. It was obvious that he was quite worried about Su Guang. Maybe if Su Guang didn't come back, he would go look for him. Qingyang Mountain is too steep, and there are not many bandits in the mountain. At most, they are people like Song Tao who have nowhere to go after committing crimes. But if time passes, Song Tao may have to go down the mountain to find a suitable hilltop to become a bandit in order to survive. This is also the origin of a large number of bandits. Su Guang smiled. Through Xingxiao, he knew that Song Tao had not left at all in the past few days since he had been away. Instead, he had been staying in the valley, quietly waiting for his return. Came back. His smile was a little more sincere, but unfortunately Song Tao didn't notice it. Maybe he felt that Su Guang was sincere from the beginning. Facing such a sincere and frank person, Su Guang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After a pause, he also revealed his grudge against the Han family. Song Tao was immediately furious. The Han family is really ashamed of Feiyun City. Sooner or later, we will destroy them. Su Guang put his hand on his shoulder. We don't have that ability for the time being, so we can only hibernate and practice for the time being. You and I are both strangers. One day, we can take revenge. Is my benefactor also a stranger? Su Guang untied the white cloth on his forehead, revealing his bloody eyes. Of course, otherwise, Su would not have the courage to take revenge on the Han family. He was not overly enthusiastic. He just left the Filong Kong practice skills, including the secret medicine, and gave them to Song Tao. Song Tao's whole body was shaking and he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. If it weren't for Su Guang, he would have to sacrifice his life to others if he wanted to get the secret medicine. He immediately knelt down on his knees and said, "Your Excellency, please accept Song Tao's obeisance." Su Guang helped him up with both hands, feeling quite excited in his heart. I finally have a younger brother, and he's still a stranger. This time I came out and gained a lot. Not only did I get enough medicine for 5 people to break through and practice the internal organs, but I also got a stranger. Su Guang quickly helped Song Tao up. Brother Song, there is no need to be so polite. You and I are brothers. The most important thing now is my cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the more hope you and I have for revenge. Song Tao nodded in agreement. During the conversation, he told Su Guang about the power of his blood, which he called the belly of all poisons. There is a space in the belly where poisons can be stored. During battle, the poisons in the belly can be atomized through the pores. Squirt. It has to be said that this ability is a bit abnormal, and Su Guang is also a bit greedy. Unfortunately, the power of blood is manifested outside, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Song Tao is tall and a little fat, and looks fine. If it were Su Guang, it would be a bit uncomfortable. It's too ugly. Moreover, Song Tao was now considered his younger brother. Su Guang only looked at him a few more times and stopped paying attention to him. Because it was difficult to collect the secret medicine of Filong Gong in Qingyang Mountain, Song Tao followed Su Guang down the mountain. The two of them separated just after they got down the mountain. Song Tao planned to go to the satellite city built by Handaeman in Feiyun City to collect the secret medicine materials, and then go to Yingbiakao to capture Hia to improve his cultivation. Su Guang naturally returned to Feiyun City. After being away for a few days, he was already particularly homesick. Although there are letters of communication and you can know what is happening at home every day, it is still not as good as meeting in person. Su Guang walked very quickly when he went back, but he didn't expect that someone would still come to his door. 20 miles west of Feiyun City, there is a huge elm forest. As soon as Su Guang entered the forest, a figure sprang out from it. Although he was thin and small, he seemed to be extremely powerful. He was holding a huge hammer, which looked powerful. 1,000 pounds of weight. I drove this mountain, I drove this road. If you want to pass from here on, leave money to buy the road. The man stood in front of Su Guang, holding the giant hammer on his shoulder and speaking his lines slowly. When Su Guang first saw it, he couldn't help being shocked. The giant hammer was too intimidating. But as the man walked in, his expression became weird. XXX, person, combat power, heroic level skin grinding realm. I have no money. Su Guang was a little curious about this person, so he didn't take action immediately, but said. The man sneered, if you have no money, then why do you have to pass by me? Since you have already entered the forest, you owe me money. I have a job here. Seeing that you have the strength, why don't you help me? Let us brothers build a house, and when we collect enough travel expenses, you can leave. This is called repaying debts. As he spoke, he struck the giant hammers in his hands against each other, making a buzzing sound. Su Guang was too lazy to listen anymore, so he snatched the giant hammer from the man's hand and observed with some curiosity. Where did this hammer come from? What was that noise just now? The other party only felt that as soon as his palm was loosened, the giant hammer in his hand had changed hands, so he immediately understood that he had encountered a tough opponent, and he knelt down in despair. Hero, spare your life. This is your first time to rob Dao. This hammer is made of paper. The reason why it makes that sound is because there is a deep pool deep in the forest. Some iron sand will be spit out from the pool every few days. Xiao, I am willing to take a good man to get iron sand, I just hope that the good man can save my life. Su Guang couldn't help but twitch his ears. This little thing spoke in the same way. Fuck you, you talk in one way, do you want to take the imperial examination? Unexpectedly, the man smiled shyly, as if Su Guang had discovered some secret. That's exactly what I meant. A good man has good eyesight. Is it possible that a good man also thinks that he can go to high school? Su Guang couldn't bear it anymore, grabbed his collar with one hand, lifted it up, and said, take me to the pool. Good men don't want to be so close. The younger one can walk and the younger one is not yet married. Su Guang was too lazy to pay attention and followed this guy into the elm forest. The forest was not lush, but because the elm trees grew tall, there were many small animals in the forest. After walking about 5 or 6 miles, Su Guang saw the water pool that this person mentioned. This is a small pool of water that is dark red in color and looks like a devil's eye embedded in the ground. Why is the color of this water like this? Su Guang looked at the man and waited for his explanation. Hero, this pool is not big, but it is bottomless, and there seems to be a monster lurking in it. Once you get in, it will grab people's heels and make it difficult to get out. The little one almost couldn't get out last time. Let's get to the point, Tai Xia. Su Guang said expressionlessly. The man said quickly, Hero, look here. The pool, which covers an area of about 10 square meters, is surrounded by jagged and strange rocks, some of which have been riddled with holes corroded by the water. Every few days, this pool will overflow, and iron sand will occasionally be precipitated on these strange little-eyed rocks. Su Guang smashed the giant wooden hammer in the man's hand into pieces with one palm, and carefully picked up a grain of iron sand with an inexplicable expression. What exactly is this iron sand, and why does holding the iron sand cause some fluctuations in his energy and blood? The buzzing sound just made him curious before, but now the iron sand has attracted his attention. He has a hunch that this iron sand is not simple. May I have your name? The younger one's surname is Huang, and he is known as Shiro. How did you find this pool of water? Why are you here? Su Guang asked in a low voice. Huang Silang didn't dare to hide anything, and said clearly, the younger one is a refugee from the Central Plains. He crossed the river by chance some time ago, and has been living on eating elm leaves since then. This is the first time I have robbed you. From the Central Plains? The Central Plains suffered a disaster. Do you know the reason? He once asked Ji Xiaolu about this. His wife said that there was a flood in Yuanzhou, but she couldn't tell the specific reason. Huang Silang actually nodded, with a bright look in his eyes. The young one is from Yuanzhou. The disaster in the Central Plains came from Yuanzhou Fengxian City. I was doing serious business in the city at that time. For some reason, the sky turned dark, and then I saw a hole opened in the sky, and floods poured down from the sky. In that scene, it was really dark, the sun and the moon had no light, it was earth-shaking. When he spoke, his words were full of fear, as if he had seen something incredible. I used every idiom I could think of. Su Guang frowned. A hole opened in the sky, and a flood came? How does it sound like a storyteller? Su Guang didn't quite believe it, but what Huang Silang said was extremely certain, and Huang Tianjiao's explanations made people feel butterflies in their hearts. He looked solemn and said, "You are here and no one comes here?" Huang Silang nodded. "Hero, you are the first to come to this forest in the past 6 months." Su Guang didn't ask any more questions. That was probably all Huang Silang knew. He put a hand on Huang Silang's shoulder and said warmly, "Thank you very much." Suddenly, Huang Silang's expression changed drastically. "You. Relax, don't be nervous, it will be fine soon. It is normal to have difficulty breathing." Huang Silang made a ho-ho sound in his mouth, and his whole figure seemed to shrink, getting smaller and smaller in Su Guang's hands. Boom! There was the sound of the cloth tearing, the human skin exploded, and a smaller body sprang out from it, bloody, and rushed into the distance. Su Guang's face did not change, he threw the dagger in his hand and turned into a black shadow. Phew! The little figure covered in blood fell to the ground instantly, then twitched for a moment and fell to the ground motionless. Su Guang walked over calmly, with a bit of joy on his face. "I didn't expect to meet the alien Ji Dao when I returned home, and I didn't know what the power of Huang Silang's blood was. According to the power of the alien blood, the more exposed it is, the more powerful it is. Huang Silang's alienation does not seem to be explicit, and he hopes to give himself some surprises." He knelt down and placed it on Huang Silang's body. After a while, he stood up and left. The reason why Huang Silang was killed was not simply because of his calamity, but also because of what he said during the chat. He had just passed by Yishulin a few days ago, but Huang Silang said that he had not met anyone. He was obviously lying. On the trees not far from Tanzi, there were clearly several skeletal corpses hanging. What's more, his hero-level combat power is not in vain. Su Guang naturally didn't believe it, and before he left, Huang Silang had expressed murderous intent. Before leaving this place, he left a letter all behind and planned to let it help him collect iron sand. He felt that this iron sand would be of great use. It's just that he is in a hurry to return to break through and practice his visceral skills, so he can only wait to see it in the water pool later. As for the search device, Zhang Zhang was about to be trained. Once he successfully broke through, he was going to kill Han Qing. He didn't want to wait for a moment. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he chose to search for a way to kill Han Qing. After returning home, Ji Zila started busy heating water to help Su Guang wash up. "Brother Guang, did you go well this time?" Su Guang hugged the beautiful girl in his arms, with a bit of emotion in his eyes. "It's going well. Soon, I will be able to lead you to live a good life." Ji Zila was stunned when he heard this, a little surprised. A good life? Isn't it bad now? In her mind, now that she has food and drink at home, and people from Fianwei come over from time to deliver some delicious food, life is already good. Su Guang patted her buttocks and said in a somewhat inexplicable tone, "In this world, what counts as a good life?" Ji Zila laid his head on Su Guang's shoulder and said softly, "I don't understand, I just listened to Brother Guang." The next moment, Su Guang suddenly stood up and walked towards the house with Ji Zila in his arms. "Call me husband." Midnight. Su Guang opened his eyes with excitement. He did not expect that Huang Silang would give such a huge surprise. The power of blood, painted skin. This is an extremely strange blood power. Its function is very simple and brainless. Just peel off the human skin, smear your own blood on yourself, then put on the human skin, consume the energy and blood, and you can become another face, and will gain some of the power of the original owner of the human skin after wearing it. A very strange and cruel power of blood. It can almost transform a person's appearance. Su Guang's expression changed slightly. Before he could break through Zhang training, his combat power had changed. Su Guang, combat power, bone forging realm beyond level. Transcendence level? Does it mean that my combat power is enough to kill the enemy across the border? Su Guang pondered in his heart. The night was sinking like water. Su Guang released Xinal and asked him to throw a secret letter to the city guard's mansion. In it, he wrote down his speculations in detail. Huang Tianjiao's attitude towards the Han family was very ambiguous, as well as what Song Tao said about meeting people from the Han family and people from the Huang Tianjiao in private. He wrote them out one by one, without any concealment. Summer is over in a blink of an eye, and autumn is here in the blink of an eye. Chun Niang was busy in the earthen stove, boiling water and cooking. In the wooden basin next to her were the clothes of Su Guang's family. This was something she would do later. Ji Xiaolu and Su's mother were sitting in the distance, talking. Xiao He, who was getting bigger and bigger, was lying on the side, like a mountain of meat. It was the creature that had taken the most transformation blood, and the energy in its body was extremely powerful at this moment. Wangwan was playing in the courtyard with Xinghua after school in the distance. Xiaolu, have you ever felt like vomiting recently? Ji Xiaolu was a little shy when he heard this and lowered his head. Husband, he said he wanted to break through. He hasn't had sex for several days. Ha, what a brat. Su's mother cursed softly. I heard from your eldest sister that there has been a plague in the outer city recently? Hearing this, Ji Zyla felt a bit of fear on his face. Only someone like her who has lived among refugees knows how terrifying the plague is. As long as a good person is infected with the plague, it will take 3 to 5 days to be healed. Gasped. Well, eldest sister said, let's not run around during this period. This plague is not simple. If someone gets infected, he becomes a madman and bites everyone in sight, as if he wants to bite people to death. Hey, how come the world is getting worse and worse? Last year, refugees came and they were fighting. This year, I thought it would be better. But just after the autumn harvest, there was another plague in the city. When Sue's mother said this, she seemed to remember that her daughter-in-law was also a refugee before, and she quickly stopped talking. Ji Zyla didn't care, and just said, the government has sent people to deal with it, don't worry, mother. In an empty room in the backyard, thin smoke curled up in the room. This was a kind of incense that could make people feel peaceful. Wang Ming was promoted some time ago and received it from above, so he sent some over. Su Guang's face was solemn, his eyes were closed, and he knelt on the ground in a strange posture. One foot was slightly raised, and the other foot was only on the tiptoe. His hands showed a strange gesture. This was a breakthrough in training the viscera. Su Guang did not expect that it would be so difficult to break through the viscera. It had been 3 months since he took the 5 god grass. His qi and blood had already entered the viscera, but he was still unable to produce the so-called strength in the viscera. This is his 9th time to raise his energy. Suddenly, his body trembled suddenly, and the energy and blood in his skin and flesh seemed to have gained vitality and began to circulate according to some special law. Thoughts flashed through Su Guang's mind. The qi and blood were like a cavalryman, driven by arms in his organs, and transformed into a denser and more compact form in his lungs in a strange way. Qi and blood are illusory, more like things flowing in the blood. They can only be mobilized through exercise, but their strength is different. The strength is like the magical power of a cultivator. It moves with thoughts. With just one thought, the strength can gush out from the internal organs. The almost endless energy and blood in Su Guangxiu's eyes seemed to have received an order at this moment, rushing into his body. Looking inside, the red lungs seemed to be spreading, rushing towards the kidneys in the blink of an eye. The first viscera nourishes energy, and the second viscera generates vigor. Su Guang has so much qi and blood that when he breaks through, he easily reaches the realm of the second viscera with the help of the qi and blood in his blood eyes. Even among the older generation, this is considered a strong one. His expression did not change and he did not stand up. There were 5 types of exercises he practiced. The strength generated by the first type of golden willow technique has been cultivated in his lungs. According to his thinking, his kidneys have also completed the transformation of qi and blood, and he can carry out nourishing energy. Practicing the 5 exercises together was an advantage that Su Guang did not want to give up. I don't know how long it took, but there was a buzzing sound coming from Su Guang's internal organs, and a mysterious change emerged in his heart. Su Guang opened his eyes and looked excited. The 2 internal organs generate energy levels, and they are by no means weak in training the internal organs. He opened the panel expectantly. Name, Su Guang. Bloodline talents, blood eyes, stone skin, strange hair, transformed blood, painted skin. Physique, 35, will, 28. Kung Fu, Golden Willow Kung Fu, Zhang training 20%, Baita Kung Fu, Zhang training 20%, Wishin Kung Fu, Bone training 100%, Filong Kung Fu, Bone training 100%, Blood Coagulation Kung Fu, Bone training 100%. Skills, Golden Willow Footwork, 60% proficiency, Gale Fist, 10% proficiency, 6 Spears Back to the Mountain, 100% proficiency, 13 Flying Dragon Swords, 20% entry into the house, Filong Long Fist, 10% entry into the house, Flying Dragon Dart, first glimpse of the door 60%. Combat Strength Evaluation, Elite Level. In the second Zhang realm, the combat power has reached the elite level, and Su Guang is very satisfied. As his organs strengthened, his strength exceeded the limit of 10,000 kilograms. Now a punch can weigh at least 20,000 kilograms. Su Guang opened his palm, and only the subtle force he could feel lingered in the 3 inches of his palm, like a small whirlwind. Is this strength? It's a pity that it can't come out through the body yet. In addition, several bloodlines in his body have undergone transformation again, giving birth to all kinds of incredible powers. By integrating all the combat power, and adding the explosive method of blood and bones, he felt that his combat power could reach the level of a hero. Of course, even though he was in seclusion these days, the search engine did not stop running. He had 3 ways to kill Han Qing. The first was to join the city guards, the second was to assassinate himself, and the third was to join the Huangtian sect. Judging from the ranking given by the search engine, joining the city guards and becoming the commander-in-chief of Feiyun Guards is the most suitable way and the way that makes him most satisfied. He has thought about some of the consequences of exposing his strength, but now he has entered the sight of the upper echelons of Feiyun City. Although Li Zongkang is suppressing him, someone will definitely test him in the future, and it is only a matter of time before he is exposed. It is better to follow the choice given by the search engine and join the city guard first. If things change, with your current strength, you will have to leave at the worst. In the past, there were people in the city who were looking for me and wanted revenge, so there had to be some connections behind them. Now that my strength is not considered weak in the city, I can also take the stage. Su Guang's face looked a bit strange. Since he returned from Qingyang Mountain, the people of the city guard have searched for him several times and asked him to join the army. It is obvious that some places in the city have begun to rot, and talents like him have begun to be absorbed. Now that Huang Tian is raging outside, no one can stay out of it as long as they live in Feiyun City. Su Guang knows that he needs to make a choice. After practicing for so long, it's time to officially take the stage. Brother Guang, you're out. Ji Zila saw Su Guang and rushed towards him with a bit of excitement. Su Guang hugged the beauty and spun her around in the air. You can't go out recently. Are you feeling suffocated? We'll be moving again in a few days. When he broke through, he used a search device to find Han Qing's whereabouts and found out that Han Qing had never left the Han family satellite city since a year ago. Although he is confident, he does not want to be reckless. Since the city guard intends to recruit him, he may use the power of Feiyun Guard to lead people to destroy the Han family. During his seclusion, he was also very restless and went to the Han family's territory to observe secretly. Once, he saw a commander of Feiyun Guard in the dark. Apparently the city guard's office noticed the changes in the Han family. As expected, the city guard will take action against the Han family. The Han family, yesterday's yellow ears. Seeing the two of them like this, Su's mother left with an ant smile on her face with satisfaction. Ji Zila knew that Su Guang intended to compete for the position of Feiyun Guard's commander, and Su's mother was not here at the moment, so she whispered, "Well, come on, husband. Come on, I'll take you out to play. The night is as dark as water, but I can't feel the chill. It's September, which is a great time of year." Ji Zila happily held the man's arm and walked on the streets of the inner city. The flower boats on both sides are still doing a brisk business, drunkards are walking on the street, and there are quarrels from time to time. The smoke and fire in the downtown area is the heaviest. The steaming hot broth shrouds the shopkeepers' faces, and the grilled fish exudes a mellow aroma, attracting women in the boudoir. Deep in the downtown area, various rouges, gouache, silks, and satins are sold. Brother Guang, look at this tiger ointment. It must be very good for my mother to use it. Her legs hurt when it rains. Brother Guang, look at that monkey, he can also dance. Su Guang stood next to Ji Zilu, listening to the chirping shouts coming from the woman's mouth, smiling and responding accordingly. The inner city is so lively. Ji Zilu said sincerely. Su Guang chuckled lightly, if you like it, you can go out more often. I don't. Brother Guang is not here, so I don't want to come out alone. Ji Zilu said a little naively. She pulled Su Guang along and ran, panting a little, with beads of sweat lingering on the tip of her nose. Su Guang couldn't help but feel pity when he thought of the neglect for the past 3 months. Let's go. The pastries in Kangmonglu in front are delicious. I'll take Xiao Luer to eat some. Su Guang said softly. Ji Zila seemed to notice the apology in Su Guang's tone, and held Su Guang's broad palm with his backhand. Yes. Her tone was as gentle as ever, her eyes were like water, and the moon reflected them eclipsed the color. This is a woman who puts her whole heart into Su Guang. Soon, the two came to a corner in the hall of Kangmang Tower, where there was some noise. Su Guang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was just a commoner and could not enter the wing. In the past, he was used to sitting in the corner alone, listening to others chatting and stealing information. Now that he had Ji Zila with him, it was always a bit uncomfortable. However, I went to Fianwei in a few days and became the commander-in-chief. I thought it was time for my status to be improved, and I would also like to try private rooms by then. As the night grew late, the two of them ate some pastries and fruits and left Kangmang Tower. Ji Zila felt a little sorry for the money. Why is it so expensive? I can't even eat enough for that little food, but it costs 3 taels of silver. What a profiteer! Su Guang laughed. On their way back, Su Guang met an acquaintance. He was not an acquaintance. He had just met him a few times, so he was considered familiar. This is a middle-aged man about 40 years old, who looks elegant and extraordinary. In this world where martial arts is respected, this type of scholar is rare. Su Guang was deeply impressed and admired this man's speech and behavior. It was the person who claimed to be the aide of the city guard and the person who told Su Guang the location of the report box. Little friend, we meet again. Su Guang chuckled. Hello, old gentleman, I'm going for a walk again. After all, the two of them were not too familiar, but before parting, Su Guang asked like an old friend. Junior wants to serve in the city guard's mansion. I wonder if the old gentleman has any suggestions. Hearing this, the elegant middle-aged man glanced at Su Guang in surprise. Ha ha ha, my little friend is not immortal. The city guard is very thirsty for talents. If my little friend goes, he will sweep the couch to welcome you. Su Guang didn't speak, but looked at the middle-aged man's retreating back with deep thought in his eyes. According to the confirmed information from many sources, this city guard seems to be really good at dealing with his subordinates. Ji Xiaolu, who had just finished shopping, came over and said, "Husband, who is that?" "Just an acquaintance." "Oh." On the second day, Su Guang's greeting message reached the city guard's mansion. This was Su Guang's first visit to the city to guard the city, but Li Zongkang was not there and no one was seen. Fortunately, Su Guang had already made preparations and had someone deliver a letter stating his intention. During his period of seclusion, although he didn't go out much, he knew that the atmosphere in the city had become strange, especially since Feiyun City actually recruited masters who were practicing dirty tricks outside. This gave him confidence in becoming the capital's leader. After all, compared to those Lian Zhang who had become thieves and bandits, he was a native of Feiyun City with upright roots. On the third day, the city guard sent someone to reply to the letter. He said that he would ask Su Guang to go to the city guard's office tomorrow to discuss the unification of the sixth capital. Early in the morning, Su Guang stood at the door of the city guard's mansion, looking at the Feiyun guards coming and going, his eyes lowered, and he seemed to sense that something was wrong. Could it be that Li Zongkang changed his mind? After a while, a Feiyun guard came out, but Mr. Su is in person? Duke Ming and Du Tong are in the meeting hall. Please come in. Su deserves the name of an adult. The Feiyun guard didn't smile or respond. He just followed Su Guang. This is the first time Su Guang has entered the city guard's palace. The center of the city can be called a city within a city. The towering walls and the gate with stainless steel pillars explain everything. In addition, there are actually flying clouds on the walls. Wei patrols with a knife. The sentry towers at the four corners and the blockhouses on the walls were all crowded with people, and it was obvious that people were stationed there. The entry point is also extremely strict, and Su Guang's identity must be confirmed repeatedly before he is allowed to enter. Even if it weren't for the Feiyun guard behind him, Su Guang would still have to take off his forehead belt. Su Guang couldn't help but admire secretly. Of course, it doesn't matter whether he takes off the forehead band or not. After gaining the power of the painted skin bloodline, it is actually easy to hide the bloody eyes on his forehead. The city guard's mansion is very big, and following the Feiyun guard, Su Guang finally gained some knowledge. There are crisscrossing streets inside, and there are courtyards everywhere. Through the low walls, you can see pavilions and an artificial lake that comes from nowhere. You can vaguely see some beautiful family members playing and rowing in it. It was rumored that the commander of Feiyun guards and important officials in the city lived in the city guard's mansion. Now it seems that this statement is not true. Su Guang couldn't help but feel a little moved, thinking about the soldiers who entered the army. If his family lived here, their safety would be guaranteed. After leaving the residential area and passing a huge school ground, Su Guang finally arrived at the most important place in the city guard's mansion, the meeting hall. To his surprise, there was a figure standing in front of the meeting hall, his master Zhao Min, whom he had not seen for a long time. "Xiao Guang, you're here." There was no time to say anything more. Zhao Min then took Su Guang's hand and walked towards the assembly hall. After entering the door, Su Guang also looked at the people sitting in the hall. The person sitting at the top is naturally the current city guard of Feiyun City, Du Enju. This person has a simple face, like a white-faced scholar. He is wearing a silk black and red leopard embroidered official robe with a bit of majesty. Even if his popularity is not strong, he is an ordinary person, but he is also extremely conspicuous among the powerful ones. On his left side, sat Li Zongkang, who was said to be the #1 master in Feiyun City today. Li Zongkang, person, combat power, hero-level internal organs training realm, can be said to be invincible. Li Zongkang's combat power rating is very high. Below are the 4 top chairs, which are the positions of the other 4 commanders of Feiyun Guard. One of them, Su Guang, Nu Naiyu, the only female capital commander in Feiyun Guard. This woman is tall and thick, with a body as strong as an ox, and dark skin. She looks more masculine than a man. So Fang Yuanshan was jealous of her before, which made Su Guang feel extremely outrageous. However, he has a good relationship with Naiyu, who has always maintained goodwill towards Su Guang. These are all unified, and their combat prowess is at the elite level. This is to be reported to Duke Ming. Everyone is in charge. Su Guang will bring you here. Du Enju looked at Su Guang strangely, with some interest in his eyes. "Su Xiao, I heard from Zongkang that you wrote a letter and expressed your intention to fight for the position of the 6th capital of Feiyun Guard. Is this relevant?" "It's true," Su Guang said, but there was something strange in his eyes. He never expected that the elegant middle-aged man who he met several times in the Sanwei division and claimed to be the staff of the city Xiao mansion turned out to be Chang Xiao Du Enju, so he quickly realized that most of the reports he had submitted had already been seen by them. Just looking at Duanju's expression, he was calm and composed, as if he didn't have the slightest grudge against what he had reported, and he suppressed the panic that originally arose in his heart. Duanju's words quickly attracted the attention of other commanders. After all, this city guard has kept a low profile since he came to Fiyin City 3 years ago, but many well-informed people know that he served as a high official in the imperial court in the past. Originally, with this status, he could get along like a fish in water in Qingzhou, but for some reason, his relationship with the state leader Lin Yu was very poor, which caused Fiyin City to be isolated by many big cities in Qingzhou. But this does not affect his unrivaled status in Fiyin City. It is rumored that there is a strong man behind him, and there are also rumors that Li Zongkong was able to rise from ordinary people to what he is today because of his training behind his back. They all lowered their heads, thinking about the relationship between Duanju and Su Guang. Some people couldn't help but look at Li Zongkong. This well-deserved #1 master in Fiyin City seemed to have been brought up by Duanju, right? Is it possible? Does Su Guang have the courage of Li Zongkong? No one knows what these people think. Li Zongkong looked at Su Guang, his voice was calm, and he cherished his words like gold. Did you practice dirty? Su Guang did not speak, but stretched out his hand, and a touch of gold bloomed on his palm. This is proof that Jin Liugong is vigorous. The people around him were in an uproar. Su Guang looked too young, and it was a bit shocking to practice dirty. But as time passed, they seemed to remember something, and there were strange looks in their eyes. It seems that the position of Commander-in-Chief of Bengjing has already been promised. Okay. Duanju patted the armrest of the chair gently with his palm. It's the right time for you to make a contribution to your hometown, and I should naturally show you something. Naiyu, please make arrangements for me to serve Su Guang Tang in the city guard's palace. To build a house, it needs to be close to water. Su Guang was silent, with a bad feeling in his heart. The city guard kept silent about the position of governor. Is it too late? With his current strength, he doesn't want to start as a pawn. After all, Tutong is different from a pawn. Because of the search device, he needs a high degree of freedom. As we all know, pawns have no freedom. He could hear the meaning of protection in Duanju's mouth. There seemed to be something hidden in it, but he didn't need it. He just felt weird in his heart, thinking about why this person was kind to him. At least he shouldn't mind what he reported randomly. Maybe it was because the Han family had already provoked this person. Looking at this general direction, the results of the search engine are correct, and he and Duanju are from the same group. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. I want to see which blind bastard wants to take away my position. Grandma, you really think I don't dare to kill anyone? While he was talking, a tall man with an exaggerated beard and hair burst into the hall. This person's language is vulgar and annoying. Naiyu shouted coldly, Yang Xia, pay attention to the tone of your words. Minggong, didn't you already agree to give me the position of Commander-in-Chief? Why is it that a pretty boy wants to be Commander-in-Chief today? Is it possible that Fi Yinwei's position as Commander-in-Chief is just a stinky sock that is not wanted in the village, and can be granted to anyone at will? Su Guang frowned, feeling annoyed. Sure enough, as long as there are people, there will be a world. Yang Xia walked up to Su Guang and pinched his nostrils. It's his grandma's little baby. Go back to your mother to feed her. You're not young anymore. If it's gone, your mother doesn't know if she can come out with another one. When Su Guang heard this man insulting his mother, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Yang Xia noticed the change in Su Guang's eyes, looked sideways at him, put a finger in his nose to hold the boogers. What, boy, do you have any objections? How about 2 hands? Su Guang suddenly laughed, and then took a step forward. It would be a bit boring to compete, so why not fight to the death? Whoever wins will be the winner. His voice was not loud, but his words were not shocking, and he spoke with a strong evil aura. He wanted the position of ruler, but this person also had to pay the price for speaking out. To sum it up, today's matter is nothing but fighting. He has been holding back for a long time, but he seems to be making a name for himself today. In the past, he was not strong enough, so he always tolerated it, but now, he is close to hero-level combat power, and there are not many people in the city who are afraid of him. Anger instantly appeared on Yang Xia's face, and he felt that the pretty face in front of him was mocking him. What made him even more angry were Duanju's words. Yang Xia, what do you think? Yang Xia immediately nodded heavily, with a murderous intention on his face. Young boy, don't blame me for being cruel. Duanju turned his gaze to Su Guang, looking at what he meant. There seemed to be expectation and worry in his eyes. Su Guang, are you confident? Su Guang slowly closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly, clasping his fists, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. Su Guang, you will live up to Mr. Duan's trust. Yang Xia, human, combat power, ordinary level Zhang training realm. In Zhao Min's residence in the outer city. Zhao Min looked at Su Guang in disbelief. Xiao Guang, have you really broken through and practiced dirty? Without waiting for Su Guang to answer, Zhao Min suddenly took a step forward, his body trembled slightly, and he punched with an almost wonderful punch. This punch was extremely fast, the power exploded, and it made a whooshing sound in the air, with a layer of undetectable golden power on the fist. The fist approached Su Guang, the wind of the fist moved the corners of Su Guang's clothes, and the powerful force spattered out a needle-like breath. Between the electric light and flint, Su Guang punched out with the same punch, and the same golden power was lighter than Zhao Min's, but it was really there. He grabbed Zhao Min's fist as if with all his strength. Snapped. Master, do you believe it? Zhao Min, person, combat power, elite level internal organs training. So, is he already stronger than Master Zhao? Zhao Min looked shocked, his eyes filled with unbelievable ecstasy. From today on, he is free. Now you have the qualifications to form a family in Feiyun City. In the early years, he had an agreement with the city guard. As long as he cultivated a governor, he could officially settle in Feiyun City. Well, Zhao Min was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Then he looked at Su Guang with some embarrassment and whispered, Xiao Guang, I have a useless son. I hope you can take care of him in the future. Su Guang was silent. He would not make this kind of promise casually. But facing Zhao Min, Su Guang hesitated for a moment and then nodded slowly. Zhao Min was overjoyed and pulled Su Guang towards the house. Come have a drink with me. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. After a few glasses of wine, Zhao Min couldn't help but worry about Su Guang. Xiao Guang, you just broke through the Zhang training, and you don't have enough strength in the Zhang. Don't be careless in the decisive battle with that Yang Xia. If you are invincible, you have to admit defeat. Life is more important than anything else. Su Guang chuckled and nodded, but didn't say much. Night. Su Guang stood under the report box and waited silently. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak came out for a walk again. In the distance, a long-armed figure loomed in the shadows. Su Guang sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the old man he met while chatting casually before was actually the most powerful person in Feiyun City. He thought that when he met him last time, Li Zongkang must have been secretly there too. And Li Zongkang also let go of the rumor that he would become the capital's commander-in-chief at his request, right? Su Guang, I have met Mr. Duan. Duan Zhu looked at Su Guang with a smile, looked around, and then laughed. My little friend, are you surprised when you know it's me? Su Guang was silent. Don't worry, although I'm a little interested in your cultivation so quickly, I'm more happy, otherwise I wouldn't let Zongkang spread the word to help you. Duan Zhu turned around and stood with his hands behind his back, his cloak rustling in the wind. He was just an ordinary person, already wearing a coat on an early autumn night. Okay, don't think too much, I just cherish talents. Duan Zhu whispered. After a pause, his tone became playful. Actually, I have been observing you for a long time. I have secretly observed many people over the years and given preferential treatment to many people. But besides Zongkang, you are the first person who knows my identity. 2 people. Su Guang suddenly opened his eyes, feeling uneasy. In just one sentence, the amount of information seemed to be huge. Duan Zhu's tone became more playful. I have met you several times, but I found that you seem to be very insecure. Is it because of Huang Tianjiao? Su Guang was silent and said softly, I heard that Huang Tian taught Zhang Qing to have inhuman powers. Haha, inhuman strength? As long as I am alive, Zhang Qing will not be able to enter Feiyun City. In just a moment, the elegant temperament turned into an extremely domineering momentum, and the middle-aged man in front of him seemed to have endless confidence. Su Guang didn't have time to ask more questions, but he lost interest in talking and turned around to leave. Li Zongkang stepped out of the shadows for the first time and looked Su Guang up and down. After a while, a sentence was left in the night. Don't let Mr. Duan down. A feeling suddenly arose in Su Guang's heart. He had only met Duan Zhu a few times, but he felt a strange sense of closeness and instinctively felt that this person could be trusted. This feeling came from nowhere, but it made Su Guang feel at ease, who was originally a little worried about joining Feiyun Guard. Perhaps because of the goodwill he expressed, Li Zongkang saved himself a lot of trouble with just one sentence. Like a gust of wind. Su Guang in the outer city is going to fight to the death with Qingfeng Shanyang, who was recruited some time ago. Perhaps in order to show off their power, or perhaps for some other purpose, the city guard sent Feiyun guards to start building an arena in the outer city square with great fanfare. As the arena was set up, everyone began to speculate as to why. Who is this Su Guang? He seems to be an unknown person, right? Yang Xia is also a veteran strongman who has been famous for several years. How can the two be compared? In my opinion, it is better to hold the duel over at Keishikao. I heard that the blood of high-level warriors, dipped in steamed buns and eaten, can cure all diseases. What are you talking about? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. This Su Guang is not simple either. He used to be a disciple of Jin Liu Zhao of Shenzhen Academy, but later became a mercenary and gained the great reputation of jade-faced silver spear. If this person also if you become a Zhang martial artist, it might really be a battle between dragons and tigers. Using a gun? Why are you bragging? Guns are suitable for battlefields, but not suitable for fighting in the ring. Yang Xia, who has a 9-ring thick-backed sword, is best at this kind of close combat. This Yang was not easy to kill. He used to be a centurion in Sifang City. He was hunted down by his father and brother because he had an affair with his sister-in-law. Later, he became a bandit outside our Feiyun city. He was galloping freely and invincibly. Of course, this man was also a person. He did not engage in such things as robbery. Instead, he gathered a group of people and built a black market for warriors outside the city, and he was very prosperous. In the shanty town of the inner city, in the yard of the Su family, Ji Xiala sat there with some anxiety. Opposite her, there was also a woman sitting, only 28 years old, but she was Chang Lianer. "Ms. Chang, are you looking for me for something?" Chang Lianer chuckled and looked at the woman who looked like a frightened deer with some curiosity. "Is this Su Guang's wife?" She glanced at Xiao He, who was prostrate at Ji Xiala's feet, and her heart flashed with surprise. "This beast looks so extraordinary. Sister Xiaolu, don't be nervous. I just came to see Su Guang. He helped me a lot a few days ago. He has been busy before. Now I finally have time, so I want to thank him." Ji Xiaolu felt relieved and patted his towering chest. "So that's it. It's just that Brother Guang is not here. If you don't sit down for a while, he should be back soon." Chang Lianer said very measuredly, "I won't sit down anymore. You can leave the things for him later." But she was thinking that with Su Guang's cautious temperament, she would probably feel that she had evil intentions when she came to his house. That person was simply suffering from delusions of persecution. She left quickly, leaving behind a stack of wooden boards carved from an unknown wood, with figures in various poses drawn on them. But as soon as she walked out of the shanty town, Cheng Daifeng, who had been waiting outside the door, came closer and whispered to her with a strange face, "Su Guang and Yang Xie will fight to the death tomorrow. A battle of life and death?" Chang Lianer's eyes flashed with disbelief. Cheng Do also had shock in his eyes, but the news had spread throughout the city, and it was obviously true. He didn't know Su Guang, but when he came today, he heard Chang Lianer say that Su Guang was still outside the city more than a year ago. "Fish stall kills fish. Uncle, who do you think will win?" Chang Lianer asked in a low voice with his eyes blank. Cheng De showed hesitation on his face and said with some hesitation, "Su Guang is extremely talented. If he practices for a few more days, the result will be 2. But now he has just made a breakthrough, and the result of the 2 of them should be 9-1. Hearing this, Chang Lianer murmured in a low voice, "Jui?" But there was something wrong in her heart. Cheng De said that it was Su Guang who provoked the decisive battle. With his temperament, he must be 100% sure. In a large meeting hall, the heads of the Han and Lu families gathered here. The moonlight passed through the majestic attic and shone on the core attic of a majestic building complex. In the lobby, sitting to one side was a white-faced middle-aged man dressed as a scholar. It is Lu Lin who is the current favorite son of the Lu family and has reached the level of visceral training at the age of 31. But at this moment, his position among the crowd was very awkward, like a helpless child. "Brother Han, do we really want to do this? Once we take this step, there will be no retreat." A man who looked like an iron tower spoke to the white-faced middle-aged man sitting next to the first seat. There was no one on the first seat, so among those present, he was the leader. Han Sui closed his eyes, opened them again, gritted his teeth and said, "When our family has reached this point, it has reached its peak. Both individuals and families need a bigger platform. Feiyun City is in decay." He looked at the empty seat at the head of the table, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. "It seems that Lord Yangjun will not come." With a touch of iron blood in his tone, he said decisively, "Everyone, this action is the biggest opportunity for our family in 300 years. The lessons from the Lei family's destruction are right in front of us. I hope everyone can take this as a warning and don't be careless. Tomorrow the big battle will attract the attention of the whole city, and then it will be the best opportunity." After a pause, he turned his cold eyes to everyone and said with a slightly threatening tone, "Duanju has already had doubts about us. He is about to do something and has to do it. Please take action." "Yes, City Xiaofu. Duanju is a scholar. He is over 60 years old this year, but he looks like he is only 40. He tilted his head slightly, tapping gently on the chair with one hand, and supporting his head with the other hand. His eyes were slightly narrowed like a sick tiger, and his whole body exuded an aura that was no less than that of Li Zongkang. This kind of aura has been cultivated through many years of holding high positions. It looks like Feiyun City is coming back to life again. It's great. Duanju sighed softly. Li Zongkang stood aside, silent. When he saw Duanju reaching for the teacup, he quickly reached out to help. His arms were too long, so he easily put the teacup into Duanju's hands. "The city hasn't been so lively for a long time," Duanju said with some emotion. Li Zongkang remained speechless. This was his temperament. He always felt that Duanju was his beacon and regarded Duanju as his father. Since the turmoil in the Suanxi last year caused great changes in the Central Plains, Suanyi Pavilion withdrew too many people and lost contact with the city. I knew that people's hearts had changed. The Han and Lu families have been attached to Feiyun City for 100 years, and it's time to clean up. Li Zongkang was still taciturn, but a hint of awe-inspiring murderous intent suddenly bloomed from his body. Promise. When Duanju saw Li Zongkang like this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Li Zongkang was good at everything, but his temper was too cold. Seeing Li Zongkang like this, he suddenly felt childish and asked softly, "Who do you think will win tomorrow?" Li Zongkang did not remain silent this time, but gave a concise answer, "Su Guang." Duanju was stunned. "Are you optimistic about that Su Guang?" Li Zongkang was silent. "Since you told me, I went to investigate this Su Guang. He comes from Sujia village 5 miles outside the city. He learned Zhao Min's Jin Lia Gong, but for some reason, he used a big gun. As far as I know, he dared to challenge Yang Xia after practicing martial arts for less than 2 years. He must be confident. But after 2 years of training in Zhang, the power of his bloodline should be related to the mysterious world. His training speed surpasses that of ordinary people, but that's all. That's all. Could it be that you know the power of his bloodline? Could it be possible that he is of the same golden bloodline as you?" Li Zongkang shook his head. "I don't know." There was a bit of weirdness in his eyes, as if to say, "You were obviously not allowed to investigate in depth, but instead you asked me such in-depth questions." Duanju also thought of this and burst out laughing. "I think this guy is pretty good." After a pause, he stood up and said to Li Zongkang, "Send out all the carrier pigeons from the city guard's office. I want the news of the dirty fighting to spread inside and outside Feiyun City within 1 day. Let me see what kind of monsters they are." He has always hated grass bandits like Yang Xia the most, but now he wants to recruit them because he has no choice but to do so. City guard, guarding a big city. After leaving the capital, he really felt powerless. Huang Tianjiao hangs outside the city, and he will finally show some means to reassure the wallflower forces in the city. The night is as dark as water, and even though most of the summer has passed, a ray of chill is quietly exuding in the darkness. Ji Xiaolu leaned on Su Guang's shoulder and talked about Chang Lianer's arrival today. Su Guang had a vague guess about what Chang Lianer sent, and it turned out to be literary skills. After he took it out, he opened it carefully, and a strange feeling emerged in his palm, with a slippery feeling like water, but it made people unconsciously indulge in it. He vaguely felt that something was wrong and quickly looked away. The secrets of literary skills gave him a strange feeling, as if this literary skills could only be seen by a few people. If too many people saw it, it would automatically collapse and be destroyed. This is a technique called the ageless spring and autumn gong. The effect is just as Chang Lianer said, it can prolong life. Su Guang's eyes were solemn. Is it really that simple? This mysterious thing made him a little curious, and he tried to pour some weak power into it, but there was no reaction. After hesitation, he still planned to let Ji Xiaolu and Su's mother practice this literary skill. The posture was very simple, and with his guidance, Su Mu and Ji Xiaolu were able to do it in a decent manner very quickly. "Mom, don't you feel anything?" Su's mother shook her head indifferently. Obviously she really didn't notice the change. Su Guang didn't take it to heart at first. After all, Su's mother was already quite old. She had sacrificed too much for the family in her early years and needed to undergo long-term recovery. Ji Xiaolu, on the other hand, has weird eyes and a red face. She is really cute. "Brother Guan, I feel a wonderful power from another world." Her last words were extremely certain. Su Guang frowned. One technique, 2 completely different effects. He didn't understand. Just let the 2 of them continue to practice, so that they can live longer. Then he opened the search engine and searched for something he had been curious about before. Search keywords: Ji Xiaolu's physique. Related words: supernatural power, practice. Search range: 30 miles from Feiyun City. Search results show 1. Searching, 0%, estimated duration, 7 years, whether to cancel. Su Guang's expression changed instantly. It would take 7 years to understand Ji Xiaolu's physique? It was only half a year less than the time it took for him to obtain the Sky Eye. This is so weird. He quickly clicked on the newly appeared cancel function. He turned around and looked at Ji Xiaolu inexplicably. "Xiaolu, have you been anything different since you were a child?" Of course Ji Xiaolu didn't know. It was impossible for her to know that, at least in her impression, she was no different from the girls of the same age as her girlhood. Su Guang couldn't get the answer and had no choice but to give up. After hesitation, he still gave the decision-making power to Ji Xiaolu. He was just her husband, not everything to her. Unexpectedly, Ji Xiaolu looked at Su Guang with a firm face. "I want to practice because I have a hunch that if I continue to practice, I can help my husband." Her face was slightly red and her tone was shy. So said. 1 day later, the summer heat has not gone away, and the autumn cold has slightly set in. In the square where the outer city and the inner city meet, there is a sea of people, the canal is swaying, and the silver light shines on the vast area, shining out a large golden area. The restaurants around the square were already full of people. Wang Ming arrived very early. Next to him sat Su Chun and Wang Wen. Of course, Ji Xiaolu and Su Mu were also among them, but there was a somewhat unexpected person added, Chang Lianer. Wang Ming looked at Chang Lianer, who was still calm in front of him, but a different mood arose in his heart. Last year, Wang Ming was just an abandoned son of the Wang family. Chang Lianer's calmness was due to his upbringing, but now his calmness was a little more respectful. This kind of respect was very useful to him. Su Guang got the five-god fruit, so naturally he had his own. Although he had not yet broken through the Zhang training, it would not take long. During this period, Su Chun did a lot of special things for him to nourish his essence and blood. He eats delicious food and gained weight in order to save his essence and blood. Soon, he will be able to try to make a breakthrough. He accepted Chang Lianer's respect calmly. Ji Xiaolu's mood was also a little special. This was the first time she was going to see her man fighting with her own eyes. She hoped to be able to help him, or at least not hold him back. The people in the square below seemed to be getting anxious, and the time for a fight had already come. But the arena remained empty. It seemed that both parties involved in the fight regarded this battle as a dispensable battle. Su Chun was talking to Su's mother, and he pointed carefully to the top floor of the tallest building in the outer city. There were 2 chairs there, headed by Duanju, the city guard of Feiyun City. The other chair, I heard, was prepared for the great mage of the Huangtian sect, but it seemed that the great mage had no interest in observing. Suddenly there was a burst of excitement in the crowd. Before they could see what was happening, they saw a strong man with a thick-backed knife and a ferocious expression slowly ascending to the high platform. Yang Shen no longer had the anxiety of the past few days and became very calm, and he did not get angry and scold his mother because of Su Guang's tardiness. A warrior will eventually see the true seal in his hands. This is a showdown between dirty martial arts masters, a grand event that Feiyun City has not seen in several years. Many people came. On another tall building with a sharp appearance, a man in green robes stood in front of the windowsill with his arms crossed. Brother Guan, hasn't Su Guan come yet? What time has it been? We have a mission later. Do you think that boy is afraid of death and ran away? A lazy voice came from behind Guan Shan. Guan Shan's face was expressionless, thinking of Su Guang's self-introduction the last time he met him. The one who draws slowly is the one who spreads the word widely. So, do you want to spread the word today? Afraid of death? Guan Shen glanced at his companion inexplicably. He won't be afraid, maybe there is something wrong. In an alley, Su Guang walked out slowly from the door of his house with a long gun in his hand, carrying a sharp-edged aura. The big gun was too long and passed sideways through the door. As he walked, his temperament became weaker and weaker, and he even looked like a drunkard while walking. This made the person standing at the entrance of the alley look slightly sideways. Duanju had told Li Zongkang since the beginning of his practice that a tiger behaves like a disease, but it always follows the wind. At this moment, Su Guang was like a sick tiger. You came. You know I'm coming? Su Guang chuckled lightly and said nothing. He believed that the city guard would find out his origins and also know about his grudges with the Han family. He is also sure that Duanju intends to eradicate the Han family, and he should support him behind the scenes, but he also wants to know the strength of Duanju's support. He had been waiting for this attitude. Yuan Yang Tower. Li Zongkang glanced at Su Guang in surprise, said one word, paused, and then said, "You have 300 people, one chance." After saying that, he turned around gracefully and glanced at the big gun in Su Guang's hand. This is the city guard's recognition of Su Guang, and it is also a test. If it is completed, Su Guang will be the 6th capital commander. If it is not completed, there is no such person as Su Guang. Of course, Li Zongkang never thought that Su Guang would be defeated by Killer Yang from beginning to end. Brother-in-law, do you think Brother Guan can win? Ji Xiaolu asked anxiously. Before Wang Ming could speak, he heard another noise coming from the distance. The crowd of people waiting and watching separated into a lane, and in the lane appeared a young man with his head lowered and dragging a big gun with one weak hand. The young man had a white bandage wrapped around his forehead and was dressed in coarse linen clothes, but he wore it in a strange and incomparable way. Su Guang raised his head slightly and showed a warm smile. Are you serious about fighting to the death? Yang She was furious, stood up suddenly, and pointed the thick-backed knife at Su Guang. Are you greedy for life and afraid of death? He pointed to his crotch. Get through here and you will survive today. Su Guang chuckled and walked slowly onto the high platform. Then, fight to the death. Yang She's face suddenly showed a bit of solemnity, and he felt that Su Guang in front of him seemed to be extremely weird. This weirdness created a strange aura that made him a little irritable. So, he decided to take action first. The thick-backed knife drew an arc in the air, and the blade groaned softly. After friction with the air, it formed a huge roar. The airflow was violently turbulent, and the sound waves covered everything. The simplest and most basic knife skill is chopping. Being killed by Yang actually used such momentum. The splashing air waves even pushed back some of the spectators who were approaching. For a moment, everyone was on their backs. There was an uproar all around. This was a dirty master. They looked at Su Guang with horrified eyes, imagining how the handsome young man in front of them would respond. Soon, they saw it. Su Guang suddenly raised the big gun in his hand. The big gun made a buzzing sound, and the tail and head of the gun were trembling. But that's all. Because after he completed this action, he stopped. Outsiders were a little surprised. Ji Xiaolu clenched her fingers. Yang killed the knife so fast that she could only see the shadow. Su Guang was focused on nothing, trying to recall his previous encounters outside the strange temple, and trying to imagine the shot he took later. He had thought about this shot for too long. The realm of martial arts that was so superb was too advanced. It was a mysterious realm that could give birth to martial intent. He always felt that there was a thin film. It is recorded in ancient books that an ancient man kept his sword for several years. When the sword came out, the world was shocked. He hid the evil in the sword, hid the sword in the scabbard, and nourished the sword to gain strength. Su Guang found inspiration from it, so from the moment he left home, he was building up his strength, both with his sword and with his gun. He had been waiting for that mysterious feeling to brew out. Yang She's knife was just a hair away from landing on Su Guang's head. He suddenly opened his eyes, but he caught the flash of inspiration. His eyes burst with semen, and he held a big gun in his hand, as if he had grasped the entire world. Buzz! The big gun seemed to have finally found its owner. Su Guang raised the gun. Destructible sound waves enveloped the world, and the airflow was twisted and compressed by huge power. The thick-backed sword remained motionless at this moment. Yang She lowered his head in disbelief, only to see a silver gun shaft trembling slightly, and a long part disappeared from his chest. You! Feeling the vitality dissipating in his body, Yang She looked ferocious and tried to use his last strength to wield the thick-backed sword that he was proud of. Only, no chance again. Yang She's huge body fell, shaking a thick layer of dust in the air, and the big gun vibrated and made a buzzing sound. Su Guang was still holding tightly on the tail of the gun with one hand. For a moment, the world was quiet. A shot? A master of the Zhang training realm just fell? Are you a human? Even in the direction Su Guang was looking at, the audience moved unnaturally, making the young man on the stage seem like a demon. Su Chun and Ji Xiaolu jumped up holding each other. Chang Lianer clenched her fists. Wang Ming looked shocked, his eyes were motionless. Su's mother was the calmest, holding an oxeye fruit brought by Wang Ming in her hand. Ji Xiaolu said, Xiaolu, if you eat some fruit, you can have children. On the high platform, Duanju stroked his beard and smiled. Li Zongkang, who came after him, had an expressionless face, but the palms under his sleeves were trembling slightly. It was obvious that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. This is martial intent. He admitted Duanju's words that Su Guang's potential was no worse than his. Guan Shan's companions couldn't help but exclaim, a foreigner who has practiced dirty tricks for 2 years is so terrifying. Guan Shan responded with silence, feeling only shocked in his heart. In the distance is a hilltop that few people notice. Han Kaiyufeng, the master of Handao sect, looked at the girl in front of him with equal eyes. What do you think of this son, Yuchen? The person in front of him was the alluring girl from Jizhu who stunned the whole city. If you reach the peak of Zhang training and go back to 15 years ago, your martial arts will be great, and you can compete for the top prize in martial arts. Han Qiufeng's expression stagnated. The martial arts exam was a system initiated by Qing Zong, the father of the current Shen Zong, 15 years ago. It attracted martial artists from all over the world to join us. The martial arts practitioners of that year gathered in the upper and lower regions of Dakian. There are heroes who practice dirty in the 14 states, and there are countless strangers among them. One can imagine how cruel the competition is, and a flash of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He remembered that the #1 scholar in martial arts that year was already the general who conquered the north, right? Su Guan has the appearance of a martial arts champion? This is an evaluation that Li Zongkang has not received. He shook his head secretly, probably not. 15 years ago, how old the girl in front of him was, so he probably said it casually. I originally thought it would be put on the shelves on Saturday, but something went wrong and it could only be put on the shelves on Sunday. In order to make up for everyone, there will be 3 updates tomorrow, and then I will ask for first orders and monthly tickets in advance. It will be updated by 30,000 on the day it is put on the shelves. After that, depending on the first order situation, try to update by 10,000 a day. There is a reward for the first order on the shelf, because I have updated this book too much before, and pushed it up much later. As a result, the new book has more than 200,000 words in the 3rd round of recommendations. Most of the recommendations have not been accepted, and the results are very poor. It is estimated that even 500 songs are not included. It's difficult to book, so I can only ask for a monthly ticket. For every 200 monthly votes, an additional chapter, 2,000 words, will be added. P.S. Previous votes have been recorded and will be counted. Thank you everyone for your previous votes. One reward also adds an additional chapter. Of course, if the results of the first order are good, additional updates will be added. You can just throw in the tickets and save a lot of manuscripts, akimbo. The above is considered as a pre-launch review, and I will not publish individual chapters to avoid causing dissatisfaction among readers. I won't say much about the misfortune. After all, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't survive, why would I update so many books every day? All the commotion had nothing to do with Su Guang. His eyes were a little distracted and the momentum disappeared, but his 6 shots back to the mountain did not achieve a breakthrough, as if the shot just now was just an illusion. He stood there and thought about it for a long time, but he could no longer figure out the style of the shot just now. Pulling out the big gun inserted into Yangsha's body, there was no blood on the tip of the gun. This was a new ability born after the Blood Eye evolved again. He could refine blood through media such as weapons. Blood Eye's abilities are becoming more and more mysterious. Maybe one day, you can control the blood of others with just a glance. It's a pity that Huishan's 6th spear is still not perfect, and he still can't fully grasp the intention of the spear. With a sigh, Su Guang disappeared from the stage. The ingredients for the Mingshen pill are still lacking. When we get them together, we can find a crater and try taking the pill to enlighten our martial intention. Yuanyang Tower is a place in the outer city that combines a spring building, a restaurant, and a flower building. It is an important property of the Han family in the outer city. I've met Su Dutong. Su Guang looked at the person coming. He looked familiar, but he didn't know his name. Li Xiao looked at Su Guang, who was not even as old as his son, with a bit of emotion in his eyes. He didn't go to watch the ring battle, but he just received the order. Whoever comes to Yuanyang Tower will be the leader. Since Su Guang is here, it is natural that everyone should be unified. Su Guang nodded and walked forward with the big gun. Capital, do you want to take action now? I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. You, stand where you are. Su Guang's voice gradually dissipated in the wind. In the Yuanyang Tower, the door was packed with guests, but today's guests made the waiter feel something was wrong. He saw a kind of evil spirit in these people's eyes, which is what warriors have when they are about to kill. In his early years, when he went to pick up goods from his employer outside the city, he encountered bandits. The bandits had the same ferocity in their eyes as these people. The waiter tremblingly served wine to several shouting customers and asked in a low voice if he wanted to add more food. "Get out of here, you're in the way." A big man pushed him away. Suddenly, a strong hand from behind supported him. Turning around, he saw that he was a very young and handsome man. The waiter knew the background of his restaurant and was lucky enough to have seen this kind of temperament in the young master Han Po. So he hurriedly turned around and was about to kneel down, but the man stopped him with his hand. Thank you, sir." The waiter was a little touched. He didn't expect the noble man in front of him to be so easy to talk to. "Do you know Han Qing? The noble lady is talking about Miss Han? She is upstairs. She just came here this morning." The waiter shouldn't have said such a thing, but when he faced Su Guang, he couldn't help but say it. "Are you looking for Miss Han?" The people at the table next to him seemed to have heard the conversation between the two, and a big man suddenly stood up and asked. Su Guang was calm and composed, his eyes flat. "I have something I want to settle with Miss Han." "Finished? You brat, I've seen too many people like you, so get out of here." The big man's scolding did not arouse Su Guang's anger. He just looked at him quietly and said, "Brother, in this world, if you meddle in other people's business, you will get killed." His tone was normal and his words were polite, but the content was just chilling. "You wanna die." Whoosh! Su Guang's gun is faster. The silver shadows all over the sky turned into a canopy, and the first floor of Yuanyang Tower instantly turned into a purgatory on earth. With an invulnerable body, Su Guang behaved like a monster when facing low-level warriors. The dispute between Su Guang and Yangsha was so heated that some people recognized Su Guang among these gangsters, and they were heartbroken at this moment. "Ask for mercy as soon as you open your mouth." Rare. But the gun in Su Guang's hand showed no mercy. A moment later, Su Guang walked out of a pile of corpses, his footsteps hitting the heart of the waiter who was already frightened. There were many corpses, and there was a lot of blood splattered on the ground, but the corpses were very clean, as if there was no blood. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Su Guang's tone was still warm, making people feel like a spring breeze. He raised his head slightly, his chest filled with an inexplicable emotion. His footsteps still maintained a uniform speed, and his eyes were fixed on the end of the stairs that he jumped over one by one. His sight seemed to penetrate the space barrier. Ejaculated on the woman sitting cross-legged in the room. Han Qing. His mouth moved slightly, and the name calmly and with some other emotions came out quietly from Su Guang's mouth. But the waiter raised his head tremblingly and looked at the pile of heads that were almost disemboweled and smashed by gun barrels, and his stomach squirmed. He suppressed his discomfort and looked at Su Guang, who was still in white linen clothes. After killing so many people, his clothes were still so clean. Take me to find that Miss Han. Your Excellency is really arrogant. Han Po, who still looked handsome, appeared from the stairs. He had a handsome posture and a handsome face, as if he had not seen the corpse in the hall. As he walked, he twisted his neck and fiddled with his clothes, acting like a noble man. Su Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the big gun in his hand made an unconscious buzzing sound. Han Po snorted coldly, and the folding fan in his hand flew out instantly, shooting towards Su Guang like a boomerang. Ding! The big gun stirred up the iron fan, and Han Po took advantage of the situation to swing his robe behind him. His butt fell on the handrail of the stairs, and he was about to slide down with extremely free and unrestrained desire. It looks like there are eyes in the back of its head in the air, catching the whirling iron fan with perfect accuracy. Only, before it could slide down, a popping sound was heard. Severe pain instantly hit Han Po's whole body. He looked in disbelief, lowered his head hard, and looked at the head of the gun that pierced him. Hu ho, you. Don't talk about martial ethics. Su Guang's expression did not change. He pulled out the big gun, and the knife-like part of the gun head was slashed out. The big head flew up and was caught by Su Guang. Originally, according to the agreement, Song Tao should behead Han Po's head, but Han Po was too pretentious just now, and Su Guang couldn't hold it back. Most of them got used to it by competing with masters at home. He raised his head again, and his heart became extremely calm. He did not rush upstairs to kill people, but walked towards the steps in a leisurely manner. He was wearing a long black coat and a big silver gun, just like an ascetic pilgrim. One step at a time, neither in a hurry nor in a hurry, just like his efforts over the years. All cultivation depends on oneself. It has come and gone through wind and rain, and finally we have reached where we are today. The word revenge is light, but it weighs more than 1,000 pounds. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Guang raised his head and stared at the ancient steps that had existed for who knows how many years. His eyes slowly closed. There seemed to be a faint sound of gunfire, coming down from the end of the stairs. It echoes quietly in the room, like the sound of a bell, making people fascinated. The silence lasted for a long time. Su Guang opened his eyes, gently raised the big gun in his hand, stepped lightly, and finally landed firmly on the slightly moist steps after killing Han Po. The hatred that has been suppressed for several years will finally come to an end today. The moment his footsteps fell, Su Guang could feel that his soul seemed to be exhaling a breath that had been suppressed for several years at this moment. In the past few years, since my father was seriously injured and bedridden, my mother has carried the family on her thin shoulders. She has narrowly escaped death several times in order to improve the family and buy medicine for her father. Everything stems from that day. My father died and my mother was prematurely old. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, please order first. Han Qing was sitting by the window with her eyes closed. She was very beautiful and had a cold face, like an ice beauty. In fact, she has such arrogant qualifications to start practicing Zhang before she is 30 years old. Although it is because of the support of the Han family, this is inseparable from her talent and hard work. The only regret may be that she failed to awaken her bloodline and is not a strange person, but her strength is definitely not weak. After all, the Han family is not old, and the bloodline has not been continued. During the decades of ups and downs, the Han family has only 2 foreign ancestors who can be placed in the ancestral hall. Xiaochun, do you think we can really save Xiaoxian this time? The maid on the side said quickly, of course, that great master Zhang Qing has the power to reach the sky. I have seen with my own eyes that he can attract thunder from the sky. She admired Zhang Qing very much, and the light in her eyes was like that of a Huangtian cultist. Han Qing closed her eyes and said nothing, but suddenly there was a sound of fighting outside. There was a change on her cold face. The lowly people can't rest for a moment. The maid Xiaochun quickly smiled in a flattering manner. They are all people invited by the master. Miss, please bear with me. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. With dissatisfaction on her face, Xiaochun stood up, opened the door and cursed, "Knock, what are you knocking? Didn't I tell you not to disturb the lady?" The waiter was instantly frightened, and the maid's aggressive attitude frightened him. Yes, he is a guest who asked me to deliver something to the lady. What? Xiaochun doubtfully took the package from the store clerk's hand. When he saw what was inside, his expression suddenly changed. Gia Lu. The sound of Han Po's head rolling on the ground was extremely clear. Han Qing also saw her brother's head. She didn't have time to feel sad. She reacted quickly, flew up like a flying swallow, and took off the horizontal knife hanging on the wall. Brother! Bang bang bang! Su Guang gently pushed the waiter away and stood at the door, looking at the sadness on Han Qing's face. Does it hurt? Who are you? Did you kill my eldest brother? Han Qing shouted angrily. What grudge does my eldest brother have against you? Su Guang was stunned and recalled carefully. He seemed to have no enmity with Han Po. He died for you. For me? Han Qing clenched the hengdao tightly in her palms, and murderous intent gradually appeared in her eyes. Who are you? Su Guang shook his head. You are no longer as charming as you were 7 years ago. According to you at that time, you have already taken action at this time. It seems that your arrogance also depends on people. He said slowly, while slowly putting down the big gun in his hand, and then took out a long whip from his waist. A kind of silent pressure instantly filled the air inside and outside Han Qing's room. Han Qing realized it, and she frowned slightly. Is it really practicing dirty work? Do you know how long I have been looking forward to this day? With Su Guang's loud shout, the black whip in his hand turned into a black dragon, setting off waves of afterimages, and the air was torn apart with a loud roar. Han Qing's horizontal sword flashed, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Ao emitted a brilliant light. Without any hesitation, he blasted towards Su Guang, while avoiding the long whip nimbly. Snapped! The long whip was thrown on the wall, and marks of different depths were immediately cracked on it. At the deepest point, the scene outside the window could already be seen. Han Qing couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of power this is? It should be noted that the limit of the first Zhang realm is 10,000 kilograms. This person is not in a dirty state. Countless thoughts flashed through Han Qing's mind in an instant, but he did not dare to hesitate because the long whip had struck again. Su Guang doesn't know how to use a whip. He uses a whip like a big gun. Most of the time, he relies on his almost invincible strength. He was merciless. Even though Han Qing was a beauty, his enemies were enemies. He had never thought of taming his enemies. From the beginning to the end, he had only one thought, and that was to kill Han Qing, use the most painful method to make her feel the most painful, die in the most despair, and let her know the pain of her father being bedridden for 5 years. There were heads of people in the Yuanyang Tower. As he exerted all his strength, the wall seemed so fragile under his tens of thousands of kilograms of force. In just a few times, the room was almost torn down by him. If he had deliberately controlled it, the building would have collapsed by now. After all, the long whip is a strange and unpredictable long weapon. He punched the old master to death, and in such a small space, Han Qing was finally hit by Su Guang. Ah! The severe pain made her scream in the sky. Her black hair was messy, and she no longer looked like the cold and beautiful woman she had just been. She held her injured arm and held the long knife across her chest. Who are you? Su Guang moved forward slowly, and the long whip in his hand fell again. Father, Su Shiyu. Han Qing didn't understand that she was asking Su Guang's name and why Su Guang suddenly wanted to introduce his father. Snapped. In a dazed moment, the whip fell on her back again. The severe pain even made her eyes well up with tears. It was like a picture of a tearful beauty. The more beautiful she was, the angrier Su Guang became. Why? Why did she kill her father and still pretend to be like this? 5 years ago, you once rode your horse on the farmland, and an old farmer was injured by your whip. Do you still remember? Maybe you have forgotten it, but don't worry, I will help you remember it. Su Guang's tone was gentle, with a kind of chill like a spring breeze. Han Qing was surprised, but he didn't dare to be stunned. But following Su Guang's words, she couldn't help but think about it. Su Shiyu may be the old farmer who was injured that day. As for when she hurt the old farmer, it didn't matter because she really couldn't remember. Impossible, how could a person like you come from such a poor background? Poor and lowly? Su Guang's expression became strange, and the anger in his chest was extinguished in an instant as if water had been poured on him. It turns out that this is the attitude of the aristocratic family towards the common people. Suddenly, he felt bored. The hatred that was engraved in his eyes was nothing but the resistance of a pariah to the woman in front of him. His persistence is only important to him. Han Qing looked at Su Guang's face and suddenly remembered something. Since a few months ago, someone had been secretly spying on the Han family. Huang Tianzhao had some grudges because of something. Looking at Su Guang now, he seemed to got it. It's you. The person who sneaked into our satellite city of the Han family in the past few months was you. The person who killed the jade elephant Dianzuo was also you. The person who destroyed the archmage Zeray in Hedong was also you. The eyes of the maid next to her were filled with disbelief at this moment. Today, the battle for the capital in the city is almost overwhelmingly publicized. Too many people are looking forward to who the new capital will be. The Han family naturally has portraits of Su Guang and Yang Xia, but at this moment, no matter what, they could not imagine that Su Guang's background was so simple that it is unbelievable. She approached Han Qing carefully, with some emotions emerging in her eyes. Miss. Han Qing seemed to finally remember Su Guang from his long memory. She has a fourth brother who has been bedridden. A long time ago, a magical medicine that could cure his fourth brother came from unknown sources. At that time, she took someone to get it, and it seemed that a farmer had been injured. The one used is also a whip. Han Qing released his hand covering his arm, his eyes regained his composure, and he looked at Su Guang tenderly with a tone that the maid had never seen before. I also had difficulties with what happened back then. I was deceived and wanted to go to the mountains to get medicine. Your father blocked the way. I thought I was sent by an enemy and unknowingly swung the whip. I apologize for not behaving like you at that time. If I knew that was your father, I would definitely not be like this. There was a pause, as if she thought these words were too soft, and she wanted to show her toughness. I was really in a hurry that day. I think you would be in a hurry too. Su Guang was speechless, but the anger in his heart was like a flame. Behaving inappropriately? What a light word, just one word, but it can take away the carelessness of human life in the past. It seems that in her eyes, being able to apologize to herself is already a rare thing. Su Guang didn't want to say anything to such a self-contained and aloof woman. He rushed forward suddenly, whip dancing in his hand, a gap opened in the flesh between his eyebrows, and a bloody eye appeared that seemed to be open and closed. Divine power. The hatred between you and me is about to disappear, but it is dead. Su Guang threw away his long whip, and a 3-foot cold glow appeared in his palm. Under the divine power, Han Qing was in a trance, dumbfounded. In an instant, Su Guang's mind flashed back to what happened to his father who had been ill for 5 years. In my memory, he woke up in pain 87 times during the night, vomited blood 9 times, and attempted suicide 4 times in order not to burden his family. So the total is $100. Su Guang hit the sword very quickly, and the light filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, Han Qing turned into a bloody man. Her face was filled with fear, and she felt that the person in front of her was like a demon. But everyone knows that many years ago, in Su Guang's eyes, she was the devil. Now, all these things are easy to do offensively and defensively. Su Guang finally admitted that after marrying his wife, he became somewhat sympathetic to her, and only cut more than 70 times before finally stopping. There was too much blood, and it was all his blood. Aha! Han Qing's head flew up with a face full of unwillingness and disbelief, and his beautiful face was full of resentment and regret. His long hair was grabbed by a hand and swayed like a rubber ball. The headless corpse spurted out blood. Su Guang hated Han Qing, but he didn't hate her blood. After all, it was his blood. Su Guang came down the stairs expressionlessly, holding Han Qing's head in his hand. It's just that at this moment, Han Qing no longer has the cold elegance of before. Just like all the people whose heads have been chopped off, their faces are ferocious and terrifying. The maid next to her screamed loudly. A figure jumped from the wall of the building next to it and was several meters away. After a few ups and downs, it landed at the Yuanyang Tower. They saw Su Guang's head in his hands. On the large white wall behind him, there was written in blood, "The murderer, Su Guang." Miss. The man in Xing Yi shouted loudly. Su Guang was carrying a big gun. Duh. Bursts of footsteps came from outside the building, and hundreds of figures appeared from all over the alley, surrounding the mysterious man. This man came back in a hurry. He looked about 40 years old. He seemed to have other emotions towards Han Qing, and he seemed to be crazy at the moment. He even tried to break out of the Feiyun Guard's encirclement and behead Su Guang. The military formation was not in vain. He was not a stranger and was invulnerable to weapons. Under the encirclement and suppression of nearly 300 Feiyun Guardsmen, including dozens of bone-forging warriors, he could not hold out for long. After just a moment, he was in trouble, but he ignored it and even gave up dodge and defense, vowing to kill Su Guang. Seeing this, Su Guang simply shot him. Among the dense weapons of Feiyun Guards, the big gun penetrated everything. For the first time, he enjoyed the treatment of bullying the minority. The military formation's suppression of the warrior's energy and blood was truly terrifying. Killing is really simple. The man was nailed to the big gun by Su Guang, his face was as vicious as a ghost, and he was staring into Su Guang's eyes. Duanju must die today, and someone will help me and my lady get revenge. Seeing the madness of the person in front of him, a trace of surprise appeared on Su Guang's face. Could it be possible that, unknowingly, he had become a chess piece in Duanju? But whether it's a chess piece or a chess player, today the great revenge has been avenged, and everything doesn't matter. After the mysterious man died, Li Xiao scanned the large characters on the Yuanyang Tower with an imperceptible gaze, and knelt down on one knee without any hesitation. "General, I've seen Du Tong." This is true for all the Feiyun Guards behind him. "I've met Du Tong." Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Guang showed a smile. "Han Qing, don't you like to bully others? It turns out that bullying others is really fun. Take care of Miss Han and ask the Han family to express their condolences." When Su Guang killed Han Qing, he was in the ring square. City guard Duanju looked at Su Guang who had disappeared. A smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that our Su Dutong is a sweet-tempered man. Ninged, are everything set up?" When Li Zongkang heard his name, he turned around and clasped his fists in response. "Yes." Duanju's mouth showed a hint of chill, and he murmured in a low voice, "I've endured it for so many years, why can't I bear it anymore?" I don't know who he is talking about. There was just a sudden crackling sound in the air. Whoosh! I saw a black arrow fletching, shooting from the southeast direction at an extremely fast speed, and even the tail of the arrow had produced little sparks due to friction with the air. Bang! Li Zongkan pulled out the heavy sword from his waist and chopped off the arrow with one strike. Seeing this scene, Duanju laughed angrily. Okay. I really underestimated them. Ninged, notify Handao sect and Xianhe sect to prepare for action. Li Zongkan responded in a deep voice. Promise. He turned and left, and then Naiyu went upstairs to protect Duanju personally. Suddenly there was a piercing explosion in the distance. The sound was extremely loud, and the originally blue sky suddenly turned blood red in one place, as if flames were rising into the sky, igniting the clouds in the sky, and a red mist filled the sky. All of a sudden, things have changed. Pass the Archmage's order to take Duanju's head for the cannon seat. Pass the Archmage's order to take Duanju's head for the cannon seat. A demonic wind blew in the streets and alleys, and inexplicable roars spread throughout the city. Then a figure was seen rushing towards the building where Duanju was located. Like a monk made of gold, he walked unscrupulously. The weapon in Fi Yanwei's hand fell on this man and sparks bloomed. But when he punched out, a wave of air surged into the sky, and several people in Fi Yun flew backwards instantly. This is a stranger with the same bloodline as Su Guang's stone skin. A low-level siege has little meaning unless the number exceeds a certain level. Huangtianjiao Vajra Dianzuo. No one can stop such a vicious person. A sigh came from the distant building, and then someone recited poetry. I have practiced so that my body resembles the shape of a crane, and 2 scriptures are written under 1,000 pines. When I come to ask, I can't help but say, clouds are in the sky, and water is in the bottle. A man in white robes walked out of the building. He stepped lightly, and actually stepped out a wave of air in the air. With the help of this wave of air, he actually walked in the air. The white robes blown by the strong wind looked like a crane spreading its wings. The number 1 in the inner sect of Xianhe sect, Yu Liang. Your opponent is me. Yu Liang stood beside the Vajra Dianzuo and whispered. His weapon is very strange, it is a whisk. But it was this whisk that was fighting with the Vajra Dianzuo. Crazy, all crazy. And as soon as it started, Fi Yun City fell into some kind of crazy state. Deming, why are your eyes red? Ah, you are crazy. Why are you biting me? Deming's temple squirmed strangely, and when he looked at the person he was talking to, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and pounced on that person, throwing him to the ground. This is not an isolated case, but something that happens to almost everyone in the square. The order of Fi Yun City that city guard Duanju had maintained for 13 years was completely in chaos at this moment. Duanju leaned back on his chair with a calm expression and looked at Naiyu beside him. Is this Wang Tianjiao's method? I originally thought that Zhang Qing's method would be from Suanxi.